Chapter 1. The Lucky Child. A series of mechanical, crisp whirring sounds echoed in the mind of the youthful boy, whose face bore a hint of stubble. What on earth? Why is it so noisy? His tone was somewhat despondent as he turned his head to survey his surroundings. Yet he found no peculiarities, merely a sense of bewilderment, which he quickly dismissed to return to watching his Douluo. Ding! Congratulations! Your first draw has yielded a luck score of 5. According to the rules, the next draw will exclude misfortune cards. Should the host meet their demise, misfortune cards will be permanently excluded. Huh? What is this? Luck 5? Long Xiaoyu paused, his eyes widening in surprise as he sat up abruptly to scan the area. Who was speaking? Luck 5, a harbinger of great misfortune. It is advised that the host exercise caution. What? Who's talking? Damn it, don't scare me. A harbinger of misfortune? Is it cursing my death? The voice resonated once more, instilling a sense of dread within him. Alone in the room, could it be a ghost speaking? Impossible. He was an atheist, yet his body betrayed him. His heart raced, and he instinctively leaned back, unaware that a severed wire lay behind him. Zing! On a certain day, Long Xiaoyu met his end by electrocution in his own home. Long Xiaoyu, what era are we in? Electrocution again. Author, if you want to end up as pulp, I can arrange that. Residing near a commercial street, on this day, a reckless vehicle smashed through the glass door of Long Xiaoyu's home, sending his lifeless body careening into the ether. According to online reports, netizens humorously dubbed him the most unfortunate pedestrian of 2022. When Long Xiaoyu next opened his eyes, a strange, somewhat dilapidated ceiling greeted him. Gasping for breath, he took a moment to steady himself before assessing his surroundings. Sitting up, he realized that the entirety of his body felt foreign. Even his once familiar room had become alien. Where was he? Confusion and fear enveloped him. Ding! Congratulations! Today your luck score is 5. Having been reborn, the system will permanently exclude misfortune cards. Ding! First time reaching a luck score of 5, you have been bestowed the title Child of Luck. Effects of a Child of Luck. Chance to manifest wishes. The 3 consecutive system notifications left Long Xiaoyu in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? Yet, one thing was clear. He had been reborn. What kind of game was this? Xiaoyu, are you ready? Today, the people from the Spirit Hall will arrive. It's time for you to awaken your spirit. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a frail voice called from outside, and, as he turned, an elderly figure entered. Stooped and with hair as white as snow. The wrinkles on his face seemed to be overflowing, and he walked with an unsteady gait. Despite his advanced age, a warm smile graced his features, exuding a comforting aura. Who is this elder? Long Xiaoyu hurried over to support him. Grandfather, is that you? Ah, it's nothing, Xiaoyu. Today marks the day of your spirit awakening. Are you excited? Old Jack beamed at the boy's actions, pleased by his kindness. Spirit awakening? Douluo continent? Long Xiaoyu uttered instinctively, his brow furrowed with confusion. Rebirth? Could it be that this resurrection did not pertain to his previous world? Indeed, on the Douluo continent, to cultivate, one must awaken their spirit around the age of 6. This year, you are just 6, perfectly timed to awaken alongside the other children in the village. Though old Jack's words were spoken plainly, they stirred a tempest of emotions within Long Xiaoyu. Goodness, had he truly entered the world of Douluo? What an audacious turn of events. Hey, Xiaoyu? Grandvater, im hier. Called out of his stupor, Long Xiaoyu met the elder's gaze, and the kindness reflected in those eyes quelled his lingering fears. Did you not sleep well? Rest after the awakening. The one from the spirit hall won't wait for us too long. Old Jack chuckled, gently ruffling Xiaoyu's hair before taking his frail, bony hand and guiding him forward. Rather than being led, it felt more as if Long Xiaoyu clutched his hand, fearful of letting go. As they stepped outside, a rustic village unfolded before him, a sight rare in his former life. The medieval architecture stood in stark contrast to the few thatched cottages scattered nearby. Though not affluent, the villagers, much like the kindly elder, wore smiles, brimming with hope for the days to come. All right, you should go with Xiao San. You should be arriving soon. My old body can't keep up with the young ones. His tone was self-deprecating. Though age had taken its toll, it did not diminish his zest for life. Xiao San? Are you referring to Tang San? Long Xiaoyu queried, a flicker of realization igniting within him. Could it be that he had reincarnated in Holy Soul Village, where the protagonist Tang San resided? Hey, Grandfather Jack, I'm here. Before old Jack could respond, a small boy rushed over, his youthful voice resonating with exuberance. His enchanting eyes sparkled with mischief. Ah, Xiao San, you've arrived. You and Xiaoyu go ahead will catch up shortly. Don't keep them waiting. Old Jack affectionately patted the boy's head before ushering Long Xiaoyu alongside him. The two children stood together, beaming as they set forth, knowing that the future belonged to them. "Are you Tang San?" Long Xiaoyu inquired uncertainly. Though he had nearly pieced it together, the reality of suddenly being thrust into the world of a novel felt utterly absurd. "Yes, that's me. Don't you recognize me?" Tang San responded with surprise. Despite his focus on cultivation, he had occasionally interacted with the village children, including Long Xiaoyu, whom the village chief had taken in. "Of course I recognize you." Long Xiaoyu hastily masked his embarrassment. It was puzzling that he had arrived in this world without any memories. Bang! Ouch, that hurts. Lost in thought, he suddenly collided with something, stumbling back to cradle his head. Didn't the system say today would be 5 luck? What kind of luck was this? "Xiaoyu, are you all right?" Seeing him bump into a pillar, Tang San rushed over, concern evident in his voice, devoid of any mockery. Intending to downplay his discomfort, a rush of new memories surged forth. Was this not the recollection of his first 6 years in this life? Goodness, was this what luck entailed? It hurt. System, are you playing tricks on me? Though he lamented inwardly, Long Xiaoyu chose not to dwell on the incident, and the two short-legged boys dashed off with great speed. Please support by voting. A double update daily, each chapter exceeding 2,000 words, arriving promptly around 0:01. The early chapters may be weak. Feel free to skim through. After chapter 50, witness the protagonist's dazzling rise. Chapter 2, The Cube Spirit. The Spirit Hall was located at the heart of the village, and it didn't take long for them to arrive. However, upon their arrival, they found a considerable number of individuals already present. 6 children and a young man who appeared to be in his 20s, exuding an air of authority. No need to guess, given the grandeur of his attire in Holy Soul Village. This figure could only be Su Yuntao. "Why are you only just arriving? Are there others behind you?" Su Yuntao's expression was clearly displeased, feeling that waiting for a bunch of inept children was a waste of his valuable time. His displeasure rippled through the other children, casting unfriendly glances at the duo, particularly at Tang San, who was deemed a poor child. These two had truly brought shame upon Holy Soul Village. "We apologize, sir. We are late, but there are no more awakenings behind us." Long Xiaoyu spoke first, bowing slightly in apology to Su Yuntao. Had Tang San been the one to apologize, he would likely have faced ridicule from the others, which Long Xiaoyu wished to avoid. "Very well, you may join the line." Su Yuntao found it hard to hold a grudge against children, especially since Long Xiaoyu had admitted his fault promptly, earning his appreciation. After a brief admonition, he returned to the front of the group, standing tall with hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of gallantry. "I am Su Yuntao, a rank 26 Great Spirit Master in the Spirit Hall." Hearing the classic line spoken aloud filled Long Xiaoyu with a sense of nostalgia. If this were a dream, he sincerely wished not to awaken from it. Once Su Yuntao finished speaking, he retrieved the items necessary for the spirit awakening from his bag. 6 black stones and a palm-sized crystal ball. Continuing on, everything unfolded precisely as scripted. However, in the fleeting moment when Su Yuntao was possessed by the lone wolf, Long Xiaoyu took a step back in trepidation, having a basic understanding of the outcome, yet witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. Suddenly, an insatiable curiosity about this world surged within him. After the initial shock, a wave of elation washed over him. As an avowed atheist, Long Xiaoyu was naturally eager to discover what would awaken within him next. Luck 5, he thought, "You better put in some effort." After 6 ordinary martial spirits, Su Yuntao began to feel overwhelmed. Had he truly harbored such futile expectations? When it came to Tang San and his blue silvergrass, his disappointment deepened. Yet, Long Xiaoyu unmistakably beheld the Haotian hammer in Tang San's other hand, and goodness, its mere appearance exuded an air of refined elegance. Next, came Su Yuntao's voice, tinged with urgency, as if he wished to swiftly conclude this farce. "Uncle, you haven't conducted my spirit power test yet," Tang San interjected, frowning as he noticed Su Yuntao preparing to test Long Xiaoyu. Su Yuntao paused momentarily, then spoke with a slightly frosty tone. "No need for testing. The blue-silver grass martial spirit is utterly incapable of achieving greatness. Testing it would be pointless." But Uncle Tang San pressed again, his urgency palpable. "You, let him give it a try, Uncle. What if there's a surprise?" Long Xiaoyu chimed in with a smile. Thinking that Tang San hadn't yet been put in his place, how could he let such an opportunity slip by? Upon hearing Long Xiaoyu's anticipation, Tang San momentarily froze, and upon seeing the other blink and greet him, his spirits lifted considerably, greatly enhancing his fondness for Long Xiaoyu. As soon as Tang San's hand made contact with the crystal ball, His body jolted slightly, followed by an overwhelming suction emanating from the crystal. Fearful, he attempted to pull away, yet the crystal seemed glued to his hand, refusing to budge. While everyone watched in curiosity, the blue crystal ball suddenly illuminated, its resplendent brilliance leaving all in awe, especially the children, who regarded it as a treasure. While Long Xiaoyu exclaimed, "You must be a tool, this light is blindingly bright." Innate full spirit power. The spirit power released from Su Yuntao's hand flowed into the crystal ball, causing it to react as if repelled, abruptly forcing Tang San's palm away. At that moment, his gaze towards the boy before him transformed entirely. Innate full spirit power? Uncle, is that impressive? Here, we omit N-words as Su Yuntao tends to ramble excessively. Everyone understands. In summary, under Su Yuntao's explanation, astonishment spread among the crowd, as if they had just unlocked the door to a new world. Long Xiaoyu listened with rapt attention. After all, this was a first-hand commentary, far more engaging than any novel. As Su Yuntao's monologue reached a crescendo, Long Xiaoyu hastily interrupted, a hint of reproach in his tone. Wasn't he done yet? His luck 5 was still seated right here. I forgot, my apologies. Upon hearing the voice from behind, everyone turned to look. Su Yuntao, realizing he had completely overlooked Long Xiaoyu, felt a flush of embarrassment. How careless. He quickly offered an apology. Even Tang San, standing nearby, couldn't help but blush, awkwardly averting his gaze and scratching the back of his head, realizing he had been so preoccupied with his own matters that he had forgotten about Long Xiaoyu. Cough, cough, let's begin now. Having been taken aback by Tang San's revelation, Su Yuntao regarded Long Xiaoyu with newfound interest. This lad had arrived alongside the one with innate full spirit power, and considering the previous mention of surprises, could it be that this individual? With that thought, Long Xiaoyu felt a surge of enthusiasm, his fatigue dissipating in an instant. As Su Yuntao stepped forward, he eagerly infused his spirit power, and a golden radiance began to expand once more. What a delightful sensation! This was the first time Long Xiaoyu experienced such a miraculous power since arriving in this world. Compared to air conditioning, this warmth was infinitely more comforting, enveloping him in a cocoon of bliss. Oh, how delightful! This is exhilarating. After relishing the moment for a while, he sensed something flowing within him. All the warmth coalesced towards his right hand. Su Yuntao's eyes widened. The brilliance within Long Xiaoyu's golden aura was astonishing, rivaling that of Tang San's. What could it be? What could it be? Two voices echoed simultaneously in the hearts of Su Yuntao and Long Xiaoyu. Instinctively, Long Xiaoyu raised his right hand, and a silvery light began to materialize. What spirit would he possess? He was filled with anticipation. Everyone's eyes widened in eagerness, desperate to discern what lay within. Author, stay tuned for the next installment to discover what unfolds next. Readers group, let's beat him. Author, no. My face can't handle the damage. Chapter 3. The golden scales are not mere pawn creatures. Long Xiaoyu found himself momentarily dazed by the silver cube. Could it be that he was destined to seek the legendary Rainbow Sea? This should be a tool martial spirit, Su Yuntao remarked, clearly unfamiliar with the object. As soon as he spoke, he realized he had uttered something rather obvious. Anyone with eyes could see that. Though its nature eluded him, it seemed unlikely to be anything less than decent. After witnessing Tang San's example, he dared not judge the strength of a martial spirit solely based on the intensity of its glow. A sheen of perspiration broke out on Su Yuntao's forehead, worried that a nearby child might inquire about the nature of the object. Uncle, what is this? The first to ask was Tang San, whose insatiable curiosity about the unknown compelled him to dig deeper. Didn't I just say? It's a tool, martial spirit. As he spoke, a hint of coldness flickered in Su Yuntao's gaze directed at Tang San, signaling that he ought not to pry further. Heat. Long Xiaoyu, however, was unperturbed, twisting the silver cube in his hands as though it were indeed a true cube. Upon grasping the cube, he felt an immediate sense of familiarity, soon captivated by the designs adorning its surfaces. 6 faces depicted a hammer, a dragon's head, a blade of grass, a skull, a flame, and a figure of a person. How intriguing. What exactly is this? A compelling urge to experiment on the spot surged within me, yet I curbed that impulse due to Su Yuntao's presence. Little one, how do you feel about your martial soul? Are you aware of its purpose? Unable to suppress my curiosity as I watched the other fumble with it for quite some time, I inquired. Though I could discern little about the martial soul, I felt a resonance with its master. This young lad should have at least some inkling of its significance. I'm not sure. By the way, uncle, Could you test my soul power? Following a fleeting instinct, I stored the magic cube away, and then Long Xiaoyu gazed at me with those large, captivating eyes. Very well. I sighed, seeing his reluctance to speak. I casually extended the blue crystal ball towards Long Xiaoyu. The moment he made contact with the crystal ball, an unexpected force emanated from it, reminiscent of the sensation Tian Heng experienced, like a vacuum cleaner drawing against his skin. The orb instantly illuminated, shining with a brightness akin to an energy-efficient light bulb, startling him into a frantic attempt to discard this orb that seemed to siphon his energy. Another one with innate full soul power. I swiftly retrieved the blue crystal ball from his grasp, my heart racing in astonishment. It seemed as if they either had none or were clustered together. Such occurrences were too much for my heart to bear. At that moment, Tang San's gaze towards Long Xiaoyu shifted, filled with a mix of joy and confusion. Could it be that this individual was truly a genius, or perhaps, like himself, had also been reborn? Regardless of which, Long Xiaoyu's standing in Tang San's eyes had undoubtedly risen after today. Child, would you care to accompany me to the Martial Soul Hall in Notting City? It offers benefits beyond your imagination. Having just completed the test, I extended an olive branch to Long Xiaoyu with a smile. Compared to Tang San's blue silver grass, I held greater faith in the potential of this unfamiliar martial soul before me. Upon hearing my proposal, the surrounding children gasped in awe, their eyes toward Long Xiaoyu filled with jealousy and envy. Meanwhile, Tang San remained composed. He knew he still had another martial soul yet to reveal, and if he did, perhaps Su Yutao would extend the same opportunity to him. Faced with this scenario, Long Xiaoyu appeared somewhat bewildered, realizing that accepting would likely mean joining the Martial Soul Hall. I'm sorry, but I'm not quite ready for that yet. Long Xiaoyu took a step back, bowing in apology, humbling herself as much as possible. After all, she lacked the protection of her father. Should she provoke the other party, there would be no one to stand in her way. Ah, child, are you certain? The Spirit Hall boasts the largest number of soul masters on the continent. If you agree to join us, your future will be boundless. Su Yuntao assumed that the other party did not grasp his meaning and thus spoke more directly. This declaration elicited envy from those around, who expressed their desire to join as well, yet none could catch her attention. I'm sorry, but I have not yet made a decision. As the other party drew closer, Long Xiaoyu retreated another step, earnestly apologizing. With Tang San, her path was clear. However, venturing into the Spirit Hall, though formidable, required her to navigate the path step by step. She chose to seek stability. Very well. After being rejected twice, even with his good temper, Su Yutao felt a twinge of frustration. The Spirit Hall, a prodigy with innate full soul power. He almost scolded her ignorance but softened upon seeing Long Xiaoyu's submissive demeanor. After all, she was merely a child. Once his mood had shifted, Su Yuntao inquired again. Very well. What is your name? The Spirit Hall welcomes you at any time. Long Xiaoyu. The name Long Xiaoyu is destined to leave an indelible impression on all present and will ultimately be revered by the entire continent. Tang San pondered for a considerable time, gazing at the other's upright figure, no longer treating him as a mere child. Even after 2 rejections, he maintained his composure and dignity when it mattered most. Such restraint at such a young age speaks volumes of his extraordinary character. Before long, the gates of the Spirit Hall swung open, and old Jack turned around. His face etched with anxiety as he approached the master to inquire about their village's prospects this year. Su Yutao cast a glance at him, offering a wry smile as he replied, not just one, but 2 innate full spirit power individuals. Although one possesses the blue silver grass spirit, the other wields an unprecedented weapon spirit. Old Jack appeared visibly astonished, questioning incredulously, Master, are you jesting with me? 2 innate full spirit powers. Humph. How could I possibly joke about such matters? That Long Xiaoyu, you should truly consider him. The golden-scaled fish is not merely a creature of the pond. You understand this principle, do you not? Joining the Spirit Hall is undoubtedly his best choice. Though it was unwise to express anger towards Long Xiaoyu, old Jack, having provoked his ire, naturally received no pleasant response. What? The golden-scaled fish is not merely a creature of the pond? Jack struggled to comprehend the gravity of Long Xiaoyu's evaluation. He had been eagerly anticipating the emergence of more spirit masters from their village, only to be confronted with the overwhelming prowess of this individual. Oh, by the way, what about the other one? Who is he? Is the blue silver grass truly incapable of cultivation? Having absorbed the shocking news about Long Xiaoyu, Jack suddenly recalled the mention of the second individual and hastily inquired again. The other one is that lad. As for whether the blue silver grass can cultivate, old Jack, Perhaps you should focus your attention on Long Xiaoyu. He may very well elevate the name of your Holy Spirit village. After being rebuffed and having his sore spot touched by old Jack, there was little inclination to elaborate further. He continued to mention Long Xiaoyu's name, hoping the significance would not be lost on him. Chapter 4. The Enlightened Tongue Grandfather Jack. Long Xiaoyu approached old Jack, hastily offering him support. His upbringing in a past life instilled in him a deep-seated respect for the elderly, and old Jack was the one who had brought him here. Without him, this body would have long since turned to dust. Moreover, he was somewhat influenced by the memories of this body, which fostered a sense of reverence towards old Jack. Ah, Xiaoyu, I never anticipated your talent to be so remarkable. Ha ha, your grandfather is proud of you. Jack affectionately stroked Long Xiaoyu's head, his gaze brimming with warmth. A golden-scaled fish is not merely a creature of the pond. Regardless of the circumstances, Xiaoyu's fate should not be dictated by others. At most, I am merely a guardian. The path ahead is for Xiaoyu to choose for himself. After the crowd dispersed, Tang San returned to his home. As Xiaoyu usually mingled freely with everyone, it was inevitable that he would be the subject of admiration from his peers after this display of prowess. It wasn't until dinner that he was finally able to escape their praises. Several young ladies cast adoring glances at Long Xiaoyu, making him feel somewhat awkward. They were not even as beautiful as the class flower from his previous life, yet they sought to pursue him. Although Long Xiaoyu considered his aspirations modest, he still found himself enamored with those of celestial beauty. At the very least, they could be deemed goddesses. Seated around a modest wooden table with old Jack, the array of dishes was plentiful. In the memories of this body, it had been a year since he had tasted more than a few morsels of meat. Yet today, inexplicably, nearly every dish contained meat. Gazing at Long Xiaoyu, old Jack smiled contentedly, his wrinkled face radiating reassurance as he said, "Go ahead and eat. This old man can hardly manage these anymore. Xiaoyu, you are in your growing years. Eat plenty of meat. These were brought by our neighbors. Once you've made a name for yourself, remember to return here often." Old Jack's demeanor was reminiscent of a farewell, stirring a multitude of emotions within Long Xiaoyu. He nodded in response and began to eat heartily. Though the people here were strangers to him, this was the first home he had in this world. Even if it were not for the unfamiliar faces, it was enough to honor the place of his birth. In the future, if he truly made a name for himself, he would certainly not neglect this place. The atmosphere fell into a prolonged silence. The only sound echoing in the small room was that of clattering utensils. Old Jack took a few bites but seemed to be lost in thought, as if his attention lay elsewhere. He eventually set down his chopsticks and, noticing Long Xiaoyu's eating pace slowing, inquired, "Xiaoyu, do you have any plans?" "Plans? Grandfather, you decide. I am indifferent," Long Xiaoyu replied, placing his utensils down as well. His words were sincere and devoid of hesitation. Just having arrived in this world, he had no other intentions but to follow the storyline and quietly play the role of a diligent student. "Haha, Xiaoyu, your trust in me brings me joy. However, some matters must be decided by you alone. Do you understand?" Long Xiaoyu's words left Jack momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this little one would place such trust in him. With tears brimming in his eyes, he spoke. "Then let me accompany Tang San to the Nodding Academy for training. I believe that as two individuals emerging from the same village, we should look out for one another." Long Xiaoyu feigned contemplation before responding, acknowledging that although he would be subjected to the displays of affection from Tang San and Zhao Wu, he too would seek his own serendipitous encounter. He believed that somewhere in the world, a Snow White awaited him, a girl of unparalleled beauty. Ding. Luck 5. With the hidden effect of wishes coming true triggering for the third time. Due to the immense causality of this effect, Luck 5 would not be triggered again within a year. Huh? At that moment, from the depths of the Douluo forest, a towering figure suddenly emerged from the water, sending waves powerful enough to topple the surrounding trees. Under the moonlight, amidst a cacophony of noise, a creature with the head of an ox and the body of a serpent stood majestically, speaking with human words and gazing wide-eyed at the white snow that had suddenly appeared above the forest. Meanwhile, the lake below was eerily calm, with silver patterns rippling across its surface. Brother, what's the matter?" The Titan great ape, somewhat bewildered, glanced at the figure. After 100,000 years, certain things had long slipped his mind. "I, the king, have awakened." Ha. The laughter of the heavenly blue bull python echoed through the heavens, sending the surrounding spirit beast scattering in fear. My king? Are you referring to?" The Titan great ape pondered for a moment, suddenly recalling something, and his eyes widened as he looked in that direction. Boom. The tranquil lake surface erupted, its sound echoing even in the outskirts of the Douluo forest. waking many from their slumber, leaving them with a lingering dread that sleep would elude them that night. As the waves receded, a girl's figure emerged from the center of the lake. Her silvery hair danced in the wind, each strand resembling exquisite silver threads, cascading down her back and revealing her beautiful profile. Though only her side was visible, her high nose bridge and captivating lavender eyes were strikingly prominent, embodying what seemed to be the most perfect creation of the divine. Snowflakes fell upon her, transforming into adornments, while the waves danced around her, forming her skirt, as if all of nature had succumbed to her presence. Quickly approaching, the heavenly blue bull python was taken aback. Am I getting old, or what? Shouldn't the king be the magnificent silver dragon king, capable of casting shadows over the sun? Where are the promised mighty wings and claws strong enough to crush any creature? Along with that disdainful gaze, has he suddenly transformed? Before he could ponder further, the girl opened her eyes, her beautiful gaze turning towards him, revealing a hint of confusion mixed with fear. She was unaware of how she had ended up there or what she had done previously. All she felt was a calling deep within her. Without lingering, she summoned the remnants of her divine power, transforming into a pair of enormous silver wings, soaring into the sky, leaving the two beasts behind still in shock. Brother, where's our king? By the time the Titan Great Ape arrived, the girl had already vanished. Perhaps something important came up. Legend has it that within the Star Doe forest resides the king of spirit beasts, a manifestation of the dragon god, the Silver Dragon King. It is said that upon his awakening, he would lead the spirit beast army to reclaim dominion over the continent. However, this was merely knowledge passed down from the elder generations. To think that in his lifetime, the legendary king would awaken. Yet, why did it feel somewhat different from what the elders had described? How awkward. Chapter 5. Imitation in the stillness of the night, under the brilliance of a full moon. Stars began to emerge, one by one. Although they could not match the moon's radiance, their twinkling presence could not be overlooked. After old Jack had fallen asleep, close to midnight, Long Xiaoyu stealthily slipped out of his room, gently closing the door to avoid waking him. Upon reaching an open area and confirming that no one was around, Long Xiaoyu let out a sigh and summoned the silver cube. Unlike in the morning, the cube glowed even more brightly under the moonlight, captivating him. After staring at it for a while, a cold breeze slipped through his sleeves, piercing his chest and jolting him from his daze. Wow, this is incredible! In an instant, an enthralling sensation enveloped him, piquing his curiosity about the cube's power. He attempted to channel his soul power into it, watching as the cube began to flicker in front of him. With widened eyes, Long Xiaoyu anticipated its transformation and wondered what kind of power it held. The cube flickered for 5 minutes, and his emotions shifted from expectation to confusion, eventually leading to despair. What the heck? Is the system playing tricks on me? Is this just a glowing cube? Is it afraid I want to have light to play with at night? After a fruitless experiment, Long Xiaoyu gritted his teeth, intending to throw the cube to the ground. However, he couldn't bring himself to do it. After all, it was his martial spirit, his own child. He couldn't let it be harmed. Okay, just hold on. Maybe I'm not using it correctly. After some self-reassurance, hope reignited within him as he channeled his soul power again. Crack. The cube began to rotate at his fingertips. Surely, there had to be some trigger conditions. Believe in yourself. 5 minutes later. Sigh? It's surprisingly bright at night. I'm here to experiment with my martial spirit, not to play. Rising to his feet, he resolved to toss the cube away. System. A blue-silver grass martial spirit would be better than this. A full innate soul power with a useless martial spirit. My life is over. Long Xiaoyu's heart sank into despair. Yet, just as he was about to throw it away, the cube began to change. Whoosh! A silver light burst forth, and the cube disassembled. Upon reassembling, it transformed into a blue-silver grass. Stunned by the sudden transformation, Long Xiaoyu quickly reeled in the blue-silver grass and scrutinized it closely. It resembled Tang's sands. He felt a familiar connection to this blue-silver grass, akin to the bond he shared with the cube. Could it be Tian hammer? Whoosh! The blue-silver grass disassembled again, revealing a Tian hammer before his eyes. Long Xiaoyu, filled with excitement, found himself momentarily speechless. Bouncing in place to express his joy, the majestic form of a white tiger materialized behind him as he invoked its power. A surge of confidence overwhelming him, he felt capable of striking down a bull with a single blow. How astonishing! It became clear that the cube, a mimicry of sorts, represented the 6 categories of martial souls. Could it be that the manifestation of his desires had been triggered? Incredible! I adore you, system. Long Xiaoyu was oblivious to the rapid shift in his demeanor, which changed faster than turning a page. Just a slight difference. Sausages. Yet, the cube remained unresponsive. Huh? Sausages. Long Xiaoyu raised his voice once more, but still, the cube did not react. Alas, it seemed that the food category was beyond reach. Although mildly disappointed, his elation ultimately overshadowed his regret. The absence of a food category among the 6 types was insignificant. It appeared that his hopes of free food and drink were dashed. Behold my 6-winged heaven. Suddenly, dizziness struck, leaving him feeling lightheaded. As he contemplated further attempts, a wave of vertigo washed over him, causing the cube to shrink and return to his body. He felt faint, quickly sitting down to meditate for recovery. He surmised that this sensation stemmed from excessive use of soul power. After all, he had been transforming his martial soul back and forth for nearly 10 minutes. For someone like him, still new to the realm of martial souls, sustaining such immense soul power consumption was nearly impossible. After a considerable rest, he had initially planned to retire for the night after his martial soul experiments, but little did he know that the system had a grand surprise in store for him. His weariness was instantly replaced by exhilaration. With steady development, ascending to divinity was not beyond the realm of possibility. Of course, that was a matter for the future. For now, the priority was to test his martial soul, particularly the ability to fly, an aspiration many had yearned for in his previous life. If only I had a pair of wings, but I need not dwell on hypotheticals. Once his soul power had sufficiently recovered, Long Xiaoyu eagerly shouted, "Four-eyed cat eagle." The cube instantly transformed successfully. With the wings of his martial soul unfurling, he lifted off the ground, his heart racing with tumultuous excitement. This was even more shocking than his arrival in Douluo. To fly, who would have thought he would one day ascend to the skies? Well, this is flight. He felt an extraordinary connection with his martial soul, as if he truly had grown wings. Fluttering, with a powerful flap, he soared towards the heavens. How marvelous! He was unsure to whom he was speaking, but his heart longed to shout, "Flight, sky, here I come." A sense of freedom surged within him. Meanwhile, on another front, a swift sound pierced the air, accompanied by a silver figure darting across the sky like a shooting star, leaving behind a beautiful arc of light. The water-colored shield surrounding the girl protected her from the chill of the rushing wind. In less than half a day, she had traversed the distance from the Stardow Forest to Nodding City, a speed that would make even the renowned titled Douluo, known for their swiftness, feel inadequate. The girl's beautiful face bore a hint of urgency, her crescent-shaped eyebrows furrowing in confusion. Who was it ahead of her? What was calling her? Who am I? Returning to Long Xiaoyu, he laughed. Ha ha ha. Prepare for judgment, for I am but a tiny bird. He reveled in the wondrous sensation of flying. Lost in the experience as he performed aerial maneuvers, hovered in midair, dove, raced with imaginary birds, and perched atop tree tips, attempting every fanciful trick he could think of. Alas, the only thing he had yet to experience was a crash. What a jest! Just as he was lost in his merriment, he failed to notice a star-like object swiftly approaching ahead. Beyond the 0 point, congratulations, today's luck won. Boom. Crash landing successful. Chapter 6. Giyuna Chapter 6. Giyuna Long Xiaoyu was abruptly hurled through the air, a whirl of chaos enveloping him as his consciousness began to fade. The four-eyed cat hawk wings that adorned him transformed once more into the enigmatic cube, merging back into his being. What is happening to me? It hurts. I feel utterly wretched. Am I destined to perish? Truly, I have cursed myself with this ill fate. However, the anticipated sensation of plummeting never arrived. Instead, it felt as if he were cradled by something soft. In the twilight of his slumber, he caught a whiff of an exquisite fragrance, one potent enough to ignite his very hormones. It was pure. This must be a maiden. He inhaled deeply, his eyes widening. The fragrance jolted his fading awareness back to life. Ah, this aroma, I'm utterly enchanted. Before he could ponder further, a pair of delicate lavender-hued eyes gazed down upon him, their expression laced with a hint of curiosity. Is it truly him? Is he the one calling to me? Long Xiaoyu was bewildered. His heart raced as if the entire world had come to a standstill. The goddess. At that moment, the exquisite beauty of the girl was laid bare before Long Xiaoyu, the distant moon and twinkling stars seemingly illuminating her presence alone. From now on, the child shall be named Long Meili. Upon their first encounter, he felt as though his heart could no longer harbor anything else for the girl before him. He would willingly sacrifice everything. Just as King Zhou was prepared to relinquish his kingdom for Daji, he too harbored such aspirations. Daring to confront the entirety of the Douluo continent and the highest celestial realms for her sake. One gazed at the surroundings while the other focused intently on the other. Noticing the girl's cheeks flush, he showed no intention of diverting his gaze. Before long, the girl, embodying the spirit of a heroic savior, gently descended from the heavens with Long Xiaoyu in her arms, placing him on the ground. She then lowered her head and stepped back a few paces. Unwilling to meet his gaze, nor did she desire his eyes upon her. She appeared somewhat bashful or perhaps timid. Long Xiaoyu took a moment to steady his breath before rising to his feet. As the other party retreated a few steps, he finally disowned her entirely and was momentarily taken aback. If this were a dream, may it never end, I would rather perish. Her cascading silver hair flowed down to her ankles, not only smooth but also possessing a texture reminiscent of shimmering silver crystals. Clad in a harmonious palette of white, silver, pale blue, and lavender, her attire featured sheer white fabric, azure accessories, and a delicate lavender hem, all of which complemented her ethereal presence, making her seem untouchable. Long Xiaoyu found himself in awe of the designer, as such simplicity and color accentuated the girl's inherent grace, and modest embellishments elegantly outlined her flawless silhouette. As blood trickled from his nose, Long Xiaoyu hastily came to his senses, his face flushed with embarrassment. He quickly wiped away the blood and, after a prolonged silence, lifted his gaze to her, speaking, "You," but before he could finish, the girl stepped back once more. This movement startled Long Xiaoyu, prompting him to exclaim, "Do not be afraid, I mean no harm." He took a step back himself, signaling her to feel at ease. The girl slightly raised her head, observing his retreat, and her previously clenched hands relaxed, her entire body easing somewhat. "You are?" Long Xiaoyu inquired, perplexed by the presence of this girl, who appeared to be of similar age. When had such a captivating figure graced the world of Douluo? He could not recall any mention by the author. The girl remained silent, merely shaking her head, her silvery hair dancing in the breeze. She was unaware of her identity, only knowing that someone was calling to her, and that someone was Long Xiaoyu. Unknown? Then from whence do you come? Do you not know? Long Xiaoyu pressed, contemplating whether this child had lost her memory or was simply reluctant to disclose it. This time, the girl did not shake her head. Instead, she lifted her alabaster arm and pointed with her delicate fingers in the direction behind her. Long Xiaoyu felt somewhat bewildered. Was this for real? The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward as he attempted to flirt with the girl, yet her icy demeanor left him momentarily at a loss for words. "Ah, right. I am Long Xiaoyu. How should I address you, beautiful? That sounds rather strange. Do you know, if I may be so bold, can I temporarily refer to you as Guyu?" After much hesitation, and for reasons unknown, Long Xiaoyu finally settled on a suitable moniker. However, perhaps due to the distance between them, he found himself nearly shouting each time he spoke, which startled the girl, prompting her to nod nervously. Please don't be afraid. I assure you, I am not a bad person." Indeed, he was not a villain. He merely harbored a desire for her. He chuckled mischievously. As Long Xiaoyu endeavored to close the gap, the girl seemed poised to take a step back but inexplicably withdrew her foot. Yet, when he reached within 3 meters, she quickly halted him, her movements tinged with trepidation. "Phew, don't be scared. I truly mean no harm. By the way, how is it that you can soar through the skies? Have you attained the rank of title Douluo?" Long Xiaoyu smiled and paused his steps, feeling that being allowed this close was sufficient. Gazing at the divine figure before him, he found himself entranced. Although he had not witnessed the swiftness of her movements, it was evident that she surpassed him greatly in speed. Furthermore, with her wings allowing her to soar, he could not help but speculate. The girl shook her head. Uncertain of her own motivations, she merely felt compelled to come over, as if guided by an unseen force. Sighing, he realized that a silent girl, regardless of her beauty, posed a challenge for someone like Long Xiaoyu, who had always been an outsider in matters of the heart. The two stood there in an awkward silence until Long Xiaoyu decided to sit down, gazing at the moonlight while occasionally stealing glances at the girl beside him. The breeze stirred her skirt and sleeves, her silver hair flowing gracefully, rendering her a striking figure against the backdrop of the night. "Are you not leaving?" Long Xiaoyu inquired, his heart fluttering with apprehension. Some matters he would inevitably have to confront, and perhaps by asking now, he might salvage the situation. The girl shook her head and crouched down, a motion that inadvertently revealed a glimpse beneath her skirt, causing his face to flush instantly. He quickly turned away, striving to maintain his composure and suppress any thoughts that might lead to further embarrassment. In the tranquil night, a sweet voice emerged beside him, prompting him to turn abruptly. To his surprise, she was not mute. The girl lifted her gaze, her lovely, clear eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity as she tilted her head. Her hair fell softly, framing her enchanting face, which added an air of adorableness to her beauty. Long Xiaoyu's heart raced uncontrollably, and he found himself hopelessly drawn to the captivating girl before him. Long Xiaoyu, a name that feels unfamiliar, yet Long, The girl is perplexed. Chapter 7. The Birth of the Dragon Rider. Did you just call my name? Long Xiaoyu appeared somewhat agitated, leaning slightly closer to the other party. What is your name, Long Xiaoyu? Guyu inquired, unfazed by the gesture. Indeed, it's Long Xiaoyu. Legend has it that the dragon jade is the most precious scale of the sacred giant dragon. Thus, my father bestowed upon me the name Long Xiaoyu, hoping that I would be blessed by the mighty dragon. As he mentioned his name, a sense of pride welled up within Long Xiaoyu, who chuckled cheerfully. Although his parents were no longer present, the love embedded in the name they gave him continued to envelop him. Guyu lowered his head, pondering for quite some time before raising it again, curiously asking, is the most precious thing of the sacred giant dragon you? The term dragon evokes an inexplicable sensation within her, igniting a fervent desire to uncover further mysteries. Do I appear to be an object? Wait. It seems inappropriate to consider myself as such. Indeed, I am not an object. No sooner had she uttered this thought than she realized something was amiss, hastily attempting to amend her words. Yet, this inquiry led her into a cul-de-sac, provoking an outburst from Long Xiaoyu. The sudden frenzy startled Guyu, causing her to tremble slightly, instinctively stepping aside to distance herself from the eccentricity of the moment, cherishing her life. Wait, do not be afraid, I am an object. I am indeed an object. Long Xiaoyu's desperate attempt to stabilize the situation elicited surprise from the girl. As she endeavored to calm her, he brazenly conceded to her assertion. May the other world be devoid of myriad cliches. However, just as this notion crossed his mind, the girl's subsequent words left him momentarily speechless. What exactly are you? Guyu's tone was flat, devoid of any malice, yet it struck Long Xiaoyu hard. Having just traversed into this realm, her words pierced his heart, despite knowing it was not intentional. Oh dear friend. Beautiful lady, let us cease this frivolity. Long Xiaoyu presented a woeful expression. It was your suggestion, she remarked. Please, let us move on. Silence enveloped the air once more. After Guyu's outburst, Long Xiaoyu felt the pressing need to reorganize his thoughts to avoid further embarrassment. And you, Guyu? After a prolonged silence, the girl spoke again. Guyu? Indeed, what is your name? The girl shook her head. None. Have you lost your memory? She nodded. Observing her demeanor, Long Xiaoyu found himself perplexed. How could one capable of flight also suffer from amnesia? What madness is this? Am I truly benefiting from a wife without cost? Long Xiaoyu was filled with excitement. Very well, I shall refer to you as Guyu, Guyuna. Renowned as the most beautiful girl in the Douluo continent. The sight before him easily evoked thoughts of the Silver Dragon King from the legend of the Dragon King. Guyuna. However, it was still too early for Guyuna to awaken. The girl before him, who seemed to be of a similar age, was likely not her. If she were to awaken prematurely, this world would surely be in chaos. Guyuna, with a soft exclamation. Guyu suddenly felt a sharp pain in her head. Guyuna, yes, that was indeed her name. Yet, apart from this intense sensation, no other memory surfaced. What's wrong? Are you all right? Upon noticing the girl's sudden discomfort, Long Xiaoyu disregarded any boundaries and hurriedly inquired. I am Guyuna, she repeated, this time uttering her true name. Realizing her genuine identity, it seemed that this boy had indeed summoned her, and she no longer resisted his proximity. Well, Guyu is such a lovely name, Long Xiaoyu remarked, remaining blissfully unaware of anything amiss, still beaming with a smile. As night deepened, the moonlight remained unchanged. Yet the temperature gradually plummeted. A gentle breeze swept through, causing Long Xiaoyu to shiver in the cold. Glancing at the seemingly frail Guyuna, who appeared equally chilled, he noticed her lower her head and tremble. The moonlight illuminated her figure, igniting within him a desire to embrace her for warmth. Yet, he himself was freezing. This made him recall a story from his past life about an ex-boyfriend who had succumbed to the cold. He certainly did not wish to share a similar fate of being frozen for eternity. Aren't you going home? Long Xiaoyu asked, his speech slightly slurred due to the cold. I have no home, Guyuna replied quietly, bowing her head. Then where are you heading? The girl questioned. Didn't you summon me? Cough, cough. How could that be possible? I possess no such ability. Upon hearing this, he suddenly recalled the system's prompt and awkwardly attempted to defend himself. Although he was unsure why he felt compelled to do so, the question left him feeling inexplicably uneasy. Is that so? Then I shall take my leave, Guyuna declared, rising to depart. Wait, perhaps it was indeed I who called for you. Seeing her attempt to leave, Long Xiaoyu grew anxious. He could not allow such a captivating girl to slip away. Resolutely, he decided that since there were no authorities in this world, deceiving his future wife was a trivial matter. Did you not just say? I remember now. It was I who called for you. Oh, and what was the purpose of summoning me? That is a temporary secret. Suffice it to say, I am the one you seek. Oh, thus, through their back-and-forth exchange, Gu Yuna found herself thoroughly ensnared by him. Long Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment. While she had indeed decided to stay, the question remained. Should she bring her back to the village? Such a beautiful girl would certainly attract attention. Is there anything you possess that could obscure your appearance? Furthermore, what about your physique? This was not solely to prevent Gu Yu from drawing undue attention from others. It also stemmed from his own subtle selfishness. Such stunning beauty was something he wished to admire in solitude. Upon hearing the request, Gu Yu raised a hand, and a silvery force emanated from her fingertips, resembling silver sand cascading over the surrounding branches and flora. Before long, the branches and blossoms seemed to respond. As glimmers of starlight-like elemental energy ascended from the plants, earth, and stones toward Gu Yuna, a loose, earthy-toned garment enveloped her entire being. While her flowing silver hair was gathered into a ponytail by a delicate green ribbon, her face was partially concealed by a silver mask. Yet, even with this seemingly ordinary disguise, Gu Yuna's allure was not something mere attire could fully obscure. Goodness, are you certain you are not a titled Douluo? Long Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned by this display of power. What on earth? So formidable? The elements of heaven and earth weave garments for you. Could it be that you are a hidden titled Douluo? Speaking of which, how could you not use that ability after being frozen like that? Bewildered. Chapter 8. You must be Gu Yuna with the crisp sound of stepping on fallen leaves. Long Xiaoyu quickly led the girl back to his room under the cover of night. Although he yearned to hold her hand, he lacked the courage. Feeling rather shameless for wanting to do so soon after their meeting, shaking his head to regain composure, he gently closed the door behind him, only to find Gu Yuna standing there, wrapped up tightly, gazing intently at him as if awaiting his command. Despite her being bundled up, the visual impact that Gu Yuna had on Long Xiaoyu was indelibly etched in his memory, constantly reminding him of her unparalleled beauty. After staring for a while, Gu Yuna shyly turned her head away, prompting Long Xiaoyu to scold himself internally. Clearing his throat, he hastily gestured towards the bed and said, "Ahem. You can sleep on the bed." "Oh," Gu Yuna replied, then promptly seated herself on the bed, preparing to sleep. "Could you not be a bit more modest?" Long Xiaoyu found himself at a loss for words at her demeanor. He had hoped she might suggest they share the bed. Confronted with reality, he laid out a straw mat without any covering and resolutely lay down. It was cold. The warmth from his body dissipated, and he trembled in his sleep. Suddenly, something warm pressed down on him, halting his shivers and enveloping him in comfort. When morning arrived, the sun gradually ascended, and the first rays of light streamed through the window. At this time, Long Xiaoyu should have been up to help old Jack with breakfast. However, today, old Jack unexpectedly did not wake him, but instead prepared the meal alone. Let him rest well for now. The path ahead would be for him to traverse alone. As the village began to stir with activity, Jack called out, "Xiaoyu, rise and shine." Got it," Long Xiaoyu mumbled. Although waking early had become a reflex, his soul still belonged to the homebody of his past life, making it impossible for him to rise before the sun was high in the sky. Lazily acknowledging old Jack's call, he turned to resume his slumber. However, what is this? Although his mind was somewhat foggy, he recalled covering Gu Yuna with the blanket the previous night. When had it ended up on him? Suddenly alert, he turned to Gu Yuna, who was sitting on the bed in a daze, and asked, "Did you not cover yourself with the blanket last night?" Gu Yuna shook her head. Seeing her response, Long Xiaoyu felt no sense of emotional turmoil, but rather a sudden alarm. "You didn't tea with the bed, did you?" Long Xiaoyu was taken aback. "I feel like I don't need to sleep." Gu Yuna felt insulted, turning her violet eyes away from him, unwilling to meet his gaze. She had initially intended to sleep, yet felt as though she had already rested for a long time and no longer required it. Not resting? So impressive. "Are you sure you're not a Douluo?" Long Xiaoyu questioned once more. "Xiaoyu." "Oh, coming," he responded, pulled from his shock by old Jack's voice. However, before he could step outside, old Jack entered the room. "Huh? Who is this girl?" "Xiaoyu. You." Old Jack instinctively glanced at Long Xiaoyu's bed, where a girl, entirely wrapped up, sat curled up with her body. Long Xiaoyu, holding the blanket, appeared as if he had been caught in the act. Old Jack nearly collapsed from shock. Grandpa, you misunderstood." I. Seeing old Jack holding his shoes, Long Xiaoyu realized he had been misinterpreted. "I am a man of virtue. Is there any way to explain this? Please, tell me." At that moment, a tiny insect suddenly veered in midair, darting straight for Long Xiaoyu's nose. Achoo, achoo, achoo. After 3 sneezes, the little bulb of Long Xiaoyu has illuminated. Alas! Long Xiaoyu slapped her thigh and let out a sudden sigh. Old Jack was evidently startled by her actions. What on earth had come over this young one? Alas, grandfather, this matter is rather lengthy to explain. So I shall be brief and share my tale with you gradually. Long Xiaoyu prattled on for nearly 10 minutes, transforming what was clearly an aviation disaster into a melodrama reminiscent of the Titanic. In his heart, he couldn't help but praise this stroke of luck, feeling that even the world's finest support systems paled in comparison. Right, Guyu? Observing that Grandpa Jack appeared momentarily taken aback, Long Xiaoyu felt a sense of relief wash over him, turning his gaze to signal Gu Yuna. However, Gu Yuna averted her eyes, genuinely repulsed by the look Long Xiaoyu cast her way. Alas, poor child. Yet, this gesture made it evident to Jack that he was reluctant to revisit the sorrowful memories of his past. He shook his head with a sigh. And when he looked at Gu Yuna again, his gaze was filled with affection. He beckoned the two to begin their meal, all the while expressing concern for Gu Yuna, inquiring if the food was to her liking, whether she needed a drink, and so forth. Gu Yuna's responses were consistently limited to a simple or a nod or shake of her head. This left old Jack in an awkward silence, unsure of what to say next, prompting him to turn back to Long Xiaoyu. By the way, Xiaoyu, I've made a decision. I want you and Xiao San to become work-study students at Nottingham Academy. You're right, the two children can look out for each other. Yes, that sounds good. Whatever you decide, Grandpa, Long Xiaoyu replied without hesitation. However, he then glanced at Gu Yuna, wondering if she would be willing to accompany them. He wished to protect this girl at all times, to become the person she could rely on most. After the meal, Gu Yuna had barely touched her food, and when Grandpa Jack inquired about it, she remained silent. Long Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment before deciding to ask her directly, "What's wrong? Is it not to your taste?" Gu Yuna shook her head, seemingly reluctant to engage with him. Long Xiaoyu felt a tinge of disappointment, but he quickly composed himself. After all, it was merely the first day. There was no need for haste. By the way, what is your martial soul? And how many spirit rings do you possess? He continued to inquire, curious about whether the other party was indeed a titled Douluo. Gu Yuna pondered for a moment, closed her eyes, and extended her right hand. With a flourish, a silver spear materialized, long and slender, adorned with glimmering silver scales that were symmetrically arranged in hexagonal patterns. The spear featured a pointed tip, roughly the length of Long Xiaoyu's arm, tapering into a refined, elongated conical shape. At this sight, Long Xiaoyu was utterly taken aback. "You are Gu Yuna, aren't you?" he asked again, his forehead beaded with sweat, his gaze filled with complexity as he looked at the masked girl before him. "Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna. She was half of the mightiest being in the divine realm. Wasn't it said that she wouldn't awaken for tens of thousands of years? What the heck? This is serious. One cannot simply act out such a dramatic revelation." "Well, you didn't know?" Gu Yuna gripped the silver dragon spear tightly, instantly exuding an air of formidable elegance. Her violet eyes bore into him, revealing a blend of icy resolve and a hint of perplexity. "Ah, yes, right. You've captivated me once more." Long Xiaoyu awkwardly chuckled, deciding to play along for now, hoping that a stroke of luck would see him through this day. "Captivated?" Gu Yuna murmured, then quickly turned her head away. The mask concealed half her face, yet through her flowing hair, Long Xiaoyu could detect a trace of shyness. "Well, I am utterly smitten. I would risk my life for a chance with such a lady," he thought. "Grandfather, can we add another student worker? Guyu is exceptional." Upon learning that Gu Yuna was indeed the Silver Dragon King and appeared to suffer from some memory lapse, Long Xiaoyu felt no fear but rather elation. Rushing over to Old Jack, "Guyu?" Old Jack set down what he was holding and cast a dubious glance at Long Xiaoyu, questioning how formidable a young girl could truly be. "Guyu, reveal your martial soul." Without a word, Gu Yuna extended her hand, and the silver dragon spear appeared in an instant. Old Jack was taken aback. The weapon was an exquisite martial soul, resembling a work of art. Yet the faint glimmer emanating from it seemed to warn him not to be deceived by its beauty, prompting him to involuntarily take a step back. "Grandfather, this is a bona fide combat-type martial soul. Judging by its appearance, its spirit power level must be quite impressive, although I have not tested her spirit power. Given Gu Yuna's strength, it is not beyond reason to assume she possesses innate full spirit power. However, after the initial shock, Old Jack did not immediately agree. A troubled expression crossed his face. "Huh? Grandfather?" Long Xiaoyu questioned, perplexed. Old Jack should not have been hesitant. What was the matter? Old Jack furrowed his brow and sighed. Though reluctant, He felt compelled to speak. Our village has produced a soul sage, so compared to other villages, we can only accommodate one student worker. It was impossible for you and Xiao San to attend together. However, last night, Xiao San's father said he would resolve the matter, which is why only you two can work together. Grandfather, is it truly impossible? Upon hearing this explanation, Long Xiaoyu felt a wave of understanding wash over him. He had overlooked such details while reading novels. How careless. Old Jack shook his head, causing Long Xiaoyu's heart to sink once more. What could he do? He closed his eyes, recalling his journey to this world, determined that a solution must exist. Diana observed Long Xiaoyu's deep contemplation with curiosity, tilting her head. This boy, despite having met her only recently, seemed to care for her deeply. What was this feeling? Suddenly, an idea struck Long Xiaoyu. Find Su Yuntao. He opened his eyes wide. If anyone could assist him, it would be him. He was left with no other option. Remaining in Holy Soul Village for a while longer, Guy was in Long Xiaoyu's room, while he shared a sleeping space with old Jack. During the day, he often sought out Tang San to play, and they engaged in many conversations, gradually becoming close friends. When Long Xiaoyu expressed his intention to journey alone to the Spirit Hall in Notting City, Tang San kindly gifted him a set of hidden arrows. Even though there were still 2 months until the academy's opening. Ding! Congratulations, today is luck 4. Hearing this voice in the early morning filled Long Xiaoyu with immense joy. Through experimentation, it seemed that the title of Child of Luck was proportional to his daily luck points. The higher the points, the more likely his wishes would come to fruition. Of course, wishing for the world's destruction remained unrealistic. Certain desires required their own opportunities to manifest. The journey from Holy Soul Village to Notting City was not overly long. Long Xiaoyu traveled for half a day, making frequent stops. The stamina of a child was limited, and although he could use the four-eyed cat eagle to fly for a while, he preferred to conserve spirit power just in case. Fortunately, the 4-luck bonus was not a stroke of luck. He managed to catch a ride with a kind stranger and, by noon, could see the distant city walls. Notting City was comparable in size to several districts from his past life, yet it lay close to the border of the Tiando Empire, with tightly secured walls that left Long Xiaoyu in awe. Although small, it was far more magnificent than the Chang'an city of his former life. After undergoing inspection like everyone else, he entered the city with excitement. Through diligent inquiries, he finally located the Spirit Hall. At this moment, Long Xiaoyu stood not far away, gazing at the imposing entrance ahead, solemn and majestic. The long spears held by the 2 guards stood erect, their cold gleam capable of making Long Xiaoyu swallow hard even from a distance. Is this truly the Hall of Martial Souls? Long Xiaoyu adjusted his mindset, and then strode confidently towards the entrance. Child, this is not a place for you to enter. Go play elsewhere. Just as he was about to step inside, a guard abruptly extended his hand, blocking Long Xiaoyu's path, his tone laced with a hint of threat, signaling that entry was forbidden. Big brother, I am here to see Uncle Su Yuntao. He previously assessed my soul power as innate full soul power, and instructed me to come to him if I needed anything. Long Xiaoyu took a step back, internally cursing the guard while maintaining a cheerful smile. Innate full soul power. The 2 guards were taken aback. Wow. After a month of not blocking anyone, Wei now encountered a tough one. Their gazes towards Long Xiaoyu shifted, now tinged with curiosity. Big brother, may I enter? Long Xiaoyu continued to gaze up at the 2 guards innocently, a smile gracing his face. Hurry up and go in. Why do you even ask? One of the guards urged impatiently, feeling quite unlucky. All right, thank you. With a beaming smile, he walked inside, then quickly patted his chest. Exhaling in relief, he had passed the first hurdle. I hope everything goes smoothly today. His tone turned serious, and his gaze seemed to strengthen. Goddess of Fortune, bestow your blessings. I must trigger it. Chapter 10. 3 forms. Upon entering the Spirit Hall, Long Xiaoyu was instantly captivated by the surroundings, feeling as though he had been transported back to 14th to 17th century Europe. The walls, artifacts, and columns were adorned with intricate lines and mysterious geometric patterns, all embellished with vibrant colors, imbuing the space with an aura of mystique and religious significance. Though it resembled a hall, its decor was akin to that of a papal court. Once I ascend to the position of pope, I shall insist on being addressed as the hall master. Long Xiaoyu silently mused, finding this experience rather unconventional for someone from the 21st century. After inquiring along the way, his luck 4, spared him from encountering any difficult individuals, allowing him to smoothly obtain directions to Su Yuntao's office. Knock knock. Please enter. Su Yuntao did not lift his head, his pen flying across the page with fervor. As the 2 knocks resounded, Long Xiaoyu stood at the doorway, observing Su Yuntao, who was still engrossed in his work. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke softly, seemingly afraid of interrupting his concentration. He had learned from past experiences that office workers could be irritable during work hours. Hello, Uncle Su Yuntao. Hearing the youthful voice, which seemed somewhat familiar, Su Yuntao wondered, which child is running around again? He paused, his pen halting. Raising his gaze, he struggled to recognize Long Xiaoyu, as he had encountered many individuals recently. However, after a moment of contemplation, he suddenly stood up, his face lighting up with joy. You are Long Xiaoyu. What brings you here? Have you reconsidered? The child who had previously declined the Spirit Hall's invitations twice was quickly recognized by Su Yuntao. Yes, I would like to join the Spirit Hall, Long Xiaoyu replied, a smile appearing on his face as he nodded. In the past few days, he had contemplated much, and upon learning that Gu Yuna was the Silver Dragon King, he began to formulate plans, joining the Spirit Hall being one of them. Once Gu Yuna's memories returned, she would undoubtedly lead the soul beasts to challenge this continent. If he could not help her release her resentment towards humanity, the Spirit Hall and Tang Sen would be the greatest obstacles, especially since the Spirit Hall would never allow Gu Yuna's emergence. Therefore, why not prepare in advance before all of this unfolds? If he could not defeat them, he would join them, and with the protection of his luck system, it was not impossible to gradually ascend to the position of Pope. Previously, he had chosen to follow the plot for his own sake, but now, he was doing it for both his and Gu Yuna's future. Wise choice. Though Su Yuntao had mostly anticipated this outcome, hearing it directly from Long Xiaoyu's lips still thrilled him. He nearly lifted Long Xiaoyu in a joyous embrace, realizing that nurturing a genius was far more rewarding than toiling at his desk for an entire year. However, before Su Yuntao could finish his thoughts, Long Xiaoyu spoke up again, this time with a louder voice and a more serious expression. Seeing the shift in Long Xiaoyu's demeanor, Su Yuntao remained attentive. Long Xiaoyu continued, May I study in Nodding City? It is my grandfather's wish for me and my companions to learn in the same place, so we can look out for each other. Little you. You should know that while the Spirit Hall may not be a high-ranking sect like the top three, it does possess its own exclusive academy. The educational resources are Su Yuntao hesitated. Although he sought to recruit Long Xiaoyu partly for his own future, he also recognized the value of talent. A genius with innate full soul power should be afforded the best resources, which the Spirit Hall could undoubtedly provide, as long as Long Xiaoyu proved himself capable. Long Xiaoyu took a step back, interrupting the other's speech. Lowering her posture, yet speaking with unwavering determination, she continued, I apologize, but if it cannot be arranged, then Uncle Su Yuntao may consider that I have never visited. Joining the Spirit Hall was a possibility. Yet complete allegiance could not be established until Gu Yuna's soul power reached the 60th level. At present, she lacked the confidence that the luck system could shield her from the assaults of a titled Douluo. Very well, it is acceptable, Su Yuntao responded. As long as you join the Spirit Hall, you can study wherever you wish. However, remember, if it does not suit you, you may return here at any time. Behind you stands the Spirit Hall. Faced with such a young child, Su Yuntao found himself somewhat at a loss. This child might indeed achieve great things in the future. With this thought, he ceased to press her further, wishing for her to understand that a golden-scaled dragon is not merely a creature of the pond. Afterward, the two engaged in extensive conversation, during which Long Xiaoyu casually mentioned her situation as a working student. Oh, I see. That is certainly not an issue. As you have chosen to join the Spirit Hall, rest assured you will not be treated poorly, Su Yuntao replied, pausing for a moment before casually placing 10 gold spirit coins into Long Xiaoyu's hands. He was more than willing to invest in a talent at the outset. Wow. Gold coins. Long Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the pile of golden soul coins in his hand, drooling at the sight. They felt just right when he picked them up, reminiscent in size to the chocolate coins commonly found in the market. Chocolate, he mused with a chuckle. Crunch. What on earth are you doing? Su Yuntao was utterly bewildered. Why on earth was this fellow biting into the golden soul coins? Had he lost his senses? Even the most foolish person would not attempt to consume money. Long Xiaoyu's antics instantly led him to fear that his 10 golden soul coins might be lost forever. He wondered if it was still possible to reclaim them. Never mind. Long Xiaoyu had no intention of giving his opponent any opportunity. Quickly stowing away the golden soul coins, which he confirmed to be genuine gold. After a moment of silence, he suddenly remembered that he had yet to ascertain the nature of his opponent's weapon spirit. He turned and inquired, Oh, by the way, Have you thoroughly studied your martial spirit? Observing Long Xiaoyu's demeanor, Su Yuntao felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that the answer would be a mere cube, rendering his investment futile. Well, as far as I know, it can transform. Long Xiaoyu did not hesitate, promptly producing the magic cube, eager for further investment, as he believed some benefits should be reciprocated. With his command, the magic cube shattered and reformed at remarkable speed, nearly instantaneous. Oh, horned shield. Impressive. Pressure cooker meat bun. Oops. Off topic, bow and arrow. First astonished, then increasingly shocked, Su Yuntao found himself at a loss for expression. 3 forms of transformation? Was there a martial spirit more extraordinary than this? Feeling somewhat dreamlike, Su Yuntao, with a dry mouth, asked incredulously, this. What else can it do? Can do? Have fun. At night, I can play without worrying about straining my eyes anymore. Holding the magic cube and playing with it. Upon noticing Su Yuntao was already stunned, Long Xiaoyu decided to cease further displays. A commoner bears no guilt, but possesses a treasure. Showing 3 forms should suffice for Su Yuntao to boast about. Any more might jeopardize my safety. After exchanging a few more pleasantries and collecting 5 more gold soul coins from Su Yuntao, Long Xiaoyu cheerfully made his way home. Each gold coin was sufficient for an ordinary family to maintain a stable living for several months, and with 15 coins, he considered himself a minor tycoon. As he skipped along the road, humming a nursery rhyme, the magic cube tossed playfully in his hands, he reveled in his fortunate life. Eager to return to see his future wife. A tiger without ears, how peculiar. By the way, what does a tailless, earless tiger look like? Ha, I imagine it would be hilarious. However, scarcely had he taken a few steps when a sudden beastly roar erupted from the nearby bushes. Roar. The sound was so loud that Long Xiaoyu quickly covered his ears, only to be stunned upon looking over. Sometimes, the system's acute awareness was not entirely beneficial. Brother tiger. You agree, right? Roar. 2 tigers leapt out from the side, one indeed without ears and the other without a tail. System. I was joking. How ruthless. So cruel. As he spoke, Long Xiaoyu swiftly turned and fled. Before his transmigration, he was merely an ordinary person, and upon encountering real tigers for the first time, his instinct was to run as far away as possible. He completely forgot about the magic cube martial spirit in his hand. Roar. A third roar followed, the 2 tigers drawing closer. In those fleeting seconds, Long Xiaoyu finally connected the dots and hurled the magic cube high into the air. Damn it. Witness my 4-eyed cat eagle. The magic cube swiftly transformed into a pair of silver wings, affixed to his back. Whoosh. Take off. The tigers lunged but missed, and upon landing, they turned to roar at Long Xiaoyu, who had ascended into the sky. Having narrowly escaped, Long Xiaoyu felt a wave of relief. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he circled above, gazing down at the furious tigers, cursing under his breath, but then suddenly remembered something. Wait, I haven't tested the power of my martial spirit since acquiring it. What if the transformation is merely superficial? Perhaps I should try it on these 2? Within minutes, Long Xiaoyu arrived at a resolute decision. Just one test. My little brainiacs, just once and quickly. His smile morphed into something sinister. Closing his eyes, he envisioned the form of the 6-winged angel martial spirit. The 4-eyed cat eagle seemed to respond, disintegrating from his body, yet he did not fall. The silver light emitted from the magic cube supported him, while the remaining light scattered around him like twinkling stars. Indeed, the stronger the martial spirit, the longer the transformation lasted. After about a minute, a 6-winged angelic figure emerged behind Long Xiaoyu, predominantly silver, matching the standard color of his magic cube, holding a divine great sword, its tip pointing to the heavens, exuding a radiant aura that made it appear as if a celestial being had descended. The 2 tigers were clearly bewildered, their gnashed teeth frozen in place. Had they been able to speak, they would have cursed Long Xiaoyu's ancestors for generations. I may not be human, but you truly are a dog. You don't need to bring that out to slaughter me, do you? Are you incapable of playing fair? Judgment. Upon reopening his eyes, Long Xiaoyu was drenched in sweat. He had only managed to manifest half of the 6-winged angel. The angelic martial spirit was still far beyond his current capabilities. Creating just the upper half felt like his limit. He quickly extended his hand to issue an attack command. Even without a soul ring, the power of the 6-winged angel martial spirit was beyond what the 2 tigers could withstand. Boom. The great sword rose high and then, in an instant, sliced down, one tiger perishing on the spot, while the other hastily retreated into the underbrush. Being wild beasts, they understood the wisdom of fleeing when outmatched. I hope everything goes smoothly from here on out. All will be well. That strike had completely drained Long Xiaoyu of his soul power, and he gradually descended from the sky, staggering a few steps, gazing at the nearly 10-meter-long gash carved into the ground by the angelic sword. He could not help but twitch his face in disbelief. No wonder it's a top-tier martial spirit. It's powerful. Thumbs up, despite his grievances. He quickly adopted a posture akin to a devotee, hands clasped in prayer, while hastily retreating towards home. Walking along the road, the attention he garnered was undeniable. It felt as though donning a robe would allow him to embark on a pilgrimage to the west for scriptures. However, shortly after he left, a bald-headed man dressed in teacher's garb emerged cautiously from the bushes. He scanned the area, finding no one else, and strolled out leisurely, accompanied by a peculiar little creature that resembled a dog. On the ground lay a straight, shallow trench, and within it, a red tiger lay, its body cleaved in two, blood still flowing as if it had died only moments before. Those two tigers were his subjects of study, yet he had no idea why they had ventured this way. He intended to pursue them, but before he could get close, he spotted the silver angelic figure soaring in the sky, which startled him. How did Qiang Sunji end up near Nodding City? Although the colors differ, it is undoubtedly the angelic martial spirit possessed solely by Qiang Sunji and Xian Daolu. He quickly sought refuge, realizing that whoever could release such a martial spirit was no ordinary individual. Originally expecting to witness a duel between titled Douluos, he was taken aback when the angelic martial spirit struck once and then vanished. Could it be that such a decisive blow determines the victor among masters? The master hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to approach, as Qian Xuanji was not the type to hold a grudge against a mere insignificant figure. However, upon nearing, he was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. Was that not Qian Xuanji's angel spirit? Had he summoned the angel spirit solely to slay a decade-old red tiger? Or did he perceive this red tiger as a potential threat for the future, prompting his decisive action? For the first time, the master felt that his knowledge was somewhat lacking and quietly grasped the carcass of the red tiger, intending to take it back for research. Red tiger timidly inquired, "Will you be slicing me up?" Chapter 12. The fateful encounter turning to Long Xiaoyu's side, under a continuous stream of Amitabha prayers. It seemed that no further calamities would befall her. Reflecting on the close call of almost succumbing to her own bad luck, Long Xiaoyu could not help but feel a tinge of embarrassment, should she unintentionally utter her misfortune in her dreams at night. Even her good fortune might not be enough to save her. As evening approached, with the sun sinking low in the west, she managed to catch a ride back with the assistance of a kind-hearted stranger. Upon reaching the village entrance, Long Xiaoyu spotted a hunched, elderly man seated motionless on a stone pedestal, gazing in her direction. Was that not Grandpa Jack? Had he been waiting there all this time for her? Long Xiaoyu felt a slight ache in her nose. In her previous life, as a cog in the corporate machine, she rarely returned home due to the relentless demands of her job, leaving her parents largely in the care of her younger brother. She toiled away in the outside world. Yet who among us does not yearn for home? Who does not long for the comfort of family? Gazing at old Jack's figure, she was reminded of her own parents. "Where? When will you come home for a visit? We have sold the land. We are well off now, and you can take a break." "Where? I'm fine. Just focus on your work, no need to worry." Before the vehicle came to a halt, Long Xiaoyu dashed to old Jack's side, striving to manage her emotions as she donned a smile and exclaimed, "I'm back, Grandpa." Although they were not truly related and their time together had been brief, the kindness she had received from him intertwined in her mind with memories of her own parents. "Perhaps I cannot be there for you in your final moments, but I will forever cherish the care you have shown me during this time." Xiaoyu, you're back. You didn't even say goodbye when you left. How was it? The spirit hall didn't give you any trouble, did they? Old Jack, whose eyesight was not very good, only noticed her as she approached. After taking a moment to assess her and confirming she was unharmed, a smile broke across his face, though it was soon replaced by an expression of concern. Long Xiaoyu informed only Gu Yuna before departing, advising her not to wander off, particularly to the Tang Sen family in the east. Afterward, he left early on his own. Of course, grandfather, it was given to them. Long Xiaoyu casually placed the bag filled with gold soul coins in old Jack's hand, a hint of ostentation in her demeanor. Old Jack, puzzled, set down his cane and opened the cloth bag. "Gold soul coins. Xiaoyu, what have you done? How did the spirit hall grant you so many?" Old Jack was astonished. It had been nearly 2 decades since he last saw gold soul coins. He quickly inquired about Long Xiaoyu's background, anxious that she might have faced difficulties at the spirit hall. What can I say? I possess innate full soul power, and I am a weapon spirit. They value me. Long Xiaoyu replied, beaming with pride, unwilling to disclose her affiliation with the spirit hall. Good, good. Xiaoyu has made great strides. Old Jack said, his voice trembling with joy. Grandfather, please don't get too excited. Your health is paramount. Haha, Xiaoyu has grown up. Upon returning home with Old Jack, Gu Yuna remained sequestered in her small room until Long Xiaoyu's return, at which point she finally emerged. After the three of them had shared a meal, Old Jack playfully bantered with Long Xiaoyu for a while before dozing off, while Long Xiaoyu, unable to sleep, found her mind preoccupied with thoughts of Xiaoyu this, Xiaoyu that. Stepping outside to use the restroom, she glanced at Gu Yu's room and noticed the door wide open, leaving her somewhat speechless. Was this girl truly unafraid of a night raid, or was she simply confident in her safety? As she approached to close the door, she discovered that Gu Yuna's figure was nowhere to be found inside the room. She wondered. Entering to confirm the absence, she felt a tinge of curiosity. But before she could ponder further, she caught sight of a familiar silhouette through the window. The girl sat on a nearby hill, quietly gazing at the moon. The image of solitary elegance stirred ripples in Long Xiaoyu's heart. Gu Yu, what are you doing here? Why aren't you resting at this late hour? Within moments, Long Xiaoyu had reached her side, casting a curious glance at her, and then at the starry sky and the moon. Though each night was unique, after seeing countless variations, they all seemed remarkably unremarkable. Tonight was no different, at least in Long Xiaoyu's perception. Watching the moon, I do not require rest, Gu Yu replied, briefly glancing at her companion before turning her gaze back to the sky. Are you made of iron? Long Xiaoyu quipped, rolling her eyes. However, her retort piqued Gu Yuna's curiosity. She pinched her arm, the tender flesh yielding under her touch, and then confidently remarked, it must be made of flesh. Girl, must you be so honest? Amid the banter, Long Xiaoyu hastily covered her nose and turned away, feeling somewhat flustered. Gu Yuna's previous gesture had utterly captivated her, and she sensed her masculine composure slipping away. When she turned back around, the tranquil scene of the moonlit sky gradually calmed her racing heart. Tengu no, celestial maiden. No. Wait. Oh. Gu Yu, do you have an affinity for the moon? Long Xiaoyu groped his way over and sat beside the other person. Over this period of time, it seemed that Gu Yu had grown less averse to his proximity. What does it mean to like someone? Gu Yuna tilted her head slightly, her crescent-shaped brows furrowing as she regarded him. The feeling of affection? He tilted his head back in contemplation, his fingers drumming restlessly on his thigh, seemingly entangled in thought. Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization as he chuckled. It must be akin to the feeling of a mouse adoring rice, a desire to consume the other. The depth of a mouse's love for rice. Though he had never been in love, he had certainly heard tales. He mused, giggling to himself, his gaze towards the girl taking on a rather lewd quality. Although Gu Yuna was unfamiliar with the concept of liking someone, she certainly understood the sensation of discomfort, and thus shifted her position to distance herself from Long Xiaoyu. Oh, then I suppose I do not like the moon. If you don't like it, why are you still looking? I have no appetite for the moon. Gu Yuna's words struck like a bell, leaving Long Xiaoyu momentarily stunned. Oh damn. He covered his face, unable to suppress a sigh, wishing he could slap himself. If such misunderstandings persisted, would he end up being metaphorically devoured by food in the future? Damn. Gu Yuna queried, her tone strikingly similar to his. She felt her collection of peculiar knowledge had just expanded once more. Slap. Long Xiaoyu delivered a resounding slap to his own face, leaving Gu Yuna bewildered. A peculiar surge of knowledge seemed to have entered her mind. The scene, reminiscent of a poetic masterpiece under the moonlight, would undoubtedly be etched in memory forever, especially with the absurdity of the situation. It was a moment that would linger in his thoughts for a lifetime, albeit not in the same context. If this continues, I shall find it unbearable to endure. Chapter 13. Are you moved? 2 months had swiftly passed, and under the auspices of his fortunate system, Long Xiaoyu found himself entangled in a series of mishaps. Though Gu Yuna remained silent, her gaze towards him had grown peculiar. Even during meals, she chose to sit beside Old Jack, seemingly distancing herself from the enigmatic figure. Sighing, he lamented the capriciousness of fate, pondering the balance of diligence and relaxation, the unity of opposites, and the efficacy of duality. After a moment of introspection, He considered voicing his grievances about the unfairness of his destiny to the heavens, but recalling the adage about the perils of speaking ill, he promptly silenced himself. Uttering a silent prayer to Armament, he resolved to harbor no ill thoughts, striving for clarity of mind. Xiao Yu, though she did not comprehend his words, Gu Yuna felt an inexplicable sense of purity emanating from him. Tang San, observing the sudden transformation in Xiao Yu, could not help but admire his newfound detachment from worldly concerns at such a young age. Benefactor, let us hasten our journey, Long Xiaoyu spoke calmly, his demeanor gradually regaining composure. Despite being the favored child of fortune, he was occasionally confronted with the duality of blessings and misfortunes. For instance, the incident of sharing a bed with Gu Yuna had indeed occurred, albeit under the peculiar circumstance of being knocked unconscious by a door and awakening on her bed, an event devoid of any impropriety. This series of mishaps had caused him to question whether the system was deliberately orchestrating these events or if he had misunderstood the nature of his fortune. On Gu Yuna's end, despite her masked visage, her eyes betrayed a hint of exasperation as she opted to maintain a distance of half a meter from him. As their time together grew, she developed a degree of resilience against his eccentric remarks, yet she still instinctively recoiled whenever he exhibited abnormal behavior. Ah, Xiaoyu, if you continue like this, even Guyu will grow weary of you, Tang Sin chuckled, amused by the sibling dynamics playing out before him. Recently, during a visit to the village chief's abode, he had fortuitously encountered Guyu. Although her figure was obscured by loose garments, her pure violet eyes, cherry-like lips, and the glimmers of silver hair revealed enough to leave him momentarily dazed, hinting at the beauty concealed beneath the mask. Upon inquiring with the village chief, he learned that she was, in fact, a war orphan brought back by Long Xiaoyu, now his cousin, a revelation that struck him deeply. As the trio journeyed onward, they progressed at a reasonable pace. With Long Xiaoyu's luck by their side, they often found shade during rests and occasionally encountered kind-hearted individuals willing to lend them a ride. According to the narrative, old Jack was supposed to join them, but Long Xiaoyu had persuaded him otherwise, deeming it unwise to traverse the path alone if he aspired to become a distinguished soul master. As noon approached, they finally arrived at the grand archway of Nodding City, adorned with vibrant flora that lent a touch of vitality to the otherwise austere entrance. The straight green avenue within led them to question whether they had indeed arrived at an academy. Let us enter swiftly, Tang Sin exclaimed with enthusiasm, his curiosity piqued not only by the academy, but also by the mysteries of this world. Wait, allow me to lead, Long Xiaoyu interjected, pulling Tang Sin back and shaking his head. Without waiting for his understanding, he strode forward. They had arrived earlier than anticipated, and the master would likely not have returned yet. Long Xiaoyu had no intention of lingering, under the influence of his foreluck. He felt it imperative to resolve any trivial matters without delay, lest he falter against the formidable martial Soul Hall in the future. Stop right there, young one. You cannot enter here, the doorman interjected, stepping forward to block Long Xiaoyu's path, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Oh, does a mere doorman wish to extort us children for gratuities? Long Xiaoyu retorted coldly, his words laced with mockery that surpassed the doorman's own. In the presence of acquaintances, he was humble. Against strangers, however, he was unyielding. You insolent brat. The doorman, taken aback for a moment, erupted in rage. He had not expected to be mocked by a child, and his pride could hardly endure such an affront. What of it? Care to test me? Do you believe my father would allow you to leave here unscathed? Long Xiaoyu was not intimidated. Instead, she responded with equal ferocity. Despite her shorter stature, her presence was undiminished. In dealing with those who looked down on others, one could only counter with an equal measure of disdain. Tang San, observing from the side, frowned. Although Gu Yuna maintained a calm demeanor, her soul power began to stir. Should the need arise, she would not hesitate to launch an assault on the doorkeeper. Your father? Who is your father? The doorkeeper faltered under Long Xiaoyu's fierce glare, his bravado diminishing. He quickly exchanged glances with a nearby companion, only to find that the other remained impassive, standing guard as though nothing were amiss. It was absurd. Who had ever seen a beggar so brazen? Certainly, he had never encountered such a thing. Do you think you deserve to know? Here are 5 gold soul coins as your reward. Are you touched? Long Xiaoyu casually produced 5 golden soul coins, placing them in the palm of his hand, and spoke in a chilling tone. The dual force of intimidation and genuine financial power was such that the other party could not afford to be unafraid. As anticipated, upon the revelation of the golden coins, the doorman's expression soured. Goodness, are the wealthy signs of today so understated? He thought. Haha, just a jest. I dare not make a move, he quickly fawned, realizing he could not risk his future or even his life in jest. His only desire was for this young master to depart swiftly. However, he did not anticipate that as he uttered these words, a subtle smile crept onto Long Xiaoyu's lips, a smile that resembled that of a specter. Oh, my offering of 5 golden soul coins does not stir your emotions? You, a mere doorman, certainly have a refined appetite, Long Xiaoyu remarked with a cold sneer. What? A refined appetite? No, young master, you misunderstand. I am indeed moved. I would not dare to touch your money. Are you suggesting I no longer wish to work? I. Long Xiaoyu's sharp reprimand left the doorman somewhat bewildered, his mind a blank slate, frozen in place. Is there a solution to this? Seeking assistance online. Long Xiaoyu's reprimand left the doorman in a state of bewilderment, his mind blank and unable to move, pondering if there was a solution to this predicament. Tang San felt a twinge of shame within. Gu Yuna tilted her head in confusion, her curiosity piqued. Following a brief interlude, they managed to enter the academy without even presenting the proof from the spirit hall. Indeed, in this world, the weak continue to be looked down upon wherever they go. How amusing. To live, to truly live. Once inside, Long Xiaoyu could not help but clutch her stomach in laughter, oblivious to Gu Yuna approaching her side. Brother, do you feel moved? Gu Yuna imitated Long Xiaoyu's earlier gestures, retrieving her pocket money and inquiring. Being in the company of this individual, she always felt she was acquiring a wealth of new knowledge. Long Xiaoyu's smile gradually faltered. Chapter 14. A sudden glance back reveals him beneath the shady willow, having waited from morning until afternoon. The trio shifted from the right side of the trees, shade to the left, occasionally hearing someone else's complaints. Xiaoyu, why aren't we leaving? What are we waiting for? Tang Sen asked with perplexity. Since their arrival, they had been lingering at the entrance for quite some time. Gu Yuna remained silent. But Tang San struggled to comprehend why their first action upon arriving at the academy was not to report in. What was the purpose of lingering here? Stinky master. Slow turtle, even a genius wouldn't show up. What do you mean? I mean, who are we waiting for? Shouldn't we discuss this after entering? What if they haven't come out yet? Moreover, if the person approaches, do you recognize them? Perhaps they have already entered. Tang San was at a loss, having felt that the actions of the other party had been inexplicably peculiar since leaving the village. Long Xiaoyu felt a sense of embarrassment, as if something were amiss. Logically speaking, the master should have returned by now, yet he still had not appeared at the door. Could it be that he had truly entered? That seemed unlikely, as he had been fervently praying. Fortune 4, is this a performance for me? He pondered. Come on, Xiaoyu, we still have to report back. We cannot delay our important matters. Tang San, clearly oblivious to the other's thoughts, suggested in a manner typical of ordinary individuals. Meanwhile, Gu Yuna slightly nodded, as if endorsing his words, yet her unique violet eyes kept drooping, betraying her overwhelming fatigue. After successfully enrolling Gu Yuna, Long Xiaoyu imparted to her a set of beneficial knowledge about sleep. Even though her beauty left him momentarily speechless, Gu Yuna was still determined to enhance her appearance through rest. Thus, her once bright eyes, akin to 2 little lanterns, gradually closed, embodying the essence of a sleeping beauty. However, the downside was that upon awakening, she would easily feel drowsy. Having slept, one longs for more sleep. This is undeniably true to my nature. Long Xiaoyu reflected. Hearing this, he hesitated for a moment before sighing in acceptance. He gently took the already drowsy Gu Yuna by the hand and prepared to leave. If he could not be accepted as the master's disciple despite his fortune 4, what more could he demand? Whether one takes a master or not, the master may guide one to the threshold, but the cultivation ultimately rests upon the individual. He remained unconvinced that he could not achieve great things without the master's presence. Just as they were about to depart, a figure from the other side of the great tree suddenly sighed deeply, scratching his head before resuming his examination of the tiger skin in his hands. Silver Angel Martial Soul? Long Xiaoyu suddenly came to a halt. Although the voice was not loud, he heard the words distinctly. Is there truly a Silver Angel Martial Soul in this world? Was it not only the likes of Qian Douluo who possessed angelic martial souls? And those were all golden? Where could a Silver Angel possibly come from? Xiaoyu? Tang San inquired, perplexed. Who is he? Long Xiaoyu did not respond to Tang San. Instead, she turned and fixated on the figure seated not far from them. Gradually, her ears inclined closer, her curiosity about this world surpassing even that of Tang San. Alas, why did this earless red tiger fall victim to the onslaught of the Silver Angel Martial Soul? Is this a manifestation of moral decay or the obliteration of humanity? Earless red tiger? Silver angel martial soul? Indeed, when I previously vanquished the earless tiger, did I not transform into the silver angel? Oh, so they are speaking of me. Wait, have I been discovered? Long Xiaoyu's eyes suddenly widened in astonishment, and she could not help but exclaim, "Who?" At that moment, a startled cry echoed in her ears, prompting the master to rise swiftly, turning to face Long Xiaoyu with an air of authority. However, upon realizing that the source of the outcry was merely a child, his demeanor softened slightly. It was merely a jest from a young one. "Who are you? New students, I presume?" he inquired with a hint of confusion, for they appeared unfamiliar to him. Although he would not claim to remember everyone, the number of individuals at Nodding Academy was limited, allowing for a general recollection. Yes, may I ask who you are?" Long Xiaoyu initially felt a twinge of anxiety. Yet upon noticing that he did not seem to recognize her, she let out a silent sigh of relief. I am simply a resident of this academy. You may address me as master," he replied with a smile, casting a discerning glance over the three of them. Though uncertain of the reason, he had an inexplicable feeling that these three were not ordinary, particularly the girl among them. "Master? The one known for the top 10 martial soul core competencies? Indeed, you are quite knowledgeable." The master expressed a measure of surprise, though he quickly regained his composure, knowing their awareness of his reputation did not particularly matter. Perhaps it was merely a topic of light-hearted conversation among their families. Long Xiaoyu was taken aback. It seemed that the other party had been seated there since their arrival, a realization that had eluded him until now. To his dismay, the plot had been altered. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pang in his heart after waiting so long. He had not anticipated that Mu Ran would turn around to find that individual beneath the shade of the willow trees. "System, is this part of your scheme as well? How infuriating." Master, your insights on the 10 competitive spirits of martial souls resonate profoundly with me." After his initial confusion, Long Xiaoyu eagerly began to express his admiration. He thought to himself, forget the old adage about teachers guiding students. Isn't it true that even jade must be carved by a skilled craftsman? The master, portrayed as extraordinarily accomplished in the original narrative, was also quite amiable. If he were not to express his admiration for the master, whom could he possibly revere? Upon hearing Long Xiaoyu's words, Tang San was perplexed. Could this be the esteemed figure he had spoken of? He sensed nothing particularly unique about the other's aura. Yet he remained attentive and respectful. The guiding principle of the Tang clan's protagonists declared, never underestimate others, or you may find yourself faced with unforeseen consequences. Are you implying that you concur with my thoughts? The master's previously somber expression was suddenly animated by Long Xiaoyu's affirmation, and a smile graced his features. Astonished that a mere child would share his perspective. "Indeed, I find your insights quite enlightening," they exchanged thoughts. With the master appearing as though they had met far too late in life, he immediately engaged Long Xiaoyu in a discussion, causing the three who were about to depart to return to their previous spot, albeit now accompanied by the master. Tang San, instead of expressing dissatisfaction, found himself engrossed in their conversation, his perception of Long Xiaoyu shifting once again. He has indeed gleaned knowledge from his experiences, my friend. Gu Yuna, momentarily dazed, yawned slightly, one hand clasped by Long Xiaoyu while the other rested on her knee as a makeshift pillow. What accounted for Long Xiaoyu's ease in conversing with the master? Surely he had navigated the world well over the years, still possessing some elusive vocabulary. Though Tang San was also a reincarnated soul, he had been but an outer disciple in his past life, relegated to cultivation and clandestine learning. Could he possibly compare to someone like Long Xiaoyu, who had thrived amidst the trials of life? As the sun descended gradually towards the horizon, the sky deepened into twilight, and a cool breeze swept through, lowering the temperature. Tang San continued to listen intently, occasionally interjecting with questions regarding his own confusions. Gu Yuna, having briefly awakened, noticed the ongoing discussion between Long Xiaoyu and the master, then lowered her head again, leaning closer to Long Xiaoyu and resting her head on his shoulder, seemingly ready to drift back to sleep. Witnessing this scene, the master felt a flush of embarrassment. He had momentarily forgotten the feelings of others in his enthusiasm. After a brief pause, he decided to conclude the topic. It has been a delightful conversation, Xiaoyu. Do you currently lack a mentor? Would you consider taking me as your teacher? Standing up, the master's reassuring smile was tinged with a hint of anticipation as he extended his hand towards Long Xiaoyu. Master, you haven't even reviewed our profiles. Is such eagerness warranted? Gently rousing Gu Yuna, he stood and smiled at the master. Long Xiaoyu refrained from extending his hand, thinking to himself, in the spirit of reciprocity. I have grown taller than you. Do you not intend to compliment my shoes? Upon hearing this, the master paused, then awkwardly smiled and withdrew his hand. Indeed, to consider accepting a disciple based solely on a first encounter seemed rather illogical. I was presumptuous. However, Xiaoyu, your unique insights suggest you possess considerable expertise in the realm of soul masters. Haha, how gratifying. He felt a sense of pride swelling within him, though he acknowledged it might be excessive. After sharing a laugh, he handed the master 3 certificates he had prepared. The one for himself and Tang San had been arranged in advance, while Gu Yun's was acquired during a prior visit to Su Yuntao, where her soul power was tested. As expected, Gu Yuna was also a full innate soul power user, and her martial soul astonished Su Yuntao. Long Xiaoyu, without waiting for an invitation, pressed down the matter, signaling Su Yuntao not to report this to higher authorities, promising that he would not neglect him in the future before they departed. He felt a degree of trust in Su Yuntao's character. After all, he was only acquainted with the steadfast brother Tao within the vast spirit hall. Heavens, 3 individuals with full innate soul powers, all hailing from the same place? Gu Yuna with her silver dragon spear, Long Xiaoyu with his magic cube, and Tang San with his blue-silver grass? Twin martial souls? Upon receiving the certificates, the initial shock was palpable, and as he perused them, the astonishment deepened, his gaze towards them akin to that of an observer beholding a marvel. He lingered a moment longer on Tang San's face, pondering whether modern prodigies were now born in pairs. Tang San was confused, but merely intrigued. How had the master deduced this? Might he be even more formidable than he had imagined? No need for confusion. If you wish to understand how you possess twin martial souls, allow me to elucidate. After a thorough explanation from the master, Tang San's face was left solely with astonishment, as if a door to a new realm had swung open. From their earlier conversation, he had begun to admire the master's insights, and now, Master, please accept me as your disciple. Tang San knelt before him, declaring, once a disciple, forever a son. Of course, that is entirely acceptable. However, such formalities are unnecessary. And you, Xiaoyu? To have a disciple with dual martial souls is indeed a joy for me, he said, helping Tang San rise before turning to Long Xiaoyu with a hopeful inquiry. Teacher? Long Xiaoyu bent slightly, laughing as she replied, Tool? Artificial tool? Artificial tool. Ha ha ha. Well, everyone, let us not be overly formal. Little 3, you too. Oh, by the way, Gu Yu, regarding Long Xiaoyu's performance, he was quite satisfied, and he felt delighted that she had agreed. After both had offered their reassurances, the master turned his gaze once more towards Gu Yuna, the little girl who evoked a unique feeling within him. What choice would she make? A genius is never too much for any teacher. However, Gu Yuna appeared somewhat perplexed, noticing the uncle suddenly staring at her. She seemed flustered and quickly hid behind Long Xiaoyu. Though no outright rejection was verbalized, her actions spoke volumes. While a tinge of disappointment lingered, it was swiftly replaced by joy. After all, being able to admit 2 students with innate full soul power was indeed a reason for gratitude. The master chuckled, all right. Perhaps I have been a bit greedy. Come, I shall take you to register. Nodding Academy was not as expansive as one might imagine. After all, it was a soul master academy located in this border town, with little reason for expansion. Yet, despite its modest size, it was well equipped, adorned with birds, flowers, and fish ponds, resembling a vibrant park. Long Xiaoyu never imagined that a college could be so splendid. The 4 of them had barely walked for a short while before they arrived at the admissions office. Director Su, here are today's new students. One is a work-study student. Please register them. Upon entering, the master gently placed the 3 certificates and the golden soul coin, which Long Xiaoyu had previously handed over, on the table. Ever since receiving the golden soul coin from Su Yuntao, Long Xiaoyu had made this plan. After all, as a work-study student, he was expected to work. How could he bear to let Gu Yuna take on such burdens? Most importantly, he could share a bed with Na. This time, the system better not stir up trouble. Hee. Oh, the master is here? Not researching but instead handling admissions for the academy? Director Su said with a smile, his tone suggesting an underlying meaning known only to him. It was merely a chance encounter, the master replied, shaking his head, and pushed the documents forward on the table. A chance encounter? Then perhaps you might also wish to teach by chance? Director Su chuckled, unable to suppress his laughter, but quickly covered his mouth, feigning innocence. His words sparked laughter among others in the office. The master seemed unfazed by their mockery, instead chuckling softly. turning to glance at the two children with a gaze full of affection. Indeed, Xiao Yu and Xiao San. Upon hearing this, Director Su could no longer contain his laughter. Casting a disdainful glance at the three children, he casually picked up the 3 certificates, intending to mock them further, when he was taken aback. Haha. It seems 3 new students with innate full soul power have arrived. Innate full soul power? Long Xiaoyu questioned, though internally he felt a thrill of delight. Keep laughing. I dare you to laugh yourself to death. Oomph. Gu Yuna's peculiar knowledge increased by 1. Wow. 3 with innate full soul power. Chapter 16. A glimpse of cold radiance. Director Su exclaimed in shock. Goodness. Has our academy ever had students with innate full soul power since its establishment? And now, 3 at once. His outburst left the others stunned, smiles frozen, and the atmosphere turned silent. My goodness. Someone finally broke the silence, and the office erupted into chaos. The earlier mocking laughter vanishing without a trace. Step aside. They are mine. I am the best teacher in the academy. No, I am. The students you have are so close to being expelled they might as well run the academy. Don't slander me, you role player. That was an accident. Long Xiaoyu covered his face, having anticipated some success, but nothing could prepare him for such madness. Witnessing the scene, the master's expression grew serious. This was hardly the decorum to display in front of the new students, especially since 2 of them were his own pupils. He interrupted, signaling for everyone to quiet down. Ahem. Everyone, please stop. They are mine. He insisted, but clearly, no one paid him any heed. The master sighed, shaking his head, and slowly stated, Luo Sanpao. What do you say, master? Before he could finish, the office fell silent, with Director Su adopting a courteous demeanor, urging the master to speak. So terrifying. Long Xiaoyu was bewildered. The master nodded, indicating his approval of their actions, and earnestly declared, Everyone, these 2 are already my students. Upon hearing this, Su and the others displayed evident discomfort. While they valued resources, they were teachers and had certain boundaries that should not be crossed, particularly in this matter. After a brief silence, Director Su chuckled and spoke first. Well, since the 2 have already joined the master's tutelage, I naturally won't overstep my role as a teacher to snatch them away. That little girl, would you be willing to become my student? Though not the best, I am quite responsible among the teachers. His tone was friendly, and when he looked at the girl, kindness shimmered in his eyes. Throughout, he held the form in his hands, and while he had heard that all 3 possessed innate full soul power, he was unaware that one was a worthless blue-silver grass and the other an unknown cube weapon spirit. In his view, their value paled in comparison to the little girl as weapon spirit, the silver dragon lance, which was undeniably a powerful assault-type weapon spirit. With this realization, the smile on Director Su's face widened. Hee, the master is indeed short-sighted. What use is it to accept 2 worthless ones when the best remains unclaimed? You, despicable. Upon hearing this, the others were displeased, and his words sealed their fates while simultaneously trying to allure the last remaining one. Damn, this old thief is too excessive. However, whether to agree or not was still up to Gu Yuna. Xiao Yu said, if it's not the best, I don't want it. Just as they prepared to bicker again, Gu Yuna spoke up. Everyone was taken aback. Director Su was even more bewildered. No, I was just being modest. Can't you understand? He suddenly turned to Long Xiaoyu. Ahem, what lovely weather we are having today, Long Xiaoyu remarked, unwilling to take the blame, feeling a deep sense of regret. If he could, he would truly wish for a do-over to prevent such chaotic teachings. Classmate, I absolutely. You can forget it. Not long after, the group began arguing once more, while Gu Yuna hurriedly hid behind Long Xiaoyu. Observing her demeanor, he furrowed his brow, feeling an inexplicable guilt. He had brought her here, not to subject her to this group of uncles and aunts. Ahem. He attempted to intervene, but like the master, it proved ineffective. Sigh, couldn't they just step aside a little? Long Xiaoyu couldn't help but exclaim, I am bald. Whether it was the manifestation of her thoughts or something else. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, swiftly distancing itself from the unpleasantness. Just kidding. Could you assist us in registering first? Indeed. The 3 children were here to report, not to seize the opportunity from you, nor did they care about bringing shame to the academy. After Xiaoyu spoke, the master also stepped forward, his expression stern as he regarded the crowd. How could he remain indifferent when his disciple's sister was being bullied? After being reprimanded, the crowd fell silent. They had indeed become a bit mad in their pursuit of talent. Director Su scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and hurriedly assisted the trio in completing their registration, not forgetting to assure Gu Yuna that she was the best. However, Gu Yuna regarded him with disdain, and Xiaoyu remarked, "Those who deceive girls are nothing but brutes." Upon exiting the academic affairs office, they beheld the distant sky, now ablaze with the hues of the evening glow. And it seemed there was no time left to tour the academy. Taking the most direct route, they arrived at the entrance of the dormitory building, where the master halted his steps and turned to the three, advising, "Hee, it's getting late. You should head to your dormitory to tidy up and prepare for rest. If you encounter any issues, feel free to report them to the responsible teacher. They are quite trustworthy. Oh, by the way, Xiao-san, I will have someone send a blanket over shortly, as the Work-Study Students Academy does not provide bedding." Take care, teacher." "Thank you, teacher." The two responded in unison, glancing at one another before intending to depart. Yet they turned back without uttering a word and continued on, appearing somewhat reluctant to part, which elicited a chuckle from Long Xiaoyu and Tang San. Indeed, the master was a benevolent and diligent educator. "Xiao-san, let us be on our way." After bidding farewell to the master, Long Xiaoyu beckoned Tang San to return to the dormitory. After all, Xiao Wu to his big rabbit, "I shall forever love only my dear Nana." Following arrangements, Long Xiaoyu and Gu Yuna were placed in dormitory 6, conveniently adjacent to Tang San's dormitory 7. As they passed by, they heard faint cries emanating from within dormitory 7 before Tang San could bid farewell. His hand paused on the door, a twitch of unease crossing his face. Was that sound coming from his dormitory? Stop hitting. Someone's going to get hurt. Sister Xiaowu. Humph. Always bullying girls. You scoundrels. Upon hearing her sister Xiaowu, Long Xiaoyu's face broke into a smile. While Tang San hesitated, Long Xiaoyu showed no such indecision. With a swift motion, she pushed open the grand door, eager to discern whether the rabbit spirit was indeed charming or if her own dragon maiden surpassed in beauty. As the door swung open, her gaze was immediately drawn to a creature adorned in a delicate shade of pink, complete with two perky, fluffy rabbit ears atop its head. The visage was undeniably one of exquisite cuteness, with large, crimson eyes that evoked an overwhelming desire to protect. Truly. This was a rabbit spirit of a mere 100,000 years. Though slightly inferior to her beloved Nana, one could not help but exclaim, "What a marvel!" Long Xiaoyu felt her heart race, blood surging through her veins, her gaze fixated on Xiao Wu, completely oblivious to the fact that Gu Yuna had quietly drawn her silver dragon spear behind her. A glimmer of cold light pierced the air. Although she could not comprehend the motive behind this action, an inexplicable desire to eliminate the individual before her surged within. In Chapter 17, as Xiaoyu witnessed Gu Yuna revealing her martial spirit with a menacing aura, the spear's tip pointed directly at the still-dazed Long Xiaoyu. Tang San could not help but swallow hard, hastily patting Xiaoyu before retreating swiftly, distancing himself from the impending chaos between the two. What is happening? Long Xiaoyu remained oblivious to the situation at hand. When she intended to ask Tang San not to disturb her, she noticed that he was covering his face with one hand while the other cautiously pointed behind her. Confused, she turned around, only to be met with a dazzling glint of cold light. The owner of the spear regarded her with a chilling gaze, seemingly poised to thrust the weapon at any moment. "Hiss, Gu Yu, it's all a misunderstanding." Long Xiaoyu hastily waved her hand, retreating in an attempt to distance herself from the chilling glare, beads of cold sweat streaming down her forehead. Goodness, is death upon us? But why is Gu Yue feeling envious? She must not have taught her well. Is this innate jealousy characteristic of girls? The hefty-footed Gu Yuna spoke coldly, yet she soon retracted her spear, turning her head away to avoid looking at the other. "Oh, why are 3 more coming?" The door swung wide open, and Xiao Wu furrowed her brow. "More trouble?" Just as she was about to voice her thoughts on seeking a fight, her gaze fell upon Gu Yuna, causing her to pause momentarily. Her eyes, glistening and wide, darted around nervously before she hastily masked her expression. That girl emanated a similar aura as the soul beast. Moreover, she seemed even stronger. She must be a newcomer. "Hey, newcomer, this is our leader, Xiao Wu. She is also the strongest." Wang Sheng, oblivious to the shift in Xiao Wu's demeanor, scrambled to his feet and stood beside her, attempting to assume a posture of bravado as he prepared to berate Long Xiaoyu and her companions. Before he could finish his sentence, a petite fist landed squarely on his abdomen. While the force wasn't too overwhelming, it was sufficient to silence Wang Sheng. "What a chatterbox." Xiao Wu pouted, scoffing at Wang Sheng's reckless behavior. She was indifferent towards the other two, but the masked girl made her uneasy. After calming her comrade Nana, Long Xiaoyu, reveling in the unfolding drama, chuckled and provocatively remarked, "Heh, the strongest? Just a little girl? Xiao San, step up. Huh? Xiao Yu, picking a fight right after arriving. Especially with a girl. Driven by Long Xiaoyu's taunt, Tang San found himself bewildered. Why were they escalating to a fight? And against? He turned to look and was instantly captivated by Xiao Wu's cuteness. A girl like her would surely cry for a long time after a beating. Tang San initially hesitated to engage in violence, but to Xiao Wu, it sounded like he was belittling her and all girls. How could she tolerate that? She retorted fiercely. What's wrong with being a girl? You come here. Girls can make boys lose their teeth too. As she spoke, she waved her tiny fist menacingly. Yet to Long Xiaoyu and Tang San, her display appeared more adorable than intimidating. Long Xiaoyu hurriedly turned her head away, muttering to herself that Nana was the most beautiful. No, that's not what I meant. When Tang San finally grasped the playful gesture from the other party, he quickly waved his hand, his tone appearing somewhat urgent. Humph. Underestimating Sister Xiao will certainly lead to dire consequences. Wang Xing had just gotten up, only to be knocked down again. Xiao Wu, gritting her teeth, wore an expression of disdain toward her comrade. Having just been reprimanded, couldn't he be a bit wiser? Sister Xiao Wu, this is the rule of the 7th dormitory. The ancestral laws cannot be altered. Wang Xing, summoning his last bit of strength, stubbornly declared. His tone akin to a dying man's last words, which made Xiao Wu feel a pang of sympathy. After all, this fellow had just intended to use her betting for himself, and with others watching, she didn't wish to bully him. Oh well, let us just make a show of it. One move to determine the victor. You 3, newcomers, we shall have a duel. This is the rule of the 7th dormitory. Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed slightly as she pointed at Long Xiaoyu and the others, her voice ringing out, trying to sound authoritative. But her youthful tone only added to her charm. Tang San's face revealed his hesitation. Fighting with a girl like her? He turned to Long Xiaoyu, seemingly seeking guidance. In his memory, she was usually quite intelligent, albeit occasionally peculiar. However, we live next door. He's the one among you who belongs to the 7th dormitory. You fight. We won't get involved. Long Xiaoyu quickly pulled Gu Yuna and Tang San away, adopting an indifferent demeanor, instantly betraying her allies and sending a supportive glance to the others. Third brother, your chance has arrived. Sees the sister-in-law. Tang San felt a bit bewildered, although he didn't understand the meaning behind the glance. He sensed he had been sold out. Just you alone? Then come. I'm Xiao Wu. My spirit is a rabbit. Seeing only Tang San, Xiao Wu's anxious heart finally settled, and she cast a few more glances at Long Xiaoyu, particularly at their interlinked hands. What kind of relationship did these two share? Could a spirit beast be so close to a human? All right, I'm Tang San. My spirit is blue silvergrass. Xiao Wu began to assume her fighting stance. And Tang San, albeit reluctant, braced himself for the encounter. Despite her being a girl, there was a hint of anticipation for his first fight. Blue silvergrass? Heh. Then you stand no chance. Prepare to be defeated. Though others chuckled at the mention of Tang San's spirit, Xiao Wu's laughter was pure and genuine. Akin to a rabbit discovering food. Before Tang San could utter another word, Xiao Wu launched her attack, moving with the speed of a rabbit. Reaching him in the blink of an eye, her knee bending as she prepared to strike, revealing the sheer power behind her kick. Tang San was astonished. Could such speed truly be displayed by a child? Yet, having lived 2 lives, his reflexes were naturally sharp. He bent down to evade. And just as her strength was yet to follow through, he extended his hand in a swift motion, executing a technique to seize her ankle, intending to throw her off balance and conclude the match. However, Xiao Wu was no ordinary girl. She was not to be easily defeated by a single move. As Tang San secured her foot, she paused for just a moment, then swiftly changed her tactics, propelling herself upward with her other foot and leaping high, preparing to strike with her knee at close range. If he didn't release her, he would surely face defeat. The strength in her legs astonished Tang San. How could she leap and retaliate like that? His expression grew serious as he quickly released his grip and jumped back, but before he could stabilize himself, Xiao Wu was upon him again, moving as swiftly as before. This time, however, she didn't extend her leg but closed the distance between them. What is happening? Tang San wondered, instinctively reaching out to counter her approach. Yet, Xiao Wu merely smiled, bending her knees, and from Long Xiaoyu's perspective, it resembled a rabbit gathering strength before pouncing on its prey. Sure enough, after evading Tang San's attack, Xiao Wu's speed exploded forth. In a flash, she leaped from a precarious angle, her legs clamping around Tang San's head, assuming a rather precarious position. Feeling the softness on either side of his head, Tang San's mind momentarily wandered, and before he knew it, he was knocked out. Haha, I've won. Upon seeing Tang San toppled by her prowess, Zhao Wu was overjoyed. Let us see if you dare to underestimate girls again. Hee hee, I concede defeat, but what was that move you just executed? The strength was remarkable. Ah, indeed. Upon witnessing the outcome, Long Xiaoyu chuckled softly, concealing his face in amusement. Despite having altered the timeline, Tang San would inevitably find himself bested by Zhao Wu, only to subsequently develop feelings for her. At this point, Long Xiaoyu resolved not to linger any longer. Watching them engage in combat stirred nostalgia. Yet witnessing their displays of affection was a different matter entirely. He lacked the temperament for such emotional masochism. Accompanied by his companion Nana, he turned to depart. The disparity between the 6th and 7th dormitories was stark, not only in terms of superior environment, but also in the fact that the 6th was exclusively populated by first-year newcomers. Upon entering, Long Xiaoyu felt as if he had stepped into a kindergarten, surrounded by the innocent babble of young voices. The dormitory was far less crowded than the 7th, with barely over 20 beds visible at a glance. However, when compared to the maximum of 8 occupants he had experienced in his past academic life, or while sharing accommodations with colleagues, he still found it somewhat overwhelming. Due to his and Gu Yuna's late arrival, only 2 beds remained unoccupied, and they were situated at opposite ends of the room, one to the east and the other to the west. Before he could voice his annoyance, a few individuals approached him. Hey, are you a new student? There's a spot next to me. Come and sleep here. There's room by me too. Sleep next to me. Xiaoming. Get up and let the new beauty sleep here. At that moment, Long Xiaoyu's expression darkened. He and Gu Yuna had drawn the attention of others upon their entrance, a rarity at such a late hour for newcomers. Gu Yuna, identifiable by her hair, delicate hands, and striking eyes, along with her cherry-like lips partially obscured by her mask, was clearly not an ordinary girl. She was certainly no mere human tank. Gu Yuna frowned at the unwarranted attention. While she might appear timid in front of authority figures, she was not intimidated by this group of peers. As she raised her hand, intending to reveal her silver dragon spear, a familiar hand suddenly grasped hers. Confusion flickered across her face. This hand must not be sullied. The tone was tender, the gaze gentle. Gu Yuna's hand was soft and slender, though slightly cold. Yet, in his grasp, it warmed quickly. Holding her hand brought Long Xiaoyu a sense of joy. You little pauper, where did you come from? Your friend? Indeed, a pauper hoping for a swan. Before the taunt could finish, Long Xiaoyu retaliated, delivering a powerful punch squarely to the assailant's face. Admittedly, compared to Tang San, he was dressed relatively well, thanks to sponsorship from Taogu, which ensured he wore new clothes. However, he could not compete with the affluent youths before him. Gu Yuna, on the other hand, required no worldly attire. Empowered by elemental forces, she remained untouched by filth. Why? Simply put, she was not the conventional shapeshifter like Zhao Wu. Xiaoming, why did you strike? Seeing one of their own fall, the others grew furious, chastising Long Xiaoyu. A group of 6-year-old science still thought they could reason with him? Long Xiaoyu smiled, determining to teach them that might makes right. Weapon spirit, Tang Dao. In an instant, the weapon materialized, its gleaming edge prompting several bystanders to instinctively retreat. They were cherished scions, unaccustomed to being threatened at such close range, and fear naturally began to brew within them. Nevertheless, there were always a few daring souls willing to test the limits of danger. Humph, this is an academy. Dare you raise a hand? One individual stepped back momentarily before reasserting himself, regarding Long Xiaoyu with disdain. Oh, how bold. I certainly wouldn't dare to kill you. The weapon's deterrent effect was palpable. And just as the bravado of the one who spoke waned, the rest of the group felt a collective sigh of relief. Yet, before they could strategize their next move against Long Xiaoyu, he spoke again. However, I can certainly deal out a severe beating. As his voice trailed off, he swung a fist at the one who had dared to provoke him, empowered by the equipment and buffs provided by the system. Among his peers, he feared no one. Humph, he did not possess the patience of Tang San. When one had strength, there was no need for reason, especially when provoked in front of his beloved. No man could tolerate such disrespect. Long Xiaoyu's actions left everyone around him utterly astonished. Was he really going to strike first? And targeting the face no less? This fellow was excessively ruthless. As Long Xiaoyu mounted his opponent, delivering a series of fierce blows to his face, cries of anguish soon filled the air. The others who had gathered previously began to retreat, showing no inclination to assist. They were all newcomers, unfamiliar with the situation, having encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Who would dare to intervene? Moreover, the opponent's martial spirit manifested as a blade, glimmering menacingly before them, as if proclaiming death to any who dared approach. Gu Yuna was perplexed. Why was he so furious? It was the first time she had witnessed him in such a rage. Was it because of her? I was wrong, sob. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and the individual beneath Long Xiaoyu was now incomprehensible. His face a grotesque mask of blood. His martial spirit was merely a stick. How could he hope to confront a blade? He was not foolish. He preferred to endure the blows of fists rather than risk clashing with a weapon. Humph, do not be indignant. To be soundly beaten by someone from the martial spirit hall with innate full spirit power, your defeat is hardly unjust. After the encounter, Long Xiaoyu rose, suppressing the ache in his fists, and casually tossed 5 gold spirit coins to the defeated foe. These were all that remained in his possession. Though reluctant to part with them, he knew it was necessary. Money could be earned again, but unresolved troubles could perpetuate endlessly. Drawing inspiration from the rogues of his past life, he understood that a potent combination of strength, verbal intimidation, and lavish expenditure could silence dissent. If all these measures failed, he would have to reconsider the tenacity of 6-year-olds in this world. Chapter 19. Peace of Mind. The Martial Spirit Hall. Innate Full Spirit Power. Just the mention of the Martial Spirit Hall and innate full spirit power by Long Xiaoyu left even onlookers, who seemed indifferent, utterly astonished. Goodness, what does this imply? To possess such a formidable backing as the Martial Spirit Hall alongside the prodigious talent of innate full spirit power, this is what one calls a big shot? No wonder he dared to strike with such ferocity. Even the bruised and battered boy who had been struck felt an overwhelming sense of regret. How had he drawn such ill fortune to encounter an insurmountable presence like this? What? Not convinced? If you doubt it, you may inquire with the teacher. At that moment, he resembled a school bully, raising an eyebrow with a cold smirk, then gesturing dismissively towards the outside. Long Xiaoyu's confident demeanor intimidated everyone around him. A group of children, barely in their infancy, found themselves in awe of him, although he too had not fully matured. The 2 decades he spent in a previous life had endowed him with an age that could easily position him as a father figure to these youngsters, making it effortless to frighten them. Moreover, the words he spoke were entirely truthful. After waiting for a while to ensure no one else would stir trouble, he turned with Gu Yuna and headed towards the empty bed in the far west corner. This was the only spot where sunlight could cast its rays, making it the perfect place for sunbathing blankets, a veritable treasure of feng shui. There was only one vacant bed there. He was too lazy to move the one on the east side, and even if he did, there was no space for it. Thus, he approached directly, requesting others to make way for his comfort. Hey, kid, the bed. Please, please, please. It's already warm. Before he could finish his sentence, the original occupant quickly cleared their belongings and retreated, not forgetting to smooth the bedding. The chicken that had been made an example of was still trembling. He certainly did not wish to become the next victim. What does it mean that the bed is warm? Does my bed require your warmth? I'm only 6. What kind of thoughts are these? The bewilderment did not last long, as Long Xiaoyu chose not to dwell on it, fearing the implications of such thoughts. Regardless of their musings, all he desired was to have his bed adjacent to that of his beloved Nana. Guyu, you take that one. And I'll take this one. Long Xiaoyu pointed towards the corner where one side was a wall and the other a person. He did not consider himself a magnanimous individual. How could he allow others to watch while his wife slept? Subsequently, the two began to tidy up their belongings, which merely involved neatly placing their simple gifts into the cabinet, after which they intended to rest. Having witnessed Long Xiaoyu's formidable strength, the entire dormitory fell into silence, with no one daring to speak loudly, fearful of provoking him and creating an oppressive atmosphere. However, Long Xiaoyu felt no discomfort. He cherished the tranquility, as it allowed everyone to coexist peacefully, which he believed was the essence of a dormitory. Just missing a mobile phone. Alas, 3 months without touching one. How I long for it. Bored, he lay on his bed intending to sleep, but soon found himself wide awake again, his gaze wavering as he scanned the others. With a smile, he said, "Everyone, let us behave and keep to ourselves." "Yes, boss." His voice was loud enough for all to hear, and the others quickly nodded in agreement, wary of defying him. "Good, well behaved." He smiled, seemingly satisfied with their compliance. As the light of the crystal extinguished, the dormitory plunged into a serene night, punctuated by the faint sounds of snoring and the occasional rustle of sheets, particularly from Long Xiaoyu's direction. Tossing and turning, he rolled from one side of the bed to the other, furrowing his brow as he struggled to force himself to sleep. After a prolonged effort, slumber remained elusive. Although mischievous children are easily deceived, they also possess a fatal flaw. They act without considering the consequences. Sharing a bed with children he had just disciplined, he worried about being ambushed in his dreams, and by that, he meant being attacked. not in any other sense. Alas, this was quite a predicament. Just as he contemplated counting one ancient moon and then two to induce sleep, he suddenly felt his bed tremble. Frowning, he thought, damn it, those mischievous kids are relentless. He abruptly opened his eyes, turning around, his martial spirit instinctively drawn forth, ready to confront the intruder. Yet, in the silver light of the cube, he was met with a pair of captivating violet eyes. It was then he realized that Guyu had climbed onto his bed. Was she planning to ambush me? He retracted his earlier thoughts. This was indeed a stroke of luck. Xiaoyu, your nose? Blood? Guyuna tilted her head in confusion, pointing delicately at his nose. Oh, it's just a little heat, he stammered, abruptly aware of his earlier indiscretion. He quickly turned away to wipe the blood, resuming his previous position on the bed. I'm ready. Come on, bear. Nah, I'll take responsibility afterward. Guyuna was bewildered. What is this new knowledge? Strange knowledge indeed. Although puzzled by his actions, she did not retreat. Instead, she moved a little closer, gently resting a hand on his shoulder. Sleep peacefully. I shall keep watch. Her voice was soft and soothing, as if imbued with magic, calming Long Xiaoyu's previously anxious heart. That won't do. You should sleep. I doubt they would dare. Hearing this, Long Xiaoyu felt a flush of embarrassment, sitting up hastily. Just moments ago, he had feigned bravado in front of her. Yet now he was exposed as quite timid. This time, his words did not persuade her. Guyu pressed her hand against his rapidly beating heart, the powerful rhythm pulsing through his shirt and into her fingertips. But Xiaoyu's heart had betrayed him. This was the sensation of fear. Guyuna looked at him with innocent, pure eyes, seemingly unfazed by his deception. Strangely, she did not seem to mind this revelation. Long Xiaoyu lowered his head, feeling a wave of panic. He had the least patience when it came to her, and being so quickly seen through made him anxious about whether she would dislike him. He feared no one's disdain but hers. She was his one true love. Rest assured, I've already had enough sleep during the day. Staying awake tonight will not trouble me. Guyu's hand had left his chest as she spoke once more. All right then. Chapter 20. The emotionless sentinel. The determination in Guyu's eyes left him unsure of how to respond. Noting that she did not pursue the matter further, he let out a wry smile. How fortunate he was to have such a virtuous wife. Apart from Guyuna, he sought nothing else in life. Lying on the bed, he inched closer to her, the fragrance emanating from her enveloping him in a sense of intoxication. Drowsiness soon overtook him, and in his hazy slumber, he envisioned their future together. Guyu, as his wife, remained as beautiful as ever, her charm undiminished. They had 2 children, a boy and a girl, frolicking in the fields under the sun, one named Long Meili and the other Long June. The scene was heartwarming, stirring tears of emotion. Guyu, I like you. The voice of Long Xiaoyu was neither loud nor clear, yet Guyuna discerned it distinctly. Observing that her companion had already succumbed to slumber, she instinctively nodded, contemplating the notion of Xiaoyu's appetite. The night stretched interminably, yet for Guyuna, who had existed for countless years, it seemed to pass swiftly. At one point, someone stirred, merely rising to use the restroom. But upon catching sight of Guyuna sitting like a specter on the bed, her enchanting eyes gleamed brightly even in the darkness, staring intently in their direction, nearly causing them to lose their composure. Goodness, why was this individual not asleep? On watch? Did a prominent figure truly need to keep vigil? A sage indeed. Regardless of their thoughts, she remained seated, embodying an emotionless sentinel. As the early hours approached, moonlight filtered through the window, casting a silvery glow upon Long Xiaoyu. Points of starlight, composed of silver, green, and red elements, materialized around Guyuna before merging with her essence. Time drifted by unnoticed until the moon shifted from her line of sight, causing the elements to cease their dance. A soft hiccup broke the tranquility of the dormitory, faint yet undeniably emitted by Guyuna. A faint golden soul ring manifested from her being before vanishing, unnoticed by anyone. Guyuna gazed at the unexpected addition to her form, puzzled yet not overly concerned. Xiaoyu, awaken, it's time for class. As dawn's light began to break, the students stirred from their slumber, and Guyuna gently nudged her companion, signaling Long Xiaoyu to rise. Over 20 already, why attend this trivial class? Don't bother me. Long Xiaoyu, clearly lulled into a deep slumber by the presence of Guyuna, responded with a languid and drowsy tone, instinctively inching closer to her. Guyuna, ever accommodating, stood up abruptly, yanking her hand away from the grasp of Long Xiaoyu. Do not touch me. Though the meaning of that phrase eluded her, she sensed that Long Xiaoyu seemed reluctant to be touched. The comforting fragrance in the air dissipated, and the soft warmth in her hand vanished. Akin to a child losing their cherished toy, causing Long Xiaoyu to awaken suddenly. Gu Yuna, good morning. Gazing at Gu Yuna, who had retreated to the edge of the bed, Long Xiaoyu remained oblivious to his own words, feeling a dreamlike happiness at having been cared for throughout the night. He instinctively reached out his hand, wishing to pat her head as he had done before, but she turned her head away to evade him. Still avoiding me? Long Xiaoyu was taken aback. Usually, Gu was quite obedient, but today was different. Could it be true? Tickle, dodge, and hide. After a slight recovery of her powers last night, her current consciousness was beyond what Long Xiaoyu could compare to. Guyu, why are you hiding from me? After several unsuccessful attempts to reach her, Long Xiaoyu conceded, her gaze tinged with a hint of grievance as she looked at the other. Is my wife really that fast? Long Xiaoyu had once stated, do not provoke me. Gu Yuna replied bluntly, do not provoke me? Did I ever say that? After a moment of contemplation, noticing Gu Yuna's puzzled gaze, Long Xiaoyu suddenly made her move. With a swift motion, her hand successfully slipped beneath Gu Yuna's hat, making intimate contact with her silvery hair. Ah, this feels delightful. What an exquisite sensation. Gu Yuna frowned, her hand gradually coalescing silver soul power, as a petite silver dragon spear began to enlarge. Although she was unsure of her intent, she suddenly felt an inexplicable urge to use this weapon on Long Xiaoyu in a rather invasive manner. Wait a minute. It was Long Xiaoyu who said, do not provoke me. What does it have to do with me, her brother? Upon realizing this, Long Xiaoyu inhaled sharply and quickly withdrew her hand, employing the renowned technique of a certain someone. Is that so? Gu Yuna was bewildered, sensing that Long Xiaoyu was bullying an innocent person, yet she had no evidence. An odd piece of knowledge gained one. Long Xiaoyu had no intention of granting the other party an opportunity for a response, promptly calling for everyone to wash up and eat. Without delay, he slipped away. Today felt promising, with a stroke of luck at 4, significantly increasing the chances of wishes coming true, which left him feeling buoyant and eager for delightful occurrences throughout the day. After a swift wash, a pang of hunger gripped him, compelling Long Xiaoyu to seek nourishment. Despite being a newcomer to this place, he adapted quickly, as did his roommates, who regarded him with a mix of reverence and trepidation. Do not provoke me. Let us coexist peacefully. Provoked? I shall ensure you cannot escape. Accompanied by Gu Yuna, he exited dormitory 6, spotting Tian Heng standing nearby, 2 brooms placed beside him, indicating he had just finished tidying up with Zhao Wu. Oh, little San, good morning. Have you two completed your cleaning already? Long Xiaoyu greeted him as he approached. Yes. I'll go call Zhao Wu. She intends to join us for breakfast. Upon seeing the duo finally emerge, Tian Heng smiled, turning to head towards dormitory 7. Leaving Zhao Wu to linger momentarily before retreating back inside for a brief nap. Although Tian Heng felt a bit exasperated, he didn't dwell on it, as it was their first acquaintance, and it was already a pleasant surprise that such a charming girl wished to share a meal with him. Before long, amidst Tian Heng's embarrassment, Zhao Wu emerged from the door, rubbing her still sleepy eyes, occasionally throwing playful complaints at him, seemingly irritated by the interruption of her dreams. Good morning, Zhao Wu, Long Xiaoyu greeted. Good morning, she replied, casting a brief glance at Long Xiaoyu before turning her attention elsewhere. Their acquaintance was still fresh. Yet she instinctively glanced at Gu Yuna, taking an involuntary step back. Though she sensed no malice from her, an inexplicable fear lingered, rooted in the constraints of their respective ancestries. Well then, shall we proceed to breakfast? Long Xiaoyu remarked with a smile, oblivious to the subtle gestures of Zhao Wu. Even had he noticed, he likely would have refrained from commenting, for the matter concerning Gu Yuna was one he intended to keep to himself. It was a secret that belonged solely to the two of them. Chapter 21. The maternal style of Xiaoyu as the quartet traversed the path. Zhao Wu found herself beside Tian Heng, while Gu Yuna was flanked solely by Long Xiaoyu. Long Xiaoyu possessed an overwhelming possessiveness over Gu Yuna, insisting she remain at his right side, leaving Tian Heng on the opposite flank. Meanwhile, Zhao Wu instinctively maintained her distance from Gu Yuna. Her curiosity piqued regarding the relationship between Gu Yuna and Long Xiaoyu, often stealing glances in a seemingly casual manner. Tian Heng, too, occasionally cast his gaze towards Long Xiaoyu, albeit with a look akin to that of one observing a peculiar creature. Among the throngs of passers-by, nearly half of those who were of a similar stature to them swiftly turned and fled upon catching sight of their group. He was certain he did not recognize those fleeing figures, and it was evident their fearful glances were directed squarely at Long Xiaoyu. Had Xiaoyu engaged in some bizarre antics last night? Witnessing yet another individual retreat, Tang Xin could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, Xiaoyu, why do I get the impression they are afraid of you? How could that be? I mean, really? Long Xiaoyu felt a touch of embarrassment, pondering how remarkably effective this display of intimidation had proven. Ruffling his hair, he offered an awkward smile to an individual who was about to approach. His cheerful gaze, devoid of ulterior motives, inadvertently caused alarm in a perceptive observer, leading to an uncontrollable tremor in their body as they hastily bowed at a 90-degree angle in apology. My dear brother, I am deeply sorry. With that, they turned and swiftly departed. The two remaining were left speechless, while Guyu averted her gaze. Unable to bear the sight, Tang Xin sighed, contemplating whether this individual was resorting to a non-violent form of resistance for Guyu's sake. Yet if he were in a similar situation, he too might act in such a manner. Before he could articulate his thoughts, a familiar voice, resonating with the warmth of a middle-aged man, emerged from ahead. Xiaoyu, Xiao-san, Guyu, and this esteemed classmate, good morning. The only person capable of addressing them in such a familiar manner, apart from their peers, was undoubtedly the master. For no one else in the academy could match his stature. At that moment, the master stood before Long Xiaoyu and the others. Clad in the attire from the previous day, yet his demeanor appeared lively and vibrant as he greeted them with a smile. Ah, good morning, master. Are you off to have breakfast? Long Xiaoyu approached first and replied, I wonder if I can manage to secure a meal. After all, I am quite short on funds at the moment. He continued, although today marks your first day of classes, it is merely a diversion for you. The paramount concern now is the soul rings, which will facilitate your breakthroughs and further cultivation. Therefore, after we have dined, the two of you shall accompany me to seek out suitable soul rings. As for Guyu, the master hesitated, partly because Guyu was not his student and he felt no obligation to guide her, fearing criticism from other instructors. However, more significantly, the soul-hunting forest was perilously dangerous, and he lacked the confidence to protect 3 individuals simultaneously. Are you planning to hunt soul beasts? Little Wu interjected, furrowing her brow and glaring at the master, her tone reflecting her displeasure. Indeed, did I not clarify this earlier? The master looked at her in confusion, sensing that this young girl seemed to harbor animosity towards him. Had they crossed paths before? It's nothing, Little Wu muttered, realizing her outburst was unwarranted. And she turned her head away, lapsing into silence. The atmosphere grew awkward. Tang Xin opened his mouth, uncertain of what to say. Little Wu's earlier remark had indeed been peculiar. Although he had never encountered a soul beast, it was evident that a person of the master's caliber would not employ the term hunt lightly, implying that these were not benevolent, intelligent beings. Guyu, remain with Little Wu. Is that acceptable, Little Wu? It would be better for Guyu to refrain from participating in the hunt for magical beasts, lest her memories be awakened and she depart from him. Upon hearing this, Little Wu was taken aback, turning to stare intently at Long Xiaoyu. Was this fellow oblivious, or did he know something? What? Is it inconvenient, Little Wu? After all, Nana is quite wealthy. The radiant smile of Long Xiaoyu dispelled some of Xiao Wu's doubts. Although she was uncertain of his intentions, it seemed unlikely that a soul beast would trouble another, particularly a high-ranking one like Ming or Ming, who, despite their fierce appearance, never bullied the weak. Well then, Xiao Wu acquiesced. Thank you. The 5 of them had a simple meal, and as Long Xiaoyu had anticipated, the master treated them. However, the fare was rather modest, for the master was merely a resident of the academy and had no salary to lavish upon them. After satisfying their hunger, Long Xiaoyu exchanged a few more words with Guyu Na, resembling a doting grandmother sending her child off on a long journey, fretting over potential mishaps. Tang Xin felt a pang of jealousy, while Xiao Wu appeared bewildered. Guyu Na, on the other hand, expressed her exasperation. So verbose. After silently offering a few well wishes for Guyu Na, they finally departed with the master. Nana, rest assured, your husband will absolutely not be tempted by any other flowers or grasses. Xiao Wu, I leave it to you. Long Xiaoyu solemnly grasped the hand of the still bewildered Xiao Wu, which was soft, yet lacked the comforting warmth of Nana's touch. Oh, she quickly withdrew her hand, fearing that if she hesitated any longer, the figure behind Long Xiaoyu, with a gun in hand, might pierce through her as well. What exactly is the nature of their relationship? Well, let us depart. We must endeavor to be swift in our return. As the time drew near, the master began to urge them on, for it was preferable to complete their business in the soul-hunting forest during daylight. Indeed, upon exiting the nodding academy and entering the hunting instance, it was essential to prepare their supplies. Reflecting on the original narrative, Where the master possessed a spatial belt yet had Tang San carry the supplies and even a radish, one could not help but feel a sense of underlying cunning. However, Long Xiaoyu clearly had no intention of adhering to the main storyline. Why expend unnecessary effort when there were simpler alternatives? With his subtle hints and the manifestation of his desires, the master finally retrieved his treasured spatial belt, though he did not hand it over to them for reasons unknown. It seemed rather peculiar that with 2 disciples and only 1 precious item, the most prudent approach was to withhold it from both. This was Long Xiaoyu's conjecture. At last, we have arrived. Once the carriage came to a halt, the master gently patted the already slumbering Long Xiaoyu. The journey from Nodding City to the soul-hunting forest felt exceedingly long, or at least that was how Long Xiaoyu perceived it. After all, spending an entire day and night in a horse-drawn carriage in this world hardly seemed trivial. Having rarely experienced such prolonged travel in his previous life, he found it to be a significant waste of time, compounded by the slight jolting of the carriage that made him prone to drowsiness. Have we finally arrived? Long Xiaoyu groggily opened her eyes, sensing that the carriage had come to a halt. She stretched languidly, embodying a sense of contentment. Tang San looked on with a hint of exasperation. This individual was remarkably carefree, managing to sleep so soundly even outside the comforts of a dormitory. Xiaoyu. It's time to disembark. As the carriage came to a stop, the master gently tapped the slumbering Long Xiaoyu. The journey from Nodding City to the soul-hunting forest felt interminable to her. At least, that was her impression. Was it not absurd to spend an entire day and night in a carriage in this world? After all, in her previous life, she seldom endured such lengthy travels, deeming them a waste of time. Moreover, the slight jostling of the carriage made it all too easy for her to succumb to drowsiness. Have we finally arrived? Long Xiaoyu groggily opened her eyes, sensing that the carriage had come to a halt. She stretched lazily, exuding an air of contentment. Tang San looked on, somewhat speechless. This individual seemed remarkably unperturbed, managing to sleep soundly even outside the dormitory. Xiaoyu, it's time to disembark. After the 3 descended from the carriage, Tang San was taken aback, while Long Xiaoyu gazed at the scene before her, overwhelmed by a sense of wonder. Compared to the towering edifices of her previous life, this place resembled a veritable paradise for travelers. Although the outskirts of the forest were bustling with shops and throngs of people, their voices, lively yet distant, felt minuscule in comparison to the vastness of the forest, reminiscent of the hum of insects, the crisp air, the dense forest nearby, and the jovial conversations of soul masters imbued her with the sensation of stepping into a real-life game, complete with monster slaying and leveling up. Adventurers? Tang San pondered, his curiosity piqued by unfamiliar terminology. I meant soul masters. I misspoke. Long Xiaoyu chuckled, slightly embarrassed by her slip. Well, how do you find it? Are you astonished? Although the soul-hunting forest is perilous, do you know why so many are drawn here? The master remarked with a smile, surveying the surroundings with a hint of nostalgia. How long has it been since I last visited? I've long since lost count. High risk, high reward. A gamble that could transform a bicycle into a motorcycle, with the prospect of adventure leading to fortune just around the corner. While Tang San remained lost in thought, Long Xiaoyu eagerly responded, her spirits evidently lifted. Not only had she enjoyed a streak of good fortune, but she was also on the brink of entering a dungeon to battle monsters, an exhilarating prospect for someone who had once led a sedentary life. My cube has been yearning for action. The master was taken aback. What was this young lad rambling about? Despite his confusion, he quickly regained his composure. Ahem. In any case, Xiaoyu, you are indeed correct. High risks often yield high rewards. However, one must also be prepared to face the consequences. A hastily assembled team might manage to handle lesser soul beasts, but should they encounter something formidable, their cohesion would crumble. Oh, the 2 chimed in agreement. After a brief inspection of their passes by the soldiers, who did not question the presence of 2 children, they strode confidently into the depths of the forest. Little soul beasts, your brother is here. Meanwhile, far away at Nodding Academy, 2 6-year-old legitimate Lolas quietly sat beside a small fish pond. Your name is Guyu? Zhao Wu finally couldn't restrain her curiosity. Since their first day together, they had scarcely exchanged words. On the first day, nothing transpired. On the second, Zhao Wu awaited Gu Yuna's emergence for collaborative endeavors. Though they maintained a distance, being amidst fellow beings made her feel closer to her own kind. Moreover, she sensed no malice from Gu Yuna, whose somewhat clumsy charm piqued her interest. Gu Yuna's voice was flat, akin to that of a robotic entity devoid of emotion. Oh. Zhao Wu fell silent, yet within, she wondered whether Gu Yuna was capable of engaging in conversation. Though adorable, she too was charming, right? Surely. There should be plenty of common topics among girls. Annoyed and baffled, she soon inquired, "Why are you so close to humans?" She was eager to understand the nature of Gu Yuna's feelings towards Long Xiaoyu, which seemed to inspire such warmth, jealousy, hand-holding, and the like, was simply inconceivable. However, Gu Yuna shook her head, indicating she did not understand. Though she felt no aversion towards Long Xiaoyu, any further sentiments remained elusive. After all, it was Long Xiaoyu who had awakened her, so following him should pose no issue. Don't know? What kind of answer is that? Humans are all wicked, especially that master. He actually incites Tang San to hunt soul beasts. Upon seeing Gu Yuna merely shake her head, Zhao Wu became frantic, her small fist rubbing against her palms. Seemingly poised to unleash her wrath upon the master's head, Gu Yuna tilted her head in confusion, unsure why Zhao Wu suddenly erupted in anger. Zhao Wu vented her frustrations for a while, her fists and palms reddening, illustrating the depth of her grievances. Yet when she looked up at Gu Yuna, the latter remained serene, leaving Zhao Wu puzzled. Why did she not react to the hunting of her kin? Why did you not react when they hunted soul beasts? Her tone grew anxious, as if desperate for answers. She was reluctant to speak of humans, but she was more than willing to confide in her own kind. Soul beasts? Soul beasts. Gu Yuna pondered, having heard this term numerous times without truly comprehending it. However, upon Zhao Wu's mention, it suddenly felt familiar. Who were these soul beasts? Her kin? She recalled the formidable azure bull python she had encountered upon awakening, and the king it spoke of. A flood of vague memories surged within her mind, allowing her to vividly envision a towering figure, massive wings flapping, accompanied by a resounding roar that could plunge the world into calamity. Who was this being? It felt oddly intimate, yet why? Why did she, so diminutive in stature, feel such a connection to something so immense? Eh? What's wrong? Don't scare me. Otherwise, Xiao Yu will have my head. Zhao Wu exclaimed as Gu Yuna suddenly slapped her forehead, leaving her stunned. Could it be that she had lost her memory? Could a mere vocabulary of soul beasts cause her such distress? She quickly sought to soothe her. With a shake of her head, Gu Yuna's mask slipped off, revealing a cascade of silver hair that danced in the wind. When she lifted her gaze once more, Zhao Wu was left speechless. No wonder she had always worn a mask. Such a beautiful girl would compel anyone to conceal their face. This beauty was so profound that even the most virtuous would struggle to maintain their composure. After a moment of astonishment, Zhao Wu hastily retrieved the mask, wiping it clean before offering it back. Though she was reluctant to admit it, Gu Yuna was indeed more beautiful. Just a smidgen. Nothing more. It's fine. Zhao Yu had said, modesty is a virtue, especially towards girls. It's a surefire way to win their hearts. Zhao Wu was taken aback. Was this an attempt to flirt with her? What on earth had that fellow taught her? Zhao Yu had said that if she couldn't endure such pain, how could she bear the entirety of oneself? Gu Yuna, still dazed from the throbbing in her head, leaned slightly forward, their eyes locking. The distance between their faces barely a hand's breadth. I am not that kind of person, Zhao Wu stammered. Her cheeks suddenly flushed as she gazed into Gu Yuna's enchanting violet eyes. Though her expression remained calm, it inexplicably quickened Zhao Wu's heartbeat, rendering her speech halting and igniting a mix of anxiety and excitement within her. Oh no, what a predicament! As they entered the protective barrier, Long Xiaoyu trembled slightly, questioning whether this sensation stemmed from fear. No, it was not fear. Rather, she found herself missing Gu Yuna terribly, wondering how she was faring now. With Zhao Wu by her side, she should not be lonely, yet an inexplicable sense of urgency gripped her. Crossing the protective barrier. As Long Xiaoyu and her companion stepped inside, the cacophony from the entrance seemed to dissipate, replaced by the melodious chirping of birds, the low growls of beasts, and a cacophony of other sounds that reached their ears. Rather than feeling overwhelmed, it brought a refreshing sense of tranquility to their minds and bodies. Long Xiaoyu scrutinized his surroundings. The towering green pines here surpassed those he had seen in his previous life. The intricate and convoluted terrain suggested that once he ventured in, escape would be nearly impossible. A twinge of anxiety gripped him as he tightly secured everything below his neck, instinctively inching closer to his master. It was not the colossal ferocious beast that frightened him, but rather the undeniable presence of snakes, leeches, leaf insects, centipedes, and others. Though not lethal, they were decidedly repulsive. The mere thought of those peculiar little creatures lurking nearby sent shivers down his spine, making him feel that a restful night was a distant dream. Noticing his two disciples subtly gravitating towards him, the master smiled, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. It had been a long time since anyone had leaned on him so. Come forth, Luo Sanpao. With his hands clasped together, he swiftly struck the ground. and a series of soul rings, shimmering with his master's purple spiritual energy, materialized around him. The arrival of Sanpao was imminent. Long Xiaoyu's eyes widened in anticipation as he watched his master's gestures, brimming with expectation. Lolo, with an odd cry. A peculiar creature that resembled neither dog nor pig appeared before the master. Long Xiaoyu could hardly contain her laughter, and upon realizing her lack of restraint, she quickly covered her mouth with her hand. It was simply too adorable, not to mention peculiar. Xiaoyu. Tang San also felt a twinge of curiosity. Yet he was somewhat embarrassed by Long Xiaoyu's unkind laughter and hurriedly intervened. After all, this was their teacher, likely showcasing their martial spirit. How could one mock it? Oh, I shall not laugh anymore. Pfft, ha ha ha. Long Xiaoyu spoke, yet upon witnessing Sanpao's foolish antics, she could no longer suppress her laughter. Oh well, she decided. Regardless of any reprimands or punishments that may come later, it was better to let him enjoy this moment of mirth. Holding back laughter can truly be a challenge for the living. Seeing that the other party showed no signs of stopping, Tang San was at a loss for words. Just as he was about to scold again, the master interjected. Hee, Tang San, it's quite all right. Xiaoyu is merely laughing at Sanpao's appearance. The master shook his head, halting Tang San's impending reprimand, his tone devoid of reproach and instead imbued with a sense of delight. After all, they were but 6 years old, and such innocent laughter, unabashedly expressing one's inner thoughts, was perhaps the very essence of childhood. However, the master's nonchalance did not imply that Luo Sanpao would remain unperturbed. As a diminished version of the Golden Saint Dragon, he certainly comprehended the implications of Xiaoyu's mockery. With a huff, he charged forward, intent on retaliating. Take that. Let us see who laughs now. Hey, don't push. I'm not laughing anymore. Observing the playful chase between Long Xiaoyu and Luo Sanpao, Tang San sighed, though a smile lingered on his lips. He couldn't help but envy Xiaoyu's joyful demeanor. Nevertheless, he resolved, the Tang sect would eventually be established. The primary tenet of the protagonist's grand narrative, Article 11, the protagonist must possess a magnificent goal. All right, enough play for now, Xiaoyu. Little San, let me see your martial spirits. As time was drawing near, the master called out to the panting Xiaoyu, who had been pursued relentlessly. With the call, Luo Sanpao seemed to understand, and with a hasty shout towards Long Xiaoyu, he turned and scampered towards the master with his tiny legs. Phew. Being chased by a pig is a first for me, he mused. Indeed, Sanpao did resemble a mutated pig, much to everyone's amusement. Long Xiaoyu could not help but voice his sarcasm, noting that the disparity between what he imagined in novels and the reality he witnessed was always vast. This was the reason behind his incessant laughter, but now his mirth had ceased. He did not wish to be treated like a mere cabbage again. Upon his arrival, he found Tang San, true to the narrative, brandishing his dual martial souls. The Haotian hammer, under Long Xiaoyu's close scrutiny, indeed possessed a certain majestic aura. Yet it appeared somewhat diminished in comparison to the lethal presence of the silver dragon spear. It was clear that my dear Nana was truly formidable. Long Xiaoyu remained remarkably composed, yet the master was evidently unable to contain his excitement, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the hammer in Tang San's grasp. A look of delight illuminating his face, though it swiftly transformed into a serious demeanor. Xiao San, remember this hammer. Under no circumstances should you attach any soul rings to it without permission. Understood. Although he was unaware of the underlying reasons, the master's words echoed those of his father, leaving him with no room for doubt. After imparting a few more instructions and inquiring about Tang Hao's well-being, he turned his attention back to Long Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, what of your martial soul? The prototype of Long Xiaoyu's martial spirit does not originate from this world. The master stared for quite some time, yet failed to discern what it was, furrowing his brow, and could not help but question the depth of his own knowledge. Teacher, look, Long Xiaoyu had no intention of keeping secrets. Since he was a master, he might as well take a look for himself. However, similar to the previous encounter with Su Yuntao, he only showcased 3 forms, the Tang Dao, the corner shield, and the bow and arrow. Tang San, in the later stages, would inevitably have conflicts with the Spirit Hall, and having already chosen the Spirit Hall, there was no reason for him to reveal his true strength to them. The transformation of Long Xiaoyu's martial soul was known to Tang San, yet witnessing it for the second time still elicited a sense of astonishment. A martial soul that could rival the might of 3. Could there truly be one more formidable than this? Following Tang San, the master was once again taken aback. His 2 disciples were not merely treasures he had stumbled upon. It felt akin to discovering a mountain of gold. This martial soul embodied close combat, ranged attack, and defense all in one, positioning it among the pinnacle of weapon-type martial souls. The master could not suppress his admiration, pondering the nature of the disciples he had taken under his wing, each one a veritable prodigy. "Well, it's not too bad," Long Xiaoyu modestly replied, though a hint of envy surfaced towards Tang San's dual martial souls. The prospect of wielding the Haoyan hammer, adorned with soul rings exceeding 100,000 years, would surely render him as fragile as a gourd. Indeed, it may not be far off, he conceded, now awaiting to see whether the powers conferred by the three forms of the martial soul would diminish due to the combined influence of the soul rings. He gestured to assure the other party not to worry, yet when the topic of martial souls arose again, the master adopted a more serious demeanor. Long Xiaoyu could only say that the master indeed possessed some remarkable insight as he swiftly addressed this issue. Nodding earnestly, he remarked, "Yes, teacher, I share your concerns regarding this matter. If it is indeed the case, he might as well forego this ever-changing martial spirit. The myriad forms that this spirit can assume are simply overwhelming, and the burden of power might prove too great, even for 100,000-year soul ring to bear." Chapter 24. Mandala Snake. As they continued their journey, the master tirelessly shared a wealth of knowledge, and Tang San listened with rapt attention. Initially, Long Xiaoyu found the discourse quite engaging. However, as time wore on, she began to wonder if the master could not find a moment of silence. His incessant chatter became rather bothersome, prompting her to wish for a soul beast to silence him. Suddenly, a chilling hiss echoed in the distance, accompanied by the sound of a serpent's forked tongue. Was this the so-called manifestation of one's desires, the fulfillment of wishes? Long Xiaoyu felt somewhat dazed, pondering why you appeared so astute when I was envisioning Gu Yuna. System, my affection for you is akin to the relentless punches from your father, each one striking deep. You are deliberately toying with me, aren't you? Xiaoyu, be cautious. The master, with a tense expression, swiftly extended his hand to shield the two behind him, simultaneously urging Luo Sanpao to prepare for action. Yes, hissed the sound of a serpent's tongue grew increasingly closer, until a slender figure emerged before them at a distance of nearly 10 meters, with crimson eyes and a triangular serpent head, fixating its gaze upon them. This is a mandrake snake. I hope its age is relatively young. Just as the master contemplated, the mandrake snake rapidly approached, having already been detected by its prey. It had no intention of remaining in ambush. The speed of the figure instilled fear within the master, his countenance darkening. He never anticipated that his initial venture would lead him to encounter a mandrake snake over a century old. Run. There wasn't even a chance for Luo Sanpao to take action. Encountering such a soul beast was beyond what he, with his theoretical prowess, could handle. Teacher, there is no escape. This creature is far too swift. Fighting against the odds offers no glimmer of hope. Long Xiaoyu followed closely behind the master, her mind incessantly murmuring for everything to go smoothly. Undoubtedly, one could question whether they ever had the capability to outrun their adversaries in the original tale. However, from her perspective, it felt as though they were pitting their legs against a turbocharged machine in a race where speed was on an entirely different echelon. Continuing this futile endeavor would merely squander their stamina. All right, prepare, we are moving out. She glanced back at the figures trailing behind, hesitated momentarily, then decisively halted. Turning, she hurled a dagger to Tang San. Xiaoyu was correct. Given this fellow's velocity, it was only a matter of time before they were caught. It would be wiser to take a gamble, much like Xiaoyu had previously suggested, to risk it all for a bicycle or something along those lines. With a thunderous release akin to a roaring tempest, Master unleashed his soul power, and the yellow soul ring illuminated. As Luo Sanpao inhaled, his body expanded, resembling a balloon. Accompanied by a resounding clap of thunder, a colossal cloud of smoke erupted, propelling the uncontrollable mandala snake into the air. Goodness! The serpent soared, and Long Xiaoyu stood transfixed. It must have been nearly 4 meters long. However, recalling the cautionary tales of 2 tigers, she quickly regained her composure, retrieving her bow. Drawing it back, a silver arrow formed from her soul power materialized instantaneously. Go. Give it your all. Whoosh. Before the mandala snake could touch the ground, Long Xiaoyu's arrow had already reached its target, embedding itself into the creature's body. By sheer coincidence, it appeared to strike the snake's gallbladder, provoking a series of convulsions and excruciating agony from the mandala snake. Hiss. Xiaoyu. Long Xiaoyu's sudden action left the master momentarily stunned. Gazing at the serious expression on her face, he wondered if this was still the same child who had just been playfully bantering with Luo Sanpao. In that moment, Long Xiaoyu resembled a seasoned hunter, her eyes fixed intently ahead as she knocked another arrow and released it. Whoosh! This arrow struck true, hitting the serpent's spine. However, this shot also roused the mandragorous snake from its stupor. Despite the agony coursing through its body, it launched another assault. Did they truly underestimate its resilience by believing that 2 arrows could drive it back? Teacher, Xiao San, let's go together. Long Xiaoyu hastily exclaimed as his arrow struck true once more. For such a sizable target, even he, a novice who had only trained for a little over a month, could hit it, especially with the fortuitous boost of luck. His shout prompted both the master and Tang San to react immediately, each springing into action. Yes, Xiaoyu, Xiao San. Aim for its eyes and mouth. The thunderous roar of the fart. The heaven-shattering 3 cannons. With the master's second attack, the mandala snake, clearly on guard, twisted its supple body and descended the tree, glaring intently at Long Xiaoyu, baring its venomous fangs. Charge. You're finished, kid. Humph. Seeking your own demise. In facing the mandala snake, Tang San, realizing his strength and speed were inferior to that of this creature, patiently awaited the right moment. Just as the serpent lunged down from the tree towards Long Xiaoyu, he seized his opportunity. Leaping into the air, he plunged his dagger fiercely into the creature's eye. With a sickening squelch, the mandala snake writhed in agony, yet its momentum remained relentless as it barreled towards Long Xiaoyu. It's you I've chosen. Great Horn Shield. Closing his eyes, he swiftly switched tactics. Unlike the single-handed shield from before, a massive silver shield now stood imposing on the ground, its weight creating a shallow crater beneath it. If evasion was not an option, he would confront it head-on. With a resounding crash, the triangular head of the snake collided with Long Xiaoyu's shield. The tremendous force of the impact sending him staggering backward several meters until he ultimately fell onto the ground. Goodness, how terrifying! Long Xiaoyu clicked his tongue, unable to suppress a twitch on his face. The Rubik's Cube has 2 applications. One is to rely on one's imagination to conjure the existence of the world's martial spirits for transformation, with the strength of the transformation being contingent upon the potency of the existence within this realm. For instance, a 6-winged angel would be exceedingly powerful. The other method also involves imagination, yet it remains bound by the 6 inherent limitations. However, for someone like him, who is initially unfamiliar with the forms of martial spirits, this approach proves remarkably useful, albeit with the strength of the imagined form being uncertain. For example, this time, envisioning the large horned shield, he imagined it as a shield of a support character from a game, resembling a door, and its weight was no exaggeration. He was unexpectedly flung a considerable distance by it. Hiss bang. The mandala snake struggled to lift its head, but then collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. Do not approach. The master quickly pulled Tang San away from the mandala snake. Creatures of this nature do not succumb easily, so caution is paramount. Shall I give it a try? Long Xiaoyu stood at a distance, summoning the Rubik's Cube back. Just as he was about to launch another shot, faint yellow light began to converge atop the head of the mandala serpent, ultimately coalescing into a distinctly clear halo. Was this a sign from the heavens? Long Xiaoyu was taken aback. Is this how it ends? The yellow halo perfectly positioned above the opponent's head gave him the impression that this fellow was on the verge of entering paradise. Long Xiaoyu silently gestured in front of his chest. Brother Snake, may there be no soul masters in heaven. Chapter 25, Male the master appeared somewhat bewildered, observing that the other party seemed to have a dent in their head. A soul beast, aged 400 years, has perished? Just like that? However, he quickly regained his composure and joyfully addressed Long Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, your soul ring has found its match. Yet, it was a fatal blow delivered by Tang San. His expression turned peculiar upon hearing the master's words. Long Xiaoyu felt somewhat at a loss. Logically, this should have been Tang San's achievement. What did it mean for him to have slain it? Brother Snake, why don't you get up and jump around a bit more? Don't bring shame to a 100-year-old soul beast. Tang San remained unfazed, gazing at the fallen mandala snake, his heart filled solely with joy. The concept of a soul ring was still foreign to him, and he could not fully grasp the significance of the mandala snake at that moment. He was merely grateful that no one had been injured in the process of slaying it. Heh, Xiaoyu, have you already forgotten what the teacher just taught you? A soul ring can only be absorbed by the one who delivers the final blow. Even if you wish to allow it, it is simply impossible. Moreover, Tang San approached, patting the other's shoulder, then adopted a serious demeanor as he continued. Without your calm judgment, we would have likely met our demise. Indeed, Tang San is right. Xiaoyu, you should absorb it. The master nodded approvingly at Tang San's astuteness. These two children seemed to possess personalities that resonated well with him. Very well. Long Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Indeed, this mandala snake would greatly assist Tang San, but it would also serve his purpose. Since fate had decreed that it would perish at his hands, what was there for him to evade? At worst, he could simply wish for another one later. According to the master's introduction, the mandala snake possessed an extraordinarily resilient body, had it not been for his soul power arrow striking precisely at its vulnerable white belly. It would have been nearly impossible to breach its scales. Given his formidable toughness and the creature's potent venom, it was likely that both his shield Bao and Tang Dao would undergo a remarkable transformation. Sitting beside the mandala snake, he watched in awe as the yellow soul ring, drawn by his soul power, gradually ascended from the serpent's head to his own. It was almost unfathomable. If those from his past life were to witness this, Newton's coffin would surely rattle once more. The silver radiance of the magic cube began to intertwine with the yellow soul ring, alternating continuously upon Long Xiaoyu's form, who sought to consume whom. He felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping him, straining his waist as if it bore the weight of at least 3 guyuna, or perhaps even 4. Ah, the joy of 4 guyuna. A jest of a dragon amusing 4 pigs. No, for Na. Suddenly, as he lost focus, the overwhelming power of the soul ring launched an assault on his heart, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. This frightened him greatly. Good heavens! The peril was palpable, and had the master learned of this, he would have surely been met with wrath. Steady yourself, Xiaoyu. However, fortunately, the master seemed oblivious to the distraction caused by the alluring presence of the snake. After all, this was a crucial moment for absorbing the soul ring. What fool would allow themselves to be sidetracked? After a considerable wait, seeing Long Xiaoyu fully immersed in the process of absorbing the soul ring, the master felt a wave of relief wash over him. He wiped the sweat from his brow, silently reflecting that losing such a brilliant student would be a tremendous misfortune. As the moon gradually ascended, the soul-hunting forest at night proved no less perilous than during the day. In fact, the diminished visibility heightened their sense of vigilance. Having scattered snake-repellent powder and arranged their surroundings, the surrounding noise diminished significantly. Sitting opposite Tang San, who occasionally glanced at Long Xiaoyu still engrossed in the absorption process, curiosity and envy filled his heart. What are your thoughts on Xiaoyu? The master broke the silence, looking at Tang San with a smile. Xiaoyu's demeanor in the face of the mandala snake genuinely astonished the master, calm, decisive, exuding an air that he would never shortchange himself when it came to play, yet equally serious and uncompromising when the moment called for it. Could he truly be a genius? Just moments ago, he had marveled at Xiaoyu's innocence, only to feel as if he had been struck in the face by the child's remarkable performance, which was hard to believe from someone merely 6 years old. Upon hearing the master's question, Tang San paused for a moment, exhaling slowly as he gazed at the still-closed eyes of Long Xiaoyu. I admire him. Though Xiaoyu can be peculiar at times, he often behaves like a child, with a rather brazen demeanor. Little San, I'm not deaf, came the retort from Xiaoyu. Long Xiaoyu suddenly spoke with a tone of grievance, though his eyes remained closed, and the soul power within him continued to absorb, having experienced it once. He was notably cautious this time. Despite being distracted, he managed to maintain control over the soul ring's power. Focus. Embrace unity. This admonition nearly compelled the master to rise in alarm. Could this lad not take the absorption of the soul ring more seriously? Chastised, you fell silent, wishing only that his past misdeeds remained undisclosed. After all, who relishes having their dark history recounted in front of others? Yet, it appeared he had underestimated the master's penchant for gossip. Continue, Tang San, but keep your voice down. Brother, that's too much. Ah, well, though there are many flaws, there are also numerous virtues. He is particularly kind to his family, warm-hearted towards friends, meticulous in thought, and richly knowledgeable. Noticing that Long Xiaoyu could hear him, Tang San felt a twinge of embarrassment and scratched his head. However, since the master was still listening, he had no choice but to extol praises, wary of uttering anything negative that might later be used against him. After pondering Tang San's assessment, the master nodded in satisfaction and inquired, and what of you? What is your self-assessment? Huh? Myself? Tang San hesitated, glancing at Long Xiaoyu. If he were not a reincarnated soul, he likely would not even be standing alongside this boy. Shaking his head, he forced a wry smile and continued, let us talk about Xiaoyu instead. Just then, Long Xiaoyu completed his absorption. To quote the original text, all 36,000 pores in his body opened wide, inhaling the surrounding air and the essence of the earth, granting him a sensation akin to being lifted by the heavens. However, his enjoyment was short-lived as he suddenly leaped to his feet, striding furiously toward Tang San, raising his middle finger and exclaiming, "Speak, speak, speak. What are you saying? You big mouth, Tang San. Should I reveal your secrets instead?" Though he appeared angry, it was evident to all that Long Xiaoyu was merely jesting with Tang San. My secrets? What secrets do I have? Tang San was bewildered. Could he truly possess anything incriminating? It seemed implausible. For he was the epitome of virtue in the original story. Humph. Obsessive brother. You have no right to say that. Fine. Daddy's boy. You like Zhao Wu. Stop, stop, stop. Enough. I was wrong. Before the other could finish, Tang San rushed forward, covering his mouth as if caught in a compromising situation. Damn it. How did he find out? I thought I had concealed it well. MMPH. You shouldn't have exposed me. Long Xiaoyu had no intention of yielding. She effortlessly pried away the tightly clasped hands of her opponent. Oh, Xiaoyu, have you grown stronger? A surge of formidable strength propelled Tang San backward, leaving him somewhat astonished. He had always enjoyed playful banter with Xiaoyu, and was well aware of her capabilities. However, witnessing her seemingly effortless display of power left him bewildered. When did she become so strong? Look at me. Huh? Strength? Oh, it truly seems so. How astonishing. Even the mighty brotherly would shed tears. Just as he was about to utter more, Tang San's reminder momentarily stunned Long Xiaoyu. She clenched her fists. Realizing that her previous physical state felt utterly drained, now, an overwhelming sense of strength coursed through her, as if she could vanquish a crimson tiger with a single blow. Crimson tiger, haha, I truly appreciate your sentiments. Who is this brotherly? Tang San pondered in disbelief. Their playful banter resembled something quite familiar, prompting Master to feel reminiscent. He decided against delving into the past, deeming it a dark history, and turned to Long Xiaoyu, saying, All right, Xiaoyu, let us see what your soul skill is. Oh, here it comes. Having sensed the power within her, she too felt a twinge of anticipation for her soul skill. The wonders of the Douluo continent had bestowed upon her many marvels, and naturally, soul skills were among them. Do not inquire about the principles. Such matters belong to the realm of metaphysics. She had long since resolved to abandon her previous worldview in favor of this one. As her soul power surged dramatically, a magical cube materialized, and the yellow soul ring gradually descended from above her head to her feet. A bow and arrow. The silver bow appeared unchanged, which left Long Xiaoyu feeling somewhat disappointed. However, as she knocked an arrow, the originally silver arrow transformed into a delicate green hue. This verdant color seemed gentle, perhaps indicating a healing ability. Nevertheless, with a swift motion, the arrow was released, and Long Xiaoyu immediately sensed the immense power of this projectile. Upon impact, the arrow did not embed itself into the tree. Instead, it shattered upon collision, the light green hue morphing into a deep, rich green, a shade reminiscent of yellow-green. The liquid seeped into the tree trunk, and despite the distance, the acrid stench of the corrosive toxin reached Long Xiaoyu's nostrils. Goodness, a toxic arrowhead. How formidable. Naturally, it was to be expected, given that Xiaoyu's first soul ring was nearing its limit, resulting in such extraordinary effects. Master nodded in satisfaction, reflecting on the notion that misfortune may indeed harbor fortune. He had not anticipated that this crisis would present an opportunity for Xiaoyu. Shield of horns. Long Xiaoyu eagerly transformed. A layer of serpent-like scales adorning the back of her small horned shield, with pale green blades enveloping the edges. The Tang knife appeared similarly enchanted. Though it seemed devoid of soul skills, the mandala snake merely provided an enchantment enhancement to all martial souls. This knife of mine is indeed poisonous. Although a tinge of disappointment washed over her, it quickly dissipated, her brow unfurling as she felt akin to the martial soul of Guyu from the third era of Douluo, an elementalist. While she wielded 6 distinct types of martial souls, with adept application, even a singular martial soul could become an insurmountable force. However, facing the legendary Haotian hammer of 100,000 years might be perilous. Surely, the system wouldn't allow me to be so easily vanquished, would it? With a chuckle, she considered today a bountiful gain, determined to continue her endeavors and escape this place soon. Under the guidance of their master, the trio took turns keeping watch through the night. During the first evening, Tang San and the master managed to enjoy a restful slumber, while Long Xiaoyu, plagued by thoughts of potential insects crawling upon her, awoke repeatedly from a half-dream state. Goodness, what if Tang San, with his big mouth, discovers my fear of bugs? Resolutely embracing her spirit of self-sacrifice, she remained vigilant until dawn. By morning, her vitality felt akin to that of a weary patron returning from an all-night internet CAF. And fatigue washed over her. Contemplating further explorations, her face twitched, and she began to murmur to herself. After a half hour, she successfully summoned another mandala snake. But its age was insufficient, prompting the master to abandon it. Frustrated, Long Xiaoyu continued to murmur for another half hour until a nearly 1,000-year-old specimen appeared. Without hesitation, she fled. The third and fourth summons blurred together, and she lost count of her repetitive incantations. Why not try something different? Knowledge of oneself and one's opponent leads to victory, she thought, yet she remained committed to her original plan, reluctant to summon unfamiliar entities at a time when her spirit was not at its peak, fearing misfortune. Just as she contemplated surrendering and resuming her efforts the following day, a 400-year-old snake finally graced her presence. With the benefit of prior attempts, the trio acted with confidence and greed in their eyes, and while the mandala snake lingered in confusion, Tang San swiftly delivered the final blow. Brother Snake. A head delivered from afar, a light gift but heavy sentiment. I, Long Xiaoyu, shall remember this. Little San, your soul ring has arrived. With this exclamation, as the magic cube was stowed away, Long Xiaoyu slumped beside them, feeling drained and seemingly ready to sleep. Lacking Guyu's gift of sleeplessness, she hastily sighed. I'm so tired. I wonder if Nana misses me? I long to return and snuggle with my dear Nana. I can't fathom why I keep encountering this mandala snake. I haven't seen any snake dens around, and mandala snakes aren't known for being social creatures, though somewhat illogical. The outcome was fortuitous. Following the master's principle that practice is the only standard to verify truth, Tang San was soon ensnared, beginning to absorb the soul ring. Meanwhile, at Nuoding Academy, under the bright sun, two girls found themselves in an awkward position. Nana, one exclaimed as she offered a spoon to the other. The two youthful figures, each clinging to one another, exchanged bites, with Zhao Wu blushing and Guyuna maintaining a serene demeanor. Their gazes locked, reflecting nothing but each other's images. Uncertain of the significance of their actions, Guyuna complied, remembering Long Xiaoyu's words about staying close to avoid displeasing her companion. Upon exiting the soul-hunting forest, Long Xiaoyu felt uncertain about her large horned shield. Regardless of the master's belief, she sensed she had glossed over the matter. The trio returned directly to Nuoding Academy, postponing their registration at the Martial Soul Hall due to fatigue. While the master seemed relatively well, Tang San, accustomed to training since childhood, could endure. But Long Xiaoyu found it unbearable. Having been a corporate drone in her previous life, she struggled with the fragility of her new body. Even with the first soul ring's enhancement, the wilderness survival experience was overwhelming. Upon returning to school, she rushed to dormitory 6. Excitement bubbling within her after a few days apart. Upon entering, however, the atmosphere felt peculiar. Guyuna was absent, which she understood, but where had Zhao Wu gone? Hey, where's that girl beside me? Observing the astonished faces of those around her, she felt uneasy, as if they were surprised by her swift return. Grabbing the nearest individual, she lifted them by the collar, her drowsiness vanishing, replaced by a fierce glare that transformed her demeanor from harmless to intimidating. She, the one you beat up. Her brother seems to have come looking for her. She and another girl were reportedly taken to the back mountain of the academy. The student, caught in her grip, stammered out of fear, while others hastily retreated, remembering the terror Long Xiaoyu had instilled in them. With a sharp motion, she flung the student aside and rushed towards the direction indicated, burning with anger. Whoever you are, dare to harm Guyuna, and I shall deal with you. At the back mountain, two factions had formed, one led by the senior Zhao and the other by Zhao Wu, accompanied by Guyuna and some from dormitory 7. Zhao, surveying the two girls before him, found himself entranced by Zhao Wu's cuteness and Guyuna's enigma, his heartbeat quickening. He turned to a junior who had been previously knocked down by Long Xiaoyu, asking, Xiaoming, is it this girl? Brother, maybe we should let this go. Her brother is from the Martial Soul Hall, the junior replied, a sense of inexplicable fear creeping in as he gazed at Guyuna. Despite the fact that her allies had attacked him, he felt an irrational dread towards her. Hearing his brother's words, Zhao raised an eyebrow but quickly donned a dismissive expression. Martial Soul Hall? How ridiculous. Did they really require this place for training? Even so, he felt compelled to confront the situation, as many eyes were upon them. And he doubted that a few ringless freshmen could best a seasoned senior like himself. What is their intention? Zhao mused, realizing that they had been lured to this location, sensing the malice in the air. It was evident that they sought trouble with Guyuna. Long Xiaoyu hit him. And now his brother seeks revenge, she deduced. Guyuna observed the scene before her with calmness, confident that she could defeat them even without Long Xiaoyu's presence. Yet, a lingering hesitation gripped her. Her hands could not be sullied. Is Long Xiaoyu telling me to refrain from intervening? The uncertainty within her quelled the surge of soul power she had been ready to unleash. Huh? Long Xiaoyu struck him? How troublesome. Why leave such a mess for me to handle? Unaware of the circumstances, Zhao Wu could hardly contain her anger upon hearing those words. With her petite fist raised in indignation, she seemed poised to deliver a sound thrashing to that irresponsible individual. Xiaoyu, it appears she is acting on my behalf, Gu Yuna remarked once again. Zhao Wu's emotional intelligence evidently surpassed that of the amnesiac Gu Yu. While Gu Yu struggled to comprehend Long Xiaoyu's actions, Zhao Wu, who was keenly aware of the situation, felt a pang of jealousy at witnessing the two clasp hands during their initial encounter. A wave of longing washed over her. She too wished to be cherished and protected in such a manner. However, recalling Gu Yuna's exquisite beauty, she considered that perhaps being a guardian of such a flower was a worthy endeavor after all. Thus, she resolved inwardly, come what may, I fear you not. With that thought, she positioned herself firmly in front of the bewildered Gu Yu, exuding an air of unwavering determination. Shona, rest assured, I shall protect you. At that moment, Lu Long was the first to leap forth, proclaiming his intent to lead the charge. Yet, his thoughts were transparent to all. He was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Old brother, you're getting too worked up. Up, scoffed Xiaolao, shaking his head in disbelief at the eagerness of his companions, who seemed desperate to impress the young ladies. How can you achieve greatness with such reckless abandon? He approached Zhao Wu, adjusting his collar and mimicking adult sophistication, earnestly stating, I will take the lead myself. Xiaolao, do you have any shame? Bullying a group of young girls? Why not wait for their brother to return? Seeing the formidable figure of the boss arrive, Wangxing could no longer remain silent. Gu Yuna had no ties to their group, but attacking Sister Zhao Wu was simply unacceptable. Well, if you're so capable, then come at me. I have no qualms about bullying those of the same level. Wangxing, who was usually a tempestuous spirit, now scoffed at the situation, having faced few upperclassmen without fear. You. Just as Wangxing was at a loss for words, a rebellious voice laced with mockery emerged from behind Zhao Wu and her companions. Oh, so bold, are we? Gu Yuna turned first, her lips curling into a smile upon recognizing the figure approaching them. The tension within her heart dissipated inexplicably at Long Xiaoyu's arrival, instilling a sense of comfort within her. Xiaoyu. Gu Yuna's gentle call resonated in the air. And Zhao Wu noticed the beauty of the smile on Long Xiaoyu's lips, a sight she had never encountered during her days alongside Gu Yuna. A bittersweet sensation enveloped her. The true guardian of the flower had arrived, and her temporary role was about to conclude. How could she allow that to happen? Gu Yu, I have come for you, and I apologize for the wait. With eyes brimming with profound emotion, their reunion felt like that of the cowherd and the weaver girl on the Magpie Bridge, igniting a longing within him to embrace her tightly. Shana is mine. Regardless of how Gu Yuna perceived the situation, to Zhao Wu, Long Xiaoyu was merely a gluttonous pig eager to trample over her precious flower. There was no way she would allow him to succeed. Instinctively, she positioned herself firmly in front of Gu Yuna, glaring fiercely at Long Xiaoyu. Her mind was a blank slate. Long Xiaoyu was bewildered. Chapter 28, The Other Side of Long Xiaoyu. Zhao Wu, what did you just say? Long Xiaoyu gazed at the petite figure of Zhao Wu, who stood protectively beside Gu Yuna, her expression akin to that of one observing a peculiar creature. Disbelief fetched across her features. I say, Xiaona is. Before she could finish her thought, a tremendous force surged from above, causing her to stumble back a few steps. It was none other than Long Xiaoyu's doing. Even in jest, there must be limits. If this continued, would Tang San not weep in despair? How audacious it was of him to entertain thoughts of swaying my dear Nana. How absurd. Gu Yu, are you all right? She approached and gently took the other's hand. The familiar softness igniting a sense of comfort, while the coolness of Gu Yu's touch mitigated some of Long Xiaoyu's ire. Their eyes locked in a tender gaze, but soon. Xiaoyu, you smell awful. Gu Yuna, after a prolonged absence, revealed a look of distaste. This, having just returned from the forest, she undoubtedly bore the scent of sweat. Alas, what a lovely moment, so rudely interrupted by an unpleasant odor. Long Xiaoyu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Long Xiaoyu. Xiaona. Zhao Wu gently rubbed her small head, then gazed at the sight of the two, hand in hand with Gu Yuna. In an instant, her expression shifted, filled with rage as she gritted her teeth, declaring, only I can hold Gu Yuna's delicate hand. Hey, have you finished your chit-chat? Before Zhao Wu and Long Xiaoyu could protest, an abrasive voice echoed from a distance, loud enough to catch the attention of everyone present. Xiaolao's expression darkened. How dare this fellow touch the hand of a beautiful woman? Did he truly believe I was unable to wield my blade? Oh, are you the one seeking trouble? The disruption had clearly dampened Long Xiaoyu's spirits, reminding her of the purpose of her visit today. She released Gu Yunna's hand and strolled over, her tone even more arrogant than her opponent's. Casting a cold sneer at the familiar figure hiding behind Xiao Laoda, she scoffed. Is this the best you could summon? Huh? You think you're tougher than me? Impressive, come forward then. Xiao Laoda regarded her with a look of disdain. It had been ages since a newcomer had dared to act so boldly in his presence. Come on, then. Long Xiaoyu refrained from engaging in idle chatter with his opponent. Previously, he had assumed that the other party had strong backing, only to overhear the repeated mentions of Big Brother Xiao nearby. How amusing. Was he summoned for a matter? According to the original narrative, confronting Tang San might have posed little challenge, but as for him, he would show no mercy to those who dared to bully Gu Yunna. A yellow soul ring materialized beneath his feet, and the cube-shaped martial soul in his hand transformed into a Tang Dao. The greenish-blue glimmer of the blade flickered, its emerald sheen seemingly ornamental yet insidiously tainted with something ominous. Only Long Xiaoyu was privy to its true nature. He had no intention of delivering a pre-battle greeting. A century-old soul ring. When had he acquired that? I don't know, Xiao stammered, clearly struggling to withstand Long Xiaoyu's imposing presence. Quaking at the thought of addressing Big Brother Xiao, the elder was not someone he had summoned. He had merely hoped to brush off his misfortune, only to unexpectedly encounter his older brother in the cafeteria. Observing his younger sibling's cowardice, Big Brother Xiao found himself at a loss for words. Where was this timidity when trouble was brewing? Stay back. After reprimanding his counterpart, Big Brother Xiao adopted a serious demeanor. Faced with the unknown abilities of the weaponized martial soul and the century-old soul ring, he no longer regarded his opponent as merely a novice. Martial soul manifestation. A white martial soul emerged beneath his feet, and with a guttural roar, Big Brother Xiao's form rapidly expanded. In less than 10 seconds, a shadow loomed, towering over Long Xiaoyu. Somewhat taken aback, he noted that while it lacked the wild ferocity and strength of Su Yutao, this hulking figure resembling a husky was formidable in its own right. Clenching his fists, brimming with explosive power and a glint of cruelty in his eyes, Big Brother Xiao declared, "Come on. All right, Peichi." Allowing time for his opponent to gather their composure was a strategic move to prevent the situation from escalating immediately after the confrontation. Long Xiaoyu dashed directly towards his opponent. Although his close combat skills were not particularly formidable, fortune smiled upon him today, bestowing him with a foreluck. Having prayed fervently for success, he believed that the system would not allow him to be humiliated. Unwilling to back down, Boss Xiao launched an assault, unleashing a formidable force aimed squarely at Long Xiaoyu. He swiftly pivoted to evade the attack and retaliated with a counterstrike. Long Xiaoyu had never engaged in a fight with a knife before, yet today he found himself inexplicably clear-headed, capable of keenly perceiving and anticipating his opponent's movements. Though dubbed Iron Bone Tofu Waste by the Wolf, this blade in Long Xiaoyu's hand, having relinquished a soul skill, now bestowed upon him tremendous enhancement. The cold gleam of his weapon struck fiercely against his adversary's abdomen, carving a deep wound. "You dare seek death?" Xiao Laodao was evidently enraged, charging at Long Xiaoyu once more without a moment's hesitation, this time with greater speed. Corner shield. In the face of the opponent's ferocious assault, Long Xiaoyu smirked. In battle, one must never allow emotions to interfere, particularly not to be swayed by them. With swift precision, he switched weapons, revealing a one-handed shield before his opponent's astonished gaze. Roroga martial arts. Life devoid of youth is a life wasted. He positioned the one-handed horn shield sideways and charged fiercely at Xiao Laoda. The once fierce tiger pouncing on its prey now resembled an antelope gored by sharp horns, as the length of the shield enabled him to strike with swiftness. Although Xiao Laoda was indeed fast, he could not outpace Long Xiaoyu's initial movement. Blinded by rage, this fool stood no chance of winning. The azure-green short blade affixed to the shield slammed into Xiao Laoda's abdomen, inflicting yet another wound. "Boss!" Those nearby couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. Has our leader been defeated in just 2 moves? Is this newcomer truly that formidable? Xiao Laoda was violently pushed back several meters by the impact, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath and struggling to rise. "Get up. Keep going." Long Xiaoyu cast a playful glance at the other person, sauntering over to Boss Xiao and playfully nudging his bent waist with her foot. "You rascal." It was evident that Boss Xiao held a significant position among the group. Witnessing such an affront to their leader, Lin Feng, as his trusted confidant, naturally stepped forward, soaring into the air with the intention to retaliate. "Are you foolish? Must you embellish your role in such a manner? Wouldn't it be more delightful to simply play the bystander?" Long Xiaoyu let out a cold laugh as he knocked an arrow, uncertain of how the venom would affect his opponent, but he thought it unlikely to prove fatal. Xiaoyu, stop. In that moment, a robust blue vine, as thick as an arm, swiftly interposed itself between Long Xiaoyu and Ling Feng, forming a vast net seemingly intended to obstruct the former's assault. As he gazed at the breathless Tang San, who had just arrived, Long Xiaoyu's expression grew complex. The others were utterly bewildered. It was evident that Tang San bore a century-old soul ring. Were such soul rings truly so easily acquired? However, this question paled in significance compared to the current situation. Xiao Laoda lay on the ground, his complexion somewhat pallid. The wound inflicted by Long Xiaoyu revealed purplish skin, indicating possible poisoning. Meanwhile, Ling Feng, under the threat posed by both Tang San's intervention and the bow and arrows in Long Xiaoyu's grasp, hastily retreated. Goodness! This individual wielded both shield and sword, along with the ability to shoot arrows. Xiaoyu, have you been too impulsive? Upon witnessing Long Xiaoyu lower his bow, Tang San felt a sense of relief. He retracted his blue-silver grasp and approached, fixing his gaze on Long Xiaoyu with earnestness. In his heart, he regarded Xiaoyu as someone who approached matters with considerable thought. He had witnessed the toxicity of the arrows, which no ordinary soul master could withstand. What had come over him today? Xiao-san, for the sake of someone you cherish, do you care whether others may be harmed? Long Xiaoyu's expression was cold, and his tone was grave as he gazed at Tang San. He recalled how, in the original narrative, the latter had threatened Du Guyan for the sake of Xiao Wu, and how his own negligence had ultimately led to her demise. Did he possess the right to cast blame upon himself? As long as Gu Yuna remained by my side, I would not allow anyone the opportunity to threaten her. Tang San hesitated. In his previous life, apart from cultivating, he focused solely on the profound secrets of the Tang sect. Although he ultimately succeeded in forging the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus, it came at the cost of a tragic end. In this life, 6 years had passed in a state of stagnation, consumed by training. For the one he cherished, did he truly possess the means? Xiao Wu, his gaze inadvertently flickered towards the distant, enchanting figure adorned in pink. I do not care. Long Xiaoyu did not wait for Tang San's response and spoke directly. Her words were clear even to Gu Yuna, who stood at a distance, causing an inexplicable quickening of her heartbeat. What kind of feelings did Xiaoyu harbor for herself, to disregard others? Her tone was resolute as she brushed past Tang San without looking back. It was evident they were not on the same path. Taking Gu Yuna's hand, she departed under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Xiao Wu did not intervene. At that moment, Long Xiaoyu's figure appeared so towering in her eyes that she felt unworthy to obstruct her. In comparison to the other's determination, she seemed to yearn for protection instead. What was happening? Suddenly, she felt an overwhelming envy towards Xiao Na. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Gu Yuna all seemed to experience a subtle shift in their mindset. Not long after Long Xiaoyu departed, Xiao Laoda was sent to his teacher for treatment, having narrowly escaped death. This incident sent shockwaves through everyone, instilling a deep fear of Long Xiaoyu's ruthless nature. When questioned by the teacher about the circumstances, despite having just returned from the brink of death, Xiao Laoda could not escape a scolding for his reckless behavior. It was indeed humiliating to be so severely beaten while seeking trouble. However, the teacher, showing a degree of kindness, revealed to Xiao Laoda the background of Long Xiaoyu. Both siblings possessed innate full soul power, and it was true that Long Xiaoyu was affiliated with the Spirit Hall. This revelation immediately dissuaded any thoughts of retaliation in Xiao Laoda, as he realized that in Nodding City, who could possibly stand against the might of the Spirit Hall? The two walked in silence, and as they neared the dormitory, Gyu halted abruptly, yanking Long Xiaoyu, who was still eager to move forward, back with a sudden force. He instinctively stepped back a few paces, nearly losing his balance, but was gently steadied by a hand. Guyu? Long Xiaoyu turned, perplexed. Xiaoyu, you are being impulsive. Although Long Xiaoyu could not see Guyu's expression, he sensed a hint of reproach in her tone. Faced with criticism from someone he cherished, Long Xiaoyu felt flustered and averted his gaze, avoiding eye contact. Taking a deep breath, he replied, No, it's worth it. At least I believe so. Tang San's oversight led to Xiao Wu's temporary demise, but fortunately, she was saved. Yet this world is not a realm of cultivation. There are not countless methods to bring the dead back to life. I fear, truly fear, that a moment of negligence could cost me Guyu, even if she is incredibly strong. Is it truly worth it? Guyu questioned, puzzled. Although she suffered from amnesia, she was not foolish. She understood that this was an academy, and death could bring about many unfortunate consequences. for the sake of herself. Attracting more trouble could be seen as a significant loss, as Xiao Yu often remarked. However, extending her hand and feeling the rhythmic beating of his heart, she realized he was not deceiving himself. I admit, I acted impulsively, but if anyone were to truly harm you, I would, without hesitation, ensure their demise. Long Xiaoyu whispered the remaining 3 words in his heart, luck for. This phrase served not only as a warning to himself but also as a curse. He yearned for luck for to manifest, allowing this unconventional curse to linger beside Gu Yuna, inflicting pain and ultimately leading to death. However, he mused, next time. Please trust me. I can protect myself. Gu Yuna shook her head, feeling an inexplicable joy at his assurance, yet she quickly dismissed it. Xiao Yu's feelings for her were profoundly sensed, yet she was no longer a child, no longer in need of sheltering within his embrace. Long Xiaoyu hesitated. His previous life's masculine dominance instilling an excessive protectiveness over the girl he cherished. Trust me, Gu Yuna reaffirmed as the silver dragon spear materialized in her hand, seemingly serving as proof. After contemplating for a considerable time, Long Xiaoyu let out a wry smile and shook her head, saying, hee, very well. However, starting tomorrow, let us engage in some sparring whenever time permits. Since my dear sister wishes to break free from her brother's protection, she must first defeat me. I intend to exploit this period while I possess my soul ring to keep this little girl in check. Sparring? Did Xiao Yu not claim that I am invincible among my peers? Gu Yuna inquired, puzzled. I am now a soul master. For the time being. You cannot surpass me. As Long Xiaoyu spoke, she showcased her yellow soul ring. Although she was somewhat boastful, her gaze remained fixed on Gu Yuna. After all, they would inevitably confront the soul ring, so it was better to reveal it now while she had control over the situation. The soul ring she acquired from hunting soul beasts should not awaken any unpleasant memories within her. Well, I have one too. Gu Yuna exhibited no signs of unease and curiously gazed at the soul ring on Long Xiaoyu's body, as she revealed her own faint golden soul ring. Compared to Long Xiaoyu's, hers seemed like the quintessential version of a century-old soul ring. Long Xiaoyu found herself at a loss for words. Goodness! How could one possess a soul ring even after undergoing transformation? Such blatant cheating is simply unacceptable. System, I implore you. Chapter 30, Predestined. Regarding the sparring session with Gu Yuna, Long Xiaoyu had initially considered conceding a little, allowing for a somewhat tenuous victory. Especially since it had been previously stated that her opponent was invincible at the same rank. If she were to defeat her so swiftly, she would undoubtedly earn the title of a clumsy oaf. However, goodness gracious, careful Gu Yu, in the stillness of the night. Within the depths of the small black forest, the moment was ripe for a duel. The moon seemed to shyly hide behind the clouds, reluctant to reveal itself, and naturally. Gu Yuna and Long Xiaoyu did not waste this opportunity. Long Xiaoyu hastily retreated as a fiery spear suddenly lunged towards the spot where he had just stood. A wave of scorching heat washing over him, giving him the distinct impression of imminent peril. How could I have not foreseen this? This fellow claims to wield a spear. Yet the Silver Dragon King's true mastery lies in elemental manipulation, an endeavor that is exceedingly difficult to counter. Xiaoyu had previously asserted that overconfidence leads to downfall. As Gu Yuna spoke, she deftly maneuvered to appear behind her opponent, her spear thrusting forcefully, leaving no opportunity for Long Xiaoyu to evade. Did I not mention the importance of heeding Elder Brother's counsel? Spatial element. With this declaration, he instantaneously shifted to another position, fully unleashing the capabilities of the magic cube. Taking advantage of the cover of night. Little girl, I possess a plethora of martial souls. Surely I can contend with a mere elemental magician. Seeing her initial strike miss its mark, Gu Yuna did not hesitate. She had never anticipated that she could easily subdue Xiaoyu. Her current advantage lay in her instinctive combat intuition, though she could not fathom why. Her body seemed to reflexively react to Xiaoyu's onslaught. The two exchanged blows. Water against fire, fire against earth, and space, yet despite the myriad transformations of Long Xiaoyu's martial soul, his lack of combat experience paled in comparison to Gu Yuna's. Moreover, he was subconsciously holding back, restricting himself from inflicting serious harm, which made victory impossible. However, he possessed more than just a versatile martial soul. Hey, Gu Yu, what is that? Just as she had cornered her opponent, Xiaoyu's sudden exclamation caused her to instinctively turn her head. Ha. Trusting your enemy's words can lead to dire consequences. Upon turning back, Gu Yuna found that Long Xiaoyu had ensnared her with a long whip, binding her movements. A mischievous grin spreading across his face as he reveled in this unexpected turn of events. Oh, Gu Yu replied calmly, seemingly unperturbed by the predicament. With a swift motion, he retracted the whip, acknowledging that though he had not won through fair means, it was certainly preferable to defeat. However, just as he put away the whip, the chilling gleam of the silver dragon spear was suddenly poised near his heart. Xiao Yu had declared that even on the battlefield, those who deceive women deserve to be dealt with harshly. Not long after, the sounds of clashing weapons echoed once more through the darkened woods, accompanied by cries of distress. The intensity of the battle ensured that some would not find peace that night, while revelry persisted under the cover of darkness. The following day, Long Xiaoyu naturally faced a stern reprimand from his master. Although the others remained silent, it was undeniable that his actions had nearly resulted in a grave mishap. It was only fitting that he faced consequences. In a cramped room, only Long Xiaoyu and his master were present. Xiaoyu stood with his head bowed, quietly awaiting the master's judgment. Xiaoyu, do you acknowledge your mistake? The master sat with a stern expression, embodying a figure of authority, his demeanor grave. I do. Long Xiaoyu replied without hesitation, lifting his head. Such promptness? The master had anticipated an engaging exchange of words with Long Xiaoyu, surprised by his swift admission of fault. What else would you expect? However, if given another chance, I would act in the same manner. Long Xiaoyu cupped his hands, never imagining that the seemingly imposing Xiao Laodao was merely a fragile ADC. A mere touch could shatter him. A gentle squeeze could extinguish his life. After just 2 strikes, he found himself unable to withstand any further assault. It appeared that he was surprisingly resilient. However, should he return, he would undoubtedly strike twice, perhaps even thrice, before allowing someone to escort him to his teacher for healing. Upon hearing Long Xiaoyu's resolute words, the master felt a flicker of anger. Was this what it meant to admit one's mistakes? Teacher, is it not appropriate to sacrifice everything for someone you cherish? Long Xiaoyu's gaze remained steadfast as he interrupted the master's reprimand. Love? Sacrifice everything. How old are you? Do you truly understand what love is? The master's expression hardened. Despite Long Xiaoyu's undeniable talent, he was merely a 6-year-old child, and discussing love in his presence left the master somewhat speechless. What if I do not understand? All I wish is to protect her. If I possess the strength, why not use it? Should I simply stand by and watch the one I hold dear suffer and be taken away? I refuse to live with regret. Ignoring the master's demeanor, Long Xiaoyu clenched his fist and continued. Tang San's genuine love for Xiao Wu transcends their different races, yet you, who shies away from love due to familial ties, cannot fathom true affection. How can such a person have the audacity to speak of love before me? The master found himself at a loss for words. Could one truly be so resolute in protecting their beloved? He had never achieved such clarity himself. Did someone who had fled from love truly have the right to expound on it? The two fell into silence, and the atmosphere remained heavy with contemplation until the master finally broke the stillness. Let us not allow today's events to repeat. At this juncture, all he could offer were these words. Given Long Xiaoyu's character, he had little hope that the boy would humble himself to apologize to Xiao Qinyu. You may return to class, and do remember to assess your martial soul level at the martial soul hall. With a wave, he dismissed Long Xiaoyu, who bowed and departed. Although the master had not voiced any objections, he sensed that the goodwill he had cultivated in the soul-hunting forest had largely evaporated. Perhaps the master would still value him, but compared to Tang San, Long Xiaoyu feared he would be overshadowed. After all, what teacher would favor a student who stirred up trouble? It mattered not whether the master valued him or not. He refused to believe he was inferior to Tang San. Upon exiting, Long Xiaoyu gazed skyward, closing his eyes as if speaking to someone unseen. Yet, when he reopened his eyes, his resolve remained unshaken. Some individuals are destined to be kings. It is a matter of fate that does not diminish due to the absence or presence of others. One Zhuge Liang could not save the Shu kingdom alone, nor would a Cao Cao solidify his reign simply by securing Sima Yi. Such is the trend of destiny. And he, accompanied by fortune, was destined for an extraordinary life. At the very least, that was how the stories from his previous life had unfolded. Chapter 31. A year passed swiftly, and as expected, the master ultimately chose to favor Tang San, regardless of how exemplary Long Xiaoyu's subsequent performances were. The coveted spatial belt was still bestowed upon Tang San, while he himself received a tranquil heart-nurturing necklace, the implications of which were all too clear. Nevertheless, it mattered little. In confronting those who dared to covet Gyuna, he remained resolute, ensuring they learned their lesson before sending them to the teacher for healing. This approach earned him the moniker of the iron-blooded reaper within the academy. Apart from Tang San and Xiao Wu, Most others either bowed and fled upon encountering him or addressed him with excessive deference. However, among the boys, this was merely the norm. To the girls, a boy like Long Xiaoyu was a dream come true, loyal, powerful, and not to mention, quite handsome. Each of them seemed to elevate their expectations for future partners. During the holiday, Long Xiaoyu, Gu Yuna, Tang San, and Zhao Wu returned to Holy Soul Village. Long Xiaoyu's earlier words still weighed heavily on him. Every time he witnessed Long Xiaoyu beat others to a pulp for Gu Yuna, he would intervene, and Long Xiaoyu, respecting him, refrained from retaliating, which brought Tang San some relief. However, he still struggled to accept Long Xiaoyu's extreme actions. Xiao San, you're back. Haha. You weren't bullied at the academy, were you? Upon entering the village, they were greeted by old Jack, whose familiar visage brought forth tears of joy after a year apart. He grasped Long Xiaoyu tightly, unwilling to let go. Tang San could only smile wryly at this scene. If Long Xiaoyu was deemed the iron-blooded reaper, then he was simply the accomplice to such a title. Aside from the 7th dormitory students, few dared to approach him and Zhao Wu. How could that be, Grandpa? Here. I receive my monthly allowance from the Martial Soul Hall for being a soul master. Over the year, Tang San's feelings towards old Jack had matured significantly. Although not as intense as before, he still smiled at the excitement in old Jack's gaze. He handed over the golden soul coins he had received from the Martial Soul Hall. Compared to Tang San, his status as a Martial Soul Hall member, along with Su Yuntao's investment, meant his monthly stipend far exceeded a single gold soul coin. Wow, so much. Xiaoyu has made something of himself. Long Xiaoyu produced a bag filled with glittering coins, estimating it to contain around 20 or 30 pieces. Old Jack's eyes widened in amazement, his hands trembling slightly. Unsure of how long it had been since he had held so many gold soul coins. Tears streamed down his face once more, yet he refused to accept them. This is your hard-earned money. How could this old man take it? Grandpa Jack, please accept it. My gold soul coins are given to me by the Martial Soul Hall every month. You need not worry. After much persuasion, old Jack finally accepted the coins. Though he was stern, he understood the importance of gratitude. He could offer little more than this. But he hoped to assist old Jack during his time in Nodding City. Observing Long Xiaoyu's unreserved generosity towards old Jack, Tang San's gaze seemed to glimmer with newfound appreciation. It felt as if they had returned to their beginnings. This guy is so generous towards his own. Oh. By the way, Xiao San, your father left you a letter. After concluding his conversation with Long Xiaoyu, old Jack rummaged through the room for quite a while before producing a letter to hand to Tang San, without needing to read it. Long Xiaoyu already knew it was from Tang Hao. He felt a sense of relief. At least in Nodding City, he no longer had to worry about Gu Yu's safety. Sure enough, after reading the envelope, Tang San appeared lost, leaving a simple thank you before departing with Zhao Wu. Ah, indeed, he is quite the father-esque boy. Long Xiaoyu expressed her silent discontent. By the afternoon, under the comforting words of Zhao Wu, Tang San began to emerge from his despondency, just as in the original narrative. The setting sun elongated their shadows, and amidst the backdrop of a resplendent twilight, the small hill where Tang San usually practiced seemed to radiate the charm of a 5-star scenic area, evoking a sense of tranquility. Zhao Wu, would you be willing to be my sister? He gazed sincerely into Zhao Wu's large, expressive eyes. This time, it was not solely due to the abrupt departure of his father that he felt this way, but also influenced by Long Xiaoyu. He envied the bond shared by that pair of siblings and yearned for Zhao Wu's constant companionship in the days to come. Zhao Wu hesitated. Faced with Tang San's heartfelt emotions, she claimed to feel nothing, which was hardly plausible. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and while they may not compare to the sunset, her bashful demeanor betrayed her true feelings. Images of Long Xiaoyu repeatedly stepping forward for Gu Yuna flashed through her mind, followed by memories of Tang San's attentive care for her. Although this boy was not as tall as Long Xiaoyu, she could perceive that Tang San's feelings for her were no less profound than Long Xiaoyu's affection for Xiao Na. Meanwhile, Long Xiaoyu and Gu Yuna were seated upon the hill where they had first encountered one another, basking in the evening glow. Gu Yuna had removed her mask and hood, allowing her silvery hair to dance in the breeze. Her long-forgotten visage was utterly captivating, and Long Xiaoyu found himself entranced. Used to being gazed upon so openly, Gu Yuna did not shy away. Instead, she offered a smile. Although still youthful, it was clear to all that the owner of such beauty was destined to achieve a countenance that could captivate cities and nations alike. Time indeed passed swiftly. After a considerable time, Long Xiaoyu awkwardly turned his head to shatter the tranquility. To his astonishment, no matter how many times he gazed upon Gu Yuna's visage, He remained captivated by her beauty. This year, I found myself reminiscing about certain things, a towering figure, wings, and numerous individuals. Gu Yuna recounted her experiences in a subdued tone. Although the significance eluded him, it appeared to evoke memories that were not particularly joyful. Rest assured, I shall protect you, he declared with unwavering resolve as he grasped her hand and pressed it against his heart. It was inevitable for Gu Yuna to reflect upon her past. Upon revealing her faint golden soul ring for the first time, he had surmised that her power was gradually being unleashed. What if one day, many wish to take my life, and you cannot defend me? She questioned, echoing the same concern as her companion. On that day, as the sunset bathed the four of them in a crimson glow, they posed the identical inquiry. Then let them first tread over my corpse, he replied. Trust me, such a scenario will never come to pass. Chapter 32, as the title suggests, we can no longer squander time in the novice village. Time flew by, and 5 years had slipped away. On this day, the notorious troublemaker of Notting Academy finally graduated, eliciting cheers from the masses. The teachers, overcome with emotion, shed tears of gratitude, unable to contain their heartfelt farewells to the students. It felt as if a celebratory banner was the only thing missing. Upon reaching the esteemed rank of Grand Soul Master, Long Xiaoyu found himself unmatched within the academy. If there were any contenders, they would surely include Gu Yuna, Tang San, and Xiao Wu. How could one possibly contend with such formidable peers? The academy housed only 4 individuals with innate full soul power, all congregated together. Even the instructors dared not provoke this quartet, prominently displaying their likenesses during enrollment with warnings. Beware the 4 great demons of the academy. Do not provoke. Do not provoke. Do not provoke. Otherwise, face the consequences. Ah, brother, you are quite unpopular, Long Xiaoyu mused as he strolled just beyond the academy's gates. The 4 of them strode confidently. When a striking figure turned, her silvery hair flowing gracefully, her innocent purple eyes, having undergone 6 years of refinement, had become even more captivating. Observing the throng gathered at the school gate, Gu could only shake her head in disbelief. Heh, Gu Yu, do you truly think this is all for whom? Long Xiaoyu sighed, exasperated. He too wished for a more modest existence, yet his prowess refused to allow it. Moreover, those oblivious youngsters continued to harbor misguided notions about Gu Yu, despite the instructor's cautions. Yet, one could not entirely fault them. In Long Xiaoyu's eyes, Gu Yuna appeared half a head shorter than himself at 12 years of age, her tall stature already taking shape. Even though her oversized coat concealed much of her figure and a silver mask obscured most of her face, her beauty seemed unwilling to remain restrained, captivating Long Xiaoyu at times. Such a beauty, who could resist? He pondered. I am not incapable of fighting, Gu Yu retorted, somewhat annoyed. In this moment, Long Xiaoyu found himself at a loss for words, reminiscing about their early days. Xiaoyu, brother, it's fine, you sleep. I'll keep watch, she had once said. Wow. When did I train her to be this way? He thought, chuckling. Ha ha ha. You two have begun bickering again. Tang San interjected, unable to suppress his laughter. The one embroiled in the situation remained oblivious, while the observer could see clearly. Initially, Gu Yuna had been quite obedient. However, Long Xiaoyu's overwhelming assertiveness in dealing with dissenters had set a precedent. After all, Gu Yuna was merely a child, and it was only natural for her to emulate what she saw. Oh, the trials of teaching a daughter, he lamented. Long Xiaoyu's father shook his head in sorrow, letting out a lamentation. However, before he could utter another word, a sudden clang resonated as the silver dragon's spear was thrust before him. Its chilling gleam illuminated by the sun, poised dangerously close to his chest. Should he take even a single step closer, it would surely pierce him through. Brother, what do you mean by that tone? Have I not trained sufficiently? Gu Yuna furrowed her brows, displeased with Long Xiaoyu's demeanor. Her voice tinged with an air of aloofness. If she was dissatisfied, then a duel was in order. Very well, but tell me, this dragon spear of yours, will it only be drawn against me? Long Xiaoyu gazed at the dragon spear before her, her heart serene, even tinged with amusement. For 6 years, this fellow had aimed a weapon at her, and she could recount every mark and the size of every hole on the silver dragon spear with ease. What was there to fear? Her heartbeat quickened. It's you and me, and you against the world, which amounts to me facing the entire world. Gu Yuna pondered for a brief moment before providing an explanation. Having been outwitted by Xiaoyu for 6 years, she had become quite astute. This counter-strategy was now second nature to her. After all, she possessed an extraordinary wealth of knowledge. Haha, Xiao Na, your logic is impressively intricate, Xiao Wu chuckled, praising Gu Yuna. Although she ultimately did not become the protector of the flower, being the best of friends was still quite delightful. Moreover, she now had her third brother, who had taught her well. With the spear retracted, a subtle smile graced her lips, a classic portrayal of an elegant, yet cunning demeanor. What the heck? What the heck? You, what the heck, me? Before long Xiaoyu could speak, Guyuna interjected, although she was unsure of the meaning of this phrase. Xiaoyu often uttered it, so responding in kind seemed appropriate. Uft, I'm at my wit's end. What on earth is this? After F, now this? The system, can we reset? Xiao. Third, could you take a moment? I wish to reflect. It felt absurd that a person from the 21st century could be outmatched by a seemingly simple Guyuna. She resolved to be more mindful of her words and actions henceforth, striving to revert her back to the adorably naive Guyuna viewer. Who was Jingjing? The long spear that Guyuna had just sheathed was once again pressed against Long Xiaoyu's chest, her tone growing colder. Xiaoyu was undeniably a dreamboat among girls. Who did not know that? Humph. Even after graduation, you still can't forget that, Jingjing. I didn't mean it that way. Did you not? Xiaoyu. The more she tried to clarify, the more chaotic it became, and Guyuna's soul ring visibly flared in her agitation, though she could not articulate her feelings. She sensed an overwhelming frustration. Let's take him down. The tension between the two escalated, and Tang San and Zhao Wu exchanged glances, confirming their intention to retreat. I think it's getting late. Zhao Wu, let's find a place to rest for the night. We'll meet at the West City Gate tomorrow. Let's go. Zhao Wu replied, hastily making her exit. Wait, you ungrateful wretches. Watching the two depart, he felt a pang of envy. That was the sibling bond that should exist. And as he glanced at his own predicament, a chill gripped his heart, the spear's tip seemingly piercing through his clothing. Brother, I believe it's time we had a serious talk. That little grove outside the city would be quite suitable, inheriting Long Xiaoyu's philosophy. They would merely need to argue until a conflict arose, and such disputes typically unfolded in the grove, where there were no onlookers to intervene. Gu-yu. Let us converse amicably. He was apprehensive. His iron-fisted methods worked wonders against others, yet now, faced with Guyuna's iron will, he felt his composure shatter. I am aware that a gentleman should use words, not fists, but brother, why not see if your words can shield you from my spear? Guyuna taunted, shaking her spear once more, causing Long Xiaoyu to retreat hastily. Oh, such foul language! It felt as if Guyuna's taunts were rolling over his face. Yet she seemed oblivious. He had erred, and he had truly erred in nurturing Guyu this way. He deserved all the punishment. But who would come to his rescue? He vowed never to teach recklessly again. Oh, isn't that Xiaoyu? I thought today was not an enrollment day. I was about to head to Notting Academy to find you. But it seemed they were celebrating. I almost thought I had misremembered the graduation date. Guyu's character had indeed shifted, a subtle transformation that required careful consideration. Chapter 33. The unyielding Tao Gu. A familiar voice resonated from a distance. Whoever it was, they were his savior, and from this moment forth, they would be sworn brothers. Turning around, he beheld Su Yuntao approaching with a beaming smile, and Long Xiaoyu's eyes welled with tears of joy. Tao Gu. Wow, your timing is impeccable. Truly the Iron Tao? She leapt into his arms, her tears and snot smearing over him. Su Yuntao was taken aback. Guyuna tilted her head in confusion, sensing something peculiar had encroached upon her mind. However, seeing Xiaoyu express such genuine affection, she felt reluctant to interrupt and quietly resheathed her silver dragon spear. Having often heard Xiaoyu whisper about platonic love in Tang San's ear, perhaps it was best for her to withdraw. She wondered if Tang San would feel heartbroken upon witnessing this scene. Guyu, I have important matters to discuss with the esteemed Su. So you should go and entertain Zhao Wu for a while. After expressing her feelings towards Tao Gu, Long Xiaoyu quickly adopted a mature demeanor, urging Guyu to leave first, prioritizing the avoidance of immediate turmoil. Oh, did that mean she was indeed superfluous? She had not anticipated this turn. Perhaps it was best to forewarn Zhao Wu. Sigh. Guyuna seemed to come to a realization, sighed softly, and departed quietly, inwardly wishing the best for the two. Unbeknownst to Long Xiaoyu, she had already been idealized in Guyuna's mind. She continued to gaze into Su Yuntao's eyes until the latter felt a semblance of embarrassment. Finally, she exclaimed, Hu Shushin, Brother Tao, I shall never forget your life-saving grace. No need for thanks. Oh, right, let's get to the matter at hand. Overwhelmed by Long Xiaoyu's fervent demeanor, Su Yuntao momentarily lost his composure. However, he quickly refocused on the pressing issue. He produced a letter and presented it to her. This is a certification from Master Matthew and the Spirit Hall Master of Notting City. Upon reaching the next destination, You will still be entitled to the rewards befitting an elite member of the Spirit Hall. Oh, and this as well. This is a token from the Hall Master for you. He holds your talents in high regard and wishes for the Spirit Hall to bestow upon you safety. As he spoke, Su Yutao handed over a letter along with the Spirit Hall's insignia. Although merely of the second rank, it represented the Hall Master's sincere goodwill. Thank you. Long Xiaoyu unceremoniously took the item into his hands. Regardless of what the future held for him, he was determined to seize the opportunity presented to him in the present. Nodding slightly, his straightforward nature was something Su Yutao greatly appreciated. Perhaps it was because the other frequently visited him while studying in Nodding City, resembling a brotherly figure. Now that he was leaving, Su Yutao couldn't help but feel an unexpected pang of reluctance. Ah, right, that item. After a moment's hesitation, Su Yutao retrieved it and, before Long Xiaoyu could react, swiftly tucked it into his pocket. Xiaoyu, this is for you, but don't mention it to anyone else, he said. Observing the nervous expression on Su Yuntao's face, Long Xiaoyu, puzzled, reached into his pocket and felt the outline of what seemed to be a ring. Before he could ponder further, Su Yutao quietly explained, I stumbled upon this a few years ago while on an errand. I initially intended to, never mind that. In any case, this is a soul guide device. Don't be deceived by its small size. It can store up to 5 cubic units of items. So, don't underestimate it, all right? Su Yutao's gaze was earnest, devoid of any pretense. Long Xiaoyu, taken aback by Su Yuntao's demeanor, was not only astonished by his possession of such an item, but also thought, damn it, don't be like this. I consider you a mere tool. Long Xiaoyu felt a surge of emotion, lowering her head and refraining from meeting the other's gaze. Even as she prepared to depart, she wondered if he truly feared that his investment would go to waste. Xiaoyu, are you all right? Do not carry too great a burden in your heart. I merely thought of asking you to marry me. Cough, cough. Perhaps it would be better to bestow upon you this ring, allowing it to realize its true value. When the subject of marriage arose, Su Yutao appeared momentarily lost, the disappointment of love evident in his expression. Without further ado, he presented the ring to Long Xiaoyu. No, it's nothing, Tao Gu. Thank you. This kindness, Long Xiaoyu, shall never forget. Long Xiaoyu adjusted his emotions and solemnly bowed. He acknowledged that his character might not be impeccable, yet he believed in repaying kindness and avenging grievances. He held dear the assistance given by Brother Tao over the past 6 years. Kindness? Haha, are we really discussing favors? Let us go out and work hard. Shall we? Strive to make a name for ourselves, so that I, your elder brother, can boast in front of others. Su Yutao clapped his companion on the shoulder, exuding a carefree demeanor as he laughed heartily. Having reached this point in his life, he recognized that Xiaoyu was still youthful and had the potential to strive forward. Witnessing the growth of a prodigy beside him was a scene everyone would cherish. Brother Tao, rest assured, I have taken care of your wife. Long Xiaoyu gently caressed the ring once more. During the time spent together, he had come to understand the affections of the other party. However, alas, Brother Tao's status was too humble, and the other seemed to regard him with disdain. But now things are different. Just wait. Is it merely a wedding for Brother Yuan? What a trivial matter. Once I ascend to the position of the Holy Sun, elevating a subordinate will be a mere trifle. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his head, and he found Su Yutao maintaining the same posture as before, looking quite displeased. Noticing that Long Xiaoyu had yet to react, Su Yuntao's irritation deepened. He pressed his finger against Long Xiaoyu's forehead and disdainfully declared, nonsense. One must not deceive a brother's wife, understand? Although the union has not yet been formalized, she is not someone you, a mere fledgling, can pursue. Even for you, I shall not yield. Clearly, there had been a misunderstanding regarding Long Xiaoyu's earlier comments. Understood. Long Xiaoyu could only nod repeatedly, even amidst the reprimand. A smile lingered on his lips. After all, being able to enjoy such camaraderie with Brother Tao on this final day was indeed a stroke of fortune. May Brother Tao and his beloved find eternal unity and 100 years of bliss. To be the happiest supporting character in Douluo. Meanwhile, on Guyuna's side, Little Na, is that you? Long Xiaoyu wondered aloud. Had the bickering between those two concluded so swiftly? Was he buried alive? Could it be that he had another chance? Guyuna approached, her gaze landing on Tang San with a hint of sympathy, yet she said nothing. Instead, she directly pulled Zhao Wu aside and whispered, I'm fine, Zhao Wu, let me tell you. After finishing his conversation with Su Yutao, had it not been for Long Xiaoyu's youth, one might have been tempted to pull him aside for a few farewell drinks. As he departed, he followed the direction Guyuna had taken. And it was too long before he spotted the trio. There you are. Thank goodness you haven't strayed too far. Otherwise, I would have had quite the time searching for you. As he approached, he greeted them. But he noticed that Gu Yuna and the others regarded him with somewhat peculiar expressions. Long Xiaoyu felt a twinge of confusion as she scrutinized herself for an extended period, failing to discern anything amiss. After a casual inspection of her nose and mouth to ensure they were free of any remnants from Taogu, she inquired, "Is there something on me?" The first to respond was Xiao Wu, who playfully jabbed at Long Xiaoyu before turning her attention to comfort Tang San. "Xiao Wu, I'm perfectly fine." "Huh? How could I possibly be upset? We are not in that kind of relationship." Observing Long Xiaoyu's bewilderment, Tang San found himself at a loss and attempted to clarify the situation to Xiao Wu. Before Long Xiaoyu's arrival, Gu had unknowingly imparted some words to Xiao Wu, which led her to label him with a rather peculiar tag, leaving him in a state of confusion. "Enough of this. Long Xiaoyu, you have wronged my brother. Just you wait. I will not let this go. Ouch." Before Xiao Wu could finish her sentence, Long Xiaoyu swiftly placed her palm on Xiao Wu's forehead, pushing her aside, which caused her to tumble directly into Tang San's embrace. Tang San was left astonished. "Wronged? Wronged? My foot. What nonsense are you spouting? Xiao San, you ought to keep a better eye on Xiao Wu. She is incessantly imparting misguided ideologies to my dear Nana." As he spoke, he cast Tang San a look that conveyed a brotherly sentiment of helplessness. This young girl was not applying herself, at merely 12 years old. Her thoughts were already so corrupted. What would become of her future? Gu Yu, unimpressed, scoffed silently. Without waiting for Long Xiaoyu to speak, Gu Yu covered her ears with delicate hands and turned her head aside, choosing to disregard the conversation. Long Xiaoyu, observing her demeanor, felt a pang of embarrassment as she recalled her own behavior during class. Despite sitting in the last row, she had somehow inspired Gu Yu to adopt such traits. One's aptitude for learning should not be this exceptional. Gu Yu. Long Xiaoyu suddenly grasped the shoulders of the other person, turning her body around. A familiar, delicate fragrance instantly filled his mind, causing his heart to race and his breath to quicken. Gazing at the charming face, less than 20 centimeters away, partially obscured by a mask, he still found himself entranced by her beauty. In that moment, Gu Yu felt a surge of confusion. This assertive approach from Xiaoyu was unexpected. As she looked into the proximity of that face, her heart also began to quicken. Gu Yu, I. Long Xiaoyu gazed into her violet eyes, speaking with deep emotion. Gu Yu felt her body temperature rising. What was happening to her? Was this a confession? No, it couldn't be. Xiaoyu was fond of Tang San. How could she? Gu Yu, I like you. The words from their childhood echoed in her mind. With the knowledge she had gained at the academy, she now understood the depth of the word like. What was once a subconscious acceptance transformed into shyness and fluttering heartbeats. Although Xiaoyu had confessed once before, that was when she had been asleep and hardly counted. Could it be that she was truly ready to accept Xiaoyu now? Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, observing from the side, had already conjured up a vivid, blush-inducing scenario in her mind, her eyes wide with fury. How could Long Xiaoyu, this scoundrel, betray her brother and now seek to claim Gu Yu? No. Xiao Na, don't agree to her. Despite her intentions to intervene, she found herself unable to move. Held tightly by Tang San, forced to witness the heartfelt exchange between the two. Though unsure of what had transpired, Tang San sensed that interrupting now would be inappropriate. Gu Yu, I. Although Long Xiaoyu had yet to articulate his thoughts, the soft and shy tone of Gu Yu's voice revealed her answer. Her eyes sparkled with a dreamy allure, evoking a sense of tenderness. How could she not recognize Xiaoyu's kindness towards her? As her mind swirled with memories of Xiaoyu standing up for her and shielding her from harm, she found herself torn. Tang San, I'm sorry, but I cannot let Xiaoyu go. I vow never to speak carelessly again. Please, forget those strange ideas. Shall we start anew? Long Xiaoyu spoke earnestly. Although he was unsure why Gu Yu's face was becoming increasingly flushed, so red that it made him want to steal a kiss. However, upon recalling the silver dragon spear in her hand, he decided to prioritize the matters at hand. The two girls were left bewildered, and Tang San felt a sense of awkwardness. Although he was oblivious to the unfolding events, it seemed that Xiao Wu had ceased her antics, which was a relief. Gu Yuna's heart regained its composure, her gaze indifferent as she cast off the claw that had rested upon her shoulder with a look of distaste, as if she had been tainted by something vile. I worried unnecessarily. How could Xiaoyu possibly let down my brother? Xiao Wu patted her chest, relieved to hear Long Xiaoyu's astonishing response, feeling reassured that all was well and that hope still lingered. Exiting the academy, surely killing would not pose a problem. As she spoke, Gu Yuna drew forth her exquisite silver dragon spear, the tip glinting coldly in the sunlight, striking Long Xiaoyu's eyes with its brilliance. What? What have I said wrong now? Gazing at the spear, Long Xiaoyu felt a chill run down his spine, his body instinctively retreating, though he could not fathom the reason. His instincts urged him to flee, otherwise, even the luck system would not be able to save him. Brother, we haven't finished our conversation, have we? Now, it is time to reload. Gu Yuna declared as she lunged forward with her spear, swift and precise. Had Long Xiaoyu not been forewarned, he might have lost something of great importance to his lineage. Wait, Guyu. Nana, let us discuss this calmly. Please, do not resort to violence. The anguished cries of Long Xiaoyu gradually faded away. Fortunately, there were not many people on the street. Otherwise, it would certainly result in a few innocent bystanders getting caught in the chaos. Is there anything wrong with what Xiaoyu said? Tian Heng pondered, much like Long Xiaoyu. A single dog in 2 lifetimes, unable to comprehend such matters. Xiaoyu is simply asking for trouble. It's obvious that Xiaona is eagerly anticipating a confession. Xiaowu declared triumphantly, surprised that Sangu also failed to notice, while she, as an observer, was fully aware. A confession? You mean saying I like you? They both exclaimed in unison, turning their heads away. The sky was exceptionally blue today as they ventured further down the path of camaraderie. Chapter 35, Your Opponent Is. Amidst their playful banter, they journeyed from Nanning City to Soto City. The distance was neither particularly far nor exceedingly close, nonetheless, for Long Xiaoyu. It was a rather arduous journey, although fortune favored them, allowing them to occasionally hitch rides on merchants' carriages. The jarring motion of the vehicles was unbearable for someone accustomed to the stability of trains in his previous life. After enduring discomfort on the short trips, he ultimately opted for the 4 of them to walk. However, walking with the fortunate Long Xiaoyu brought joy, filled with complaints intertwined with laughter and jest. The quartet soon arrived at Soto City, where everything sparked their curiosity, revealing a stark contrast to Nanning City. Wow, I'm utterly exhausted. Let us rest for a moment. Upon entering the city, the fatigue in his legs prompted him to seek a place to recuperate, rendering even the most splendid sights uninviting. Brother, I feel drained. Gu Yuna remarked, seemingly unfazed, for she was the Silver Dragon King, and such trivial hardships were inconsequential for her. She cast a disparaging glance at Long Xiaoyu. Hee. I believe everyone deserves a break. We all must be somewhat fatigued, Tang San interjected, attempting to mediate. Although he felt a bit tired, having trained since childhood. This journey was merely a trivial matter for him. Yes, Sangu is right. Let us go. Without waiting for others to agree. He was the first to enthusiastically advance, disregarding his appearance. However, just then, his clothing was suddenly tugged forcefully, halting his stride. Xiaoyu, do you even know the way? Xiaowu questioned, gripping him tightly. She was aware that he was notoriously directionally challenged. Even with a map, he could easily get lost. The thought of Long Xiaoyu leading again made her apprehensive. If it weren't for Xiaoyu leading us astray, we wouldn't be this weary, she fumed. Being the second to voice her grievances after him, wishing she could confront him if only she were capable of defeating him. The sun is so bright. And the sky so warm. Faced with her inquiries, he felt a bit embarrassed. Is it my fault? Who knew this world's maps lacked signs indicating how many meters to walk or which direction to turn? Honestly, I can't read a simple paper map. Allow me. I just inquired with a passerby, Xiaowu proclaimed, pulling Long Xiaoyu back, adopting an authoritative demeanor. Noticing the others instinctively step back, she wore a satisfied smile. The flow of people in Soto City was considerable, and the 4, holding hands in pairs, managed not to get lost. They quickly arrived at the establishment Xiaowu had inquired about. The hotel, though not particularly large, appeared quite opulent, especially adorned with a massive rose decoration on top. Long Xiaoyu was filled with excitement upon arriving at the Lovers' Hotel. He nearly forgot that the main storyline had Xiaowu bringing Tang San to this very place. It seemed that the attentive young attendant was quite perceptive. After a long absence, the prospect of sharing a bed again thrilled him. The Rose Hotel had a pleasant ring to it. This would suffice. Xiaowu, however, did not ponder as deeply as Long Xiaoyu. She gazed at the sign overhead and nodded in satisfaction, leading Tang San, Gu Yuna, and a ravenous wolf right inside. A wave of enticing aromas greeted them, filling their lungs and invigorating their spirits. Coupled with the sultry ambience, Long Xiaoyu felt a tingling sensation, akin to the touch of a feline's paw. Suddenly, an incongruous voice approached, pulling him back to the present moment. A glance revealed that its owner appeared slightly older than him, accompanied by 2 attractive young ladies. They stood at a similar height, but their looks were strikingly handsome, far surpassing the fleeting stars of his previous life. Long Xiaoyu felt a twinge of inferiority. Their well-proportioned figures were accentuated by luxurious attire, and a cascade of soft, light gold hair fell gracefully down their backs. As the figure drew closer, his peculiar, enigmatic eyes were revealed. Boom. Some individuals are simply beyond your reach. In the blink of an eye, Long Xiaoyu's expression turned cold, his gaze betraying a hint of murderous intent. One hand firmly grasped the arm of the interloper who had attempted to touch Gu Yuna. Even if it was Dai Mu Bai, his arrogance was intolerable. And Long Xiaoyu felt compelled to teach this lecher a lesson on behalf of Zhu Shiqing. Oh, what of it? Dai Mu Bai retorted. In an instant, a flash of steel sliced through the air. The sense of danger propelled Dai Mu Bai to evade just in time. Realizing that a blade had materialized where he had just stood, leaving a faint trace of its passage behind. Xiaoyu, Tian Heng exclaimed, alarmed by Long Xiaoyu's sudden aggression. He readied his blue-silver grass, prepared to intervene should Long Xiaoyu's actions escalate. They had only just arrived, and trouble seemed imminent. Tian Heng felt somewhat exasperated with Dai Mu Bai. Hadn't he heard of the thorny roses, especially the most beautiful ones? In the face of Long Xiaoyu's sudden attack, everyone except Gu Yuna appeared bewildered. This fellow had quite the temper, ready to strike at the slightest provocation. Humph, you were quite decisive. However, acting rashly comes with consequences. Signaling for his companions to retreat, Dai Mu Bai's demeanor turned icy. His character, much like his martial spirit, was not to be trifled with. He never shied away from those who showed hostility. I am Dai Mu Bai, martial spirit white tiger, level 37 battle spirit master. I welcome your guidance. Even in fury, he maintained his noble demeanor. As he spoke, his white tiger spirit was unleashed, causing his physique to swell impressively, displaying a formidable presence. The most striking feature was his hands, covered in white fur, from which razor-sharp claws emerged with a flick of his fingers, each one sharp enough to rend Long Xiaoyu in twain. A resonant roar echoed, proclaiming the might of his strength. Gu Yuna intended to step forward, but Long Xiaoyu blocked her path, casting her a strange glance as if to say she should hold back. This was best left to him. But, brother, Gu Yuna hesitated, eyeing the 3 soul rings around Dai Mu Bai. Though she knew that Xiaoyu was nearly invincible at their level, facing a level 37 opponent still left her feeling uneasy. Just a larger feline, after all. Am I to be intimidated? Long Xiaoyu remarked without turning back, her silhouette prompting a gaze of admiration from Gu Yuna. Yet, you tremble, show some dignity. Everyone is watching. It seems that one's desire for pride can lead to torment. Gu Yuna mused silently. Nevertheless, she took a step back, reassured by the presence of herself and the third party. After all, with a mere level 37 opponent, there should be no cause for concern. Humph. Your adversary is the solitary noble from the eastern edge of Saint Soul Village, Long Xiaoyu. Long Xiaoyu's voice boomed, his demeanor unwavering, a quintessential patient of late-stage Chuni syndrome. Proclaiming, I can boast about my prowess for another 500 years. Confused, and pondered, what on earth is this? Shahan Village? The solitary noble dragon Xiaoyu from the old man's house at the east end of the village? What about the east end? The solitary noble dragon Xiaoyu from the old man's house at the east end of the village. Which Xiaoyu? The solitary noble dragon Xiaoyu. Oh, just admit you're single. No need to play the wolf. Suddenly, Dai Mu Bai, having just spoken, sprang into action, his tiger claws extended, charging fiercely toward Long Xiaoyu, exclaiming, You think this is a game? The significance of his trio of weapons weighed heavily on him, invoking the lore of the Luoluo Wu combat technique. Initially daunted by Dai Mu Bai's icy claws, he realized this adversary would not hold back like Gu Yuna. However, as the attack commenced, calmness enveloped him. When true peril approached, fear dissipated. It was time to showcase the lessons learned from 6 years of adversity, raising his shield high. He embraced the principle of the Luoluo Wu combat technique. The strongest defense is an offensive one. The shield absorbed the brunt of Dai Mu Bai's assault, prompting a muffled grunt from Long Xiaoyu. Without hesitation, fueled by the strength in his arms, he launched himself toward Dai Mu Bai's chest. The sharp edge of the shield poised to deliver a significant blow, even to a formidable level 37 battle spirit master like Dai Mu Bai. Is this a viable tactic? As the gleaming shield drew near, Dai Mu Bai's expression shifted dramatically, retreating hastily for the first time under the pressure of a shield. Curse be it. Humph. Unmatched in offense. Defenseless. Seizing a moment of opportunity, Long Xiaoyu transformed the shield into a Tang Dao, its violet hilt glimmering, the blade seemingly fragile yet formidable. Known as the demon blade of 1,000 edges, the residual force from the shield surged into the blade, amplifying its velocity as it traced a beautiful arc of purple light through the air, aimed directly at Dai Mu Bai. First spirit technique, White Tiger's protective shield. Having narrowly evaded the shield, Dai Mu Bai found himself unable to escape the subsequent strike. His complexion altered, though unaware of the reason behind his opponent's transformation. He resolved to endure. What have I to fear? With a sharp clang, the blade shattered against Dai Mu Bai's protective barrier, scattering fragments like stars in the night sky. Is that all? Dai Mu Bai chuckled at the sight of the feeble weapon shattering against his shield. You dare to mock this weapon, which I painstakingly crafted to possess authentic power. Long Xiaoyu chuckled as he spoke, recalling the magic blade of 1,000 edges, which, although it could be conjured, would shatter upon the slightest touch, akin to fragile paper. However, he ultimately realized that the more detailed his conception, the greater the power it wielded. This particular blade had been meticulously envisioned over 3 years, down to each fragment, and now it had materialized. How dare you laugh in your ignorance? As he finished speaking, the recently shattered pieces surged through Dai Mu Bai's shield, reassembling with swift precision, the blade's tip piercing through his robust form, blood seeping forth. I activate my third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Dai Mu Bai's expression darkened as he recognized the peculiarity of his opponent's techniques. He could no longer afford to be careless. His body swelled once more, the overwhelming aura of his Millennium Soul Ring forcing Long Xiaoyu to retreat. Brother, Guyu exclaimed anxiously, realizing that this Millennium Soul Ring was far more formidable than she had anticipated. The silver dragon spear in her grasp was poised for action, ready to strike at any moment. Guyu, I assure you I am not trembling. Just watch, he declared, invoking his second soul skill, Martial Soul Control. His first soul ring was enchanted, while the second had been acquired during a fortunate hunt, embodying his desires and aspirations without the slightest hesitation in enhancing his abilities. Channeling all his soul power into the magic blade of 1,000 edges, he proclaimed, a single strike will suffice. As his words resonated, a silvery hue of soul power emerged, rivaling that of Guyu, surging forth like a mighty river from his being, cascading into the blade. Delicate violet and green luminescence entwined around the weapon, which trembled in Long Xiaoyu's grasp, as if yearning to savor the taste of his adversary's blood. The sin does not warrant death. Long Xiaoyu spoke again, and the pale green hue on the hilt seemed to comprehend his words, vanishing instantly, while the blade gradually regained its tranquility, even though it had transformed into a soul ring. The wild essence of the mandala snake appeared to be deeply ingrained within its venom. A fierce roar echoed as Dai Mu Bai seemed prepared, his white tiger form towering nearly 3 meters high, radiating a ferocious power that, despite the distance, Long Xiaoyu could still distinctly feel. This world is truly marvelous. Long Xiaoyu mused for perhaps the umpteenth time, contemplating the sight before him, which epitomized the romance that men pursue, the visceral thrill of a direct confrontation, rather than the current scenario of instant annihilation. With a roar, Dai Mu Bai accelerated once more, traversing the distance in the blink of an eye, suddenly appearing beside Long Xiaoyu. As he lifted the demon blade Qianren high, scattered fragments of starlight began to drift back from the air to the blade's surface. Meanwhile, Dai Mu Bai remained motionless, his body frozen in the posture of his previous assault, creating a stark contrast akin to that of an elephant facing an ant. Yet, his claws remained poised, unable to strike, his expression rigid. Rest assured, it is merely a superficial wound. I haven't even marred your face. However, let this serve as a warning, my friend. After Long Xiaoyu spoke, she gently patted the shoulder of her companion, offering words of comfort. As she withdrew her martial spirit and turned around, she was immediately supported by Gu Yuna. Dai Mu Bai did not perceive anything amiss, however. The signs of exhaustion were unmistakably evident to Gu Yuna and the others after Long Xiaoyu had pivoted. After expending all his soul power in a single release, he had attained the second soul skill he had wished for to protect Gu Yuna. The system had not deceived him. Despite transforming into a mere shadow of his former self, he had nonetheless achieved the effect of a soul strike. Dai Mu Bai, drenched in cold sweat, felt every inch of his body ache as he moved slightly. Blood seeped from the wounds inflicted by the fragments, soaking through his clothing by the time he retracted his martial spirit. His complexion was markedly pale, and he was acutely aware that he had narrowly escaped death. In a fleeting moment when Long Xiaoyu swung her blade, countless tiny shards cut through the air around him like meteors, injuring him even under the amplified defense of his white tiger armor. Dai Xiao, capture them all. As the battle drew to a close, the owner of the Rose Hotel rushed from the corner, eager to ingratiate himself. I dare anyone to try? The silver dragon spear gleamed menacingly as Gu Yuna cradled Long Xiaoyu, her icy gaze sweeping over everyone around her. Those who approached would find no mercy from her. Guess the bow. Don't bring up Musashi, that S far from pious, a tribute to our lost youth. Stop. Dai Mu Bai's furious shout captured everyone's attention. Casting a cold glare at the owner, he continued, "Withdraw. Prepare 2 rooms for them." Yes, yes. Even in his disheveled state, Dai Mu Bai's authority remained unassailable. A king, even in decline, cannot be defied by the unruly. This principle held true for Dai Mu Bai as well. He then glanced at Gu Yuna, their eyes locked, revealing the fury reflected in her beautiful violet irises. Despite being the one who had suffered, he could not help but chuckle bitterly. Looking aside, he noticed Long Xiaoyu being supported by Gu Yuna. Although she appeared somewhat weak, there was no trace of hostility on her face. Instead, she bore a smile akin to that of a close friend, giving him a thumbs up. Was she praising his prowess? It was perplexing. When we meet again in Shrek, I hope you will be able to defeat me once more. Remember to speak of the evil-eyed white tiger, Dai Mu Bai, he said with a smile before turning to leave. Maintaining his graceful demeanor despite his injuries, Zhu Zhiqing observed the scene as if witnessing an old comrade's farewell. This assistance, I, Long, shall accept. I shall endeavor to hold back in the future. At this moment, Long Xiaoyu's heart had already soared to the evening, as crimson liquid involuntarily streamed from his nostrils. Ah, is this a fight or an emotional outburst? Tang San remarked, unable to contain his sarcasm, as he observed the blood trickling from his companion's nose, simultaneously questioning Long Xiaoyu's sexual orientation. Nevertheless, Xiaoyu's prowess was truly remarkable. His earnest assault had left Tang San in awe. For the last time he had witnessed such seriousness was 2 years ago during their hunt for the second spirit ring. It was astonishing how much his strength had escalated since then. By the way, how did he know we were heading to Shrek? Zhao Wu inquired. Never mind. Let's rest for now. I'm utterly exhausted after all this fighting. Sleep is what I need. Long Xiaoyu eagerly answered and quickly urged the boss to escort them to their room. Faced with the boss's unexpected kindness, he felt somewhat embarrassed, but without hesitation. He decided to take advantage of the situation and request a complimentary meal. Humph. Were it not for Dai Mu Bai's good temperament, they would have truly fallen into a predicament today. Upon entering the room, although the storyline indicated there was only one room, it certainly did not refer to the long-term reserved chamber of Dai Mu Bai, which resembled a crimson ocean. As they stepped inside, they discovered a luxurious couple's suite, while Dai Mu Bai's room. Wow! Before Zhao Wu could even exclaim, Long Xiaoyu was already astounded. It was vast. It was beautiful. It was dazzling. Forgive him for being rather unrefined. A mere exclamation was sufficient to convey his awe, having never encountered such a concept in his previous life. And this was merely in Soto City. What if it were in the imperial capital, within royal chambers? The walls, the bed, the floor, the sofa, everywhere was adorned with red roses, whether real or artificial, permeating the air with a scent that symbolized love. Long Xiaoyu felt as though countless little deer had collided with the wall of reality within his heart. Should they proceed with their plans tonight? Brother, blood. Suddenly, a voice rang in his ear, and turning to see Gu Yu's concerned expression, Long Xiaoyu's face reddened further. He hurriedly took a tissue to cover his nose and did not forget to give himself a couple of light slaps. It's nothing. Thank you, Gu Yu. Well, am I truly such a beast? At just 12 years old, I am already contemplating such matters? How could I, so pure, even entertain such thoughts? Tonight will depend on the circumstances. After all, to refuse what is presented on a silver platter would be akin to being less than a beast. Wow, it's so soft, Zhao Wu exclaimed as she leapt onto the heart-shaped bed, scattering rose petals and creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Tang San facepalmed in disbelief. However, this spontaneous leap from Zhao Wu unexpectedly sparked an important thought in Long Xiaoyu. Damn, room allocation. Cursing himself for his cleverness, he pondered for a moment before declaring, Ahem. It's time we divided the rooms. I suggest rock, paper, scissors. The winner gets to stay here. He chuckled to himself, confident in his luck. As for Gu Yu, he was determined that the system would not interfere at this moment. All right, let us do it. I'm sure I won, T lose. Zhao Wu exclaimed enthusiastically, hopping down from the bed, her eyes wide with excitement. Humph, you're destined to lose. Long Xiaoyu's gaze brimmed with disdain. Tang San observed closely. Noticing the significant shifts in Long Xiaoyu's expression, he sensed mischief brewing. Although he was uncertain of the specifics, it was prudent to intervene to prevent any potential mishaps. Wait, how about we allow the loser to choose? Let us give them some dignity. Long Xiaoyu interjected, firmly holding the other's shoulders and meeting their gaze earnestly. No, you haven't. Zhao Wu, with a quick flicker of her eyes, agreed. Let us go with Sangue's suggestion. The loser chooses. Sensing a hint of agreement, Gu Yu felt similarly, and even the waiter outside nodded in approval. Fine then. Under the collective gaze, Long Xiaoyu found it difficult to voice further objections. He relented. After all, what was one room? He could manage even with just a sofa. Rock, paper, scissors. Zhao Wu lost. Everything was going according to plan. Rock, paper, scissors. Guyu lost as well. Everything was. Huh. Wait. How did you lose? Long Xiaoyu was taken aback. Losing is just losing, Guyu replied, casting him a puzzled glance. Who can dictate the outcome of a game of chance? No. System. Are you up to something? Long Xiaoyu had lost faith in fate. Was this truly luck for? Once more. All right. Rock, paper, scissors. Yet again, Guyu now was defeated. Hey, system. Are you doing this on purpose? I am genuinely upset now. Ding. Tang San is the destined one. The system is now a luck system and cannot influence the fortune of a person of destiny. Damn fate. I am still going against entropy. Once more. Xiaoyu, have you ever lost? Until nightfall, when the moon shone remarkably beautiful, adorned by twinkling stars, resembling a goddess basking in the celestial glow. The cold wind swept through, seeping through Long Xiaoyu's sleeves into her chest, a bit chilly, yet it could not deter her desire to compose poetry. To know the celestial palaces. Xiaoyu, it's time for bed. We must rise early tomorrow. Tang San observed Xiaoyu perched by the window, furrowing his brow. Wasn't she exhausted? Unable to resist, he urged, you should sleep first. I'm not tired yet. Remember to cover yourself well tonight. Don't let me see you. The next morning, Long Xiaoyu awakened the other three. Having hardly slept the previous night, she would not allow them to indulge in slumber. A typical quest for balance in her heart, though her spirits were low. The moment she caught a whiff of Guyu Na's scent, her energy surged back. Looking at Zhao Wu, though still a bit drowsy, her complexion was rosy and her spirit vibrant, embodying the essence of a sunny girl, without a hint of complaint. Seeing this, Long Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed nothing had transpired between them last night, had something truly occurred. Tang San would not have been able to restrain his urge to confront Zhao Wu, for how could one face others after being outmaneuvered? Let us go. Early in the morning, perhaps accustomed to rising early for school, the sun had just begun to rise, and the four had already ventured onto the bustling streets. Soto City. In the morning, still thrived with prosperity. No matter how early they rose, they could not outpace the vendors setting up their stalls, eager for a new day's livelihood. Calling out or waiting for customers to arrive. Even those without any power were filled with aspirations for life, allowing this city to be perpetually infused with an atmosphere of affluence. After a simple breakfast, Zhao Wu eagerly suggested, wow, let us explore first. Zhao Wu, we have pressing matters at hand. Tang San appeared somewhat troubled. Indeed, we should head to Shrek first. We can always wander later. But I assume you wouldn't want to trek under the blazing sun again, would you? Long Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it would be unwise to allow them to wander freely. If they truly roamed about, they should head to Flanders. After Tang San acquired the luminous crystal, which further augmented his arsenal of defensive weapons, it would become rather troublesome if hostilities were to ensue. Indeed, Long Xiaoyu's words left Zhao Wu in a state of contemplation, causing her to lower her head and nod in a dejected manner. It is true that girls often prefer fair and delicate skin, and Xiaoyu's remark precisely resonated with her sentiments. The journey from Soto City to Shrek Academy was not particularly long. However, as they ventured forth, they were greeted by fields stretching endlessly on either side, making it difficult to fathom that an academy could be situated in such a locale. Moreover, there appeared to be no visible markers of the academy at first glance. The vast expanse of wheat seemed to go on forever. Is Shrek Academy truly located here? Xiaoyu remarked with a hint of sarcasm. According to the original text, Shrek Academy was indeed established on the outskirts of a small village. But out here, could it be an exaggeration? The disparity between the original narrative and their current reality was striking. Well, it shouldn't be mistaken. It must be nearby. Let us continue our search. Perhaps their early departure accounted for the desolate roads, making it rather challenging to seek assistance. Brother, Zhao Wu called softly, her eyes glimmering with anticipation as she gazed at Tang San. Taken aback by Zhao Wu's sudden demeanor, Tang San paused for a moment, then shook his head in resignation, turning slightly away as he remarked, you've grown, yet you still act like a child. Hee, before my brother, I shall always be little. With that, she gleefully leaped onto Tang San's back. This, Xiaoyu, who had been observing, was caught off guard and inadvertently fed a morsel of affection. Feeling a twinge of envy, Gu Yu, you must be tired as well, he said as he approached. Turning his back in anticipation of the soft embrace that he hoped would follow, his heart racing. I have grown, Gu Yu replied, though she found his actions puzzling. However, she preferred to spare Xiao Yu the burden of carrying her. She was not tired, and Xiao Yu had seemed unwell since their last encounter. Before my brother, a sister shall always remain a sister. Let us proceed. To Shrek Academy we go. Long Xiao Yu spoke with a hint of authority. Well, I shall not be polite then. Following her sweet voice, a soft figure suddenly leaped onto Long Xiao Yu's back. The fragrance was delightful, though it did not quite compare to Gu Yu's enchanting scent. What on earth? As Long Xiao Yu's racing heart began to calm, she turned her head to find a lovely face mere inches away from her own. The bright, twinkling eyes were endearing, and upon closer inspection, her skin appeared supple and rosy, exuding an air of a literary and graceful lady. Who might you be? Long Xiao Yu's face revealed a look of astonishment as she hastily rose to her feet. The young girl followed suit, retreating a short distance away. Meanwhile, Gu Yuna, having drawn her silver dragon spear, had fixated her gaze on Long Xiao Yu rather than the girl. With a slight tilt of her head, her tone appeared rather displeased. No, it was exceedingly displeased. Long Xiao Yu was in a precarious situation. Not Jingjing Ugh. I don't know her at all. Keeping his distance, Long Xiao Yu finally observed the entire figure of the other person clearly. She stood shorter than Gu Yu, yet not by much. Her simple white gown fluttered gracefully in the wind. Her complexion, as fair and delicate as Long Xiao Yu had just seen, revealed that she was well cared for. Unmistakably a young lady from a prominent family. This encounter was not a loss after all. However, when he turned to look back at Gu Yu, a pang of anxiety struck him. He realized he had made a grave miscalculation. Clearly, Gu Yu inquired once more, recalling how frequently Xiao Yu mentioned these two individuals. A woman's intuition undoubtedly pointed to one of them. My name is Ning Rongrong. You have misunderstood. The girl, noticing Long Xiao Yu's impending breakdown, suppressed a smile and gracefully performed a curtsy befitting a lady of high standing. Her voice sounded soft and tender, evoking a delightful sensation within. How utterly charming. Wait. This is not the time for such thoughts. How did I encounter her here? Upon reflection, Long Xiao Yu came to terms with the situation. He had altered the timeline, preventing Tang San from allowing Xiao Wu to indulge in sleep, which had shifted events significantly. It was entirely normal for him to meet Ning Rongrong, who was also headed to Shrek Academy. Oh, the third one? The silver spear in Gu Yu's hand seemed to gleam with increased coldness. Ugh, the third one. Gu Yu. What on earth are you thinking? What kind of person do you believe your brother to be? Long Xiao Yu, feeling somewhat irked, emphatically jabbed a few times at the forehead of her opponent's mask, seemingly venting her emotions. This was the most severe punishment she could muster. Faced with Gu Yuna, she found herself reluctant to unleash any form of retribution. Scolding her evoked fear, while imparting peculiar knowledge felt equally daunting. As Long Xiao Yu forcefully poked her head, Gu Yuna, resembling a timid sister, meekly nodded. It was unusual for Xiao Yu to be angry with her. Evidently, a genuine misunderstanding had occurred. The fierce Xiao Yu was quite formidable, and it was prudent to avoid provoking her. You two share a wonderful bond, Ning Rongrong remarked with a smile from the side. After observing Long Xiao Yu for a moment, she found her rather handsome. The earlier tackle was not too regrettable, and glancing at Gu Yuna, she sensed that despite the mask, the latter possessed beauty comparable to her own. To be close to such a lovely girl suggested that this person was not lacking in capability either. Chapter 39. Shrek Academy. After sternly reprimanding Gu Yuna, Long Xiao Yu turned her gaze towards Ning Rongrong, her expression gradually calming. However, she felt a sense of helplessness. At this moment, Ning Rongrong still exhibited the temperament of a young lady from a prominent family, a situation she could not afford to provoke. Who knows if a soul sage might unexpectedly emerge from that scenario? Ning Rongrong, it's rather inappropriate for you to come over and embrace me when we aren't well acquainted. How presumptuous of you, given your esteemed lineage. As if I were the one taking advantage of you. Though Long Xiao Yu spoke with great tact, it was still discernible that the other party seemed to harbor some displeasure towards her. Ning Rongrong slightly furrowed her willow-like brows, pouting in response. Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu treated her like a treasured gem, yet this fellow actually dares to express disdain for her. How truly absurd. Long Xiao Yu candidly remarked that he truly dared not just about other girls in front of Gu Yu. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong was immediately incensed. Pointing at Long Xiao Yu and preparing to reprimand him. Who do you think you are? She is the cherished jewel of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. And you dare to express disdain. However, Recalling the purpose of her visit, she forcibly stifled her anger, lowered her hand, and said, Humph. You just mentioned Shrek Academy. Didn't he? Oh. Ha ha ha. Are you unfamiliar with the way? Noticing the sudden restraint of her temper, Long Xiaoyu was initially taken aback, but upon reflection, he could not help but chuckle. Ning Rongrong's face flushed slightly, yet she did not refute him, after all. It was quite normal for a young lady of her stature to be unfamiliar with the way. Puffing out her chest, she retorted, Me? Humph. If I knew the way, I wouldn't have let you take advantage of me. Is it now common for those who are directionally challenged to be so audacious? Long Xiaoyu cast a speechless glance at Zhao Wu, seemingly seeking confirmation. Xiaoyu, you have no right to speak, Zhao Wu retorted coldly, showing no regard for feelings. Can you show a little courtesy? You are no better. You have no right to laugh. Ultimately, the team expanded to 5 members, with Ning Rongrong persistently clinging to Gu Yuna, seemingly quite taken with her beauty. However, each time she attempted to uncover the truth, Long Xiaoyu would dismiss her with a swift hand, nearly causing her to lose her composure. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, If you won't let me see, I shall insist on looking. Long Xiaoyu, you wish to see me, yet I shall not grant you that pleasure. One little dance is already quite terrifying. Imagine if another were to compete with him. Gu Yuna, 2 peculiar individuals, how audacious. Do you truly believe that the 7 treasure glazed tile school is easy to bully? With each exchange, I have lost count of how many times Long Xiaoyu has struck my hand, turning it red. Ning Rongrong has finally erupted, shedding her previous demure demeanor. Her fingers pointed at Long Xiaoyu in a threatening manner. She has never endured such indignity in her life. This simply cannot stand. I must teach him a lesson to quell this frustration. 7 treasures glazed tile. In an instant, Ning Rongrong's martial soul, the 7 treasures glazed tile, emerged between her hands. Akin to Gu Yuna's silver dragon spear, its tower exquisitely crafted, with sharp engravings that render it a masterpiece. However, to assume that this is merely an ornamental weapon would be a grave mistake. The illustrious reputation of the strongest support martial soul is not without merit. Are you serious? You intend to pit support against assault? After a moment of being astonished by Ning Rongrong's martial soul, Long Xiaoyu soon regained her composure. Wielding the magic blade of 1,000 edges, tapping its blade in her hand, casting a perplexed gaze at her opponent. Familiarity has revealed her temperament. While she may call for assistance, it is merely a formality. It appears she still possesses a hint of the demeanor befitting a young lady. Ning Rongrong, observing the purple glow emanating from Long Xiaoyu's blade, instinctively took a step back. Though the blade appeared fragile, her grandfather had once advised against judging a martial soul by its appearance. This seemingly shattered weapon exuded an undeniable threat. I dare you to make a move against me. Do you believe I won't summon someone to confine you in a dark room for at least 3 days? Out of pride, Ning Rongrong was unwilling to concede defeat. Just as she finished speaking, a warm hand rested upon her head, gently ruffling her hair, as if to implore her to cease her antics. Be good. Don't cause a fuss. We must coexist henceforth, Long Xiaoyu said in a fatherly tone, feeling quite comfortable. Is it always this delightful to touch a girl's head? I'm enamored. Tang-san. Henceforth? Zhao Wu. Together? Gu Yuna had already aimed her silver dragon spear at Long Xiaoyu. I mean, in school. We are all classmates. A sudden wave of killing intent surged forth, yet Long Xiaoyu remained unfazed, continuing, Humph. Such a trivial matter. Calm your trembling legs. Everyone has set down their martial souls. With Long Xiaoyu in their midst, the team was destined for chaos, bickering back and forth, until they inadvertently arrived at the entrance of a quaint village. From an exterior glance, the village appeared rather small, perhaps even less expansive than Holy Soul Village. Observing the perimeter, a long fence seemed to serve as a defense against wild beasts. Peering inside, one could see no grand structures. Explaining why Long Xiaoyu and her companions had initially failed to notice it, Long Xiaoyu wore an expression of disbelief, struggling to comprehend how such a diminutive village could exist in the vast vicinity of Soto City, where wealth disparity was starkly apparent. There are so many people over there. Let us go and inquire, Ning Rongrong suggested, feeling somewhat fatigued and wishing for a ride on Long Xiaoyu's back. However, she was met with stubborn refusal, which ignited her irritation, prompting her to glare at him fiercely. Fine then. Despite not understanding the reason behind her scowl, Long Xiaoyu remained unfazed and strode confidently towards the gathering crowd, which he presumed belonged to Shrek Academy. Upon arrival, they found a queue forming at the village entrance, predominantly consisting of children around their age, most accompanied by their parents. At the forefront of the line stood a table, but that was of little consequence. What truly mattered was Long Xiaoyu quickly moving closer, eyes widening as he focused on the distant sign. Though weathered, the words Shrek Academy were discernible. Well, we finally made it. We're here, Long Xiaoyu exclaimed, his acceptance of the situation bolstered by his knowledge of the original text. The Academy's appearance aligned with his expectations of its humble state. Flander, that old fellow really lacks business acumen, he mused. According to the original narrative, Shrek Academy had been established for over a decade, and it was hard to fathom how a soul sage, after years of effort, could not garner sufficient funds to support even a small academy. It seemed the root of the issue lay in a reluctance to manage it well, which Long Xiaoyu believed to be the case. Is this really Shrek Academy? Zhao Wu exclaimed, having dismounted from Tang San's back. Her astonishment mirrored that of Tang San and Ning Rongrong, all expressing disbelief that this could be an academy. Surely, they must have taken a wrong turn or that Long Xiaoyu had misjudged its appearance. As the four approached, reality shattered their fanciful notions. It truly was Shrek Academy. The 5 bold letters unmistakably displayed. Next, the elderly man at the entrance calmly gestured for a father and son to depart, as though he were conducting some form of assessment. How is this possible? My son is an exemplary student at a low-level Soul Master Academy, one of the best. The parent protested, unable to accept that his child could fail to meet the standards of such a dilapidated institution. Though he had heard tales of Shrek Academy's high admission criteria, he had not anticipated them to be so stringent. Shrek Academy only admits exceptional talents, not ordinary individuals. Please leave. Others are waiting, the old man reiterated indifferently. The father, still brimming with indignation, retorted, exceptional? I've yet to see any extraordinary students apply to such a rundown place. If they had that kind of talent, they'd be at a royal academy by now. Mu Bai. A voice interjected as Dai Mu Bai rose, his 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings radiating power, instantly capturing the crowd's attention. A sense of pride swelled within him. Dai, is that all you've got? Gasps of admiration filled the air, but soon an unpleasant, mocking laughter erupted from nearby, causing Dai Mu Bai's earlier bravado to falter. Turning around, he found Long Xiaoyu and his companions observing him with playful curiosity. You truly have arrived. Dai Mu Bai feigned composure, reminding himself that while one could lose many things, their dignity must remain intact. Yet as this thought crossed his mind, Long Xiaoyu approached him. Dai, you've indeed improved rapidly. I concede defeat. Long Xiaoyu spoke as she suddenly slapped her hand onto the shoulder of her companion, causing a sharp pang of pain that almost made Dai Mu Bai lose his composure. Enough with the pleasantries. Let us get to the testing. Hurry inside. He swiftly brushed off Long Xiaoyu's hand, urging her on, fearing that another slap would reopen his wound. Is there really a need for testing? Long Xiaoyu declared, revealing her martial soul. A moment of silence enveloped the scene. Everyone, please cooperate, she awkwardly murmured, inching closer to Guyuna and the others. One by one, the others displayed their martial souls, the magic blade with 1,000 edges, the silver dragon spear, the 7 treasures glazed tower, blue silver grass, and the soft bone rabbit. Except for Guyuna, who did not reveal her soul rings, every other participant showcased 200-year soul rings. Gasped. This display left not only Dai Mu Bai but nearly everyone present in a state of astonishment. Even the previously boisterous father had turned pale. The speed at which they were humbled was staggering. Heavens, why are these individuals here to enroll? And the blue silver grass possesses a 100-year soul ring too? This is utterly terrifying. We cannot afford to offend such a powerful family. Do your family members know you're here? Li Yusong, who had been seated at the entrance, was now drawn to their commotion. His gaze lingered on the unassuming Guyuna for a moment, then shifted to Tang San, before finally settling on Ning Rongrong. With no discrimination in education, I meet the requirements, so you have no reason to reject me. Ning Rongrong smiled, her radiant grin likely captivating many young hearts in attendance. Long Xiaoyu was nearly entranced, while Dai Mu Bai's eyes gleamed with a predatory light, unmistakably tinted with desire. Very well, you may proceed, he waved her forward. Then turned to Long Xiaoyu and the others, regardless of your prowess, line up. The privilege of a prominent family allowed for such audacity. Long Xiaoyu felt a twinge of envy but maintained her decorum as they formed an orderly queue. After verifying the ages of Long Xiaoyu and the others, resembling a palmistry reading, she cast a curious glance at his hand. However, upon seeing Guyuna, her expression hardened. She had been fervently hoping that no complications would arise. Guyuna should not fall short of a standard transformation, yet she felt uncertain about the age verification. System Father, come forth and save me. When Li Yusong grasped Guyuna's hand, his expression indeed shifted, causing Long Xiaoyu's heart to race. But soon, He released her hand. What is your age? He inquired, looking at Gu Yuna with curiosity. She is my cousin, 12 years old. Long Xiaoyu interjected. Oh. By the way, teacher, look. This is the certificate provided by the Martial Soul Hall. It clearly states her age. Long Xiaoyu spoke first. Noting that the other party seemed unaware of anything amiss, thus avoiding a false alarm, he hastily retrieved the earlier preparations, accepting the Soul Master certificate from the Spirit Hall, which clearly stated in black and white, Gu Yuna, age 12, level 27 Great Soul Master. Even if the certificate were to be proven counterfeit, he could not bring himself to doubt it. One could not dismiss a genius due to personal error. Now, please reveal your soul rings. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuna hesitated, casting a glance of silent appeal towards Long Xiaoyu. Only Long Xiaoyu, Tang San, and Xiao Wu were privy to the details of her soul rings, with Long Xiaoyu being the most informed. It's all right, go ahead, he reassured her with a comforting glance. After Gu Yuna disclosed the emergence of her pale golden soul ring, Long Xiaoyu pondered for a while and devised a counter-strategy. As the pale golden soul ring was released amidst gasps of astonishment, Long Xiaoyu calmly stated, My sister possesses a mutated martial soul, and during the mutation, something unforeseen occurred. Hence the 200-year soul ring she later acquired manifested in this pale golden hue. Oh, such a mutation exists? Li Yusong expressed his skepticism, having never encountered a martial soul mutation that could directly influence the color of soul rings. However, what alternative explanation could there be? If a martial soul mutation can alter a person's physique, why then could it not change the color of one's soul rings? This world is filled with the unknown. Dear teacher, Long Xiaoyu replied, exuding an air of exasperation. If martial souls can take on physical forms and even mutate into beastly maidens, what is truly impossible? The evidence stands before you. Let them speculate as they wish. What can they do? Wow, such a stunning color. Ning Rongrong was the first to rush over, marveling at the pale golden soul ring adorning Gu Yuna. It truly resembles their ultimate version of a 100-year soul ring. She felt a pang of envy. For what girl does not have an affinity for beautiful things, even the hues of soul rings? Very well, you may enter as well. Although her age was not immediately discernible, he could still sense the power emanating from her soul ring, while he couldn't ascertain its upper limit. It was evident that it was not the soul power exuded by a mere 10-year soul ring. Young enough, and with formidable soul power, that suffices without further scrutiny. Wait, did he just declare that as fact? A discordant voice, filled with ire, erupted nearby. Chapter 41. Uniting Forces. I object. Long Xiaoyu was the first to disagree, casting a cold gaze towards the uncle who had previously been discontent over his son not being selected and now pointed an accusatory finger at Gu Yuna with palpable rage. He had lingered here for some time, keen to observe how this girl, who had just concealed her abilities, would navigate the situation. Object? Uncle, what do you dispute? He gestured for Gu Yuna to step back, deciding to handle this minor character himself. Humph. This girl must have concealed her martial soul with some trick. I wager her soul power is inferior to my son's. Faced with a junior, the uncle would not concede. Yet upon glancing at Long Xiaoyu's soul rings and the long blade at his side, he turned his head, no longer naming names, though his implication was unmistakable. Long Xiaoyu merely chuckled at the uncle's words, no longer the subservient figure of his past life, nor the humble boy who once navigated through life with a plot-driven mindset. 6 years had passed, during which he had held dominion over the younger students at the academy, perhaps achieving little, yet certainly cultivating a certain swagger. He had mostly tempered this demeanor in Gu Yuna's presence, as he did not wish to mold her into a streetwise leader. Uft. Ha ha. Are you implying that your son is your benchmark for strength? How many of your sons do you think I could match? 1 for 2? Or perhaps 3? His tone dripped with sarcasm yet brimmed with confidence. His words were likely to provoke others, but that was precisely his intent. Come forth, he challenged the dissenters. You are exceedingly arrogant. The uncle refrained from advancing, but his son, fueled by anger, charged at Long Xiaoyu, his monkey martial soul manifesting, elongating his form. And in the blink of an eye, he was at Long Xiaoyu's side. Bang! The blade transformed into a shield. The forceful impact sent the assailant flying. A mere lesson was all that was required. With Li Yusong and others watching, he did not wish to leave a poor impression upon his arrival. Son. Though he was submissive in front of Gu Yuna, he would not hold back against anyone who dared to bully her. Do not be discontent, like attracts like. And our quartet speaks volumes. Ouch. Before Long Xiaoyu could finish his retort, a sudden pain shot through his head. He turned just in time to hear Li Yusong admonishing. No fighting at the academy gates. With that, his own soul rings, 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black, materialized. instantly deflating the uncle who had just intended to confront Long Xiaoyu. Why didn't you intervene earlier? The commotion had drawn attention, and now, with a Soul Emperor overseeing admissions, the onlookers fell silent. A Soul Emperor was a figure rarely seen by common folk. Who would dare to cause a ruckus before such a dignitary? However, when Li Yusong resumed his role in admissions, he noticed that the number of candidates had drastically diminished, as if Long Xiaoyu's prowess had deterred them. The standard of a 12-year-old possessing 200-year soul rings was daunting, and they were self-aware enough to recognize it. Shall I proceed? Long Xiaoyu inquired. Indeed. Your martial soul is quite fascinating. Li Yusong nodded in response. Monsters appear every year, but this year seems particularly abundant. Are we entering an era of mass production? First, the 7 treasure glazed tile school, then the blue silvergrass, and now a mutation in soul ring colors. This is an extraordinary amalgamation of oddities. Well, the minimum standard is a soul power level above 20 at just 12 years of age? How terrifying, Zhao Wu exclaimed. Although she, along with Tang San and Long Xiaoyu, met this criterion, it did not imply that it was easily attainable. In fact, throughout their year at Nodding Academy, they had hardly encountered anyone with such high soul power. Then why are we here at Shrek Academy? Tang San chuckled, acknowledging that he too had initially found it hard to believe he was at Shrek Academy. Now, while he was convinced, he still struggled to understand why it felt so underdeveloped. How many candidates could possibly fit this standard in a year? Questions abounded. Nevertheless, Dai Mu Bai appeared disinterested in answering his queries. Dai, what are you gazing at? Long Xiaoyu gently nudged Dai Mu Bai with her elbow, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Dai Mu Bai's gaze frequently darted towards the entrance of the academy, and his clumsy attempts at surreptitious glances were easily detected by her. I sense a familiar aura that seems to resonate with my own. A faint blush crept across Dai Mu Bai's face, revealing a hint of embarrassment at being caught by Long Xiaoyu. Ha. You're not starting to look for a target again, are you? A complimentary match? Perhaps a tigress? Ning Rongrong teased. Children should refrain from speaking out of turn. Dai Mu Bai retorted, his voice low and slightly flustered. Humph. You lecher. The wolf-like gaze of Dai Mu Bai had initially caught her attention. Yet it was surprising how quickly his demeanor had shifted. Calling him a lecher now seemed almost polite. I too sensed something familiar. Shall we return together to investigate? Long Xiaoyu jested. Following the direction of his gaze, it was effortless to spot the striking figure, a dignified lady clad in black. Her expression akin to that of an ice-carved goddess. Although somewhat youthful, her demeanor exuded an air of coldness, as if the words no entry were inscribed upon her face. Even from a distance, Long Xiaoyu's unique eyes discerned the impressive development of Zhu Xuqing. Indeed, children in this world appeared to mature remarkably well. At merely 12 years of age, her curves had already begun to manifest. Humph. It's nothing extraordinary. Long Xiaoyu suddenly straightened her back, a sense of tastelessness washing over her as she ceased to regard Zhu Xuqing, turning instead to stride inward. Just as Dai Mu Bai found himself puzzled, he noticed that Gu Yuna, who had been obscured by Long Xiaoyu moments ago, now stood there with her silver spear firmly planted, an air of lethal intent surrounding her, which spoke volumes. Yet, within her eyes lingered a hint of innocence. Do not inquire of me. I merely allow my spear to bask in the sun. Dai Mu Bai sensed that Long Xiaoyu was akin to him, equally captivated by desire. Yet he was taken aback that such youthful hearts could be ensnared by love. As he glanced back at Long Xiaoyu's silhouette, it seemed imbued with a sense of profound weariness, evoking his respect. You all proceed to the second challenge. I must revisit my past. Take care, my brothers. With that, he resolutely turned to depart, akin to a warrior charging into battle. Fear not, my brothers. I, Dai, shall not tread the path of my forebears. Long Xiaoyu took a few steps forward, turned around, and gazed at the receding figure of Dai Mu Bai, letting out a sigh. The world mocks my lack of flirtation, yet I chuckle at their inability to entice. Brother Dai, you are still too young. Why not concentrate your efforts, unleash your artillery, and eliminate a world champion in one fell swoop? Alas, how lonely it is to be invincible. Chapter 42. Sausage Invincible. Brother, would you care for a grand sausage? Its length, girth, and flavor are surely enough to send you into ecstasy. As he pondered the intricacies of life, a voice, more audacious than his own, pierced through the air. Only the legendary Oscar could deliver such a ribald jest. Turning around, he was met by a handsome visage mere inches away, prompting Long Xiaoyu to exclaim, "Get away from me." With a swift motion, he grasped Oscar's face and unceremoniously tossed him aside. How dare he invade my personal space without fear of a kiss? I refuse to let my first kiss be marred by this fellow, despite his undeniable charm. Hey, come on, man, let us not resort to violence. We can talk this out, Oscar said, rubbing his face and casting a mournful glance at Long Xiaoyu. Alas, not only did this deal fall through, but he also faced injustice. Brother, what is going on? Gu Yuna and the others rushed over, perplexed. It's only been a short while. Who has Xiaoyu bullied this time? Oh, this gentleman, Oscar, quick on his feet, found himself momentarily speechless upon seeing Gu Yuna. His mind raced, conjuring up names for potential descendants, utterly oblivious to Long Xiaoyu's unwavering gaze locked onto him as he dashed towards Gu Yuna. However, he was met with Long Xiaoyu's ruthless grip, the hand of a king. In a flash, Long Xiaoyu's speed surpassed his own, seizing Oscar's cheek once more and activating the Eye of Death. Startled, Oscar began to tremble. Goodness, this guy is even more terrifying than Brother Dai. Brother, let us talk this over. We can discuss this amicably. Once again, he was tossed aside, and Long Xiaoyu chose not to utter another word, his disdainful gaze conveying all that needed to be said. This lecher only coveted my dear Nana. Big brother, how about I offer you a sausage to relieve your anger? Oscar suggested, retreating a bit and scratching his head hesitantly, deciding to present food as an apology. Although he was uncertain of his transgression, he recognized that he was merely a food-type support spirit master and dared not think of confronting Long Xiaoyu. Eat what? Wait, I shall not partake in your sausage. How dare you to keep jesting at such a moment? Long Xiaoyu was at a loss for words, simply covering her head in exasperation. After Gu Yuna, yet another conversational genius had emerged. This time, she felt it was not her fault. By the way, do you all wish to partake in a meal? Long Xiaoyu averted her gaze, casting a mischievous glance towards Tang San and the others. Perhaps it's best to forego it, she suggested. Tang San, clearly aware of the earlier conversation between Long Xiaoyu and the other party, shook his head in disapproval. However, he realized that his thoughts did not necessarily reflect those of the others. I want it too. Aside from Tang San, the three girls expressed their desire for the delicacy. Long Xiaoyu nearly burst into laughter, but managed to suppress it, turning to Oscar and saying, all right, 5 in total. Hurry up and prepare them. Upon hearing the girls' enthusiastic responses, Tang San felt a wave of embarrassment, unsure of how to articulate his feelings. Rest assured, little San, I've ordered your share as well, so do not misconstrue anything, Long Xiaoyu interjected, her smile causing Tang San to bury his face in his hands, overwhelmed by the absurdity of the situation. 5. Wow, thank you for your generous patronage, Oscar exclaimed, exhilarated by the prospect of such a lucrative transaction. Momentarily forgetting the earlier threat posed by Long Xiaoyu, he rushed to his cart, eager to begin his work. Long Xiaoyu remarked that Oscar's sausages were indeed substantial, though not as grand as her own. A man's dignity must not be compromised, regardless of the context of sausages. Upon closer inspection, the sausages appeared plump, with cumin and other spices artfully sprinkled on top, presenting an enticing visual. The aroma wafting from the grill was rich and inviting, instantly awakening Long Xiaoyu's appetite, far superior to the inferior oils of her previous life. The better Oscar performs, the more haggard my expression becomes, Long Xiaoyu sighed, unable to resist summoning her martial spirit. Why can't you indulge in this? Just then, Dai Mu Bai, accompanied by Zhu Qing, approached. However, Dai Mu Bai's earlier imposing aura seemed somewhat diminished. Boss Dai, you're here, Oscar stammered, a flicker of panic crossing his face as he realized he had been caught by Dai Mu Bai, fearing the potential demise of his business. Oh, Brother Dai, here so soon? Long Xiaoyu spoke as she handed the silver coin to Oscar and, without hesitation, took a bite of the sausage. Wait, that fellow's sausage. It tastes rather delightful. Noticing Dai Mu Bai's change in expression as he attempted to intervene, Long Xiaoyu preemptively praised it. Thank you for the compliment. Oh, you really don't mind embarrassing the Academy, Xiaoyu. You mustn't eat that fellow's sausage. Observing Oscar's growing pride, Dai Mu Bai retorted sharply. Why? Xiao Wu inquired with a furrowed brow. Dai Mu Bai shook his head, opting not to explain. It was better for the girl to witness it firsthand, as words could not convey the truth. Xiao Oscar, don't compel me to take action. Produce a new one. All right. Oscar hesitated, realizing he was merely a fa of brotherhood with Dai Mu Bai. With so many people undermining him, he had no choice but to comply. Extending his right hand, he muttered somewhat lewdly, I possess a grand sausage. A pale yellow soul power coalesced in his palm. And soon, a sausage identical to the one Long Xiaoyu had just consumed appeared. He then glanced nervously at the crowd, wary of being pummeled by so many onlookers. The atmosphere fell into a prolonged silence. How truly marvelous. The food system astonishingly disregards the principle of equivalent exchange. I wonder if it possesses any nutritional value. Ah, gulp. Long Xiaoyu marveled as she took another bite, exclaiming how delectable it was. Xiaoyu, what is this? Dai Mu Bai, astonished, could hardly believe that Long Xiaoyu was oblivious to the obvious implications. What of it? Food is simply food. Why bother with such nuances? I am but a commoner, raised on humble fare, and I am not picky. Long Xiaoyu can empathize with Dai Mu Bai. After all, this fellow was born with a silver spoon in his mouth and finds it difficult to accept Oscar's somewhat distasteful approach. However, Tang San's reaction is quite perplexing. Coming from a modest background himself, having lived a life of simplicity, you should be able to appreciate Oscar's offering. What is it but an utterly ordinary sausage in his hand? Reasonably priced, appealing in flavor and presentation, and it isn't as if he is genuinely reliant on that item. How can he not accept this? Long Xiaoyu's words instantly captured Oscar's heart. For the first time, someone was unconcerned with the process of his creations. Although they were strangers, he proclaimed, "From now on, you shall be my elder brother." Chapter 43, Critique Brother. Do you still want to eat? My sausages are truly delectable and plentiful. Oscar exclaimed with palpable excitement, grasping Long Xiaoyu's hand firmly. His eyes reflected a sincere longing, almost akin to a romantic pursuit. Gu sighed at the scene, while Zhao Wu beamed with enthusiasm. Long Xiaoyu, indeed, was a heartthrob for the young men. Spare me your crude jokes. The test is over. Let's savor our meal slowly. She retorted, angrily pushing Oscar away. Ah, the mischief of the impudent, he mused, feeling that Oscar was indeed there to vex him. Long Xiaoyu's earlier remarks left Tang San in contemplative silence for quite some time. Eventually, he turned to Oscar and offered a brief apology before picking up a sausage to eat. Indeed, food is simply food. There is little room for criticism. This left Dai Mu Bai somewhat perplexed. Was the sausage that delicious? After engaging in conversation for a while longer, the group swiftly progressed from the preliminary test of soul power to the fourth challenge. Along the way, the four women were united in spirit, eagerly exchanging words. Tang San approached Dai Mu Bai, inquiring about various matters, while Long Xiaoyu, who had thought to relax, found herself caught up in Oscar's incessant chatter. However, Oscar's self-sufficiency proved to be a relief for Long Xiaoyu. As long as there was food, she was content to endure his ramblings. As they neared their destination, Dai Mu Bai articulated the requirements for the fourth challenge. We are almost at the fourth challenge. Are you all prepared? This test will assess practical combat skills. While the soul rings of our martial souls are undoubtedly significant, the Academy will not accept those who are overly pampered. After speaking, he couldn't help but glance at Long Xiaoyu, genuinely curious to witness her unique skills once more. Acknowledging the challenge ahead, Long Xiaoyu nodded slightly. Though she scoffed at the Academy's admission criteria, were it not for the uncertainty of facing unknown challenges elsewhere and the looming threat of title Douluo, she would not have chosen to attend Shrek Academy. Given the standards set by Shrek, any student could thrive in prestigious institutions such as the Royal Tiando Academy or the Four Elements Academy, where the educational resources would undoubtedly elevate their talents. And what could Flander offer them? An exceptional training environment? Ample resources? Competent instructors? Could Shrek truly compete with those renowned academies? It was laughable. If they possessed such strength, why would they still seek refuge in the Royal Tiando Academy? Without Tang San's intervention, could Shrek even sustain itself? It could be argued that the achievements of these geniuses were largely a result of their own efforts, which accounted for 90% of their success, as they were squandered on inadequate training. Brother? Seeing Long Xiaoyu suddenly lost in thought, Diana Na approached her with curiosity. Let us go. Oh, okay. With this interruption, Long Xiaoyu decided to cast aside her thoughts. They were already here, and a little internal musing sufficed. While Shrek Academy may not measure up to those elite institutions in many respects, it did possess one undeniable strength, fortune. The very fact that a scion like Dai Mu Bai was drawn to this humble place, along with the ability to attract the chosen ones, was indeed impressive. Little brother, look. How about just as Guyana called out to Long Xiaoyu, Oscar, having overheard, swiftly sidled up to her, attempting to curry favor. Get lost. Before he could finish, Long Xiaoyu firmly dismissed him. How dare he harbor intentions towards Guyu? Were it not for the fact that his sausages were rather tasty, she would have certainly taught him a lesson he wouldn't forget. As they continued forward, although Long Xiaoyu did not know Zhao Wu Ji personally, his imposing figure, brimming with muscle, was unmistakable. However, he sat there with his eyes closed, seemingly on the verge of slumber. Wah, I want to punch your chest. Upon seeing the mountainous Zhao Wu Ji, A particular scene from her past life flashed through Long Xiaoyu's mind, and in conjunction with Zhao Wu Ji's presence, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my goodness. The imagery is overwhelming." Long Xiaoyu suddenly burst into laughter, causing Dai Mu Bai, who was about to awaken her, to freeze in place, leaving everyone else bewildered. No. It's nothing. Please, continue. I just recalled something quite delightful." Long Xiaoyu hastily covered her mouth, forcefully convincing herself as she looked at Zhao Wu Ji, the magical girl. No. Zhao Wu Ji. Haha. How absurd, my imagination has run wild. What joyous occasion is this? The one speaking was Gu Yuna, evidently well acquainted with Long Xiaoyu's various antics. Her smile gradually freezing as she directly questioned him. Upon waking up to the sight of so many people, Zhao Wu Ji, still in a daze, was startled to realize that he had been transformed into some bizarre figure in Long Xiaoyu's imagination. As he opened his sleepy eyes and began to speak, he was taken aback by the sight of Dai Mu Bai bringing a throng of people. If he wasn't still groggy, he would have recognized that he was to serve as the instructor for the 4th round of assessments. Were these the peculiar newcomers to Shrek this year? Teacher Zhao. These 6 are all new students this year, and indeed, they are all extraordinary, Dai Mu Bai remarked, gesturing towards Long Xiaoyu and the others. They're transformed martial souls. Mutated spirit rings, blue silver grass, and 7 treasure glazed tile. How long had it been since he had encountered such oddities? The thought of training alongside them filled Dai Mu Bai with a sense of excitement. Oh, it is not common to be called a monster by Mu Bai. Zhao Wu Ji rose to his feet and scrutinized the group with keen interest. His gaze lingered on Gu Yu for a moment, seemingly surprised, before shifting to Long Xiaoyu. This fellow. Kid, why are you smiling? Zhao Wu Ji inquired, perplexed, as the others seemed to be laughing at him, leaving him to wonder why. And no. It's nothing, teacher. You are quite kawaii, Long Xiaoyu replied after taking a moment to compose herself, speaking earnestly to Zhao Wu Ji. Clearly, Zhao Wu Ji did not comprehend the meaning of kawaii, but he chose not to dwell on it. Clearing his throat, he continued, I am Zhao Wu Ji, your instructor for the final assessment. Given Mu Bai's evaluation of you, I shall not hold back. You will have 1 incense stick's worth of time to become acquainted with one another and discuss strategies. Following that, you will spar with me. If you can withstand my attacks for the duration of 1 incense stick, you will pass. As long as one of you remains standing, it counts. Zhao Wu Ji's words fell like a depth charge, instigating a flurry of thoughts among the group. To serve as a practical examiner, he must possess considerable strength. Yet even if he were formidable, they were 6 in number. Surely, he would underestimate them so easily? Long Xiaoyu felt a surge of excitement. It was his first encounter with an opponent of such formidable prowess. Jinggang Ba. Teacher Zhao, I spared you from Tang San's dragon whisker needle. So do not let me down. Chapter 44. Tactics. Teacher Zhao. This. Dai Mu Bai furrowed his brow, hesitating to speak. He raised his hand to halt Dai Mu Bai, glaring at him. Enough. Am I the examiner, or are you? It is settled. With Flanders absent, my word is final. His tone was resolute, allowing no room for contradiction. Without concern for others' opinions, he produced an incense stick, rubbed his fingers together, and ignited it, leaving Long Xiaoyu in awe of this human fire starter's remarkable skill. In his mind, he envisioned Zhao Wu Ji extending a hand to Flanders, ingratiatingly saying, Brother, fire. The image was too delightful. Zhao Wu Ji casually inserted the incense stick into the ground, then reclined in his chair, closing his eyes in meditation. Could this teacher possibly be a soul emperor? Ning Rongrong pondered, noticing his nonchalant demeanor. Wasn't it reckless to challenge a bunch of great soul masters and a soul emperor? Not at all. Come here. Dai Mu Bai shook his head, his expression still tense. He beckoned the others closer, scanning their faces. Only Long Xiaoyu maintained an air of tranquility, leaving him perplexed at this individual's unwavering confidence in his own strength. However, he refrained from further inquiries and continued, if Teacher Zhao is indeed a soul emperor, then that is fortunate. However, he is actually a battle soul sage at level 76. His martial spirit is the formidable and dominant Titan giant bear, second only to the Dean in strength. Having spoken, he surveyed the group again. Tang San and the others appeared astonished, their expressions gradually becoming grave. After exchanging glances, they noted that only Long Xiaoyu remained unfazed. What are you looking at me for? Victory and defeat are fated. Instead of wasting time here, we should discuss how to protect one another. After all, Teacher Zhao is alone. 1 against 6 for a mere incense stick's duration? Do they truly believe they can eliminate us monsters in such a brief span? Long Xiaoyu calmly stated that at this moment, his primary concern was to ensure that Zhao Wu Ji would not strike Yuna. For any harm inflicted upon her would pierce his heart. He cherished her too deeply to allow even a moment's pain. However, he had heard tales of the formidable Dali King Kong bear. Rongrong must not disrupt the morale of the troops at this juncture. Everyone was already burdened enough without additional setbacks. He hastily curtailed Ning Rongrong's comments, for an excess of knowledge regarding the enemy's achievements might not prove advantageous. What was most required now was the courage to confront the challenge ahead. Very well, he conceded. Observing how long Xiaoyu had silenced Ning Rongrong, the others were left puzzled. Perhaps sensing that this teacher Zhao was not to be underestimated. Xiaoyu is right. If the 6 of us cannot withstand even a single incense stick's worth of time, then how can we speak of confronting monsters? Tang Sen pondered deeply before nodding in agreement. The group followed suit, their heads bobbing in unison. Then turning their gazes towards Long Xiaoyu. His words had subtly positioned him as the cornerstone of their collective resolve, and given his calm demeanor, he must have contemplated the matters that lay ahead. Indeed, Long Xiaoyu had given it considerable thought. However, his considerations were. He appeared to be in deep contemplation for a spell before earnestly proposing, "What if we protect Guyuna, 5 of us for one?" "Brother, are you suggesting we sacrifice ourselves? Do you think I am merely a decorative vase?" Guyuna retorted with a cold, mocking glare. This fellow's protective instincts were rather excessive. Previously, he reacted to others' provocations, but this time, during the examination, his unwarranted desire to shield her was quite vexing. Caught in her scrutiny, Long Xiaoyu awkwardly scratched his head. Tang San sighed, accustomed to such antics, and compared to Long Xiaoyu's obsessive protectiveness. He felt like a mere younger brother. "Oh, Xiaoyu, please speak sensibly. Surely there is a way. A plan? I am unaware of your abilities. How can I formulate one?" Long Xiaoyu lamented. Yet, despite his complaints, he proceeded to articulate his thoughts. "From my side, moving right, Long Xiaoyu, Weapon Soul, Demon Cube, Level 29 Assault System Battle Spirit. Guyuna, Weapon Soul, Silver Dragon Spear, Level 27 Assault System Battle Spirit." Following the introductions of their 6 members, Long Xiaoyu shared his insights. While we possess numerous assault-type battle spirits, encountering others of the same caliber, particularly a Soul Saint, would be quite daunting. He paused, noting the agreement from his companions, and continued, "Are you familiar with bees? What do bees typically do when faced with foes stronger than themselves?" The group fell into contemplation for a moment, and Tang San queried, "Do they release toxins? Are you only capable of suggesting toxins?" Long Xiaoyu was at a loss for words, choosing to disregard that comment and pressing on. They engage in guerrilla tactics. A single blow from a person could annihilate a swarm, yet if they merely evade without direct confrontation, I doubt Zhao Wu Ji could capture all 6 of us at once. Is that feasible? Teacher Zhao is not slow either, Dai Mu Bai interjected. Although he did not participate directly, his involvement in the discussion was not unwelcome. However, we are not as fragile as you might think. Specifically, Ning Rongrong will provide support from the back line. Zhu Shiqing and Tang San will be positioned in the middle, ready to lend assistance, while Gu Yu and Xiao Wu will ensure my safety, leaving me to bear the brunt of the pressure. For him, who had already previewed the script, the strategy had long been established. 1221 Tactic. This is the method to stretch the front line to its utmost. By the time Zhao Wu Ji reaches the back line, I should have regained my strength and can continue to mount an offensive. A war of attrition if Tang San can manage it. Then surely I can as well. Agreed. Yuna was the first to acquiesce. Long Xiaoyu's intention to position her in the second row indicated a genuine intent to allow her to take action. This would be her first engagement with outsiders. Ladies, do take care. If you find yourselves overwhelmed, do not hesitate to retreat. We have 2 men here. Long Xiaoyu spoke earnestly, his demeanor quite assertive. And it was evident to all present to whom his words were directed. The 3 girls could not help but cast envious glances at Gu Yuna. How many boys like him could there possibly be? Dai Mu Bai's gaze towards Long Xiaoyu softened, as he recognized the remarkable leadership skills demonstrated in crafting a reliable strategy in such a brief span of time. He eagerly anticipated the opportunity to train alongside him. Have you come to a consensus? Zhao Wujia's deep voice resounded once more, perfectly timed as he roused from slumber. The incense on the ground having just burned to its conclusion. Rising to his feet and stretching lazily, he continued, "Let us proceed. I wish to thoroughly test you extraordinary individuals. You shall not be disappointed, Teacher Zhao." Long Xiaoyu stepped forward first, followed by Tang San and the others, who stood in their designated positions as per their earlier discussion, gazing at Zhao Wujia, their martial souls already eager to unleash their power. Zhao Wujia flexed his wrists, the joints cracking audibly, causing Long Xiaoyu to involuntarily click her tongue. If only she had known to let Tang San take the lead. The sheer force of that sound alone was enough to dissuade anyone. She casually tossed a stick of incense onto the ground, and just as Zhao Wu Ji ignited it, Ning Rongrong sprang into action. 7 treasures glazed pagoda. First, strength. As she spoke, the first soul ring rose from beneath her feet, enveloping the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. And 3 beams of colorful light cascaded over Long Xiaoyu, Xiaowu, and Zhu Zhiqing. The immense enhancement brought a look of astonishment to Long Xiaoyu's face, as she felt her soul power within her boil as if drawn by some invisible force. Indeed, she thought, this is the pinnacle of support. Gripping the explosive power in her hands, her desire to unleash a beating on Zhao Wu Ji intensified. Wow, the 7 treasures glazed sect has all come this year. Impressive. After Zhao Wu Ji spoke, his powerful martial soul, the great strength diamond bear, activated, exuding a formidable aura that subdued most of the crowd. However, Long Xiaoyu reacted swiftly, conjuring her magic blade Thousand Edges, realizing that the best way to withstand pressure was to draw all the hatred towards herself, ensuring that the opponent wouldn't consider anyone else. In an instant, Zhao Wu Ji aimed to bypass Long Xiaoyu's defenses, intending to shatter the core of the team by targeting the support first. While he might not know about the core, the support was rather obvious. Zhao Wu Ji's gaze was fixed intently on Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed pagoda. Allow me to demonstrate that before absolute power, all is in vain. With a sword wielded by his aura, a cold gleam flashed in Zhao Wu Ji's eyes. By the time he reacted, Long Xiaoyu's magic blade Thousand Edges had transformed into countless blades, extending several meters and slicing down right beneath his eyelids. Wow, what a sneaky play. Dodge. At this moment, Zhao Wu Ji activated his soul skill to defend, but it was already too late. Nevertheless, his momentum did not cease. Instead, he lowered his body and, utilizing the potential energy, performed a roll to propel himself forward. Wow, have some dignity. A dignified soul sage actually rolling on the ground? Is this a moral decline? Or never mind. Since you were so heartless, don't blame me for being ruthless. Guyu, Xiaowu, block him. As Long Xiaoyu's roar reverberated, 2 striking figures surged towards Zhao Wu Ji. Humph. The young girl thinks she can block my path, dodging Long Xiaoyu's attack. It was reasonable to assume that anyone capable of standing against him must possess formidable strength within this team. If that fellow could not catch him off guard, the others were even less of a concern. Zhao Wu Ji's momentum remained unwavering. Teacher, I apologize. With that, Xiaowu propelled herself into the air, her leap doubling her speed once more as she spun gracefully, her lithe legs soaring towards Zhao Wu Ji's head. This move was named by Long Xiaoyu as the Heavenly Thunder Double Kick. Humph. Although slightly disdainful, Zhao Wu Ji did not dare to underestimate her. He extended a hand, intent on seizing her leg to deliver a lesson. However, just as he prepared to defend himself, an icy sense of danger surged from his back. A feint? But when did anyone get behind him? Before the person arrived, their chilling intent was already palpable. The newcomer was none other than Guyu Na, whose mastery of spatial elements proved advantageous against an unfamiliar foe, always rendering one defenseless. Roar. The 7 soul rings around Zhao Wu Ji flared to life, emanating an overwhelming aura that sent Xiaowu and Guyu Na flying backward. Fortunately, the 2 women sustained no significant injuries, merely rolling awkwardly on the ground. How dare you circumvent me, Before Zhao Wu Ji could catch his breath, another figure charged towards him. Just as his old strength waned, new strength had yet to manifest. And after so long without the rigors of battle, how could Zhao Wu Ji react swiftly to this sudden onslaught? A tremendous force collided with his abdomen. Roaru combat technique. Do not underestimate those wielding shields. Get back. Under the 30-fold amplification of the 7 treasure glazed tile and combined with his own soul power, this strike was fueled by absolute animosity. Although he was unaware of why Long Xiaoyu's martial spirit had transformed, he knew that even a great soul master's strength was formidable. Even without utilizing soul skills, facing the preceding attack, he might have felt a twinge of tension, but to withstand a direct shield strike. He didn't believe it could send him flying. Bang. The first sound of the shield's impact against Zhao Wu Ji's abdomen was not particularly loud. However, the subsequent sound of Zhao Wu Ji crashing into the wall was deafening, leaving his companions utterly astonished. Dai Mu Bai felt a dryness at the corners of his mouth, rubbed his eyes, and wondered if he was dreaming. The illustrious soul sage had been sent flying by a great soul master, and quite a distance too. When he glanced at Long Xiaoyu again, he no longer regarded her as an equal. Her swordsmanship was impressive, but her shield was equally formidable. Dai Mu Bai suspected that she had perhaps gone easy on him during their bout. Ah, how refreshing. The visceral feeling of each punch landing was the epitome of masculine romance. And a direct hit was the ultimate expression of that romance. He had long grown weary of battling soul beasts. And Zhao Wu Ji's ability to take a hit was indeed satisfying. Wow, Long Xiaoyu, you are incredible, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. She was well aware of her own amplification abilities, and for Long Xiaoyu to send Zhao Wu Ji flying, she realized her strength must be substantial. Was this truly the same person she had met previously? Or was it that sheer contempt rendered one invincible? Cough cough. Kid, you are quite formidable in every regard. In mere moments, Zhao Wu Ji emerged from the splintered remnants of the wooden structure he had crashed into, one hand clutching his abdomen, which had just absorbed Long Xiaoyu's blow. His expression contorting slightly, still recovering from the impact. Dusty and disheveled, he looked utterly disconcerted. Uffed. Dai Mu Bai chuckled uncontrollably upon witnessing the usually formidable Zhao Wu Ji, who was meant to be the strongest, now in such a pitiful state, especially at the hands of a newcomer. Mu Bai, what has you so amused? Zhao Wu Ji cast a cold glare at Dai Mu Bai. Oh, I just recalled something amusing. Caught off guard, Dai Mu Bai hurriedly replied, his tone revealing his strong desire to escape the situation. Humph. Report to me for a practical lesson tomorrow. Did he think he could deceive him? Was he treating him like a fool? Zhao Wu Ji shot him a reproachful glance, but then turned his gaze back to Long Xiaoyu, his eyes filled with complexity. The examination had only just begun. He couldn't afford to be careless lest he suffer disgrace. It is time to earnestly engage with you all. After reprimanding Dai Mu Bai, Zhao Wu Ji focused once more on Long Xiaoyu, his body cracking with the sound of bones, seemingly unaffected by the earlier injury. The damage had undoubtedly been real. But Zhao Wu Ji's robust physique was not to be trifled with. If he were to collapse and wail in pain over a mere twinge, how could he ever claim to be the unmoved king? Very well. Long Xiaoyu raised his shield with a smile, but just as he assumed his stance, he unleashed his second soul skill, Mighty Vidrapom. Engaging in cunning tactics was also within his repertoire. Battle is an endeavor that eternally prioritizes outcomes. Zhao Wu Ji was not the sort of formidable title Douluo who clung to pride. He was capable of launching a surprise attack on a junior even as a mere soul sage. After all, was it not Long Xiaoyu who initiated the ambush? One must be prepared to face the repercussions of such treachery. Bam! Bam! With two resounding impacts, akin to Zhao Wu Ji's earlier assault, Long Xiaoyu was sent flying, colliding against the wall, and nearly spewed out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, he had his horned shield to mitigate the blow. Otherwise, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to rise again. Zhao Wu Ji, you old scoundrel, was it truly necessary to resort to ambush against a great soul master? Long Xiaoyu's countenance was grim as he covered his mouth, valiantly suppressing the urge to reveal his injuries to others. He was determined to deliver a thorough beating to Zhao Wu Ji and could not afford to waver in morale. Brother, Long Xiaoyu was struck away, successfully triggering Gu Yuna's passive ability. With a deep sense of protectiveness for her brother, this passive would unleash Gu Yuna's full power. Huh? Siblings? Upon hearing Gu Yuna's voice, Zhao Wu Ji expressed his confusion, surprised that a pair of siblings had come along this time. It was quite awkward for him to be knocked down by his brother in front of his sister. Gu Yuna's expression turned frosty. The images of Long Xiaoyu shielding her, always standing protectively in front of her, flooded her mind. Brother, it's finally my turn to protect you. Anyone who dares harm him shall face dire consequences. With her spear raised, she leaned slightly forward and then vanished. Was this the manipulation of spatial elements? In an instant, before Zhao Wu Ji could comprehend the situation, his body was thrust forward abruptly. Meanwhile, a dazzling figure appeared at the spot he had just occupied. The silver dragon spear radiated a shimmering silver light, resembling a celestial artifact, yet its sharpness was not to be underestimated. Indeed, she wielded the power of space. Zhao Wu Ji and the others were once again astounded. One Long Xiaoyu was already formidable enough, but now this sister was equally extraordinary? Although they had just witnessed her using spatial elements, compared to Long Xiaoyu, who had previously knocked Zhao Wu Ji away, they quickly dismissed it. Now, as she reappeared, they recalled why Zhao Wu Ji had suddenly released his immovable King of Light technique. Having missed her strike, Gu Yuna did not halt her advance. In her battle with Long Xiaoyu, as her opponent's skills became increasingly refined, she realized that hitting him even once was a challenge. Thus, she was unfazed. Here we go again. Does she truly believe the same tactic will work? Zhao Wu Ji scoffed, swiftly turning to seize her. If he landed this blow, it would be the end. With a sudden flare, flames enveloped the silver dragon spear, glowing warm shades of red and orange. Yet, as Zhao Wu Ji reached out, A fiery serpent lunged toward his fingertips. This is bad. I cannot engage. Two voices echoed in his mind, and he hastily withdrew his hand. He jumped back again. What? Dual elements? The scorching temperature of Gu Yuna's spear made it clear that this was no mere illusion. Contact would result in severe burns. Must he be this overpowered? Dai Mu Bai's face twitched involuntarily as he exchanged glances with Oscar, both easily reading the bitterness on each other's faces. The stunning girl, who appeared to be a protector, was herself a formidable force. They had to concede defeat. Tang San, not far away, displayed a hint of astonishment. Due to his connection with Long Xiaoyu, he had never clashed with Gu Yuna and was unaware of her true strength. However, given that they both possessed innate full soul power, he assumed she would not be lacking. Yet, this scene seemed to defy his expectations. Gu Yuna's prowess might very well be evenly matched. Dual elements were exceedingly difficult to contend with, especially the manipulation of space. Twirling her spear with grace, Gu Yuna charged toward Zhao Wu Ji once more. Xiaoyu had told her, regardless of the outcome, it must be spectacular. As she engaged Zhao Wu Ji, although her strikes failed to land, she prevented him from retaliating. This little girl is rather impressive. Though he spoke lightly, inside he was in turmoil. What was the matter with this girl? If not for the significant difference in their levels, he might have genuinely been bested. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that half of his protective barrier had already dissipated, while he had yet to breach even the second line of defense. His expression darkened. Was he truly growing old, or had it been so long since he encountered such a little monster? This was astonishing. He could not afford to delay any longer. If this continued, he would be utterly humiliated. Third soul skill, gravity enhancement. Upon utterance, the ground around Zhao Wu Ji collapsed into a small pit. Gu Yuna, sensing danger, attempted to retreat but was caught by a heavy blow, dropping to one knee, her teeth clenched, unwilling to yield. Xiao Wu gasped, rising to assist. But as soon as she stepped into Zhao Wu Ji's gravitational field, she immediately knelt. I must admit, you were truly formidable, forcing me to use my third soul skill. But this is where it ends. Just as Zhao Wu Ji completed his boast, an overwhelming sense of danger washed over him. This girl? No. Those three over there? No. Then it could only be the immovable king of light. Whoosh. Bang. After a deafening explosion, a pale green arrow pierced through Zhao Wu Ji's arm. The hissing sound of blood and poison attesting to the arrow's terrifying nature. Kid, do you truly wish to kill me? Zhao Wu Ji yanked the arrow free, forcefully striking above his arm. Black blood gushed from the wound. Had it struck his heart, even a soul sage would have suffered grievous injury. Teacher Zhao, if I truly wanted to kill you, I would not have waited until you sensed the danger to shoot. At that moment, Long Xiaoyu had risen from the ground, a smile gracing her face as she knocked the first arrow from her purple bow. Observing Zhao Wu Ji's icy countenance with amusement, she felt unconcerned. She had come with the intent to humiliate him, and so far, it seemed to be working splendidly, living up to its reputation as the divine arrow of heavenly punishment. The divine arrow had only 9 shots. Once depleted, it could not be quickly replenished, but each arrow wielded immense power. The evidence lay before them, far superior to his so-called venomous arrowheads. It can even transform? Dai Mu Bai was bewildered, realizing that during his own battle, he had merely been given some leeway. However, upon witnessing Zhao Wu Ji's predicament, he felt a sense of balance. It was only natural for a soul sage to face setbacks. Such strength. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in astonishment at Long Xiaoyu. Her perception of him significantly altered. This boy, barely 13, had already reached level 29. Accompanied by such an extraordinary martial spirit, given time and without misfortune, his future was undoubtedly limitless. Perhaps it would be worth attempting to draw him into their fold? Yet, as her gaze fell upon Gu Yuna, who was waiting in the distance with a worried expression, she pondered whether she could truly secure Long Xiaoyu's allegiance for her family. No, it was too early to draw conclusions. He was merely 12 years old, and his future remained a matter of fate. Although Ning Rongrong possessed a somewhat spoiled temperament, she was acutely aware of her position as the future leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and valued the prosperity of her sect. So you think you can best me? Ha ha ha. No need for formality. Come, let us see how you defend against this. Though Zhao Wu Ji was infuriated, he did not let anger cloud his judgment. Despite the challenges posed by this group of youngsters, his goal remained unchanged. He must eliminate the girl from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Tower. For the longer he delayed, the more unfavorable the situation would become. 4th soul skill, target tracking. As he spoke, Zhao Wu Ji's body leapt into the air, locking onto his target, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Tower. Little San, Juju Qing. Long Xiaoyu bellowed. Do you think I placed Tang San in the rear for mere amusement? Qi Bao swiftly conjured a translucent barrier, exclaiming, quickly. Ning Rongrong, ever perceptive, remained vigilant. Aware that the adversary had been persistently attempting to encroach upon her position, Zhao Wu Ji's speed was astonishing, nearly allowing him to bypass the duo in the blink of an eye. Yet, before the agile attack Soul Master, augmented by a speed buff, he found himself pursued. The spectral cat spirit, Zhu Zhuqing manifested her martial soul, rapidly closing the distance to Zhao Wu Ji. Spectral claw. With a resounding clash, the two forces collided. Zhu Zhuqing was sent hurtling through the air, but Tang San's vines arrived just in time to rescue her. Meanwhile, Zhao Wu Ji found his tracking disrupted, left bewildered by the unexpected developments. What on earth is this arrangement? Aren't agile attackers supposed to disrupt from the second line? What is this third line nonsense? Before he could ponder further, Tang San's vines ensnared him, binding him in place. What the hell? Is this never-ending? There's even more control, he exclaimed, astonished by the multitude of tricks these young ones possessed. No sooner had he voiced his thoughts than a renewed sense of crisis enveloped him. Without a doubt, it was that elusive, cunning adversary once more. Immovable king body. With a swift response, he prepared himself, determined to prevent this foe from breaching his defenses again. However, teacher, you have lost. At this moment, Long Xiaoyu's demon blade, with its myriad of edges, was firmly pressed against Zhao Wu Ji's shield, continuously shedding and reattaching its blades. The indestructible king shield proved utterly ineffective. Is this all? Do they truly expect me to concede? His words had yet to finish when the shards, accompanied by violet and pale green ethereal lights, began to scatter around him as if commanded. Several shards sliced through his skin, and the hissing sound of venom followed. He found it hard to believe. Indeed, he was defeated by a group of children. Zhao Wu Ji understood all too well that had he not been their teacher, these seemingly fragile blades would have long since severed his throat. Although his martial spirit's true form could provide some defense, he still had to resort to it against a group of children at the great soul master level. Even he, with his thick skin, had his limits. Very well, you have passed, Zhao Wu Ji declared, glaring furiously at Long Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, the incense in the distance had burned to its end. He never anticipated his own defeat. Alas, if Lander were to learn of this, he would surely be mocked for the rest of his days. He had come to realize that the core of this team was Long Xiaoyu, whose triad of defensive, offensive, and disruptive tactics posed a formidable challenge. If only he had dealt with her sooner, he would now stand proudly above them, casually remarking that they had not performed poorly, merely lacking a little, instead of conceding as he was now. Finally, after what felt like an epic 3-chapter confrontation, Long Xiaoyu wiped the sweat from her brow and shared a smile with the others, only to find them all gazing at her. Their expressions varied. Shock, ambiguity, admiration, and even anger. What is going on? Long Xiaoyu awkwardly scratched his head. Although he had experienced being under scrutiny before, he found himself inexplicably embarrassed in front of this particular group. It's all right. I suddenly realize you are not as intolerable as I thought. Ning Rongrong playfully approached, winking and smiling. Hee. How did you come to like him? Her charming demeanor made her unable to resist teasing him, though she immediately regretted her words. Brother, you should still have the strength to spar, right? Let us continue our practice tonight. Oh dear, I'm so exhausted. Teacher Zhao was too harsh. I can't get up without at least a few hundred gold soul coins. Gu Yuna's threat sent a chill down Long Xiaoyu's spine, and he quickly clutched his chest and fell to the ground, his mischievous persona once again on full display. Zhao Wu Ji's expression twitched slightly. Damn it, I just got ambushed by this rascal. So infuriating. Should I find an opportunity to get back at him? The sight of Long Xiaoyu sprawling on the ground, throwing a tantrum, was utterly unbearable for Ning Rongrong, who recoiled in disdain. Her gaze drifted towards Gu Yuna, and a flicker of envy arose in the hearts of the 3 girls. Xiao Wu glanced at Tang San, feeling little envy. To her, San Gu was the finest in the world. Though he might not rival Long Xiaoyu, in her heart, he was the best brother one could wish for. Ning Rongrong cast another glance at Long Xiaoyu, her disdain gradually morphing into a wry smile. She yearned for a boy who could dote on her as that one did. Zhu Zhuqing, in turn, stole a glance at Dai Mu Bai, only to find herself locking eyes with him. Humph, a scoundrel. She turned her head away, her disappointment in him palpable, particularly in light of the comparison. Laughter erupted around them, not only at Long Xiaoyu's antics, but also in celebration of their shared joy. From this day forth, Shrek Academy welcomed 6 new little prodigies. Chapter 48. Taboo after consuming Oscar's restorative sausages, while a few remained unconvinced. Long Xiaoyu devoured 2 in one go, nearly choking from Zhao Wu Ji's forceful encouragement. She felt an overwhelming need for security. Akin to gaming in a past life, with health points dwindling to half, one would frantically consume potions, striving to replenish their vitality before daring to proceed. By cultivating a good rapport with Oscar, she could secure a free healer and an essential survival tool, enough to bring tears to the eyes of even the most stoic. Little Ao, Long Xiaoyu directly embraced Oscar, presenting himself as a close companion, grinning while fixating his gaze on the latter with an unmistakable hint of lewdness, leaving Oscar feeling somewhat awkward. Boss, there's no need for reciprocation. Just enjoy what I offer. Oscar's expression revealed a hint of trepidation, causing him to instinctively step back from Long Xiaoyu's proximity. What the hell? Get lost. Who's talking about mutual indulgence? If you keep making crude jokes in front of me, I swear I'll end you. Long Xiaoyu, in a fit of irritation, delivered a swift blow to the man's chest. After all, this fellow had practically rolled over his face with his vehicle. It was hardly reasonable to expect a pleasant demeanor from him. Understood. By the way, let us get to the point. Xiao Ao, are you interested in a wife? How about Ning Rongrong? The other party eagerly nodded in response, much like a chick pecking at grain. Long Xiaoyu then redirected the conversation, raising an eyebrow as he cast a glance at the striking figure conversing with Zhu Zhuqing and the others not far away. Oh, if he could engage in a playful rivalry with 2 beautiful women, he would certainly relish the opportunity. The possessiveness towards attractive girls is a sentiment inherent to every man. Nonetheless, his gaze shifted to Gu Yuna, who fortuitously met his eyes. It seemed she discerned his thoughts, with the shimmering silver dragon spear resting prominently before her. Well, it is what it is. He sensed that this course of action might very well prevent him from witnessing the sunrise of tomorrow. Ning Rongrong, you mean the one from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? Long Xiaoyu's tone suggested he was contemplating a matchmaking endeavor, and Oscar's eyes widened immediately, his heart racing, his elfin gaze brimming with color and delight. Otherwise, Long Xiaoyu rolled his eyes in exasperation. Think. Oscar nodded fervently. Then you should keep that in mind. He aimed to instill a glimmer of hope in the other before sinking it into the depths. Long Xiaoyu was immensely pleased to witness Oscar's frozen expression. Oh dear. Xiao Ao, can you not grasp the situation at hand? After sharing a laugh, just as Oscar felt he had been played and intended to leave, Long Xiaoyu hastily pulled him back, saying, Xiaoyu, what are you two discussing? Dai Mu Bai had been met with Zhu Zhuqing's icy demeanor, while Tang San was accompanied by Xiao Wu. Teacher Zhao was likely seething with anger at that moment, certainly a situation to be avoided. After pondering for a while, he decided to join Long Xiaoyu's side. Just in time. Dai, your target should be Zhu Zhuqing, right? Long Xiaoyu gently nudged the other's chest with her elbow, and Dai Mu Bai's stature truly belied his mere 14 years, towering over her by nearly half a head. Xiaoyu, are you implying? Dai Mu Bai momentarily paused, then suddenly comprehended, continuing his discourse. The exchange between the 2 close friends was one of unspoken understanding, where words were unnecessary. No, not that. Long Xiaoyu shook her head, then turned her gaze towards Oscar. Oscar was bewildered, pondering what these 2 were discussing. Among the new recruits were 4 girls, Tang San with Xiao Wu, I with my dear Nana, and Dai Lao with Zhu Zhuqing. Did I really need to elaborate further? Long Xiaoyu, with an air of strategic foresight, stroked his non-existent beard, embodying the essence of a master tactician. Dai Mu Bai nodded in agreement, glancing at the others. When Long Xiaoyu directed his attention to Oscar, he almost grasped the situation. However, Oscar contemplated for a long while before earnestly stating, with a hint of caution in his tone, but, my friend, isn't there a taboo concerning siblings? Don't involve me. This time, no one can dissuade me. I am determined to deal with this fellow. Truly. You are such a naive soul. All your wit seems to have been expended on risky humor. Long Xiaoyu was incensed. Some matters are best kept within the confines of one's mind. What significance does this hold? Brother, what are you saying? Just as Long Xiaoyu intended to impart some emotional wisdom to Oscar during their sisterly bonding, Gu Yuna approached. Her presence was peculiar, but she was never one to be absent. However, others accompanied her, seemingly preparing to depart. It's nothing. Everything is perfectly well. I assent it, Oscar. As Long Xiaoyu uttered the name Oscar, her hand came down upon his shoulder with 3 firm taps, nearly forcing him to kneel. The air thick with an unmistakable aura of intimidation. Indeed, Oscar nodded vigorously. Despite his acquiescence, a peculiar glint flickered in his eyes as he regarded Long Xiaoyu's siblings. This. Never mind, it's none of my business. However, I seem to have caught wind of a forbidden topic. Gu Yuna's face illuminated with curiosity, clearly intrigued by this unfamiliar term. Gu Yu, remember to cover yourself well at night. Keep your distance from Xiao Wu, and safeguard yourself. Before Gu Yuna could finish her sentence, Long Xiaoyu interjected, adopting a serious demeanor as she patted her shoulder. What forbidden topic? We cannot impart such knowledge to Gu Yuna. After all, she is still but a child. Xiao Wu, bewildered, thought, what does this have to do with me? Enough. Mu Bai, please escort them to the dormitory. I expect everyone to be in high spirits tomorrow. Zhao Wu Ji's irritation was evident after he had consumed a sausage and regained some energy, yet upon seeing Long Xiaoyu's lingering displeasure, he stormed off in a huff. Humph. From now on, we are all students. There will be plenty of opportunities to train you. Indeed, sighed Dai Mu Bai, today, Teacher Zhao has certainly suffered a great loss. The days ahead promise us some entertaining times. With that, he led the others away, while Long Xiaoyu cast one last glance at Zhao Wu Ji. Her expression tinged with a hint of exasperation. This Teacher Zhao, defeated by me, unable to reclaim his dignity, if he were to be bested by Tang San. It's not merely embarrassment that would ensue. After Long Xiaoyu's lament, he found himself somewhat envious of Tang San, who began his journey under the protection of a father. What a delightful privilege that was. Upon returning to his quarters, he discovered that the dormitory resembled a humble wooden cabin. Modest in height, seemingly effective in shielding against the elements. With a mere dozen square meters crammed with 4 individuals, it was rather suffocating. Long Xiaoyu couldn't help but click his tongue. Not to mention his previous life, this space felt even smaller than his room in St. Soul Village. Truly a wonder that Flinder managed to keep this venture afloat. A few individuals secured a certification and designated a piece of land. Was this truly a school? It felt more akin to a pyramid scheme, and it was astonishing that Dai Mu Bai could endure it. He aspired to reach level 60 promptly and mingle with the spirit hall. That would be utterly delightful. Chapter 49. Gulina Tua. Despite the complaints, the following morning, he lazily opened his eyes. Without the usual urging from Gu Yu, he felt no inclination to rise, intending to drift back into slumber. Xiaoyu, Oscar, rise and shine. The early bird catches the worm. Let us commence our training. Tang San, ever the training enthusiast, had no intention of letting such a golden opportunity slip away. By the time he stood up, Dai Mu Bai's figure had already vanished, leaving only Long Xiaoyu and Oscar still in slumber. Xiaoyu. Get up and train for me for a while, he said, his body still swaying in the remnants of sleep as he turned away from Tang San, speaking lazily. Is it possible to have someone else train for you? Tang San's expression twitched involuntarily. It seemed that without Gu Yu, Xiaoyu had truly become lethargic. Gu Yu. You're here. A sudden realization struck Tang San, prompting an exclamation. Gu Yu. I'm getting up right now. Tang San's words acted as a detonator, instantly rousing Long Xiaoyu, who hurriedly attempted to dress. However, midway through, he paused, puzzled by Tang San's silence. Where was Gu Yu? Xiao San. Do you know that deceiving me with my sister could lead to dire consequences? Long Xiaoyu's tone was eerily calm, devoid of any emotion. It was merely to prevent you from moping about, Xiaoyu, Tang San replied, taking a few steps back, scratching his head in embarrassment. To be frank, today's affair was destined to end poorly. As he spoke, his belt was already fastened, and in his hand, the demon blade, Qianren, glimmered with a purple light, startling Oscar awake with a jolt. Big brother, let us talk this out. I'm on my way to train for you. One must push oneself to discover their true speed, and Oscar was no exception. Today, he dressed faster than ever in his life. As he finished dressing, he even remembered to conjure 2 sausages to place on the table before departing. With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut, leaving only Long Xiaoyu and Tang San in the room. I feel that. Don't tell me what you feel. I want to express my own feelings. Come on, Xiao San. Deceiving me regarding Gu Yu's affections cannot end well. Upon finishing her words, Long Xiaoyu wielded her enchanted blade, the 1,000 edges, and struck forward. Tang San was taken aback and hurriedly opened the door, turning to flee. It was not fear of Xiaoyu that compelled him to retreat, but rather the realization that his blue-silver grass could not be effectively deployed in that confined space. Long Xiaoyu followed suit, stepping outside early in the morning without having engaged in any warm-up exercises, feeling quite at ease. Just as he leaped forth, Tang San's blue-silver grass swiftly ensnared him, seemingly aiming to catch Long Xiaoyu off guard. To toy with grass before my blade is merely inviting a swift harvest. Long Xiaoyu let out a cold laugh, channeling her soul power to 30. Witness the renowned technique of Tong, the starburst healing slash. In an instant, the shimmering blades danced through the air, shattering Tang San's vines. However, Tang San appeared undeterred. He seemed quite accustomed to Long Xiaoyu's move. With a slight forward motion, he pressed on, his vines continuing their assault. What's the matter, little San? Relying on your martial soul against me is futile. As Long Xiaoyu spoke, he had already approached Tang San. Indeed, the blue-silver grass had proven to be remarkably resilient. However, it remained an ineffective martial soul until it had evolved into the blue-silver emperor. How could a single strand of blue-silver grass compare with his initial soul skill, which was further augmented by a secondary soul skill? In the early stages, it undoubtedly imposed a significant disadvantage upon Tang San in terms of martial souls. Hee, you have seen through it, Tang San replied, displaying no pretense. He retracted the blue-silver grass, contained his soul power, and focused all his strength into his limbs. If one were to consider what was most formidable about Tang San at that moment, it would certainly not be his blue-silver grass or his hidden weapons. Rather, it was his hands, honed through years of relentless practice, that stood as his most deserving weapon. The blade radiance of Long Xiaoyu has already arrived with lethal intent. Yet there is no trace of panic upon Tang San's countenance. The Xuanyu hand, his thumb, index, and middle fingers suddenly emerged, firmly gripping the blade of Long Xiaoyu, rendering her formidable strength utterly futile in advancing a mere inch. After countless encounters with Tang San, Long Xiaoyu was well aware of the prowess of his Xuanyu hand. Without a moment's hesitation, she transformed the blade into fragments that danced elegantly in the air. While the spectacle was indeed breathtaking, Tang San had no inclination to savor it. He was acutely aware of how many victories that shattered blade had bestowed upon Long Xiaoyu and understood its formidable nature. Without faltering, he opted to create distance, unleashing the blue-silver grass once more to disrupt Long Xiaoyu's tempest of blades. The corner shield. Bang! The forceful impact caused Long Xiaoyu to recoil several steps, and her sword and shield morphed once again into the deadly Tianju, with no hesitation as she swiftly knocked and released her arrow. Whoosh! This is bad, Tang San exclaimed in alarm. Had Xiaoyu truly become so adept at switching her martial soul forms? The ghost vine instantly transformed into a shield, positioned protectively before him, while his purple extreme demon eye widened, pinpointing the trajectory of the arrow. Puff! The ghost vine was instantly pierced, propelled forth with residual force towards Tang San, harnessing the sword through the essence. The figure of Long Xiaoyu continued to pursue, for he could not believe that a mere cold arrow could determine the outcome of their confrontation. The blade in his hand sliced through the air, tracing a beautiful arc of light as it surged directly toward the mass of ghostly vines. He wondered whether Sangu and the others had awakened yet. Not far away, Xiao Wu and her companions gradually approached. The girls' quarters were not very distant from the boys, and one could reach it in just a few minutes on foot. The four girls chatted and laughed together, their camaraderie evidently more affectionate compared to that of Long Xiaoyu and his associates. Aren't we planning to call them? Gu Yuna remarked. If they haven't woken up, I will. Wait. Look over there. Before Xiao Wu could finish her sentence, Zhu Zhuqing interjected, pointing in astonishment at the scene outside the boys' room. Tang San and Long Xiaoyu had already engaged in a fierce battle. While their struggle might have been perilous, to onlookers, it appeared to be a spectacle. Although Tang San's skills seemed slightly superior, Long Xiaoyu's bizarre attacks kept him on the offensive. This is quite the temper for just having risen in the morning. What will happen next? Dragon Xiaoyu stood somewhat turned away from Gu Yu and the others, seemingly indifferent to the battle unfolding around him. In contrast, Tang San was fully engaged, his peripheral vision catching sight of the scene, filling his heart with immense joy. He realized that facing Dragon Xiaoyu was an arduous task, as the suppression from their martial souls was tremendously overwhelming. Xiaoyu, Gu Yu has arrived. Cease your actions at once, Tang San urged hastily. Gu Yu? Today, even Guli Na's intervention cannot save you. Dragon Xiaoyu, driven by a fierce determination, felt an overwhelming rage, finding it utterly illogical that he had been unable to harm his opponent after such a prolonged struggle. His competitive spirit propelled him to wield the demon blade with even greater fervor. Guli Na? Who is that? A familiar voice echoed from behind him. With a laugh, Tang San exclaimed, Xiaoyu, it's your own disbelief that has led to this. Do not blame me. Chapter 50. Evading responsibility, a haunting voice, devoid of emotion, whispered in Dragon Xiaoyu's ear, accompanied by the chilling breeze that brushed past him. He had never felt so close to the specter of death. Huh. Once again you deceive me, Xiao-san. Just wait. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead as he glared menacingly at Tang-san. After a final display of stubbornness, Dragon Xiaoyu summoned his corner shield. As he turned, Guyuna's spear met his shield with a jarring clash. Gasp. He inhaled sharply, taken aback by the intensity of the encounter. Guyu, allow me to reason with you. No, to explain. Long Xiaoyu quickly pleaded. Realizing that the shield formed from the three initial forms had finally demonstrated its true value at this moment. Very well, you quibble. Guyuna remarked coldly as she retracted her spear after missing her strike. Ah, so I am quibbling, am I? The unexpected compliance from Guyuna caught him off guard. As soon as he uttered his words, he recognized the misstep. What did she mean by listening to my quibbles? This young lady was setting a trap for him. The silver dragon spear lunged towards him once more, prompting Long Xiaoyu to retreat hastily. Oh, brother, not a bad reaction. Guyuna sneered, her dragon spear spinning gracefully in her hand, directly aimed at Long Xiaoyu. Even her taunts were delivered with such elegance. Heh. It's not as if you haven't trained well yourself. Long Xiaoyu awkwardly smiled, yet her gaze remained fixated on her opponent's dragon spear. This sister of mine is determined to kill me. Well then, let us see how long you can endure. Guyuna wore a smile that did not reach her eyes, and in an instant she vanished, reappearing behind Long Xiaoyu. Humph, that Xiaoyu deserves it. Xiao Wu exclaimed in exasperation, having witnessed Guyuna relentlessly pursuing Long Xiaoyu. It's one thing to like my brother, but to pursue both genders? She doesn't even spare her own sister. Is this the behavior of a decent person? Third brother, are you all right? She asked, swiftly turning her attention to Tang-san. Her gestures inciting envy in Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. I'm fine. It appears Xiaoyu's strength has indeed grown, Tang-san replied, retreating to Xiao Wu's side as he observed the two figures engaged in combat, a wry smile gracing his lips. The recent bout had truly tested him. Xiaoyu's rate of improvement was astonishing, and he felt as though he could barely keep up, despite his diligent efforts. The reality was that Tang-san's meditative training could not match the rapid progress made through sparring like that of Long Xiaoyu and Guyuna. Meditation cultivates soul power. Yet practical experience remains the greatest teacher. What are you all doing? A gruff voice called from behind them. Turning around, they were met with the serious face of Zhao Wu Ji, who surveyed the scene with curiosity. Why were these kids not eating but instead congregating here? Hello, Teacher Zhao. The four greeted promptly, bowing slightly. Why are you not at lunch? Zhao Wu Ji nodded in satisfaction. Though he had been beaten yesterday, most of it was due to Long Xiaoyu's actions, which he could overlook in terms of revenge. He would only target that dragon surname. Oui. The four exchanged glances, and ultimately, they stepped aside in unison, decisively selling out Long Xiaoyu. At school, it was better to avoid provoking Xiaoyu than to challenge the teacher. After all, Teacher Zhao was the nemesis of Xiaoyu in their eyes. There is wisdom in the saying, do not oppose teachers, for they possess myriad ways to deal with you. Just as Zhao Wujia was pondering this and took a couple of steps forward, he overheard Long Xiaoyu and Guyuna's voices nearby. Guyu, my sister, it's not what you think. What do you think I think? The exchange between Long Xiaoyu and Guyuna soon reached Zhao Wujia's ears. Observing the playful banter between the two, his face betrayed a twitch of irritation. For heaven's sake, flirting so early in the morning? This is not how one ought to torment a single dog. Long Xiaoyu. An earth-shattering roar shattered the tranquility of the early morning. Long Xiaoyu could not help but cover her ears. Goodness, was that too harsh? It felt as though her eardrums might shatter. Despite her complaints, upon seeing Zhao Wujia's grim expression, her heart skipped a beat. And her playful banter with Gu Yuna came to an abrupt halt. Ah, you're quite spirited this early in the morning, already starting your training? Zhao Wujia sneered, lifting his chin and regarding Long Xiaoyu with a disdainful gaze. As for Gu Yuna, she was obediently whisked away by Xiao Wu and her companions, while Tang San pretended not to notice the unfolding scene. The ease with which they betrayed their teammates brought tears to Long Xiaoyu's eyes. Why were they so adept at it? Nevertheless, it was imperative to find a way to navigate this predicament first. She would address them later. How could that be? Long Xiaoyu scratched his head and chuckled a couple of times, realizing that under the eaves, one must bow their head. He hoped the other party understood the wisdom of refraining from striking a smiling face. With a light-hearted demeanor, he suggested, since you seem so spirited, go run 20 laps around the playground, and do not use any soul power. He delivered this harsh command in the most mundane tone, utterly indifferent to whether the other could endure it, primarily seeking to relieve his own frustration. Just yesterday, you were so boastful. Today, I shall push you to your limits. Teacher, may I have a meal before facing my demise? Long Xiaoyu pleaded. Do you think you can just circle around Guyuna 20 times? In both of my lifetimes, I have never run that much. No way. Teacher, I want to join Xiaoyu. At that moment, Guyuna stepped forward, her gaze filled with sincerity, devoid of any hint of jest. No. Long Xiaoyu gazed at the figure before her, feeling a surge of emotion. Indeed, she was a true daughter-in-law, standing steadfast in the face of adversity. Are you certain? Zhao Wu Ji inquired, his voice tinged with uncertainty. He bore no remorse for punishing a male student, yet the thought of inflicting corporal punishment on a girl filled him with trepidation. Guyu, it's all right. You go and have your meal. I shall bear the consequences of my own actions. Long Xiaoyu said with utmost seriousness. One must always maintain a gentlemanly demeanor in front of everyone. One cannot simply accept it outright. After making his excuses, his eyes kept blinking at Guyuna, signaling her to continue. Oh, well then, do your best. Gu, that's not the line. Long Xiaoyu stood frozen in astonishment, gazing at the retreating figure of the other person, yearning for her to turn back. However, Xiaowu, shall we go for a meal? A group of girls, accompanied by Tang San, turned and departed. The chill in the air today was particularly piercing. Long Xiaoyu's hand lingered in the air, uncertain whom it sought to retain. Alas, young man, you possess spirit. Zhao Wu Ji clapped the other's shoulder, praising him, surprised to discover this old schemer still harbored a sense of loyalty. No, wait. Guyu. Is there still a chance for reconsideration? Long Xiaoyu hurriedly shouted, realizing that running alone without a pillar of support would be perilous. Meanwhile, Guyuna remained utterly silent, fully aware of Long Xiaoyu's thoughts, yet understanding that certain flaws must be rectified. Chapter 51. The First Kiss. Despite the myriad ways in which Shrek Academy failed to meet Long Xiaoyu's expectations, he felt that one aspect was commendably executed by Flinder. The academy was compact, and the playground, though modest in size, appeared to measure only about 300 to 400 meters in circumference, making it quite pleasant for running. However, could it not be made even smaller? As Long Xiaoyu arrived at the 5th lap, he mused, what a trivial matter. The sky is a brilliant blue, and the flowers by the roadside are exquisite. The entire playground is deserted, offering a serene and comfortable solitude. Upon reaching the 10th lap, he exclaimed, Goodness, I haven't even begun to play, and I'm already on the verge of exhaustion. By the 15th lap, the rhythmic sound of footsteps approached him. Unbeknownst to him, he had reclined in a shaded spot, sprawled out on the ground. I haven't been slacking off. I can still run, he lazily explained upon hearing the footsteps. A sensation of powerful breath surged within him, reminiscent of a past life, as if his very soul was leaving his body. The footsteps drew nearer, and without uttering a word, the figure sat beside him. A familiar fragrance wafted into Long Xiaoyu's consciousness, and before he could react, his head was gently lifted, followed by a soft touch at the back of his head. Is it really that important to maintain appearances? Guyuna spoke coldly, a hint of irritation evident in her tone. Her captivating violet eyes scrutinized Long Xiaoyu from above. There won't be a next time, he stammered, gazing at the figure above him. A strand of silver hair cascaded from beneath the brim of her hat, adding a touch of grace to her already beautiful visage. Long Xiaoyu felt a flush of embarrassment creep across her face as she averted her gaze, remarking that resting his head on her lap was his preferred position for relaxation. Though she maintained a cold demeanor, it was evident that she genuinely cared, warming his heart ever so slightly. The two remained in silence for an extended period, the only sound being the whisper of the wind. He longed for time to pause in this moment. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he opened his eyes and glanced at Guyuna, who was also gazing back at him, adorably tilting her head away. Alas, his wish remained unfulfilled. Long Xiaoyu felt a tinge of disappointment, yet a smile still graced her face. Indeed, matters pertaining to time render even the system powerless. Thus, she must strive even harder to attain divinity, ensuring that Guyuna's beauty remains eternally frozen in her most exquisite form. Brother, it's time to rise. After breakfast, let us hasten. For I heard from teacher Zhao that there are other matters to attend to shortly, Guyuna remarked, her gaze coincidentally meeting that of Long Xiaoyu, who was just about to stand. Shona, you. Meanwhile, Xiaowu had been waiting for Guyuna's return for quite some time, her anxiety mounting. Upon reaching the playground, her eyes immediately caught sight of Guyuna and Long Xiaoyu. However, her expression soon turned to one of astonishment. Well, this is indeed unexpected. Truly unexpected. Long Xiaoyu vowed that he had never wished for such a thing from the system. Gu Yuna's lips were incredibly soft, far softer than his index and middle fingers. For the first time, gazing closely into Gu Yuna's eyes, he discovered that those orbs were even more enchanting than he had imagined. The two remained silent for a considerable time. Gu Yuna was at a loss for what to do. The kiss with Long Xiaoyu had inexplicably quickened her heartbeat. What an odd sensation. His face flushed, and his body temperature soared, enveloping him in a light-headed feeling. No, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, Long Xiaoyu stammered as he turned away, feeling utterly bewildered. Unaware of what he was saying, yet sensing that today was indeed fortuitous. Is everything all right, brother? Gu Yuna rose, looking somewhat puzzled, appearing more composed than Long Xiaoyu. Long Xiaoyu, I will kill you. Zhao Wu, fully manifesting her martial spirit, charged forward and kicked him away. Gu Yuna was left in a state of confusion. Ouch! I can't believe this. He groaned, lying on the ground and clutching his waist. I can't afford to injure my old back from plowing the fields. Despite his lamentations, he felt that this moment was worth it. He had exchanged his first kiss for Gu Yuna's first kiss. What a remarkable gain. Xiaona, are you all right? Did you get hurt? Zhao Wu hurried over to offer her consolation, her face brimming with concern. I'm fine. Is this what a first kiss feels like? Didn't Zhao Wu say kissing would? Gu Yuna pondered for a moment, her cheeks flushed with a rare shyness, seemingly recalling something unseemly. Isn't it a bit too early for matters like having children? Kissing would? What would it be? Long Xiaoyu initially felt perplexed, but eventually, as if a revelation dawned upon him, he observed the expression on Gu Yuna's face, which rendered him momentarily speechless. Xiaona, you genuinely believe it, don't you? Zhao Wu, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, nervously tugged at her rabbit ears and remarked, I believe it is time for us to have a serious discussion. It seems Gu Yuna's peculiar knowledge has once again expanded, despite her promise to refrain from further indoctrination. Long Xiaoyu laid the demon blade of 1,000 edges directly on the ground. Under the gaze of his fatal magic eye, Zhao Wu had transformed into a delectable dish. Do not speak to me of how adorable the rabbit is and how it should not be consumed. Such nonsense. If Zhao Wu continues with her reckless behavior, I fear that holding hands in the future may become impossible. This is something I can no longer tolerate. Huh? What are we discussing? Xiaoyu, your murderous aura is quite intense today. Zhao Wu, her face flushed with embarrassment, retreated continuously, her earlier fierce demeanor dissipating in an instant. To be fair, Long Xiaoyu was indeed Xiaona's protector, and with the revelation of his deception towards Xiaona, it seemed that now there was only whoosh. The speed of a rabbit is not something ordinary individuals can match. Without a second thought, it turned and fled. Third brother, help. Xiaoyu is going to kill the rabbit. You run. If I don't slay this rabbit today, I will ascend to the divine realm. This. Gu Yuna was bewildered. What on earth was happening? Did she say something wrong? That brat should be done for, right? At this moment, Zhao Wu Ji had just exited the cafeteria, nonchalantly picking his teeth in front of everyone with a toothpick. Well, you should be finished running now, as Gu Yu has passed. Tang San forced a smile and said, as long as Long Xiaoyu had Gu Yuna by his side, he would activate his passive skill, Invincible. Who knows how much his attributes would increase? In any case, his attack power was remarkably high. Finished running? If that's the case, then he truly possesses some skill. Zhao Wu Ji scoffed. 20 laps for a great soul master would be a nightmare. If he truly completed it without stopping, it would cost him half his life. Then shall we go take a look, teacher? Let us go. When they arrived, Long Xiaoyu was indeed still running, but what was that blade in his hand? And why was Zhao Wu following him? Stop right there. I have my eyes set on braised rabbit. You're being selfish. You stole Xiaona's first kiss. And I said nothing. You dead rabbit. What else do you want to say to Gu Yu? What the hell? You actually shot an arrow. How despicable. Within the department, the crowd expressed their confusion. Chapter 53. Almost forgot the evil fire phoenix cough. When the dean arrives, everyone better be on their toes. After dining, the members of the academy were quickly gathered. Ning Rongrong accompanied Zhu Zhuqing, while Zhao Wu and Tang San stood nearby, Zhao Wu's gaze occasionally darting towards Long Xiaoyu, who was being pulled by Gu Yuna. One pair of eyes filled with fear, and the other with thoughts of roasted rabbit. Clearly, even under Zhao Wu Ji's mediation, Long Xiaoyu could not quell the anger within him. Had it not been for Gu Yuna holding him back, he would have surely clashed with Zhao Wu again. Brother, Gu Yuna scolded softly with a hint of irritation directed at Long Xiaoyu. Everyone was watching, and no matter what happened, Xiaoyu should temper his behavior. Very well. He was somewhat reluctant to bear his beloved Gu Yu's wrath, sighed, and turned his gaze away. Dai Mu Bai and Oscar had also arrived early. Oscar, clean-shaven and well-groomed, presented a strikingly handsome visage, resembling an ethereal figure, far more charming than any celebrity from his past life. Regardless of how others perceived him, Long Xiaoyu felt a deep sense of jealousy. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but glance at Oscar as well, finding it hard to believe that this handsome young man was once the plump Uncle Sausage. Mu Bai, where's the chubby guy? Zhao Wu Ji quickly noticed a familiar absence among the students, frowning as he inquired. That chubby guy. Upon being asked, Dai Mu Bai also appeared puzzled, glancing around but failing to spot their companion, shaking his head to indicate ignorance. Just then, a voice drifted over from a distance. Teacher Zhao, I'm here. The tone contained a hint of dejection. The crowd turned with curiosity to witness the third student of Shrek Academy. The newcomer lowered his head, seemingly dispirited. As he ambled over, Chubby, what's wrong? Dai Mu Bai was the first to approach and ask, as the three of them shared a close bond, having trained and slept together, naturally fostering a good relationship. Seeing the dejected expression, Dai Mu Bai showed concern. Ah, Tsue Hua Shi. Huh. Ma Hongjun looked up, his tears yet to flow, but his gaze was instantly captivated by the sight before him. Good heavens! Where did all these beauties come from in the academy? 1, 2, 3, 4. There were at least 4. His eyes darted from Ning Rongrong to the others. When he laid eyes on Gu Yuna, he was rendered speechless, so beautiful. Even with a mask and hood, she could not conceal her alluring charm. However, upon noticing the intertwined hands with Long Xiaoyu, he felt disheartened. Yet his gaze drifted back to the other 3. Ma Hongjun's eyes revealed unabashed desire, sending chills down the spines of the 4 girls, making them instinctively take a step back. Hey, Chubby, what are you staring at? Dai Mu Bai blocked Ma Hongjun's view, sensing the predatory glint in his eyes. His tone laced with a hint of threat. Knowing his own target was among them, the chubby guy had better not ogle. Brother Dai, are you trying to monopolize them? Leave some for the brothers. Seeing Dai Mu Bai's assertiveness, Ma Hongjun grew anxious, refusing to back down as he exclaimed loudly, disregarding any decorum. In the latter half of his life, brotherly bonds could take a back seat. What do you mean monopolize? I am quite upright, thank you. Ma Hongjun's words startled Dai Mu Bai, who hurriedly clamped a hand over his mouth, then turned to glance at Zhu Zhuqing. Humph. Chubby, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll make you regret it. When he turned back, Dai Mu Bai's eyes were ablaze with fury, squeezing Ma Hongjun's pudgy cheeks until they flattened considerably. I know. Ma Hongjun, feeling discomfort, shook his head hastily, puzzled by Dai Mu Bai's uncharacteristically fierce demeanor today. Usually, he would take pride in such remarks. Ma Hongjun, step forward. Zhao Wu Ji called out from a distance. Oh. Once Ma Hongjun approached, Zhao Wu Ji continued. This is our academy's 3rd senior, Ma Hongjun, with the martial spirit of the Phoenix. The Phoenix. Except for Long Xiaoyu and his pair, the others were taken aback, their gazes towards Ma Hongjun growing peculiar. This lecherous fellow possessed a top-tier martial spirit. The Phoenix? Connecting it to Long Xiaoyu's previous performance, could it truly be that the more despicable the individual, the more powerful their martial spirit? Haha, how about this? Let me share a little secret. I currently have no girlfriend, so first come, first served. You all understand, right? Satisfied with Zhao Wuji's advertisement, Ma Hongjun's gloom lifted instantly, silently giving Zhao Wuji a thumbs up. However, the others did not quite reciprocate his enthusiasm, collectively taking a step back. Chubby, don't you have Tsue Hua? Dai Mu Bai inquired, perplexed. She, sigh. After he let out a sigh, Dai Mu Bai nearly grasped the situation. In any case, I am currently seeking a girlfriend for the fiery phoenix. Ma Hongjun, is there anyone interested? With a swift movement, he appeared beside Zhu Zhuqing, whose development was undoubtedly the most remarkable among the 4 girls. This was evident to all. Naturally, Ma Hongjun was no exception. However, was it truly appropriate for Dai Mu Bai to approach Zhu Zhuqing? Long Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel anxious for him. Little fatty, I believe we should have a serious discussion, Dai Mu Bai declared, his white tiger's spirit manifesting as he placed a hand firmly on Ma Hongjun's shoulder, his expression stern. At this moment, he appeared far more intimidating than when he initially faced Long Xiaoyu. Dai Mu Bai, isn't there still one more? There's no need for this, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, still trying to comprehend the situation as he pointed at Ning Rongrong. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Dai Mu Bai's tiger claw lunged toward his face. Phoenix spirit. Ma Hongjun, incensed by Dai Mu Bai's unyielding greed, unleashed his purple-red soul power, causing his hair to grow rapidly, and converged toward the center, his hands gradually transforming into claw-like appendages. Although he lacked wings, the absurdity of his situation was palpable. Could a phoenix truly exist without wings? Haha. The merciless mockery was most piercing. Long Xiaoyu never concealed her delight at being able to best others, challenging them openly. If you have the capability, confront me directly. Defeat me, and I shall be silenced. Dai Mu Bai felt a pang of embarrassment. Long Xiaoyu's laughter was painfully shrill. Although the others joined in, their mirth was more subdued, lacking the audacity of her direct derision. Dai Mu Bai, we can settle this later. I must teach this newcomer a lesson today. Forget it, forget it. Your odds of victory are higher if you fight alongside me. Ma Hongjun was somewhat bewildered. What did this mean? When did Dai Mu Bai ever bow to others? Little fatty. I sincerely advise you to avoid provoking Xiaoyu and her companion, Gu Yuna, or even teacher Zhao may not be able to save you. Dai Mu Bai leaned in closer, casting a glance in their direction, speaking softly. Is it truly that terrifying? Dai Mu Bai, have you actually submitted to others? Have you been drained by women? Ma Hongjun teased, glancing at Long Xiaoyu, whose physique did not inspire much fear. Little fatty, I think it would be better for us to settle this with a fight. Zhu Zhuqing's disdain for Dai Mu Bai increased. What is all this noise? Don't you know I am here today? A deep voice erupted from behind the crowd. And as they turned to look, a figure resembling an older gentleman descended gracefully from the sky, landing with a flair that was at least more elegant than his earlier pursuit. Flender. Long Xiaoyu immediately recognized that the four-eyed cat, eagle martial soul, albeit differing slightly from her own creation, could only be wielded by someone like Flanders, the cunning old merchant, within Shrek Academy. Greetings, Dean. Dai Mu Bai was the first to retract his martial soul and offer a slight bow. Ah, greetings to you all, Flanders nodded, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, lingering a moment longer on Tang San, whose distinct aura of the 24-bridge moonlit night was unmistakable. Having heard from Zhao Wu Ji that 6 new students had arrived this year, he had found it hard to believe. Witnessing it firsthand, however, felt surreal. When had Shrek Academy ever managed to recruit such a plethora of prodigious talents in one go? Cough, cough. First and foremost, Flanders rambled on for a while, as per the script, before dismissing everyone to rest, stating that training would commence that evening. He planned to arrange for Ning Rongrong and Oscar to practice 20 laps around the village. It was a wonder Flanders could devise such a scheme. And Long Xiaoyu felt a wave of relief for Zhao Wu Ji. Long Xiaoyu, Tang San, you both stay. Flanders' final remark took Long Xiaoyu by surprise. But upon noticing the glint in his eyes, her expression shifted. She had forgotten that this old fox was particularly protective. Was it her fault that Zhao Wu Ji had been injured due to his arrogance? Did he truly believe he could bully him without the support of his esteemed grandfather? Yet, what about Tang San? Ignoring Long Xiaoyu for the moment, he directly inquired, where did you acquire that belt? It was given to me by my previous teacher. Oh. By the way, Xiaoyu, what about the letter your teacher gave you? This question jolted Tang San's memory of the items master had entrusted to him and Long Xiaoyu before departing. Letter? Oh, I remember now. Each time she gazed at the soul guide on Tang San's waist, Long Xiaoyu felt an ache in her heart. Although she possessed a ring gifted by Su Yu Tao, one could never have too many treasures. Retrieving the letter, it was meant to be in Tang San's possession according to the narrative. Yet Master had ultimately entrusted it to her. Despite Tang San's remarkable talent and obedience, Master believed that Long Xiaoyu had a greater chance of succeeding at the academy. If she could not gain admission, there was little hope for Tang San. Oh, both of you are students of the Master? Flanders expressed surprise. Yes. While Tang San conversed with Flanders, Long Xiaoyu privately harbored a dislike for both the Master and Flanders. Did it truly matter to prove their significance? Nevertheless, upon reading the letter, Flanders struggled to contain his temper, but then shifted his gaze towards Long Xiaoyu, his expression softening considerably. Much of the letter was dedicated to praising Tang San, but the remarks concerning Long Xiaoyu, though fewer, were clear. If she could learn to be composed and not be swayed by emotions, she would undoubtedly become the next Haoyan Douluo. Despite Master's favoritism towards Tang San, Long Xiaoyu's exceptional brilliance elicited a trace of pride from Flanders, akin to a teacher assessing a pupil's work, even if the student was not particularly favored. Since you both stand as his testament, ensure you do not let him down. Now go, rest well. Tonight's class will not be easy. With a wave of his hand, he signaled for them to leave. Although she was uncertain about what was inscribed in the letter, not being punished was certainly a blessing. As they departed from Flanders, the two walked in silence, an unusual occurrence since leaving Holy Soul Village. Long Xiaoyu's gaze fell upon Tang Sen's back. Filled with complex emotions, companionship, Xiao Sen Long Xiaoyu suddenly halted and called out, Xiaoyu, what is it? Tang Sen turned, smiling at her. If one day we find ourselves on opposing sides, would you kill me? Initially, she intended to speak earnestly, but upon seeing his smile, she too couldn't help but grin, as if jesting. If I killed you, Guyuna would certainly come after me. Tang Sen rolled his eyes, clasping his hands forward in a gesture of mock submission. If you don't kill me, I'll eliminate anyone who obstructs me, even if they share the same master. Long Xiaoyu sighed, laughing as she spoke, though there was a blend of truth and jest in her words that perhaps only she could discern. Anyone? The master advised against arrogance and impatience. Should you resort to violence, I will intervene. A sudden urge to pose this question struck her, yet Tang Sen's remark helped to alleviate the knot in her heart. Very well, when the time comes, I shall not hold back. After their conversation, Long Xiaoyu turned and exited Shrek Academy, her destination set for the Spirit Hall. It was prudent to report to the Spirit Hall first, considering her other identity as a member of the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall in Soto City was far superior to that of Nodding City, and she eagerly anticipated whether she would secure a place among the generation of golden talents. Oh, you are the genius from Nodding City? A steward at the Soto City Spirit Hall greeted her, his demeanor condescending, as if questioning the existence of genius from such a remote region. He was curious to see who dared to claim the title of genius. Genius? I hardly deserve such a title. Perhaps I can manage to reach level 30 at best. Long Xiaoyu remained composed. Although today he experienced a stroke of luck with a 3, he deemed it sufficient. After fervently praying for a smooth journey, he felt it should yield results. Oh, your soul power is merely at level 29, yet you claim to wield a hammer at level 30? Are you certain of this? The voice of the steward resonated loudly, capturing the attention of all present. Everyone ceased their tasks, intrigued by such audacious words, as it had been a long time since they had heard such arrogance. Who is this young man, so brazenly strutting about in our humble third-level Spirit Hall? I believe I overheard him mention being from Soto City. Are you familiar with that place? No, it's just a backwater town. How could I possibly remember? This remark elicited a chorus of laughter from the crowd. Laughing? Is it truly amusing? If you doubt me, come and test your strength. Should you fall, do not blame me for your misfortune. Long Xiaoyu's tone was charged with a palpable intensity. He had come with the sole intention of seizing a coveted spot in the golden generation, rendering any pretense of modesty unnecessary. Chapter 55. Aatrox. From the most defiant to the ultimate admission of defeat, Long Xiaoyu's ruthless approach left others in a state of astonishment, culminating in their fearful gazes directed towards him. Among those from the Spirit Hall, it was the very one who had been beaten who dared to provoke him first, and they possessed no justification to intervene. Unyielding are we? Bang! The angular shield slammed down upon the bruised individual, sending him crashing to the ground amidst a cacophony of anguished cries. Arrogant are we? Bang! The man coughed up blood. Although Long Xiaoyu had struck with the back of the shield, the force of each blow was far beyond what a mere 30-level soul master could withstand. Still laughing? Are you? Long Xiaoyu raised his shield high, causing everyone present to shudder involuntarily. This individual was truly formidable. At that moment, the steward's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. If the opponent continued to swat him down like a mere pest, he would surely meet his demise. Just as he was about to intervene, a chilling voice interrupted his thoughts. Level 30 Soul Master, let us engage, regardless of life or death. The tone was remarkably calm, as though discussing an inconsequential matter. The newcomer, clad in a platinum robe and cloak, exuded an air of affluence, though his features suggested he had surpassed his 60th year. Nonetheless, his upright posture imbued him with a remarkable vitality. With a stern expression, he disregarded the steward beside him and approached, casting a condescending gaze upon Long Xiaoyu. Salutations, esteemed Platinum Bishop, with the steward's exclamation as he knelt. Those who were initially bewildered by the identity of this figure were suddenly struck with awe and promptly followed suit in kneeling. Salutations, esteemed Platinum Bishop. The reverberations of respectful voices echoed as the group bowed in unison. Salutations, esteemed Platinum Bishop. Long Xiaoyu's expression darkened. He never anticipated encountering such a formidable presence as the Platinum Bishop in the seemingly insignificant Soto City. According to the original text, this individual was at least of Soul Douluo rank. System, do not stir up trouble. He performed a bow, yet did not kneel, instead opting for a respectful nod. In his lifetime, he had knelt only once, for the scrubbing board of his wife. Should this old fellow demand his submission, once he ascended to the position of pope, he would surely take revenge on this ancient wretch. Humph. Do not make me repeat myself, Saroth coldly reiterated, his tone laden with an air of imperiousness. Yes. The assembly rose and retreated, while the 30-level soul emperors advanced, with no fewer than 7 present in total. Double yellow and 1 purple soul rings swiftly manifested around the 7, as they approached Long Xiaoyu with unwavering composure. Humph. Long Xiaoyu cast a glance towards the platinum bishop nearby, but discerned no discernible emotion in his gaze. Nevertheless, he swiftly shifted his attention back to the individual he had recently vanquished, despite the lingering traces of blood upon his lips. The man now wore a grotesque grin directed at Long Xiaoyu. Ha ha. The esteemed bishop intends to deal with you. Let us see how you resist now. He mocked. Is it amusing? Is it truly funny? With a single hand, Long Xiaoyu seized the man from the ground as though he were mere refuse. He held no mercy for his adversary, and under the watchful eye of the platinum bishop, only one declaration resonated within him. Retreat was not an option. With a sudden surge of strength, he hurled the man towards the approaching crowd. Shall we witness what it means to be of the Darkborn? The magic blade, 1,000 edges. In Long Xiaoyu's grasp underwent yet another transformation. The newly manifested soul power tempest gradually morphed into a sanguine hue, enveloping both the sword's body and his own. Intriguing. Salus nodded with keen interest, a subtle smile gracing his lips, barely perceptible to others. First soul skill. Thunderfire, just as the assailant prepared to strike. A weapon resembling a long sword emerged from the crimson mist, swiftly piercing through the adversary's form. Aatrox, the harbinger of the world's end. At this moment, Long Xiaoyu's voice resonated with an extraordinary depth, evoking an overwhelming sense of dread, as if it sought to drag everyone into the abyss, even the nearby observer. A level 40 soul master gripped his hands tightly, sensing the terrifying aura of murderous intent emanating from this individual. The others engaged in battle involuntarily trembled. It was indeed a ludicrous sight for a level 30 soul sovereign to quiver before a great soul master. As the blood mist dissipated, Long Xiaoyu appeared as a deity of destruction, or rather, a fiendish executioner. The sword in his hand was a striking blend of silver and crimson, the silvery hue starkly contrasting with the blood-red soul power that coiled around him. Crimson blood trickled from his eyes as he stood resolute. Attack. Kill him. Even among the ranks of the Spirit Hall, the use of lethal force was shocking. Now, with the Platinum Bishop remaining silent, they could only muster their courage to advance. Third soul skill. Web binding. Third soul skill. 1,000 blades. Third soul skill. Great annihilation. Great annihilation? You presume to wield it? As someone called out for great annihilation. Long Xiaoyu's eyes snapped open. He withdrew his sword from the lifeless body, blood spraying across the ground with a searing sound, the blade glowing a deeper crimson. Various attacks rained down upon him as if without cost, tearing flesh apart, yet he appeared impervious to pain, his gaze playfully fixed ahead. Too weak. This is what great annihilation truly is. With a furious roar, Long Xiaoyu found that, for reasons unknown, the blood flowing from his wound ceased to drip further. His veins were starkly visible, with blood swirling incessantly within them. The crimson soul energy surrounding him grew increasingly dark and ominous, causing those nearby to instinctively retreat. Soul power began to coalesce behind him, seemingly striving to forge something, yet it appeared to be lacking a crucial catalyst for completion. Even the demonic sword in his grasp seemed to shatter, revealing cracks. This body is far too frail, but 20 seconds is more than sufficient. Long Xiaoyu found herself at a loss for whom to address. After speaking, the magic sword in her hand erupted with a brilliant crimson light. A display of power that was far beyond what one might expect from a grand soul master. Annihilation. In an instant, the magic blade was unleashed, leaving all witnesses in a state of shock. It was an unassuming strike, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper claiming a life, accompanied by a chilling reminder, resistance is futile. Thud, thud, thud. The remaining 5 fell to the ground. The blow had not marred their physical forms, yet they were devoid of life. Annihilation. A slaughter that struck at the very essence of their souls. Applause erupted from Salus, seemingly in celebration of the victor, a satisfied expression gracing his features. What do you think you are? At this moment, Long Xiaoyu was no longer in control of himself. The shattered parts of his body gradually began to mend. He turned around to face Salus and demanded, "Tell me, what are you?" Long Xiaoyu leaped high into the air, wielding his colossal sword above his head. And with the astonished gazes of the onlookers upon him, he struck down towards the platinum bishop. Aatrox, the harbinger of the world's end. The embodiment of fury. Chapter 56. The god of Shura takes an interest. Solaris remained motionless, as 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black soul rings manifested before him. Particularly striking was the black portion, so dark it seemed to absorb the very light surrounding it. Stand down. A commanding voice, infused with immense soul power, sent Long Xiaoyu hurtling backwards. In the face of such overwhelming strength, Long Xiaoyu was ultimately just a great soul master. This realm? At that moment, a powerful entity in the divine realm suddenly brightened with intrigue, gazing down at the world below. Oh, it possesses an innate attribute of slaughter? How fascinating. I cannot allow you to perish so easily. The god of Shura chuckled as he observed Long Xiaoyu below, internally marveling. As his words echoed, Long Xiaoyu. It appears there exists a soul that can command the Master's martial spirit in this world. Truly impressive. Given time, I shall undoubtedly find myself at a disadvantage against this young man. Solaris grinned, feeling quite pleased with Long Xiaoyu, and slowly approached the fallen figure. Sensing he was about to witness the rise of a prodigy, thanks to the favor of the god of Shura, Long Xiaoyu's eyes fluttered open once more, not in confusion, nor in gratitude for the divine's power, but in a fresh surge of fury. Take back your filthy charity, god. Long Xiaoyu abruptly rose, wielding his sword with renewed vigor towards Solaris. This strike was swifter than any before. Alarmed, Solaris had assumed Long Xiaoyu was defeated. Yet he was astounded to witness him still standing after enduring a blow from a soul Douluo. With a resounding crash, Long Xiaoyu finally collapsed. But the divine light within him lingered, deeply entrenched in his being. The crimson hue of his blood transformed into a resplendent silver radiance, ultimately merging into his body. Damn. Indeed, I should not have utilized him. Dinner will be delayed. This was his final thought before losing consciousness. Solaris, momentarily dazed, gazed at his bloodied hands. Disbelief etched across his features. Despite merely being superficial wounds, who could have anticipated that a great soul master could inflict such injuries upon a soul Douluo? The surroundings fell into a hushed silence, punctuated only by the sound of breathing, as onlookers were left in shock, their glances at Long Xiaoyu now tinged with fear. They were uncertain how many times he had fallen, but they believed this might be his last. It was painfully clear that soon the spirit hall would be graced by an enraged harbinger of death. Take care of this, provide compensation for the deceased, and ensure their families are well settled. As for those who witnessed this, I expect not to hear of it elsewhere. I doubt our future harbinger of death would appreciate it either, Solaris commanded, lifting Long Xiaoyu in one arm and turning to leave. He trusted that this group lacked the audacity to disclose the incident. Perhaps his authority was insufficient. But the impending rise of the spirit hall as prodigy would garner the Pope's utmost respect. Angering him would not be wise. He can still sense my presence. Remarkable. The god of Shura remarked, a rare smile gracing his features as he observed Long Xiaoyu below. In millennia within the divine realm, he had yet to encounter someone so intriguing. Shura, what captures your attention? The sea god approached, observing Shura's typically stern visage soften in surprise. Sea god. Care to wager? Within a century, my successor will undoubtedly emerge. Oh, such confidence? Do you sense a destined individual? The god of Shura chuckled, choosing to say no more, for today was undoubtedly one of his happiest in the divine realm. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, as night fell, Long Xiaoyu had yet to make an appearance, causing Gyuna to grow increasingly anxious. Ever since meeting Long Xiaoyu, he had never left without a word. Aside from his occasional hunts for soul beasts, during which he would be gone for a few days, otherwise, they rarely spent more than a fleeting moment apart. But now, it had not merely been a fleeting moment, it felt as if an important piece of her puzzle was missing. It's all right, Xiaoyu is incredibly strong. How could anything happen to him? Xiaoyu reassured her, though she herself felt a pang of sorrow, aware of how deeply Gyuna cared for Long Xiaoyu. Yes, it's fine. He is so strong, he might have just lost his way, Tang San suggested with a smile, attempting to ease her worries while his own concern for Long Xiaoyu grew. Like Gyuna, he too questioned why Xiaoyu had suddenly vanished. Quiet. Mu Bai. Lead them to the Soto City Great Soul Arena. Where is Long Xiaoyu? Flender arrived and, without delay, intended to address the matter directly. However, he quickly realized someone was missing. Wasn't he here during the day? Xiaoyu. Dai Mu Bai shook his head, and the others followed suit, as none had mentioned Long Xiaoyu's departure. Oh, skipping class on the first day? Such audacity in the students these days. Flender scoffed, bemused that Long Xiaoyu's rebellious nature was evident so soon. Xiaoyu didn't he skip class? Something must have happened to him. Gyuna's expression darkened as she glared at Flinder, her eyes filled with hostility. She would not let any disparagement towards Long Xiaoyu go unnoticed. Something happened? How can you be so sure? Flinder inquired, puzzled by the intensity in her violet eyes. If his student were indeed in danger, he could not merely stand by. Dai Mu Bai and the others turned their gazes towards Gyuna, recognizing the subtle bond between her and Long Xiaoyu. The abrupt disappearance of someone who had just become the backbone of their team was not something they could easily dismiss. Silently, they awaited her response. Why are you so certain? Xiaoyu. Gyuna spoke earnestly, prompting the others to lean in, eager for her words. What has happened to him? A mental connection? Or perhaps a lead? If Xiaoyu had skipped class, he would have taken me with him. Gyuna's anxiety heightened. She had never anticipated his sudden disappearance, feeling as though an essential piece of her was lost. Fine, that rascal has indeed proven to be a nuisance. Even in skipping class. Flinder grumbled, Mu Bai, you lead, Zhu Qing, Tang San, search in Soto City. Ma Hongjun. Take Xiaowu and Gyuna to the village and ensure he has fallen into a pit. Sir, what about us? Are we to remain at the academy? Ning Rongrong stepped forward, her tone laced with concern for Long Xiaoyu's safety. You all? There are more pressing matters. Flinder's voice took on a more serious tone, his gaze turning icy, causing Ning Rongrong and Oscar to feel a chill. Meanwhile, within the spirit hall, in a dimly lit chamber adorned with opulence, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. Rich crimson satin covered the floor, with golden patterns embellishing the walls. On a grand Western-style bed lay Long Xiaoyu, peacefully asleep. Remarkable. Not only is his attack formidable, but he is also remarkably resilient. The platinum bishop Salas stood by the bedside, his gaze lingering on the slumbering figure. A hint of concealed delight evident in his eyes. As he reached out to adjust Long Xiaoyu's garments, he noticed his skin was unblemished, though faint scars could still be discerned. Salas was incredulous. How could someone who had endured such grievous injuries, a great soul master capable of withstanding the strongest attacks from several soul emperors, emerge seemingly unscathed? It appeared he had merely exhausted his soul power, with no other symptoms evident. Even the healer he had summoned to treat Long Xiaoyu had looked perplexed, questioning the need for healing when there were no visible injuries. This lad. In a single day, he had been met with an abundance of surprises. Turning around, Salas returned to the table, meticulously sealing the earlier handwritten letter. Were it not for the considerable distance, he would have gladly taken the boy back with him that very night to claim his accolades. The golden generation was undoubtedly within his capability to nurture. Time passed, and eventually, Long Xiaoyu slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting crimson glimmer flashing across his gaze before he succumbed to weariness once more. Where was he? He felt utterly drained, as though every ounce of energy had been extracted from his body. What had that fellow done to him? The Dark Blade Demon. Aatrox, he had developed an affinity for this entity, the violent artistry of which captivated him. Alas, after being dominated by the Blade Demon, his memories had been rendered void. He found it peculiar yet somewhat comprehensible that the enchanted sword he had conceived bore the will of Aatrox. Reflecting on Aatrox's backstory, it became apparent that he was initially a spirit bound within the sword, his essence reborn with the forging of the blade. Without Aatrox, this sword would merely be a hunk of scrap metal. Had he known beforehand, he might have foregone this entity. Aatrox was exceedingly complex to construct. He had only managed to create a half-finished product, initially believing it would diminish the weapon's spirit. Yet, unexpectedly, even with the reduction, his body could only endure for a brief moment. Had the entire concept been completed, he feared he would lack even the qualifications to wield it now. Sighing, he thought of Guyu. She must be anxious by now. He ought to have informed her in advance. However, the true blame lay with that platinum bishop. What a nuisance. Suddenly emerging to seek his own demise, a throng of soul lords besieging a grand soul master. Had it not been for Aatrox, he might have found himself in a dire predicament, barely surviving. What was that sound of breathing? Long Xiaoyu felt a bit bewildered, given the current unfolding of events. Since he had not been slain, he should not be alone in this unfamiliar space nursing his wounds. Upon reopening his eyes and focusing his attention, the sounds became clearer. The unfamiliar breaths were low and deep. It was evident they did not belong to a woman, nor did they belong to a handsome man. There was a certain... Long Xiaoyu's expression was rigid, and indeed, as he turned his head, it was as he suspected. Saras lay beside him, her imposing figure and age profile easily recognizable. Protect yourself out there, boy. Xiaoyu. Brother. Come out, or your sister will be mine. Why did you hit me, Xiaowu? Even if Xiaoyu is dead, Xiana is still mine. Xiaowu, do not curse my brother. At this moment, under the night sky, the three searched the village in vain. They found no trace of him, but instead encountered a pack of barking dogs, particularly eager towards Ma Hongjun. Simultaneously, they spotted Oscar's solitary figure, seemingly having been punished, which made the three of them feel a sense of shame. "Brother," Gu Yuna called out again, having never spoken so much in a single day, her mouth feeling parched yet still managing to shout. "Xiana." Seeing Gu Yuna's anxious demeanor made Xiwu feel a pang of sadness. She sensed that the bond between Xiana and Long Xiaoyu had transcended mere sibling affection, from their kiss in the morning to the blush on Gu Yuna's face. She could no longer deny the truth. "Xiwu, you search over there. I'll check this way. Let us regroup later," Ma Hongjun suggested, pointing towards the main road. Heedless of whether the others understood, he then turned to a quieter path. "Okay," Xiwu replied, but her feet remained still, as if lost in thought. "Brother." Gu Yuna turned, about to walk in another direction when Xiaowu suddenly reached out. "Xiana." She grasped Gu Yuna's hand, which felt the most comforting of all, stirring a sense of possessiveness within her. What's wrong, Xiwu?" Gu Yuna asked, puzzled. Xiwu's expression seemed conflicted. She wanted to know but felt she shouldn't. "Xiana, we are soul beasts, aren't we?" After a moment of hesitation, Xiwu decided to voice her thoughts. She had alluded to this with Gu Yuna before, hoping to protect her from the deceit of humanity. What do you mean?" Gu Yuna remained bewildered, unaware of the significance behind Xiwu's words. "Does Xiaoyu know? Do you think he would accept you?" "I don't know if he knows, but he would accept me," Gu Yuna replied coldly. Xiwu found her demeanor strange today. "Do you understand what I mean by accept? To be together forever, like a human couple, this is impossible for a soul beast and a human." Xiwu struggled to contain her emotions. Her bitterness did not stem from Xiana's feelings for Xiaoyu, but rather from the ease with which they expressed their affection for one another. This was her inner turmoil. She was uncertain how to approach Tang San in the future, and if Xiana chose to leave one day, she would follow. Yet, Xiaoyu had once said, "Nothing is impossible. If it meant losing her life, so be it." Chapter 58, Public and Private Matters at that moment. The Silver Dragon King exuded a long-lost aura of majesty, her royal presence emanating from within. Her words brooked no dissent. Her actions were flawless. The Silver Dragon King, the deity of soul beasts, was beautiful, powerful, and unafraid of anything. Xiwu felt fear, recalling their first meeting when the very sight of her had instilled dread. She silently pried Xiwu's fingers apart, choosing not to look at her again. "Brother," Gu Yuna called out loudly, turning to search in another direction. When she called out for her brother, she seemed to revert to her childlike self, filled with innocent curiosity. In that moment, she was simply Xiaoyu's little sister. There was still much time ahead, and matters could be addressed later. Xiwu lowered her head, a bitter smile playing on her lips, perhaps mocking herself. Had she truly overthought everything? After a night of searching, their efforts yielded no results. There was not a single trace of Long Xiaoyu. Gu Yuna appeared somewhat haggard. Although she had no need for sleep, fatigue weighed upon her. After an entire night of turmoil, her strength had yet to recover, and her physical endurance was only at the level of a great soul master. Upon hearing reports from Dai Mu Bai and Ma Hongjun, Flanders furrowed his brow tightly. A night without word was unacceptable. After contemplating for a while, Flanders lifted his head, his expression resolute. "All right, Zhao Wu Ji, take them for training. I will notify the Spirit Hall to assist with an announcement. If he is alive, we will see him. If he is dead, we will see his body." Though Long Xiaoyu was missing, his absence could not disrupt the training of all the students. "Okay. Wait. I'm going too." Gu Yuna stepped forward. Although her expression was concealed by her mask, her piercing purple eyes revealed her discontent with Flanders' words. "Xiaoyu will not die," he promised. "No, you will train. I will handle Long Xiaoyu's matters. Your training must not be delayed," Flanders replied firmly, his tone leaving no room for argument. "I am going. I came with Xiaoyu. And if he is missing, what purpose do I serve here?" Gu Yuna's resolve was unwavering as she stepped forward once more. Her declaration surprised everyone present. Yet it made sense. No one found fault in her actions. The sudden disappearance of someone she cherished would naturally elicit such urgency. "You." Flanders felt a surge of anger but was at a loss for how to respond to Gu Yuna's defiance. He could see how much Long Xiaoyu meant to her in her beautiful eyes. "Fine, come with me. The others will train." Ultimately, Flanders chose to relent. To cherish someone so openly was admirable. Had he done the same in the past? Flanders said nothing more, leading Gu Yuna away. At that moment in the Spirit Hall, in the same opulent room, Saras finally awakened, opening her eyes. She contemplated whether Long Xiaoyu's soul power had recovered. Turning her head to look beside her. He has gone. What happened? When did he leave?" Did he slip away while I was asleep? How did I not notice? Saras's expression shifted. This young man seemed more formidable than she had anticipated. Achoo! A sudden sneeze echoed in the room. Ugh. Saras looked curiously towards the source of the sound, where a figure trembled on the floor, mumbling about heating and air conditioning. Saras felt embarrassed. With a swift motion, Saras lifted the individual and tossed them back onto the bed, exclaiming, "Goodness, can't you sleep soundly? I am sleeping just fine. After Tang-san." I did not want to be sullied by an old man. Even without Gu Yuna, he vowed to remain steadfast. With this sudden interruption, Long Xiaoyu awoke fully, shaking off the remnants of sleep. Lord Saras, with your esteemed status, could you not provide me, an injured soul, with a private room? Is it not a matter of concern regarding the potential troubles of our golden generation? Can you still recall yesterday's madness?" Sarath jestingly remarked. And though his words bore a semblance of truth, the ominous undercurrent of tension lingered, leaving one apprehensive of the possibility that this seemingly dormant individual might once again unleash chaos, or worse, fall victim to another's wrath. As he spoke, he extended his hand, marred by yesterday's wounds. Although healing-type spirit masters possess the ability to mend injuries, the capabilities of those within the third-level spirit hall left much to be desired. As evidenced by the lingering scar, one would think that as spirit emperors, their prowess would be more commendable. However, this was not the case. The final strike from Long Xiaoyu was bolstered by the divine power of the god of Shura. And the harm inflicted by a deity is not easily remedied by mere mortals. Had Aatrox not harbored disdain for divine might, that blow might have rendered Sarath's arm useless. Upon hearing the mention of the golden generation, Long Xiaoyu felt a sense of satisfaction. The trials endured yesterday had not been in vain. Yet, witnessing the minor wound on his counterpart's hand, a twitch of irritation crossed Long Xiaoyu's face, especially considering the audacity of Sarath to feign injury, despite his status as a platinum bishop. Nonetheless, the sword demon had managed to inflict harm upon a spirit master of the spirit Douluo level. What a thief! How stark the contrast was from being a deity to a mere unyielding minion. The damage inflicted could hardly be likened to that of a resilient minion. Not to mention that the ADC's minion seemed more durable than true vision. After much hesitation, he cautiously inquired, "My lord, shall we settle this privately or publicly?" Evidently, Sarath was perplexed by his inquiry. In any case, how is the recovery progressing? Sarath tossed a fresh set of garments to Long Xiaoyu, for his previous attire had been thoroughly drenched in blood and was unfit for wear. "The recovery is adequate, my lord. May I inquire as to whom you refer when you mention the golden generation?" Long Xiaoyu feigned ignorance, seeking clarification. The golden generation refers to the most exceptional individuals among the younger cohort of the Spirit Hall, destined to become the pillars of the future, perhaps even the Pope himself. The Spirit Hall will invest all its resources into nurturing this golden generation. Do you believe you possess the requisite qualifications? At that moment, Sarath was no longer the light-hearted figure he had just portrayed. The aura of the Platinum Bishop radiated authority. As he spoke, an unnamed pressure bore down upon Long Xiaoyu, signaling that jesting in his presence was utterly unacceptable. Thankfully, he did not fail his duty. Long Xiaoyu stood resolutely, bearing the oppressive aura of Salus. Their gazes met, revealing an unwavering determination devoid of any pretense. The Spirit Hall, a formidable force, would ultimately be at his disposal. This was indisputable and necessary. With the awakening of Gu Yuna, an inevitable clash between the Spirit Beast army and humanity loomed on the horizon. Chapter 59. A dialogue in the bustling city of Soto. The cacophony stirred an inexplicable agitation within Gu Yuna. Her mind was consumed by thoughts of Xiaoyu's whereabouts, rendering her unable to absorb any surrounding noise. Following closely beside Flander, her dissatisfaction was overshadowed by the necessity of remaining at his side. Like Xiaoyu, she too was directionally challenged. The third-level Spirit Hall in Soto City surpassed that of Notting City in both scale and location. Though not situated in the heart of the city, it was still quite accessible. The Spirit Hall exuded a solemn and dignified aura, devoid of any stalls, which lent this area an extraordinary tranquility and harmony. As they approached the Spirit Hall, Flander halted Gu Yuna, who was eager to advance. He thought he could handle the conversation himself. However, as soon as he obstructed her path, Gu Yuna unhesitatingly circumvented him, striding toward the Grand Hall. Xiaoyu's presence lingered here. Despite Xiaoyu's warnings about the inaccessibility of places like the Spirit Hall, Gu Yuna resolutely declared, her tone as steadfast as her stride, that she was intimately familiar with Xiaoyu's essence. Disregarding the admonitions, she was determined to enter the Spirit Hall. Once she found Xiaoyu, she would chastise him as he pleased, as long as he remained by her side. Spirit Hall? What could Long Xiaoyu possibly want there? Flander pondered, his curiosity piqued. Yet, if matters truly intertwined with the spirit hall, complications would surely arise. Salas was pleased with Long Xiaoyu's response and nodded, continuing, splendid. Prepare yourself. Once I conclude my affairs here, we shall visit the main hall in a few days to meet the Pope. If the Pope values you, your future will be boundless. He smiled, patting Long Xiaoyu on the shoulder, appreciating such strength, confidence, and audacity. In a few days? Sir, that may not be prudent. I cannot depart just yet. I have only just enrolled in the academy and cannot leave abruptly. Long Xiaoyu firmly rejected the notion. Guyuna was still here. He could not abandon her. A day without seeing her left him anxious about her well-being, her sleep, and that troublesome rabbit. Should he venture to the spirit hall? He feared returning to find that rabbit had turned Guyuna into a peculiar creature. Oh, is it amusing to bully children? Salas inquired, intrigued, casting a playful glance at Long Xiaoyu. For him, dealing with spirit elders was child's play. Why would it be otherwise, sir? Long Xiaoyu retorted with a chuckle. Long Xiaoyu remained unconvinced, chuckling softly as he nodded. Do you comprehend the consequences of defying my words for such a trivial reason? Sarasa's smile deepened, revealing an underlying irritation that suggested his mirth was not entirely genuine. I am unaware of the consequences, yet I possess my own compelling reasons to remain. And I humbly request your permission, my lord. Upon finishing his statement, Long Xiaoyu bowed deeply, striving to diminish his stature. Humph. Can any reason, no matter how significant, possibly compare to the boundless resources of the spirit hall? Saras retorted angrily, pondering why this seemingly astute young man would act so foolishly in this matter. Long Xiaoyu remained composed, straightening his back as he locked eyes with Salas, his gaze filled with earnest determination. More important than those things, rest assured, my lord. Since I have vowed not to disgrace my mission, I will undoubtedly prove myself. His candor was striking. He openly declared his affection for Guyuna, proclaiming that he lived solely for her. In a world devoid of her presence, he would rather reduce it to ashes and construct a castle amidst the ruins, to reside there eternally. Such a boy, you. Salas was infuriated, his spirit rings flickering in agitation. The resources of the spirit hall, the most formidable force on the Douluo continent, were at his disposal, and yet he was willing to forsake them? It was difficult for him to fathom anything more significant than one's own future. My lord, the spirit hall. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted him. Humph. Speak. Realizing he had overstepped, Salas felt a flicker of fear regarding the potential retribution from the future elite. He retracted his spirit rings and waved his hand, causing the door to swing open, revealing the steward who had mocked Long Xiaoyu earlier. Salas's anger was evident, but he knew he had to avoid provoking the future generation. He had no intention of extinguishing a promising talent. Outside, a masked girl was causing a commotion in search of him, accompanied by a soul sage. After a moment of hesitation, she spoke up, despite Salas's furious demeanor. A masked girl? Long Xiaoyu felt a pang of panic. Why was Guyuna here? How did she know he was present? Wasn't it supposed to be training time? Salas was here, and Guyu must not be discovered. Love had clouded his judgment, and his worry was laid bare before Salas. Salas understood now. Yet another soul was ensnared by love. Fear not. One who ascends will elevate those around him. As long as you are favored by the Pope, that girl shall also receive abundant resources. Moreover, it is said that our spirit hall now boasts a saint. What kind of look is that, boy? Salas's words were interrupted by Long Xiaoyu's bewildered expression. Never mind, my lord. I shall remain here for 3 years. And I hope you will support me. You are welcome to assess my progress at any time. Should I fail to meet your expectations, I shall gladly depart. The notion of exchanging Guyuna for Hulina was absurd. Could a fox ever match a dragon? Riding a dragon sounded far more heroic. Yet such jesting was inappropriate under the circumstances. Despite the humor, he was not in the mood for laughter. He earnestly wished to return to Guyuna's side. Very well. Should your cultivation falter, you and your beloved understand the implications? Long Xiaoyu's resolute stance ultimately compelled Salas to acquiesce. A rather amusing sight considering a dignified soul Douluo yielding to a mere great soul master. However, threatening to involve the spirit hall was not a prudent course of action. Given the future elite, if he did not intend to eliminate the rival, he could neither strike nor scold, but must instead treat them as a treasure, lest he find himself at their mercy when they ascended to the rank of title Douluo. Understood. Perhaps it was the influence of his nearly invisible presence. But Long Xiaoyu felt a surge of luck, a 5, and eagerly nodded, afraid Salas might reconsider. Chapter 60, Chiyu? Enough, Guyu, stop your antics. This is not a place for our mischief. Gu Yuna's reckless inquiry had led Flinder to believe that the spirit hall would teach her a lesson, and he envisioned himself emerging to guide her, a perfect scenario. However, upon hearing her inquiry about Long Xiaoyu, the previously brash group fell silent, clearly recalling his formidable reputation from the previous day. Had it not been for the Platinum Bishop's restraint, they might have rushed to divulge Long Xiaoyu's whereabouts, eagerly offering him tea and treating him as a distinguished guest. Now, they found themselves avoiding Gu Yuna, swiftly turning to leave at the mention of her question. While those unable to escape hastily claimed ignorance in their attempts to depart, their unusual behavior only heightened Gu Yuna's suspicions, and the atmosphere thickened with tension. Xiaoyu is nearby. I can sense his presence, laced with fury. Just as she intended to probe further, Flinder intervened, unwilling to let her create a commotion. Even in the presence of Long Xiaoyu, Gu Yu. Before she could see him, his familiar voice reached her ears, and he appeared around the corner. All eyes turned to him, and those in the know made way, while the uninformed were pulled aside. Emerging unscathed from the Platinum Bishop's presence, now clad in new attire, his future seemed assured, bright with promise. Brother. Upon seeing Long Xiaoyu, Gu Yuna's face lit up with joy. He opened his arms, ready to embrace her, already imagining the softness of her form. Yet, just as joy enveloped him, a chill swept over him, accompanied by the cold glint of the silver dragon spear, causing him to freeze mid-embrace, standing there with arms wide open, utterly dazed. Why didn't you inform me of your whereabouts? Gu Yuna's voice was icy. There's a reason for that. Long Xiaoyu awkwardly lowered his arms, offering a feeble explanation. You've changed your clothes, brother. Did something happen last night? Absolutely nothing occurred. I'm innocent. Long Xiaoyu rushed to clarify, cutting her off before she could finish her thought. What innocence are you talking about? Gu Yuna was perplexed, but from his expression, it seemed he had slept quite soundly. Their conversation reached a pause as Flinder observed, eager to interject despite his minor role. Long Xiaoyu, where were you last night? Flinder's tone carried an edge of anger, clearly displeased with Long Xiaoyu's sudden disappearance. Luck 5. Please don't let me down. Inspire me to navigate this. Just then, a passerby stumbled, spilling water all over Long Xiaoyu's face. Sorry. The individual hurried away, fearful of incurring the wrath of this formidable figure. What on earth did I do yesterday to inspire such trepidation? Long Xiaoyu found himself at a loss, but suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Long Xiaoyu, with a serious expression, said, I have something to discuss next, but please don't be afraid, teacher. Rest assured. I am a soul sage and fear is not in my nature. Flinder proudly raised his head, exuding confidence in his own abilities. Hearing this, Long Xiaoyu appeared relieved, patting his chest before continuing solemnly, yesterday, I was knocked unconscious by someone who claimed to be Saitama. Yes, that bald-headed Saitama. Do not underestimate those afflicted with late-stage shinibu. Under societal pressure, only the world of anime can provide them solace. Saitama? He knocked you out? Long Xiaoyu's shinibu tendencies were beyond the comprehension of normal individuals, leaving Flinder utterly baffled. How had he never heard of this character in Soto City? However, at that moment, Gu Yuna's eyes sparkled with interest. Clearly invested in Long Xiaoyu's story, she could faintly recall the nights they spent in the same dormitory, when, unable to sleep, Long Xiaoyu would regale her with tales from the anime he had watched. Xiaoyu, does the world of anime truly exist? She had once asked, gazing at the starry sky, captivated by the beauty described in those tales. Shinibu? Perhaps. The world is vast and full of wonders. Long Xiaoyu scratched his head, unaware that the world he had painted had ignited such yearning within her. Now, back to the main topic, he began, spinning an elaborate tale. He chased me down, asking if I was a monster who wouldn't he know. Then he knocked me out right there in the Soto arena. The force was such that it felt like a mere tap, yet, upon hitting my stomach, it echoed. Then I just, aha. Gu Yuna couldn't help but laugh, instinctively joining in Long Xiaoyu's performance, her laughter genuine. It seemed she hadn't heard such stories from him in ages. Xiaoyu, what are you laughing about? Flinder interjected, his voice tinged with mockery. Gu Yuna's smile was extraordinarily beautiful, captivating no matter how many times one beheld it, stirring a desire to kiss her. However, Long Xiaoyu remained indifferent. Let us keep the lies intact first. There will be opportunities for affection later. I recall a delightful incident. What delightful incident? Gu Yuna asked, her smile unwavering. Brother, is that Saitama truly formidable? She countered, her expression still bright. Long Xiaoyu remembered her puzzlement during his earlier performance. Yet now, she was unable to contain her joy, transforming from the aloof girl into a playful little sister. It's not merely a question of strength. He is that kind of. Long Xiaoyu instinctively continued, but midway realized something was amiss and fell silent, looking at Gu Yuna with exasperation. All right, Gu Yuna. Stop with the filler. Gu Yuna was bewildered. Filler? Seizing the moment, Flinder interjected, in any case, we've found the person. Let us head back. Long Xiaoyu. You are to run 20 laps around the village. Though he didn't fully understand, he merely wanted to ensure everyone was safe. So being knocked out is also my fault? Long Xiaoyu's expression soured, gazing at Flinder with a hint of resentment. Clearly unwilling to accept such punishment, he lamented. I can barely manage 20 laps on the playground. Running 20 laps around the village is a joke. Humph. Isn't this to train your escape abilities? Perhaps someone from the spirit hall will come to your rescue this time, but who knows about the next? Flinder remarked playfully, inherently skeptical of Long Xiaoyu's claims. His unfounded confidence made him believe not a single word of it. I actually just ran into a tree too quickly. Do you believe that, Director? What do you think? Chapter 61, The God of Luck, the Twisted System, the Time Emperor, the Crooked Tree in the presence of Flinder, who was an unwelcome third wheel. The two were unable to engage in any intimate acts, such as a simple embrace, nothing inappropriate. Both felt helpless, particularly Long Xiaoyu, who cited the conspicuousness of today's light bulb. Quickly, he thought, perhaps not. Let us learn from the lesson of the mandala snake. If I make another reckless wish, we might inadvertently attract a 10,000-year soul beast, and that would be disastrous for us. The luck system is not truly omnipotent. Its triggers depend on surrounding conditions. However, under a luck rating of 5, sometimes one can bypass those rules. For instance, Gu Yuna, who should have been peacefully asleep, was abruptly awakened and guided by the system to their side. Thus, even when everything appears tranquil, he dared not wish recklessly. For it could forcibly summon the likes of Emperor Tian, and even the Thousand Flow would be ineffective. Yet, he mused, if only I could acquire an invincible cheat that influences time. While I am already quite powerful, who wouldn't wish to stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine? As for matters concerning time, not even in the Douluo continent, nor in the divine realm, has the author described anything about a deity of time. From the very inception, there were gods of goodness and evil, of life and destruction. Without the passage of time, all would be mere illusions. Ding. Congratulations on achieving the third influence over the world's causality. The wish fulfillment effect is activated, granting you a second martial soul, Time Emperor. The luck rating of 5 remains unaffected, and the luck ceiling is raised to 6. New title, God of Luck. The influence over the world's causality reaches 310. Unlocking the title I call the shots. God of Luck increases the wish fulfillment effect to 20. The realization rate of wild claims rises to 1. The best way to become stronger is to boast. Each one in luck points will enhance both effects by 10. Boom. Oh no. I'm alive. I'm alive. A loud crash echoed as Long Xiaoyu's head collided with a nearby tree, yet he did not fall. Instead, he leaned against Gu Yuna's embrace. Brother, are you all right? Gu Yuna quickly inquired, bewildered by the sudden appearance of the tree. Was this crooked tree here before? Humph. At your age, you still walk without looking where you're going. Flinder mockingly retorted, although he had no idea why the crooked tree had appeared. Witnessing Long Xiaoyu's misfortune was gratifying. Looks like your romantic endeavors have led to trouble. His mind was frazzled. Why couldn't the system just grant his wishes properly each time? What was the point of all this? However, despite his grievances, he expressed his confusion regarding the luck system. How long had it been since he thought of enhancing himself? It was nonsensical. He could have relied on the system. Looking at his limited appearances, he felt utterly humiliated compared to others. Yet, reflecting on the 3 influences over the laws of the world, the first one was obvious. And the second, he mused, likely referred to conjuring the first skill-bearing martial soul, which was his second soul skill. Both were executed under the condition of luck 5. Yet neither had provided a notification. Now, this second martial soul, Time Emperor, a weapon wielded by Tokisaki Kurumi, indeed influences time. How had he not realized this sooner? However, extracting this as a standalone martial soul is indeed formidable. According to my recollection, there are a total of 12 distinct abilities. The first ability allows the user to accelerate time for the target, enabling instantaneous movement. The second ability facilitates time dilation, effectively bringing time to a standstill, allowing traversal between the past and future. Although it only influences an individual's temporal experience, it undeniably ranks as the most exquisite time-related weapon he has ever encountered. Goodness. This system either remains silent or speaks in a manner that astounds. Bestowing him with such immense power, could this truly be wise? It makes him hesitant to criticize the system's self-proclaimed authority. Nonetheless, he feels compelled to voice his thoughts. You are a lucky system, not a divine one. The divine commands let there be light, and light comes forth. Luck should not be a matter of mere happenstance. It seems the system has strayed from its original intent. Ding. The system is preparing for retrieval. But wait, he relishes it. A strong desire to survive, regardless of whether it is luck or divinity. One ought to have an advantage in another world. Just grant him maximum capabilities. Ding. It has taken 6 years to trigger the world's causality 3 times. The host is exceedingly unfortunate, and without enhancement, there is a risk of the host's early demise. Long Xiaoyu. Ahem, some matters are best kept to oneself. What could be more disheartening than being chided by the luck system for one's own misfortunes? Brother, are you all right? As Long Xiaoyu collided with him, he appeared momentarily dazed. Even with Guyu's assistance, his expression remained blank, which prompted concern. I'm fine. I'm fine, Guyu. Let us continue our journey, he responded hastily, suppressing his curiosity about unveiling his second martial soul as he followed closely behind Flinder. After this brief interlude, the trio remained silent, and upon exiting the city gates, they swiftly returned to Shrek Academy, coinciding perfectly with the time when everyone else finished their training and gathered for a meal. Xiaoyu, what does that Saitama look like? Dai Mu Bai inquired, perplexed by the lack of knowledge regarding such a figure in Soto City after his prolonged stay. Reminded by his question, Long Xiaoyu recalled the image of Saitama from his previous life, a hint of embarrassment coloring his face. Well, Saitama, he is bald, and his head resembles a boiled egg. And his eyes? Dai Mu Bai pressed further. His eyes also resemble a boiled egg. And his nose and mouth? He has no nose, and why are you asking so many questions? In any case, he is not someone we can defeat. Perplexed by the inquiries, he shot a displeased glance at Dai Mu Bai. Saitama's appearance struck him as overly simplistic. He quickly attempted to change the subject. Where's Oscar? And Ning Rongrong? It has only been a day since they left, yet it feels like so much has changed. For some reason, Zhao Wu is no longer fixated on Guyu, instead quietly leaning against Tang San. However, Oscar and Ning Rongrong were also absent. Were they not included in the training? The group exchanged glances. Unsure of who might explain the situation, a hint of discomfort crossed their faces until Dai Mu Bai finally spoke up. Last night, the dean. Dai Mu Bai's explanation was detailed, albeit differing slightly from the script, as only Oscar and Ning Rongrong had truly witnessed the dean's confrontation firsthand. Long Xiaoyu furrowed his brow, dissatisfied with Flinder's words. Why must one conform to the masses? As someone who had persevered in his past life, he felt acutely about this. Those lacking ability ultimately had no choice but to align with the crowd. But was Ning Rongrong among the incapable? Clearly not. Wait, Long Xiaoyu, you have returned? Just as they mentioned Ning Rongrong, she approached from a distance. Although others were unclear about the nature of her dispute with the dean, her slightly weary appearance and complex gaze spoke volumes. Otherwise, I was caught by the dean and punished to circle the village 20 times. Long Xiaoyu was at a loss for words. Ning Rongrong's eyes were evidently filled with joy at his return, and he had no intention of showing any displeasure. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong recalled the events of the previous night, and her temper flared instantly. With hands on her hips, she turned her head away. Her noble demeanor unmistakably revealed. Old Ning. Long Xiaoyu attempted to offer comfort. However, as soon as the words escaped his lips, Ning Rongrong erupted in a fit of rage, exclaiming, I am not old. This declaration left Dai Mu Bai and the others utterly astonished. Goodness, is Ning Rongrong so fierce today? She appears entirely different from the literary girl they first encountered. Long Xiaoyu awkwardly remarked, it's not like we're that familiar. Not that close with you. Ning Rongrong, feeling irritable, took her frustrations out on anyone nearby, despite usually enjoying a friendly rapport with Long Xiaoyu. You girl, all right? A young lady from a prominent family has her temper and personality. But do tone it down a bit. Seeing the other party actually take pride in her demeanor, Long Xiaoyu could only manage a wry smile. Feeling a bit tipsy, it was indeed his first encounter with a young lady from a prestigious family. Tone it down? I'm already being very restrained, all right. It's just that Flinder's comments are too harsh. She had expected Long Xiaoyu to empathize with her. But what she received was a response quite akin to Flinder's, which only fueled her anger further. Her face flushed with indignation as she began to address the dean directly, seemingly unwilling to reconcile. Oh, how so? What makes my words harsh? Do you truly believe that with such a disposition, you could find a partner to entrust your back to? With your current restlessness, Each person here will surpass your achievements in the future. Just then, Flinder's voice approached, surprising him with the intensity of the girl's grievances. This was becoming a challenge. However, he was not inclined to surrender easily, with the letter from Ning Zhongju in hand. He was more than willing to engage in a battle of wits with this girl. Good day, Dean. The crowd bowed in unison. Long Xiaoyu noted that Ning Rongrong, despite her earlier bravado, was now somewhat hesitant to confront Flinder directly, likely due to the lingering effects of yesterday's reprimand. Long Xiaoyu observed this scene with concern. Ning Rongrong was still young, and using her seniority to belittle her was something he could not bear. He saw in her a reflection of his own troubled past. The way a teacher should educate a student should never involve shouting or belittling, as it would only foster resentment. Once the formalities were completed, Long Xiaoyu spoke up. Dean, I have 3 questions regarding your statement. This declaration left the audience astonished, and Ning Rongrong's head snapped up, her beautiful face a canvas of surprise. She had been prepared to accept Flinder's criticism, only to find that the very person she had just scolded was now defending her. Flinder, taken aback by Long Xiaoyu's apparent willingness to speak on Ning Rongrong's behalf, furrowed his brow slightly. Speak. With permission granted, Long Xiaoyu exhaled, feeling a sense of urgency in addressing Flinder. After all, he did not consider himself significantly more intelligent than anyone else. Firstly, Ning Rongrong is only 12 years old. Is it abnormal for her to exhibit a bit of pride after being nurtured in a prestigious family? Old Dai, might I ask if you were devoid of such feelings at her age? He posed this question to Flinder before turning to Dai Mu Bai. Indeed. Caught off guard by the question, Dai Mu Bai momentarily recalled his own early attempts to tease Gu Yuna. It was true, Ning Rongrong, as a young lady from a prominent family, was accustomed to a life of luxury, and a bit of temperament seemed hardly surprising. Reflecting on Ning Rongrong, he also remembered how he had been reprimanded by the dean upon his arrival at Shrek Academy, and he nodded awkwardly in agreement. Long Xiaoyu nodded with satisfaction, unconsciously stroking his non-existent white beard once more. He extended his second finger and continued. Secondly, what is the most vital aspect of companionship? Is it cooperation? Individual combat prowess? No, it is the assurance that one can rely on their comrades to guard their backs. I believe the dean shares this sentiment. However, mutual trust within a team cannot be established solely by one's character. It requires a process of adaptation. Just like when I claim I could take down old Dai in one swift strike. Oscar, do you believe that? He suddenly pointed at Oscar, who felt as though he had been reborn as a sloth. Oscar hesitated for a moment, but then his gaze became resolute as he nodded. I do believe. Dai Mu Bai and Long Xiaoyu were momentarily taken aback. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. Dai Mu Bai's expression towards Oscar shifted, growing colder. How could this fellow forget his classmates of several years just because he had found a new companion? Had he no sense of pride? A discussion was imperative once they descended. Long Xiaoyu, at a loss for words, asked again, do you believe I will run 20 laps around the village? The carefully cultivated aura she had built was now shattered. I do not believe it. Upon hearing Long Xiaoyu's intention to run, Oscar shook his head without hesitation. This fellow had asked him to substitute for training just the morning before. How could she possibly run on her own? Indeed, this was the essence of teamwork, mutual adaptation. Go on, please, Flinder remarked, his expression remaining largely unchanged. It was commendable for a student to dare to point out his shortcomings, even if that student was somewhat abrasive. Thirdly, Ning Rongrong was undoubtedly destined to surpass most present in the future. Though she might not be formidable at the moment, she possessed something that others lacked. Her background. The resources of the 7-treasure glazed tile school were evident. To put it bluntly, even if she were indeed a mediocre talent. If the 7-treasure glazed tile school were willing, they would spare no effort to nurture a genius. Here I must ask, who among Tang-san and the others has such privileges? This statement struck a chord with everyone present. There was no denying it. Long Xiaoyu's words were painfully honest. With a powerful backing, who would not rise? At times, one's background can indeed transcend talent and effort. It cannot be said of everyone. But it can certainly be said that some start with advantages that overshadow the majority. As someone who has experienced this firsthand, when you lack opportunities and audacity like that of Ma Baba, having a father akin to Lao Wang is not something to be underestimated. After all, how many can boast of starting a venture with an initial capital of 500 million, to fail and then return to inherit a family conglomerate of such financial might? To put it bluntly, some begin at a point that most can only dream of reaching. Chapter 64. Distribution Ahem. Continuing from where we left off. Let us omit 1,000 words. Time fast-forwarded to the following night. The sky had not yet fully darkened when the group gathered once more, awaiting Flander's instructions. This time, everyone was present. Flander cast a sweeping glance over the assembly, relieved to see all were accounted for. Clearing his throat to signal for silence, he spoke in a solemn tone. Tonight, we will head to the Soto Great Spirit Arena. Dai Mu Bai, you will lead the team. Understood. Upon leaving Shrek Academy, Dai Mu Bai began to elaborate on their plans. Once we arrive at the Soto Great Spirit Arena, we can opt for one-on-one matches, pairs, or group battles. I suggest we go for 2-on-2. Engaging in group battles without prior coordination could lead to disadvantages, and one-on-one may prove too taxing for you novices at first. It would be best for you to team up and refine your cooperation. We can consider one-on-one matches once you have adapted to the combat style here. As he spoke, he glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, his meaning clear. However, Zhu Zhuqing turned her head away, disdainful of meeting his gaze. The icy beauty truly is a tough nut to crack. Oh, Tang Sen nodded, pondering for a moment before continuing. Zhao Wu, let us partner together. With Tang San's words, others began to seek their own partners. Dai Mu Bai, the leader, was the first to cast a flirtatious glance at Long Xiaoyu. For if anyone here was the strongest, it was undoubtedly Dai Mu Bai. Or more accurately, Long Xiaoyu, but with Guyu beside her. How could she possibly team up with him? Go find your new boss. In light of Oscar's earlier disregard, Dai Mu Bai had not forgotten how he had been treated the previous day. Only seeking to curry favor when in need. How naive. Oscar, feeling rejected, awkwardly looked towards Long Xiaoyu, yet dared not speak. Surprisingly, Long Xiaoyu did not reject him, placing a hand on his shoulder with the demeanor of a close friend, and said, Xiao Ao, let's team up. I'll take you flying. But don't you have Guyu? Oscar was taken aback. After spending these days together, he was well aware of the bond between Long Xiaoyu and Guyu. Hearing the invitation felt surreal. Oscar's voice was loud, and upon mentioning Guyu, Long Xiaoyu couldn't help but blush, while Guyu, who had intentionally kept her distance from Long Xiaoyu, also felt her cheeks flush. Oh, that night, what an unfortunate image. Long Xiaoyu, suppressing her embarrassment, explained, Ahem. You know, I tend to be rather forceful. I will need your assistance to revive the opponent later. Was she truly considering a 1-against-2 scenario? Such audacity was somewhat overwhelming, yet it felt oddly acceptable. After all, if this individual could make Zhao Wu Ji concede, would he truly fear opponents of the same rank? What about Xiaona and Zhu Qing? Ning Rongrong found herself in a quandary, initially believing that the pairing of Guyu Na and Long Xiaoyu was a foregone conclusion. But this unexpected twist rendered the three girls somewhat awkward. On the male side, only Dai Mu Bai and Ma Hongjun remained, leaving little room for choice. No worries. I shall go solo. I will also take on the challenge. Both Zhu Qing and Guyu Na declared in unison. The atmosphere grew tense once more. Ning Rongrong lamented that her desire to go solo was impractical. After all, providing support while being the primary firepower would only lead to her downfall. No way, not doing it. It was time to showcase his gentlemanly demeanor. Long Xiaoyu stepped forward earnestly. Ahem, let us pause for a moment. I shall handle this alone. I believe there are few at this level who can truly challenge me. Agreed. Let it be so. The three girls nodded without hesitation. Ladies, a moment of consideration. If you please. The final decision was made. Guyu Na with Oscar, Tang San with Zhao Wu, Dai Mu Bai with Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong with Zhu Qing, and Long Xiaoyu solo. That seems quite ordinary, right? Dai Mu Bai covered his face while glancing over at Zhu Qing. Why must I? Before he could finish his thought, Ma Hongjun placed a hand on Dai Mu Bai's shoulder, being the only one among them who had never witnessed Long Xiaoyu in action. He naturally believed Dai Mu Bai to be the stronger contender. Dai, do look after me. Look after you. Dai Mu Bai nearly cursed. But he restrained himself upon noticing Zhu Qing's presence. Zhu Qing, I don't think Dai Mu Bai is all that bad. Naturally, Ning Rongrong could sense the tension between the two, observing Dai Mu Bai's continual setbacks and feeling a pang of jealousy. Rongrong, do not be deceived by appearances, he's a rogue. Zhu Qing, aware of Dai Mu Bai's dubious past, found it peculiar that she could feel at ease. Although her voice was barely a whisper, those with keen ears could still hear her. Sigh. Why is it that when I genuinely wish to change, no one believes me? Dai Mu Bai sighed deeply. Old Dai, I believe in you. Long Xiaoyu placed a hand on Dai Mu Bai's shoulder, leaning in closer. Xiaoyu, what the? A beautiful woman in bare legs. Where? Just a moment ago. Dai Mu Bai felt one way, but upon hearing Long Xiaoyu's words, he turned instantly, his wolfish gaze revealing his intentions. However, he found nothing but disdainful glances from the crowd. Believe you? Nonsense, you old rascal. Long Xiaoyu, satisfied, patted Dai Mu Bai's shoulder a few more times, a smile of triumph gracing her face. After a moment of silence, Dai Mu Bai spoke again. Xiaoyu, I'll reserve that couple's room at the Rose Hotel for you. Really? Yes. Well, thank you, big brother. However, I'm rather curious, who do you plan to share it with? Of course, it's... He suddenly realized something was amiss, casting a fierce glare at Dai Mu Bai, who was equally fixated on him. Long Xiaoyu, damn, you schemed against me. Dai Mu Bai, it's mutual. Gu Yunao was perplexed, while the other three girls cast disdainful glances at Long Xiaoyu. How could someone so young as Gu Yu even contemplate such actions? They exchanged glances and reached a unanimous conclusion. No man is to be trusted. Tang Xin felt as if he was caught in the crossfire, despite merely lying there. Thus, this group ambled harmoniously down the street. If only the two feuding men behind them could behave themselves. Do you believe I could win over Zhu Qing? Do you believe I could teach Gu Yunao some bizarre intelligence? You must be a devil. Compared to you, I am a paragon of virtue. Chapter 65. Soto Great Soul Arena. Wow. Is that the Soto Great Soul Arena? Zhao Wu exclaimed, pointing at the structure ahead. Indeed. The Soto Great Soul Arena is the second largest arena in the Heaven Do Empire, following the one in the imperial capital, Oscar explained. Though it sounded impressive, he would have preferred to avoid it, as it was hardly a place for an auxiliary soul master to linger. Long Xiaoyu ceased her quarrel with Dai Mu Bai, as she remained deeply intrigued by the architectural wonders of this world. From her vantage point, the Soto Great Soul Arena resembled a grand theater, resplendent with vibrant lights and reminiscent of the solemn edifices of 17th century Rome. The exterior alone evoked a profound sense of awe, as if it were beckoning travelers to approach with reverence. Upon entering, the expansive and luminous interior imparted a sense of grandeur. Brother, why are you following me? After registering, Long Xiaoyu positioned herself firmly beside Oscar, not straying an inch. To her left stood Long Xiaoyu, and to her right, Gu Yu, leaving Oscar in an uncomfortable predicament. Long Xiaoyu felt a flush of embarrassment and snapped. Why are you asking so many questions? Just walk. He refrained from admitting that he was too afraid of getting lost to wander about. After all, he couldn't let his image as the older brother be tarnished in front of everyone. However, the older brother pointed out, you're on the right of the first floor, while we are on the left of the second floor. Where are we now? Having left Oscar's side, he found himself in a state of isolation, facing a battle arena akin to a colossal supermarket, which made Long Xiaoyu's head spin. Excuse me, could you please tell me how to get to this place? Ultimately, he bowed to the demands of reality. He couldn't afford to lose his life in this initial battle due to tardiness. 10 gold soul coins were quite a fortune. The young master gazed at the ticket in Long Xiaoyu's hand, initially puzzled, and then, upon confirming he hadn't misread, scrutinized Long Xiaoyu closely before smiling. Ah, a one-on-one match in Arena 3? Hiki, allow me to escort you. Wow, a kind person. Thank you. Long Xiaoyu exclaimed with delight, feeling fortunate to encounter such benevolence right after stepping out. No need for thanks. With someone to guide him, Long Xiaoyu felt considerably more at ease, though he couldn't quite explain why he trusted this individual, especially since he bore an appearance reminiscent of a villain. The one-on-one arena was bustling with spectators, their applause and cheers mingling with the commentator's voice, while occasionally, one could hear the soul masters on stage roaring in fury, suggesting moments of intense competition. Thank you, brother. After verifying the number on the door, Long Xiaoyu bowed once more in gratitude to the kind stranger, as he never feigned appreciation for those who assisted him. Hee. I am merely helping myself, the young master chuckled before turning and walking away, leaving Long Xiaoyu in a state of confusion. What just happened? Sitting nearby, he pondered until his head felt ready to explode from the effort, ultimately deciding to cast it aside. Bah, whatever, as long as he doesn't covet my body. The competition progressed swiftly, and soon it was Long Xiaoyu's turn. We now commence the 9th match of our third Soul Battle Arena's one-on-one duels, featuring 2 new talents, the 29th level Great Soul Master with a weapon spirit of a cube, Long Xiaoyu, and the 39th level Soul Venerable with a beast spirit, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, Tian Heng. Upon finishing, the host looked at Long Xiaoyu with a glint of amusement, clearly relishing the misfortune of the young contestant, who was at a 10-level disadvantage. What? Wait, host, did you misread? How did a 39-level fighter end up in the Great Soul Master category? Long Xiaoyu questioned, not out of fear, but sheer bewilderment. If this was how the game was played, why bother bullying a great soul master? He might as well target a soul venerable. The outcome would be the same, and soul venerables were likely tougher to defeat. Typically, soul masters were expected to first secure a victory on a platform one level lower than their own, providing a stepping stone for those who were less skilled. However, given that the battle arena only permitted great soul masters as the minimum level, the implications were clear. The host's derisive tone was unmistakable. Had it not been for the lottery that determined the matchups, he might have suspected foul play, as this newcomer's luck had truly hit rock bottom. Long Xiaoyu remained unconcerned, still eagerly inquiring, if I defeat the Soul Sovereign, can I then directly challenge him in the Soul Sovereign arena? To him, Tian Heng was merely a cumbersome obstacle, a mere punching bag. In his estimation, Tian Heng could only draw even with Tang San at best. How could he possibly surpass himself? With the dual martial souls now at his disposal, Long Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming sense of confidence. Meanwhile, Tian Heng, who had yet to take the stage, was momentarily taken aback. He then shook his head with a smile, expressing a sense of helplessness. Has the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family truly lost its grip on others? Long Xiaoyu's words stunned everyone present. Was this young man out of his mind? The blue lightning tyrant dragon family? Did he actually intend to surpass them? However, the host, mindful of appearances, explained, that is certainly not feasible. A soul master cannot represent much. It ultimately depends on one's own strength. Disappointed, Long Xiaoyu responded, all right then. His statement prompted the audience to jeer, and they began placing bets on how long this young man could endure. From 1 move to 5, no bets were placed on Long Xiaoyu defeating Tian Heng. Could we add a bet on Long Xiaoyu defeating Tian Heng? One person suggested, proudly displaying the emblem of the Spirit Hall on his chest, halting those nearby who were about to mock him. A new wager was established. Long Xiaoyu triumphing over Tian Heng was offered at odds of 10 to 1. Brother, how much are you planning to wager? 1,000 gold soul coins, as that is all we brought today. Upon hearing this, the Spirit Hall representative, along with 4 or 5 colleagues, eagerly handed over their contributions, their faces beaming with joy. This expression puzzled the onlookers, who exchanged bewildered glances, conveying their confusion. Even members of the Haotian sect, present at the event, lacked confidence in prevailing under such a disparity in levels. Where did their assurance stem from? Come. Let me see the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul. Long Xiaoyu swiftly ascended the stage, stretching his limbs, but upon seeing his opponent, he froze. You are Tian Heng? Indeed, replied the young man before him, the very one who had brought him here. Long Xiaoyu's expression turned somewhat awkward. Fate certainly had a peculiar sense of humor. What's this? Aren't you supposed to defeat me? Tian Heng chuckled. Well, to be fair, thank you for bringing me here. Rest assured, I shall not embarrass you too much. Long Xiaoyu awkwardly scratched his head, finding it difficult to act against those who had previously aided him. However, with the situation set in motion, he had no choice but to proceed with determination. Hoping to preserve some semblance of dignity and perhaps appear as if he had merely faltered slightly. Chapter 66. The unfitting martial soul. Fortunately, he withheld his thoughts, for it was uncertain how furious Tian Heng would become if his words were unleashed. How audacious! Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the referee declared the commencement of the match. Tian Heng was the first to unleash his martial soul, a pale blue radiance of thunder emanating from his form, accompanied by the resonant roars of a dragon. A dragon-like martial soul, crackling with electricity, coiled around his opponent's body. Alas, not only were the spectators taken aback, but Long Xiaoyu also felt a jolt of shock. The intensity of this display far surpassed that depicted in various animations and novels, instilling within him a sense of trepidation. Truly, this was the so-called premier beast martial soul of Douluo continent. It was time to engage in earnest. As the magical cube in his hand swiftly transformed into the 1,000-blade demon knife, a violet glow radiating forth, seemingly eager for battle. After the initial shock, a smile crept onto his face, prompting a flicker of confusion in Tian Heng. Was he truly unshaken by the pressure of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex? Perhaps he possessed more skill than anticipated. Brother, did we act too soon? Observing the formidable aura, the group who had previously wagered on the martial soul palace grew restless. Clearly unaccustomed to such a display. Enough with the chatter, focus on profit, someone interjected, reminding them of the task at hand. The atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence. Even the previously inquisitive young man ceased his inquiries. The events of that day had become an enigma within the martial soul palace. Rumors circulated of someone who had drunkenly divulged secrets, only for both the storyteller and the listeners to meet inexplicable fates the following day. In light of such circumstances, he dared not voice his questions, fearing the next moment might find him in a perilous situation. Let me see how long you can endure. With those words, Tian Heng unleashed the full force of his thunderous power, his speed doubling, and in less than 2 breaths, he was upon Long Xiaoyu. System, I must emerge victorious. Long Xiaoyu shouted directly, deciding to set a flag just in case. With the enchanted blade, Qianren, drawn forth, she advanced rather than retreating, charging directly at Tian Heng. Clang. The effect of manifesting one's desires was triggered. A blade? Humph. No matter how formidable the weapon, it is but an illusion in the face of lightning. Sizzle. Boom. Tian Heng's arm collided directly with Long Xiaoyu's blade, the resilient dragon scales instilling him with unwavering confidence in his defense. Indeed, without any enhancements, Long Xiaoyu was sent flying, a tingling sensation coursing through her body, confirming that elemental attacks were indeed formidable adversaries. Second martial soul, Kiki Emperor. A dual martial soul? As Tian Heng prepared to pursue, he was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the peculiar transformation of the weapon in Long Xiaoyu's grasp. A dual martial soul? No wonder she was so audacious. However, even with a dual martial soul, she should only be able to utilize one martial soul's ability at a time, right? No, my magic cube can merely change forms. This is simply a new manifestation. Long Xiaoyu had long since prepared his words. As long as he did not reveal his martial soul ring, no one would discern the truth of his claims. With the gunpowder firearm in hand, he pressed the muzzle against his shoulder. Bang! As the trigger was pulled, a gunshot echoed from his grasp, yet it inflicted no harm upon his body. Long Xiaoyu merely felt a peculiar force seemingly surge into his being. One shot, the target's time accelerates. Whoosh! With a single step forward, he vanished, only to reappear with a fist crashing forcefully into Tian Heng's abdomen. Pooh! Cough, cough. Tian Heng was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the situation. How could he not perceive his own speed? In truth, while Tian Heng had enhanced his own capabilities, Long Xiaoyu had contracted his perception of time. For instance, in a 100-meter dash, while Tian Heng exerted all his strength to complete it in 10 seconds, Long Xiaoyu required 15. However, now he had effectively diminished the intervening duration, retaining only the initial and final moments, erasing the rest. Bang! A kick was launched once more, yet this time, the opponent was on guard. Although confused, Tian Heng knew this was not the moment for questions. He was not raised in a pampered environment. Being hailed as a dual genius of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, his dedication was evident. Despite the strangeness of Long Xiaoyu's abilities, he quickly regained his composure. Use your soul skills, otherwise, you shall undoubtedly suffer a crushing defeat, Long Xiaoyu stated coldly, aiming the gun at Tian Heng. The Kiki Emperor, even without the support of a soul ring, could unleash 12 extraordinary abilities. No, it was beyond the realm of conventional martial souls. Such a manifestation should not exist in this world. It is truly difficult for Long Xiaoyu to fathom the terrifying capabilities that would arise from the combination of this entity with 900,000-year soul abilities. Is this the manner in which you wish to compel me to employ my soul skills? Bang! No sooner had Tian Heng uttered his words than Long Xiaoyu unleashed her weapon. The moment the bullet made contact with Tian Heng's body, it vanished into thin air. Before Tian Heng could fully comprehend the situation, Long Xiaoyu was already on the move once more, and this time, he perceived her. What astonishing speed! Bang! Another kick. It sent Tian Heng flying. Yet Long Xiaoyu's meticulous prowess lacked the enhancement of a soul ring, thus the impact on time was not overly significant. Tian Heng was still able to brace himself. The first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. His decision was resolute, although he could not grasp what his opponent had done. As long as he could discern the trajectory, he could launch his attack. The fifth bullet, encountering a fleeting glimpse of the future. Bang! Dodge to the left. Long Xiaoyu deftly maneuvered past Tian Heng's assault, landing another powerful punch. Coughing, he exclaimed, how could this be? With 2 strikes targeting the same spot. Tian Heng crumpled to the ground, the blue currents surrounding him dissipating significantly, his expression grim. He found it hard to believe that this seemingly inconspicuous level 29 soul master had managed to best him twice. Impossible. Once Tian Heng initially repelled Long Xiaoyu, many spectators believed the outcome was already determined. Yet, what followed was a spectacle they would not soon forget. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex was being pummeled. Hey! Don't just lie there. Get up. A furious shout broke the tension, awakening the crowd's realization. Indeed, Tian Heng seemed off. His attempts to block Long Xiaoyu's kick were alarmingly sluggish, as if he was deliberately allowing the blow. Yes, go for it. Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Smash your opponent. The audience rallied, and Tian Heng's countenance darkened further upon hearing the taunts. What did they mean by acting? If they were to face such an adversary, they would understand. He was infuriated. Just because he remained composed didn't he imply Long Xiaoyu would do the same. Damn it, how did I not foresee this? Betting on me. I should have wagered on myself. This is a golden opportunity. Unlike Tang San, who sometimes saved on expenses, he spent lavishly. In this otherworldly realm, he had no intention of depriving himself as he had in his past life. Chapter 67, Hammer of Thunder Second Soul Skill. Thunderclap. Let us see how you evade this. He called upon another version of himself from a past timeline, albeit one lacking the immense power of the original. As Long Xiaoyu fired his weapon, a shadow emerged, revealing another identical Long Xiaoyu. How absurd. I'm sabotaging myself. The past version of Long Xiaoyu appeared bewildered, but upon witnessing the cascading thunderbolts and his future self taking refuge behind him, he couldn't help but curse. Crack. No sooner had he spoken than a bolt of lightning struck him, sending him into convulsions before he collapsed, retreating back into the shadow. Meanwhile, the present Long Xiaoyu stood up slowly, gazing at his seemingly unyielding counterpart, unable to suppress a gasp of sympathy. It looked excruciating, even though he wasn't physically injured. The scent of scorched flesh wafting from his past self made his heart ache. What was done was done. There was nothing worth clinging to in the past. The eighth bullet served to extract a shadow from his journey of growth, bringing it to the present to absorb the attacks before discarding it. After the moment of sympathy, he playfully regarded Tian Heng, twirling his flintlock pistol with finesse, amused by the bewildered expression on his opponent's face. This was overwhelmingly advantageous. Long Xiaoyu was thoroughly pleased with his formidable weapon. What's happening? I clearly struck. Tian Heng was perplexed, having never encountered such a bizarre phenomenon. Just how many abilities did this man still possess? The atmosphere fell silent. The announcer was at a loss for words to describe the unfolding events. What should have been a one-sided affair had transformed into something entirely different. If you want to attack, then I shall. First bullet. Boom. Long Xiaoyu surged forward, vanishing and reappearing in an instant. Bang. The force of this punch landed squarely on the dragon scales adjacent to Tian Heng. Even in a state of bewilderment, Tian Heng was acutely aware of his predicament, his expression darkening. With a sudden motion, his other hand seized hold of his opponent's. Let us see how you evade this, he declared, as bolts of lightning surged around him, a glint of madness glimmering in his eyes. Bang! The fourth shot rang out, time reversing. The sound of gunfire mingled with the thunderous crackle of Tian Heng's tempest. How about this? You relinquish your lightning, and I shall forsake my abilities. And we shall engage in hand-to-hand combat? The first to fall shall be deemed the loser. The voice of Long Xiaoyu echoed from a distance, leaving Tian Heng momentarily bewildered. What was happening? When had he lost control? The lightning continued to surge around him, striking the arena floor and leaving it charred, while Long Xiaoyu stood calmly on the opposite side, observing him. Enough of this back and forth, she said with a hint of resignation. Your lightning is beyond my means to counter, and my abilities are equally inscrutable to you. It would be wiser for us to step back. Long Xiaoyu was taken aback by the formidable strength of the Soul Sovereign's body, especially one clad in protective dragon scales like Tian Heng. Without relinquishing his grip on the moment, he felt utterly powerless against his opponent. You expect me to yield? Dream on. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan is not one to be trifled with. With that declaration, he unleashed his third soul skill, Dragon's Fury. The moment the words left his lips, his purple soul ring ignited, and a tremendous force surged from within him. The dragon scales adorning his body gradually transformed into a pale blue hue, each scale radiating vitality and power. He would not allow himself to compromise before an inconsequential rival, especially one 10 levels beneath him. Goodness, is the pride of a prominent family so inflated? Long Xiaoyu was momentarily awestruck by the imposing presence of Tian Heng, her heart racing uncontrollably. Yet, she harbored no fear of defeat. The system had assured her victory, and thus, it was destined to be. She retracted the Kiki Emperor into her grasp, and the magic cube subsequently transformed, morphing into a petite hammer. One side was a muted gray, while the other glimmered in silver, a mere half-finished creation. A soft cerulean aura of soul power enveloped it, giving the seemingly ordinary square hammer an air of significance. as the crackling lightning it bore could not be overlooked, invoking a sense of trepidation. Although still incomplete and far from being Thor, the time had come to proclaim the might of the hammer. Long Xiaoyu raised his hammer high, deliberately delaying the completion of Thor's hammer. With the cautionary tale of Aatrox in mind, he was genuinely concerned that he would be unable to wield it upon its completion. More crucially, he feared he might not even be able to forge it at all, for Thor's hammer was crafted from materials extracted from the core of an extinguished star. As commanded by the god King Odin, in comparison, Aatrox's demonic sword seemed almost trivial. Crack! The surrounding power of thunder surged swiftly, extinguishing the lights and causing a momentary uproar among the spectators, though calm soon returned. The two pale blue figures in the arena captivated their attention. Tian Heng, feeling the rise of lightning energy within him, had not fought at full strength for quite some time. He had believed victory was assured, but he paused, staring at Long Xiaoyu, bewildered. Was he truly playing with electricity? Did he intend to determine the outcome through a storm of thunder? Even Tian Heng, known for his generally amiable demeanor, could not contain his anger. He had never witnessed anyone daring enough to toy with electricity in the presence of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. The power of thunder surged within him once more. Crack! The lightning wreaked havoc on the nearby objects, compelling even the host to hide, peeking out cautiously. Was this truly a battle between a great soul master and a soul elder? This was absurd. They pleaded for mercy upon the novice. Even those who had placed their bets were left astounded by the spectacle before them. No wonder the Spirit Hall had so confidently backed this young man. He was an anomaly. Given the lackluster nature of the Great Soul Master battles, the Soto Great Soul Arena had only implemented basic protective measures, inadvertently benefiting Long Xiaoyu and Tian Heng as they voraciously absorbed the surrounding electrical energy. May I have your attention? Huh? Why has it gone dark? Where are you? Guyu? Be gentle. I can't see anything. Don't let them cause an accident. Rong, stay vigilant. Yes. Meanwhile, in Dai Mu Bai's corner. Damn you, Phoenix Fireline. You little brat, are you seeking death? You'll have to get past me first. White Tiger transformation. Returning to Long Xiaoyu and Tian Heng. Both were in perfect harmony, refraining from striking first. After a prolonged moment of charging their powers, they finally reached their zenith. Are you ready? Long Xiaoyu asked. His face slightly pale, yet his tone remained resolute. His arm ached from holding the pseudo-Thor's hammer, which had reached its limits, aided by his second soul skill, maximizing its potential. Humph. Come. Tian Heng wasted no time. He could no longer hold back. He charged forward, each step leaving a charred mark on the ground. The lightning energy coursing through him was more than sufficient to obliterate a soul master of the 40th rank. It was laughable that he was forced into such a position against a mere great soul master. Yet, gazing at the hammer above Long Xiaoyu's head, he felt compelled to unleash his full might. The two pale blue figures drew nearer, and Long Xiaoyu's hand began to descend slowly. For the honor of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, this strike is solely to validate the name of Thor. In an instant, two arcs of blue lightning collided, a blinding white light enveloping the entire arena. No one could discern what transpired within. The energies intertwined and consumed one another, neither party gaining the upper hand. Tian Heng could feel that the opponent's lightning was equally matched with his own, and his heart surged with tumult. He knew this individual possessed other strange abilities, certainly not specializing solely in lightning, and the disparity in their levels was evident. How could they be evenly matched in such a scenario? Brother, your output is quite perplexing. You are formidable, Tian Heng admitted, unable to hide his admiration. What did you say? I can't hear you. The incessant crackling of lightning seemed to impair Long Xiaoyu's hearing, prompting him to shout back at Tian Heng. I said you were strong. Speak louder. I can't hear. Frustrated, Tian Heng readied himself and bellowed. I said, you are strong. Got it. Long Xiaoyu smiled, seizing the fleeting moment of distraction from her opponent, and brought her mighty hammer crashing down once more. Thunderous roars erupted, transforming the previous stalemate into an aggressive assault directed at Tian Heng, who stood in stunned disbelief. How clever am I? By the heavens! You deceived me. Tian Heng let out a final, defiant roar. Boom. The electric storm engulfing the arena detonated instantaneously, as Long Xiaoyu's last strike sent both the lightning and Tian Heng reeling backward. As the dust settled, she stood alone, gasping for breath, her head tilted toward the sky. With the brilliance of the lightning still illuminating the scene, she glanced at Tian Heng, who lay on the ground, struggling and equally disheveled. Long Xiaoyu couldn't help but click her tongue, pondering whether it was truly necessary to exert herself so fiercely for 10 soul coins. That tattered outfit of his must be worth at least 100 gold soul coins. She decided that next time, she would refrain from such endeavors. It was simply not worth the cost. Referee announced, "Huh? Where's the referee?" Just as she intended to call for the referee to declare the outcome, she realized the surroundings had plunged into darkness, not a single voice to be heard. Click. The backup power was activated, and the referee, observing the figure that had been thrown out of the ring, though somewhat disheveled and cloaked in shadows, could still discern that the torn clothing unmistakably belonged to Tian Heng. In this match, Long Xiaoyu emerges victorious. His announcement seemed to jolt everyone back to reality. Gazing at the figure on stage, no one dared to mock anymore. Even those who had lost their bets felt it was worthwhile to witness such a monumental battle. Only Tian Heng himself appeared unable to accept this truth, pounding the ground in frustration, his heart heavy with regret. "You are formidable. Had you not resorted to underhanded tactics, I might have truly been defeated." Just then, Long Xiaoyu's voice rang out beside him, resonating loudly in the hushed atmosphere, allowing every ear to catch her words. "Blue electric Tyrannosaurus, I deem you the mightiest beast martial soul." Long Xiaoyu spoke again, her demeanor earnest. She assured that face would indeed be given. However, leaning closer, she whispered into Tian Heng's ear, her voice akin to a devil's murmur. "At your age, still engaging in a brawl while exchanging pleasantries with your opponent?" This remark incited a rush of blood to Tian Heng's face, his eyes wide with indignation as he stared at Long Xiaoyu. "How dare you say that? Clearly, extolling others is not a forte of mine." Long Xiaoyu observed the flustered expression on his face, though she covered her mouth. The upward curve of her lips betrayed her amusement. After her bout of mockery, she extended her hand, intending to assist him. Indeed, Tian Heng could be considered a prodigy. And who would not wish to associate with such talent? "Well, it is not unjust to be defeated by me," Long Xiaoyu remarked casually, waving her hand in the air to urge him to hurry. Next time, I shall persist." Tian Heng, who was not one to shy away from defeat, acknowledged that he had indeed fallen for her ploy this time. However, upon further reflection, if she were of his caliber, would there even be a chance to deceive him? He dared not ponder further. In any case, he resolved to train diligently upon returning. It was evident that in this world, there are always those more formidable than oneself. Suit yourself. How about a wager for next time? If I win, I gain nothing. What's the motivation? Long Xiaoyu lamented, gesturing to her tattered garments before Tian Heng, her meaning unmistakable. "You still harbor hopes of victory? I believe I have nearly deciphered your martial soul. Next time, it remains uncertain who shall emerge victorious," Tian Heng retorted, confident that he would not fall into the same trap twice. "Deciphered, have you? Make sure you come prepared with ample funds next time. A minimum wager of 10,000 gold soul coins is required. Only with stakes can one find the thrill of the game." After Long Xiaoyu finished speaking, she turned and walked outside, waving her hand with an air of nonchalance, leaving no trace behind. To fathom? I lack the confidence to assert that I fully understand my martial soul, for the number of potential transformations remains a mystery. Perhaps next time, I could conjure a bone spirit cold fire and engage him in a contest? I am no longer afraid of revealing anything. If questioned, I would simply respond with ignorance. By now, Salus should have already reported my situation to the higher-ups. The sword demon has been exposed. What more could I possibly reveal? Regardless, even if I were to expose myself, who among you could devise a strategy against me? He cannot even perceive his own weaknesses. If I must articulate one, it would be my insatiable appetite. How marvelous it would be if I could summon food at will. Tian Heng pondered for a moment upon hearing this. Considering that a single opportunity to spar with a skilled opponent could be quite valuable, and perhaps I could even forge an alliance. Weighing the pros and cons, he raised his head and said, "All right, where do you reside? I shall seek you out tomorrow." Suddenly, he stumbled and braced himself against the wall. His previously suave demeanor shattered. "What now?" Long Xiaoyu quickly interjected. It's a secret. We shall inevitably meet again at the Soul Arena. My frail constitution cannot endure such tumult indefinitely. Ding. The effect of wish fulfillment has been triggered. System, which one did you activate? Will we meet again? Or is my body simply incapable of withstanding such strain? This is quite the trickery. Who prompted you to activate it now? Chapter 69, Level Up. This troublesome system leaves me utterly exhausted. Brother, Xiaoyu. Just as he was lamenting, Gu Yuna and others approached, seemingly much quicker than Long Xiaoyu. Have you all arrived so swiftly? Long Xiaoyu was somewhat taken aback. Upon careful counting, he realized that everyone was indeed much faster than him. In the darkened Soto Great Spirit Arena, a sense of trepidation enveloped the crowd as they speculated whether their opponents were employing any bizarre abilities, leading them to opt for swift resolutions in their battles. Dai Mu Bai elucidated the situation, but upon noticing Long Xiaoyu's tattered beggaress attire, he couldn't help but express his astonishment, inquiring, Xiaoyu, what happened? Have you been bested by someone of your own rank? Dai Mu Bai's question resonated with the thoughts of the onlookers, who turned their gazes toward Long Xiaoyu, anticipating an explanation. It was hard to fathom that someone could actually hold Long Xiaoyu at a disadvantage. How could I possibly be defeated? After recounting the events, Long Xiaoyu glossed over the details of the fight but emphasized the formidable blue lightning tyrant dragon, prompting gasps of disbelief from the crowd. They were astonished to learn that the blackout in the spirit arena had been caused by a soul ancestor. How terrifying. That lightning element is truly vexing. Meanwhile, Tian Heng had just stepped out when he was immediately surrounded by Douluo and her companions. Upon observing their gait, none dared to call him Tian Heng. Tian Heng, what happened? Have you been defeated by a soul ancestor? Douluo exclaimed, covering her mouth in disbelief. How could he have been overpowered by a grand soul master? Douluo's words made Tian Heng's face twitch. He could accept being defeated by a soul ancestor, but the thought of Long Xiaoyu's smug grin nearly made him choke on his own blood. Cough, cough. No, please don't ask. I need to train diligently. Yan, you should team up with Lingling for now. With no face left to endure the embarrassment of having been toyed with by a grand soul master, he brushed past Douluo and left alone. Douluo was momentarily stunned, and the others were equally perplexed by Tian Heng's state. After exchanging glances, they chose not to pry further. If he wished to keep it a secret, they would not press the matter. Upon returning from Soto City and after hearing Long Xiaoyu's account, everyone seemed dissatisfied with their current strengths. The blue lightning tyrant dragon was indeed formidable, and it was clear that it was no ordinary opponent capable of drawing such a reaction from Long Xiaoyu. By the next day, after a night of indulgence, Long Xiaoyu's spirit power had unexpectedly surged to level 30. Wow, boss, Dai, I've reached level 30. Oscar exclaimed excitedly. Achieving level 30 in spirit power at the age of 14 was indeed an astonishing feat, filling him with immense pride and giving him newfound confidence in pursuing Ning Rongrong. Very good, Xiaoyao, you've worked hard. It seems that beautiful women truly inspire greatness, Dai Mu Bai praised, giving Oscar a pat on the shoulder. It was indeed a remarkable achievement for a food-type support soul master to reach such heights. Well done, Xiaoyao. I didn't expect you to catch up to me. Long Xiaoyu also offered his praise, albeit in a rather peculiar manner. Catch up? Xiaoyu, you wouldn't. The one who is involved is often confused, while the bystander sees clearly. Dai Mu Bai suddenly realized, his gaze toward Long Xiaoyu filled with an oddity. At merely 12 years old and at level 30. Must it be so terrifying? I wonder what abilities I might acquire this time. Long Xiaoyu chuckled carefreely. His laughter made Dai Mu Bai and his companion feel inexplicably uneasy. A monster. Boss, look, you already have Guyu and Ning Rongrong is. Oscar quickly chimed in, trying to ingratiate himself, feeling entirely unremarkable in comparison to Long Xiaoyu, as if his pursuit of Ning Rongrong had become hopeless. Relax, relax. Ning Rongrong is not my type. You needn't worry, Long Xiaoyu reassured, patting his companion's shoulder with a comforting glance. Even if he wished for it, he feared Guyu would not spare him. After Long Xiaoyu and Oscar informed Flanders about their breakthroughs, he was mentally prepared for Oscar's advancement. However, Long Xiaoyu, he couldn't help but take a closer look. A rebellious spirit, indeed, but he had not anticipated such prodigious talent. You both are impressive, Xiaoyao. I have a rough idea about your martial soul, but Xiaoyu, you. Flanders began, explaining that the soul skills dropped by soul beasts generally follow a pattern. A conclusion drawn by predecessors. He had already made arrangements for Oscar, but Long Xiaoyu, being so new to it all, he had yet to conceptualize this breakthrough. Alas, it seemed he would not be able to rest tonight. As for me, though my martial soul possesses 3 forms, it is not so straightforward. The cube martial soul remains an enigma to me. It seems capable of transforming into more than just 3 forms. Yet, based on my previous experiences and the master's guidance, I believe it will lean more towards soul skills that enhance attributes or fortify oneself. In truth, Long Xiaoyu had already gleaned some insights regarding his 3rd soul skill, but he needed to find a soul beast with a compatible attribute to increase the likelihood of activating the luck system. Beyond mere conjecture, Each activation of the luck system is contingent upon the presence of similar entities in the vicinity, such as his victory over Tian Heng, which was predicated on employing the Thunder God's hammer. If he refrained from using it, it would be tantamount to conceding defeat, and he could not fault the system. Conversely, if he did employ it, even neglecting Tian Heng would ultimately result in his lightning prowess overpowering the opponent. This is but one of the potential outcomes, albeit made inevitable by the system. More than 3 forms. Attributes that enhance, fortify oneself. Very well, you may descend for now. I shall ponder this. Tomorrow, you and Tang Sen shall accompany Zhao Wu Ji to the Douluo forest. Flanders was first taken aback, then fell into deep contemplation for a considerable time before nodding in agreement, deeming such soul beasts should not be overly difficult to locate. Yet, could it truly be more than 3 forms? How terrifying. In the realm of martial souls, it is said that heaven is fair, with no martial soul deemed the strongest. But now, indeed, yes, Oscar readily concurred, yet Long Xiaoyu lowered his head, responding softly. Upon returning home, he intended to suggest to Gu Yu that she feign illness. The Douluo forest was her domain of slumber, and according to the plot, the Titan giant ape would emerge to wreak havoc. If Gu Yu were to go, he genuinely feared that it might draw out deity as well. Unwilling for Gu Yu to encounter soul beasts, he was even more averse to the idea of anyone snatching her away from him. Chapter 70. There is no land that cannot be cultivated, only exhausted oxen. Upon hearing that Oscar and Long Xiaoyu had reached level 30, the others displayed astonishment. It was all too swift. After offering their congratulations, Ning Rongrong regarded Long Xiaoyu with an expression that seemed somewhat peculiar, while Tang San, after congratulating him, resumed his training, seemingly intent on catching up with Long Xiaoyu. In the stillness of the night, as most returned to their dormitories to rest and prepare for the next day's expedition to the Douluo forest, Long Xiaoyu stealthily invited Gu Yu out once more. Though both felt a tinge of embarrassment, the events of that night lingered in their hearts. They remained silent for a moment. Long Xiaoyu was the first to speak. Gu Yu, tomorrow we shall venture into the Douluo forest to hunt. You. He paused, gazing at her. He did not wish for her to go, yet he felt reluctant to impose too much. Gu Yu had grown up. He could no longer oversee her as a guardian would. After a moment of contemplation regarding Long Xiaoyu's words, her enchanting violet eyes met his once more, and she voiced her thoughts. Brother, why can't I approach the spirit beasts? You know me. Before she could finish, Long Xiaoyu swiftly covered her small mouth with his hand. Shoo, it is precisely because I am aware that I do not wish for you to draw near. I fear the awakening of your memories. As for when she realized she was a spirit master, was it upon obtaining her first spirit ring? Or was it when she encountered Zhao Wu? Perhaps she had known all along. Nevertheless, such matters seemed trivial. Fear. Gu Yu was even more puzzled. In any case, let us remain as we are for now, free from any worries, joyful and together, without the burden of thoughts. Long Xiaoyu found herself unable to divulge the memories she held to Gu Yu. Perhaps ignorance is bliss in certain matters. After locking eyes, she embraced her companion tightly. Gu Yu's form remained exquisitely soft, evoking an irresistible desire to hold on, instilling a fear that such a feeling might one day vanish. Brother, if I were to recall something, would it bring you harm? Gu Yu spoke in a hushed tone. In Xiaoyu's warm embrace, she felt a profound sense of security. Even amidst her current confusion and uncertainty, Gu Yu extended her arms and reciprocated the embrace, feeling reassured by Xiaoyu's presence, as if no ill fate could befall them. Harm? Ha! We bear no deep-seated grudges. Why would I wish to harm you? I simply wish for you to remain by my side. Long Xiaoyu let out a bitter smile. The system could not manipulate a person's emotions. Even if it could, what difference would it make compared to a mere puppet on strings? He feared that once Gu Yu's memories fully awakened, she would return to the spirit beast side, and his current strength was insufficient to wrest her back from Dition. Well, brother, I won't leave, Gu Yu said, as the two reluctantly embraced, their gazes locked in a profound connection. Her violet eyes remained captivating, and Long Xiaoyu's face gradually leaned closer. Are you trying to show off your affection? Absolutely not. Brother, where are you? Oscar. The brilliant light bulb made his grand entrance. His words instantly made Long Xiaoyu uneasy, prompting him to hastily distance himself from Gu Yu. He was not yet capable of kissing the one he cherished in front of a glaring light bulb. His eyes burned with anger. When would he truly develop an alluring gaze like Malzahar's? He would certainly give that girl a death stare. Little AO, what is it? You seem rather urgent. If you can't articulate it clearly, I might as well lie down and go back today, Long Xiaoyu replied, his tone distinctly displeased. It's nothing. Big brother. Please, continue. I apologize for the interruption. Oscar awkwardly retreated, thinking to himself how unfortunate his luck was. Being targeted by Long Xiaoyu was a disaster. Are you suggesting you want to lie down and go back? Long Xiaoyu had already taken out the magic cube, and upon witnessing the situation, Oscar could hardly be oblivious to it. He took off running, as fast as his legs could carry him. Gu Yuna, observing the antics of the two, could not help but smile. Indeed, it was a delightful moment. There was no need for overthinking. Just as she was about to bid farewell, the softness of her lips left her momentarily dazed. After dispelling the metaphorical light bulb, Long Xiaoyu had no intention of letting Gu Yuna off easily. However, this kiss lingered longer than expected. Long Xiaoyu, having tasted sweetness once, showed no restraint. Yet, Gu Yuna could not tolerate such insistent advances. Her cheeks flushed as she forcefully pushed him away and turned to leave, leaving Long Xiaoyu smiling, still yearning for more. The following day, Gu Yuna stayed at Shrek Academy under the pretense of nearing a breakthrough. Since Xiaoyu was unwilling to let her approach the soul beasts, she decided to keep her distance. Zhao Wu Ji departed first, leaving Dai Mu Bai in charge. Soto City was in close proximity to the Stardow Forest, and along the way, Ning Rongrong and Oscar continuously utilized the 7 treasure, glazed tile, and sausages to assist the group. Thus, the strongest two in the team. Dai Mu Bai carried Oscar while Long Xiaoyu bore Ning Rongrong, significantly increasing the group's pace. Before nightfall, they had already traversed 400 miles and stopped in a small town for a brief respite. Oh dear, I'm utterly exhausted. Let us rest quickly. As soon as they arrived in the town, Long Xiaoyu set Ning Rongrong down and began to stretch her sore back. Please don't take this too seriously. What will happen to Gu Yuna's happiness if I tire myself out? Am I as fragile as a twig? Dai Lauda is carrying Oscar without complaint. And you grumble about carrying a girl? Ning Rongrong was quite irked, her delicate crescent-shaped brows slightly furrowed as she pouted and admonished Long Xiaoyu for his rudeness. Long Xiaoyu felt quite embarrassed. To suggest that the other person was not heavy implied a weakness in her own physique. However, to assert that they were heavy could be perceived as an invitation for trouble, placing her in a predicament. Dai Mu Bai, aware of Zhu Zhuqing's presence, refrained from any reckless actions, while Oscar, as a support soul master, found himself unable to take the lead despite his intentions. Just as Tang San was about to step forward, he was unexpectedly embraced by Xiao Wu. Third brother, I am so tired. To him, it was evident that Xiaoyu was merely putting on an act, and Xiao Wu had no intention of relinquishing her hold on Tang San. As events unfolded, Ma Hongjun sensed an opportunity. He thumped his chest and approached with an air of bravado, declaring, rescuing a brother from dire straits is the fundamental principle of brotherhood. Xiaoyu, allow me to share this burden with you. Long Xiaoyu wore a joyous expression, allowing herself to relax, for otherwise she truly felt exhausted. However, Ning Rongrong appeared unyielding in her intentions. Xiaoyu, there is no land that cannot be tilled, only oxen that tire. Are you certain you are truly fatigued? Ning Rongrong mockingly remarked as she playfully nudged Long Xiaoyu's back. After Long Xiaoyu had defended against Flanders adversity, Ning Rongrong's initial resolve to amend her ways dissipated. Xiaoyu was indeed correct. She was still young, and who among them had not experienced a period of youthful rebellion? Chapter 71. Songhui Academy. Exhausted oxen. How can anyone endure this? Without hesitation, Long Xiaoyu hoisted Ning Rongrong onto her back once more, her hands securely grasping the smooth contours of her companion's legs. Her eyes brimming with vitality. Old Dai, let us continue our journey. The group fell silent. Even the most seasoned drivers must yield before a female driver. No, let us rest here for the night. Traveling in the dark can lead to mishaps, Dai Mu Bai suggested. Agreed. The others concurred, acknowledging that while having energy was commendable, it could have been better utilized earlier. The quaint town was not particularly large, predominantly consisting of shops and inns, clearly constructed to cater to those venturing into the Stardow Forest. Oh, you've arrived so swiftly? As they entered, they coincidentally encountered Zhao Wu Ji, who regarded the group with astonishment. Their pace was indeed remarkable. He had scarcely settled as a soul saint when they appeared. After a brief explanation, Zhao Wu Ji was thoroughly impressed, noting that the food system combined with the 7 treasures glazed tile was exceptionally efficient. He nodded in approval of their teamwork. This squad seemed to be developing quite well, and this hunting expedition could lead to substantial growth for them. All right, go and dine. After your meal, ensure you rest well. Tomorrow morning, I expect you all to be in peak condition as we head to the Stardew Forest. Yes, after securing their rooms. The group hastily gathered around a large round table, the stark emptiness of the tabletop evoking a sense of a round table conference. Let us order quickly. I've had my fill of sausages for the day. Long Xiaoyu tossed the menu directly to the three girls, asserting that a modicum of gentlemanly decorum must be upheld during a meal. The others nodded in agreement, as Long Xiaoyu articulated their unvoiced sentiments. Lao Dai Lao Ning, you two affluent gentlemen must treat us, he added with a mischievous grin, lightening the atmosphere at the table. At that moment, Ning Rongrong became adorably haughty, seizing her opportunity to counter Long Xiaoyu. Aren't you the one who complained about my weight? She retorted playfully. Well, one thing at a time, she continued. I'll take care of the bill, as a proper welcome for all of you. Watching the banter unfold, Dai Mu Bai chuckled. What a straightforward fellow you are, Boss Dai. They had arrived early, a couple of hours ahead of schedule, but Long Xiaoyu's endless prattling delayed their meal. It was only midway through dining that the group from Tsanghui Academy finally appeared. The 8 of them were dressed splendidly, yet only one girl stood out, much to Long Xiaoyu's dismay. Nevertheless, this singular girl was indeed striking. Although Ning Rongrong and her friends were all 12, still in their blossoming youth. The girl from Tsanghui Academy exuded a mature charm that was hard to overlook. As the girl basked in the attention of her peers, she became all the more captivating. Ma Hongjun was utterly entranced. Lao Dai, isn't she quite ample and fair? Long Xiaoyu murmured softly. Indeed, Dai Mu Bai replied, nodding instinctively, only to sense an unsettling shift when he turned back to Long Xiaoyu, who was wearing a cheeky grin. His gaze then fell on Zhu Zhuqing. Rongrong, Xiao Wu look. That's a man, Zhu Zhuqing remarked, her eyes filled with disappointment as she pointed at Dai Mu Bai. Dai Mu Bai's expression dulled as he realized he and Long Xiaoyu could never be true companions. Zhuqing, let me explain. Tsanghui Academy cannot compare to you. Dai Mu Bai hastily defended, his voice rising unintentionally. Oh, a cake! Long Xiaoyu exclaimed, genuinely surprised by Dai Mu Bai's lack of composure, as he had easily revealed everything with a mere tease. The leading teacher from Tsanghui Academy appeared visibly displeased. Regardless of their previous discussions, the notion that their academy was inferior to others was intolerable. He leaned towards his students, muttering a few words, and they quickly grasped the situation. Their seats were not far from Long Xiaoyu and his group, with hostility palpable in the air. This is going to be entertaining, Ma Hongjun remarked, gnawing on a chicken leg. Why? Isn't it about to escalate? Tang Sen hesitated, then leaned closer to whisper. The principle says that a soul master who does not provoke trouble is not a true soul master. And those who dare to challenge a soul master academy are the safest. Worst case, it's just a brawl. Long Xiaoyu observed the unfolding events with interest, inching closer to the girls while watching how Dai Mu Bai and Tang San would react, reminiscing about the original narrative. According to the plot, the first provocation was directed at Dai Mu Bai, and before Tang San could employ his control techniques, Dai Mu Bai was already in action, sending the assailant flying with a swift counterattack. Feeling aggrieved by Long Xiaoyu's antics, Dai Mu Bai had endured enough humiliation from Zhu Zhuqing during this time. And now someone dared to provoke him. Seeking death, he exclaimed, Damn it, my beloved Mapo Tofu. Long Xiaoyu was taken aback, followed by a wave of compassion. Dai Mu Bai was undoubtedly doing this on purpose. The Mapo Tofu had splattered across his face, and now the opponent would truly get a taste of his own medicine. A chorus of anguished cries drew the attention of those nearby, and the members of Tsanghui Academy had all risen to their feet. Particularly, the middle-aged leader cast a disapproving glare towards Dai Mu Bai. My apologies, it was an accident. Dai Mu Bai stood his ground, unwavering as he met the gaze of his adversary. The restaurant erupted into a cacophony of murmurs. Goodness, it seemed a fight was brewing. Patrons hastily retreated to avoid becoming collateral damage. You brats, which academy do you belong to? After pulling back the students still wailing in pain, the middle-aged man questioned Dai Mu Bai with a stern expression, indicating that this incident would not be resolved quietly. Want to know? That depends on whether you have the qualifications. Even in the presence of an elder, Dai Mu Bai showed no intention of yielding respect. Humph, arrogant. Come at me. Let us settle this with strength. With a command from the teacher of Tsanghui Academy, everyone except the recently injured student advanced towards Dai Mu Bai. 6 individuals in total, with the girl remaining to face Dai Mu Bai, while the others charged toward the 3 girls, eager to partake in the mischief of preying on the vulnerable. They were so delighted by the prospect that they nearly overlooked Long Xiaoyu, who sat closest to the girls. Meanwhile, Tang San and Oscar exchanged knowing smiles. Regardless of their abilities, daring to challenge the leader marked them as brave warriors, Oscar mused as he produced a sausage, ever vigilant against any reckless fool who might endanger Long Xiaoyu. Chapter 72. It has arrived. Wow. You need to reconsider your bullying ways. Do you not realize that behind every beautiful girl stands a guardian? He could hardly be bothered to conjure elaborate soul skills against such insignificant foes. Instead, he revealed his true weapon, the blood-red gun adorned with golden filigree, its rose design etched upon the barrel, entirely incongruous with that of a boy's soul weapon. The slender barrel exuded elegance, yet to overlook the dark muzzle due to its ornate appearance would spell disaster. 7th bullet, time paused. Bang, 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 bang. The gunfire rang out swiftly, and Xiaoyu's shooting motion was rapid. The 5 assailants hardly had time to react before being struck. However, they felt no pain, and then there was nothing further. The 5 stood frozen, their eyes unblinking. Xiaoyu, what is the soul weapon of yours? The enemies remained motionless. Not only was Ning Rongrong puzzled, but even Tang San, who thought he had comprehended all of Long Xiaoyu's abilities, cast a curious glance. When had Xiaoyu acquired another soul weapon? This is merely a new form of my Rubik's Cube soul weapon, called Kiki Emperor. Long Xiaoyu refrained from revealing much about his background, leaving it to your imagination to guess the extent of it. Rising to his feet, he cast a sinister smile towards the 5 individuals seemingly frozen in time. If only he could unleash a strike upon Gu Yuna. However, considering her imposing spear, perhaps it was best to refrain. After all, relationships must be nurtured and cannot be rushed. At present, he was exceedingly eager to experiment with the 11th bullet, which was originally intended to devour the essence of spirits. Yet, in this world, where could one find spirits? Nevertheless, bang! A shot struck the first individual, as if awakening him from a stupor. Startled, he recoiled at the sight of Long Xiaoyu, who had approached unbeknownst to him. Before he could utter a word, an inexplicable reaction coursed through him, causing his complexion to shift dramatically. What on earth was happening? The flow of soul power had altered. Streams of blood-red energy visibly erupted from his chest, spiraling into the Kiki Emperor, ultimately converging on Long Xiaoyu. By heavens, this feels magnificent. It's entering me. It's entering me. So much. The soul power surged ceaselessly into his being, filling the void within him. A gentle sensation coursing through him, as if his blood were racing with renewed vigor. This sensation was exquisite. What have you done? My soul power is dissipating. The student from Songhui Academy expressed his fear, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The soul power flowed from his body into Long Xiaoyu's. Akin to blood, such a bizarre phenomenon. Ignoring the student's words, Long Xiaoyu fixed his gaze on another target, not sparing a glance. Bang! What is happening? Just like the previous individual, he was momentarily dazed until he sensed the direction of his soul power's flow had changed, prompting the realization that a grave situation had unfolded. Oh my, double the delight. I wonder how many I can sustain. Bang! 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 A total of 5 streams of blood-red soul power continuously flowed from the bodies of the individuals, transitioning from a mere trickle to a torrential river. Long Xiaoyu had never felt such exhilarating relief. His usual cultivation of soul power felt akin to a slow drip, agonizingly tedious. Yet now, this sensation was utterly addictive. The first individual, seemingly nearing depletion of his soul power, gazed at the rapturous Long Xiaoyu and urgently exclaimed, "Kill him. This fellow is draining our soul power." In truth, he need not voice it. The other 4 were already preparing to engage, their martial spirits unleashed, eager to confront Long Xiaoyu. Little 3, provide some cover. Long Xiaoyu said little, but he had made up his mind. This time, he would undoubtedly acquire an external spirit bone for himself. Previously, before the advent of the Kiki Emperor, he had considered spirit bones to be burdensome, far inferior to his own magic cube. However, the situation was different now. The Kiki Emperor seemed to be capable of utilizing only one ability at a time, and all of them were auxiliary in nature. Without the ability to pair it with a spirit ring, the most prudent course of action would be to obtain an external spirit bone for self-defense. How audacious it was to forcibly absorb another spirit power. Tang San couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. Yet, upon hearing Long Xiaoyu's words, he quickly came to a realization. So that's how it is. When absorbing another's spirit power, one is unable to employ spirit skills. Clearly, Long Xiaoyu's remark about the magic cube had captivated him. Blue-silver grass. Long Xiaoyu entrusted Tang San with the task of providing cover, recognizing him as the sole control-type soul master within the team. The objective was not to vanquish the adversary, but merely to immobilize the group. In doing so, he would secure victory. Meanwhile, on Dai Mu Bai's side, the young man fell with a resounding thud. A pained groan escaped him as he collapsed against a wall 5 meters away, unable to rise. His pallid complexion revealed the severity of the injury inflicted by Dai Mu Bai's strike. The moment the girl uttered her words, Dai Mu Bai unleashed a powerful blow, all prompted by her. Unable to contend with Long Xiaoyu, he could only vent his frustration on this individual. Observers in the vicinity gasped in disbelief, exclaiming how ruthless and cruel he was. Looking over at Songhui Academy, it was evident that their martial spirits were predominantly white and yellow, rendering them incapable of breaking free from Tang San's paralyzing entanglements. It wasn't long before, under the influence of Long Xiaoyu's soul power absorption, their faces turned ashen and they succumbed to the ground, one by one. Their soul power was completely drained, marking Long Xiaoyu's singular instance of engaging in battle without causing harm. Oscar found himself in an awkward position, having prepared his sausages. Long Xiaoyu could not help but let out a hearty burp, feeling somewhat bloated. It seemed that she needed to digest the meal. She had not anticipated that the Kiki Emperor could provide her with such an effect. Absorbing the soul power of others to satiate herself was truly a boon for one languishing in the throes of laziness. However, she pondered whether this ability could be applied to soul beasts. Setting aside the thought of absorbing 1,000-year soul beasts, even the soul power of 100-year soul beast was far too potent for a mere great soul master to contend with. If it were indeed feasible, then promotion to title Douluo would be just around the corner. Humph. A bunch of worthless fools. The teacher from Songhui Academy could no longer bear to watch. How long had it been? And already his side was falling one by one. Although he felt an irresistible urge to take action, the strength of the individuals before him instilled a sense of dread, not of them, but of the forces behind them, capable of cultivating such talent. I am Yijiqiu, the director of the Foreign Affairs Department of Songhui Academy. May I inquire which academy or sect you belong to? He suppressed his arrogance, adopting a more dignified posture, seeking to gauge their background first. Shrek Academy. Ma Hongjun was the first to step forward, seemingly quite proud of his affiliation with Shrek Academy, despite the fact that it had indeed produced a few geniuses. Yet, was it truly necessary to take pride in a place that resembled a collection of cast-offs? Long Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel a flush of embarrassment. He was a rather pragmatic individual. Chapter 74, Victory in Hand. Shrek, it seems I have not heard of it. Yijiqiu, being straightforward, admitted his ignorance as well. You are simply uninformed. Dai Mu Bai retorted without hesitation, showcasing his innate pride. Yijiqiu was at a loss for words, but seeing that they did not appear to be disciples of any significant power, he felt somewhat reassured. It seemed that only the boy before him had reached level 30. Thus, he posed little threat. Moreover, he could not show fear, especially with his students watching. As a teacher, it would be remiss not to offer protection. Seizing the moment before their instructor arrived, he decided to take the initiative. With the spirit of the Xian turtle manifested, he summoned a white, 2 yellows, and 2 purples, Soul King level. Yijiqiu's martial spirit elicited a smile from Long Xiaoyu, who gazed playfully at him. Though his limbs were somewhat short, and he bore a pronounced back that appeared exceedingly sturdy, was Long Xiaoyu afraid? Absolutely not. According to the unfolding narrative, his martial spirit was destined to deliver a resounding counter. Ah, the green-haired turtle, today it shall be you. Yijiqiu felt a chill as Long Xiaoyu regarded him. This boy seemed rather dangerous. Ahem, I shall not hold a grudge against you little rascals. Summon your teacher, if you will. However, he still needed to maintain an air of superiority. It would be utterly humiliating to be intimidated by a child. Bullying someone of level 50 while standing at level 20 indeed dampened the spirits of Dai Mu Bai and the others. Esteemed adults, a modest business affair. Might I suggest you relocate? The store manager, anxious, hurried over to intervene. Humph, old turtle, we have matters to discuss outside. Despite his displeasure, Dai Mu Bai had no choice but to brace himself. He could not allow Shrek to lose face. Very well, let us see how long you can maintain this bravado. Old turtle. He despised being referred to as such and, in his fury, forced a smile. He gathered all his students, entrusting them to one who had a bit of mapo tofu sauce on his face. After issuing instructions, he strode out purposefully, Xiaoyu, we. As soon as Yu Zhiqiu departed, Dai Mu Bai turned his gaze toward Long Xiaoyu. Even though they often exchanged barbs, in critical moments, they chose to set aside their grievances. Had it been before, they might have had a 50-50 chance, but now, victory was assured. I need you to lend me some strength, Long Xiaoyu said with a light-hearted tone. His ease contrasted sharply with the others, who were visibly anxious. They were facing a Soul King of level 50. Yet Long Xiaoyu had declared victory was in hand. The others exchanged glances, but ultimately came to a singular conclusion. They would trust Long Xiaoyu, after all. If even Zhao Wu Ji had conceded, there was no reason not to believe him. All right. They all nodded in agreement. And Long Xiaoyu did not hesitate to produce the Kiki Emperor. Precious treasure, I shall rely on you this time. Not long after, while Yu Zhiqiu and the others felt as though time had stretched, just when he thought the young rascals would flee without a fight, Dai Mu Bai and his group emerged. At this moment, Dai Mu Bai and Oscar appeared invigorated, while others seemed somewhat fatigued. However, Yu Zhiqiu paid little heed. All he desired was to teach those impudent youths a lesson. Seeing the group strike a pose, Yu Zhiqiu smirked internally and said, I will give you one more chance. Apologize now and summon your teacher. It is not too late. A courteous gesture aimed at demonstrating the poise of their Tsanghui Academy. Apologize? What is there to apologize for? Our teacher has always said that might makes right. Dai Mu Bai replied with a cold laugh, although he appeared calm. Internally, he was somewhat anxious. Except for Oscar, who had not been drained of soul power, he and Tang San had entrusted half of their soul power to Long Xiaoyu. The journey had already depleted much of their strength, and now with further extraction, if Long Xiaoyu's plan faltered, they would face a dismal defeat. Humph, such arrogance, Yu Zhiqiu declared, channeling his soul power to its peak, preparing to attack. Autumn Beanbag, Uncle, is your martial spirit defensively sufficient? Long Xiaoyu inquired swiftly, a hint of concern in his voice. At this moment, the cube in his hand had morphed into a long spear, its crimson shaft shimmering with silver accents. The spear's decorations were simple, yet its length exceeded Long Xiaoyu's own height. The spearhead was flat and double-edged, seemingly unremarkable, indistinguishable from an ordinary weapon. Yet Long Xiaoyu was now channeling all the soul power he had gathered into the red shaft as if unleashing a torrent of water. Humph. While I cannot claim my Xian turtle as the pinnacle of defensive martial spirits in the continent, its hardness is not something of ordinary grade can breach. Yu Zhiqiu was puzzled by the question, but responded nonetheless, his tone growing slightly proud as he spoke of his defense. Perhaps we should add more soul techniques. Long Xiaoyu suggested, still somewhat uneasy. The others were taken aback. Brother, aren't you being a bit overconfident? Oscar voiced the unspoken concern of the group. They were facing a Soul King, and Long Xiaoyu seemed to imply he feared harming him. What a jest! Achieving a 50-50 chance was already commendable. Oh, it should be fine. I just feel a bit uneasy. Oscar, prepare the sausages. Long Xiaoyu hesitated, sensing he might not breach the opponent's defenses. Yet also worried about channeling too much power and accidentally killing him. This was vexing. Already prepared, Oscar replied, producing a steaming sausage, evidently freshly made. Long Xiaoyu's ability to conserve his strength showed he was indeed somewhat apprehensive about his plan, but that was understandable. Who had the audacity to guarantee absolute victory against a great soul master confronting a Soul King? Why did you prepare so much? That old turtle doesn't need all that. You know? Long Xiaoyu was left speechless, casually picking up a sausage from Oscar and taking a bite. Indeed, consuming sausages all day was becoming quite overwhelming. His words rendered everyone else momentarily astonished. Could you be any more audacious? You're quite arrogant, aren't you? Today, I shall witness how you breach my defenses. Yu Zhiqiu was incensed. He had never been so humiliated by someone younger. Mystic Turtle Shield. Mystic Water Freeze. Today, he was determined to see how these youngsters would penetrate his defenses. The icy mist surged from beneath Yu Zhiqiu's feet, rushing towards Dai Mu Bai and the others. Stick to the plan, protect Xiaoyu. Dai Mu Bai and the others sprang into action, forming a line to shield Long Xiaoyu, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong behind them. Failure was not an option. Everything rested on Long Xiaoyu's shoulders. Chapter 75, The Piercing Thorn Spear, all double yellow, and one purple. Upon seeing their attack, Yu Zhiqiu's expression changed drastically. What kind of monsters had he provoked? However, with the arrow already on the string, he had no choice but to release it. He only hoped that the teacher of these youngsters was not present. Do not engage directly. Just stall them with your remaining soul power. This was the instruction Long Xiaoyu had imparted to them. The five of them quickly neutralized Yu Zhiqiu's ice binding and surrounded him, understanding that the best defense was a good offense. Their speed was remarkable, avoiding a direct confrontation. Phoenix fire line. The searing heat of the flames startled Yi Zhiqiu, prompting him to swiftly evade. Just then, a shadow approached his nape. Underworld 100 Claws. A combination attack? Humph. Such an unrefined combination dared to show itself? With a cold snicker, Yi Zhiqiu retracted his head into his shell, narrowly avoiding Zhu Zhuqing's assault, while simultaneously expelling a mist of water from his mouth to block Ma Hongjuan's flames. In that fleeting moment, he managed to fend off 2 attacks and retaliate, proving that he was indeed not merely a name without substance. Although they had only interacted briefly, Zhu Zhuqing's hands were now adorned with a layer of frost, her rosy fingers vividly catching Dai Mu Bai's eye. To bully a small cat in front of a tiger is courting death. You dare to harm her. Dai Mu Bai was furious. His tiger claws suddenly enlarged, striking Yi Zhiqiu's back without hesitation. With a dull thud, Yi Zhiqiu staggered forward a couple of steps. Even Dai Mu Bai, at level 37, found no way to breach Yi Zhiqiu's defenses. As Yi Zhiqiu turned, another mist erupted from his mouth, resembling a typical sprayer, indiscriminately targeting anyone nearby. Be careful. Sensing the shift in momentum, Tang Sen quickly used blue silvergrass to pull Dai Mu Bai aside. His blue silvergrass was ineffective against Yi Zhiqiu, serving merely as a means to assist his teammates. Humph. Witness my agility. As Dai Mu Bai retreated, Zhao Wu took over, determined not to give their opponent a moment's respite. Keep him restrained. We cannot let him detect any discrepancies on our side. This was what Xiaoyu had instructed, and though she had her doubts, she had no choice but to trust Long Xiaoyu's words for the time being. Is that little girl also taking the lead? Humph. She should go home and play in the mud. The delicate Zhao Wu caught Yi Zhiqiu completely off guard. Your team's strongest spirit master was defeated by me. How do you intend to fight now? However, when it came to Zhao Wu's explosive power, she was not inferior to Dai Mu Bai. Even the flamboyant Long Xiaoyu dared not take Zhao Wu's rabbit kick head-on. With a thud, Yi Zhiqiu had anticipated Dai Mu Bai's attack, but was utterly unprepared for Zhao Wu's assault. The moment she landed a heavy kick, he was sent flying, propelled nearly 2 meters before crashing down. Now's the time. Zhao Wu slowed down. Before Tang Sen could finish his sentence, Zhao Wu charged forward. Crack. Although Yi Zhiqiu was sent sprawling, his days lasted merely a breath. Just as Zhao Wu intended to strike again, he firmly seized her ankle. Let go of me. Zhao Wu panicked. Being held by a Soul King was perilous. Even Tang Sen grew anxious, his hidden weapon poised to strike. Should Zhao Wu suffer harm, he would not hesitate, regardless of any attribute disadvantages. With one hand, Yi Zhiqiu held Zhao Wu firmly, regardless of her struggles. Damn it! I have never been bested by a soul sovereign, yet this little girl managed to send me flying. Yi Zhiqiu seethed with rage. Autumn Bean Sack. At that moment, Long Xiaoyu finally spoke, having completed her soul power transmission. She opened her eyes, gazing eagerly at Yi Zhiqiu, as if contemplating a toy. Huh. Yi Zhiqiu looked over in confusion, only to be stunned, particularly by the scarlet spear in Long Xiaoyu's hand. The spear now glistened a vivid crimson, as if coated in flowing blood. Though the silver seemed out of place, the crimson shaft evoked a sense of dread. What is that in your hand? Yi Zhiqiu could not help but retreat, especially when Long Xiaoyu pointed the spear towards him, his heart racing. It was somewhat amusing, yet instinct compelled him to withdraw hastily. Just a spear capable of piercing a heart, Long Xiaoyu declared, taking her stance like a javelin thrower, lifting the red spear parallel to her shoulder. Humph, mere bluster. Your friend remains in my grasp. Do you dare to throw it? Yi Zhiqiu had cast aside his pride, opting for survival over vanity. Ha Rong. This is 7 treasures glazed tile, 1 word, strength. Observing Zhao Wu, now serving as a shield, none anticipated that a Soul King would resort to using a hostage against a great soul master. Ning Rongrong hesitated, yet ultimately, guided by Long Xiaoyu's judgment and Zhao Wu's safety, she chose the former. Long Xiaoyu was not one to casually sacrifice others. The light of the 7 treasures glazed tile intensified the crimson hue of the spear in Long Xiaoyu's grasp. The 30 enhancement was no trifling matter. Xiaoyu. Stop, San. Tang Sen was alarmed. Zhao Wu's life was in imminent danger, and he could not remain idle. Just as he attempted to halt Long Xiaoyu's actions, Dai Mu Bai intercepted him. San, trust Xiaoyu. Dai Mu Bai was anxious too, but the confident gleam in Long Xiaoyu's eyes steadied his heart. Long Xiaoyu was confident, needing their trust. Xiaoyu, I believe in you. At first, Zhao Wu felt a pang of fear. The long spear, in anyone's eyes, radiated a chilling brilliance, especially when it was pointed directly at her. However, now, in the face of death, her heart was calm. Gu Yuna's words were deeply etched in her mind. When confronted with love, what does it matter if there are no outcomes? What does it matter if death looms? She had always been rather petty, it seemed. If she were to survive this time, she vowed not to harbor any resentment towards the third party. At the very least, she would not leave this world with regrets. The 7 treasure, glazed tile. Which academy do you belong to? Upon seeing Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure, glazed tile, Yu Zhiqiu was utterly flustered. A hostage threatening the 7 treasure glazed sect? What nonsense is this? If you had revealed the 7 treasure glazed tile earlier, I would not have dared to provoke you. Ding. The effect of wishing came to fruition. The Spear of Piercing Death Thorns. Chapter 76, Aftermath. The Spear of Piercing Death Thorns is a weapon of causality. It can be likened to a low-tier version of the eternal spear wielded by the god King Odin. Although it is a lesser version, the only differences lie in the materials and divine power, with the opponent's heart as the consequence and the throw as the cause. The outcome is predetermined before the throw. Thus, it is guaranteed to hit. All defenses are rendered futile unless the opponent can resurrect on the spot or possesses a soul power defense stronger than that of the spear wielder. Clearly, Yu Zhiqiu. He managed to defend against it, though it appeared to be a struggle. Yu Zhiqiu abandoned Zhao Wu, evidently. He valued his own life more than that of a young girl. The blood-red glow emitted by the spear of death thorns continuously clashed with the faint green light surrounding Yu Zhiqiu. At this moment, Yu Zhiqiu had already activated his 5th soul skill, yet his strength was astonishing. How could such a great soul master possess such formidable power? Long Xiaoyu gazed at him with a flirtatious glint in her eyes, admiring her own formidable prowess. Indeed, the disparity when compared to the original was stark. Had she manifested the original version or the legendary Eternal Spear, this fellow would likely have met his demise by now. With the combined soul power she had absorbed along with Ning Rongrong's enhancement, the immense soul energy was not something this old tortoise could easily withstand. Suddenly, a piercing sound echoed, accompanied by a cry of anguish as Yu Zhiqiu was propelled several meters away before crashing to the ground. As the dust settled, it became evident that the opponent was gripping a fragment of the spear shaft, the tip of the spear having penetrated his body, albeit with a slight deviation. Dai Mu Bai and the others could not help but gasp in astonishment. This was a Spirit King, and Long Xiaoyu had actually dispatched a Spirit King in a single strike? This was truly terrifying. Oscar, administer healing. We must ensure he is not truly dead. Long Xiaoyu effortlessly summoned his spear, which transformed back into a pale silver cube and returned to his hand. Sigh, I must hasten to acquire my 3rd soul skill. At that point, I shall not doubt my ability to defeat him in an instant. After confirming that Yu Zhiqiu was unharmed, Long Xiaoyu felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was imperative to avoid any unnecessary loss of life. What are you all doing awake at this hour? Zhao Wujing had unexpectedly arrived, his imposing figure providing a sense of reassurance to Long Xiaoyu and the others. Ah, it's nothing, Teacher Zhao. Let us go rest, Long Xiaoyu quickly interjected, attempting to usher him away, only to be rebuffed by Zhao Wujing's firm hand. Humph, I trust you not at all, you little rascal. Zhao Wujing had not forgotten their previous encounter and shot a disapproving glance at Long Xiaoyu before striding over to the fallen Yu Zhiqiu. Well, who did this to him? Zhao Wujing chuckled upon seeing Yu Zhiqiu in such a pitiful state. Sympathy? Hardly. He believed that those who provoke others without merit deserve none. Yu Zhiqiu, having regained a semblance of color after consuming Oscar's sausage, dared not show any sign of anger upon witnessing Zhao Wujing's expression. This student was already so formidable, he could not possibly afford to act arrogantly in front of his teacher. Teacher, the situation is as follows. Zhao Wujing remained unperturbed, while Dai Mu Bai seized the moment to report the events succinctly and truthfully. The outcome was satisfactory. Whether or not Yu Zhiqiu had instigated matters was of little consequence. Zhao Wujing seemed to share the same sentiment. Upon hearing Dai Mu Bai recount the tale of Long Xiaoyu's decisive blow against the Soul King, he was taken aback. This young man possessed such extraordinary prowess? Or had he been holding back during their previous bout? Turning his gaze towards Long Xiaoyu, he was met with the latter's innocent smile. Well, never mind. I shall ensure he is not included in future sparring sessions. Even if he were, I would be the first to eliminate him without hesitation, lest I become a cautionary tale like that old fool. Well done, everyone. Return and rest well, Zhao Wujing commended briefly before taking his leave. The group dispersed, and in the quiet moments that followed, no one noticed Tang Sen embracing Xiao Wu his gaze towards Long Xiaoyu filled with complexity. As night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, a knock echoed. "Come in." Long Xiaoyu sat by the window, gazing dreamily at the moonlight in the night, speaking softly without casting a glance at the entrance. Just then, Tang San pushed the door open and entered, his eyes landing on Long Xiaoyu, who seemed lost in thought. The words he had intended to express now eluded him. "Regarding Zhao Wu, I confess I was taking a gamble, lacking complete assurance that the other party would relent. Had it been Gu Yuna who was held captive, I would not have acted, for even if there was no risk of mistakenly harming Gu Yu, I would not wish to see her suffer even the slightest injury. Tang San, this is my answer. My protection is solely for Gu Yu. If Zhao Wu is taken hostage, that is your responsibility." Setting down her teacup and turning to meet Tang San's gaze, Long Xiaoyu spoke with a calm demeanor. "I acknowledge my fault, yet you gamble with the fate of your friends, your companions. Do you truly care so little?" Long Xiaoyu's words filled him with guilt. Indeed. The capriciousness of Zhao Wu stemmed from his failure as an elder brother to provide proper guidance. However, Long Xiaoyu's actions presented an entirely different matter. Friends and companions? What holds the utmost significance? Pray tell me, trust. Since you all chose to heed my counsel from the outset, what did I say? Did Zhao Wu adhere to my instructions? Did she trust in my assured victory? And what about you? Coming to inquire, does that truly denote trust among friends? Although trust among friends requires mutual understanding, but Xiao San, how long have we been friends? If there is no trust, then, alas, the luxury of friendship is one I scarcely deserve. As for Zhao Wu's predicament, if it truly were a matter of inadequate strength leading to her capture, I would never lay a hand on her. For even in failure, we would merely suffer a loss of face. Yet, if confronted with someone intent on annihilating us all, Xiao San, the responsibility lies with you. Should you fail to save her, I shall certainly take action. For the greater good, I am willing to gamble with one life. Of course, this excludes Gu Yu. She is my everything. The words of Long Xiaoyu profoundly struck Tang San's heart. This man, a fervent practitioner across 2 lifetimes, truly grasped the essence of friendship. How many friends did he have in his past life? Ultimately, the solitary figure on that precipice filled him with an inescapable bitterness. At its core, it was his lack of strength that led to Zhao Wu's capture. Fundamentally, it was his failure as an elder brother to guide her properly. And, at the heart of it, a deep-seated mistrust of friends. Xiao San, believe it or not, that weapon cannot harm Zhao Wu, I assure you. Long Xiaoyu uttered his final words. He had perceived the situation before launching his spear, continuously murmuring not to harm his comrades. It was only when the system notification resonated that he made his throw. Truly, I believe in you. Initially perplexed, he recalled Long Xiaoyu's prior statements, allowing a bitter smile to grace his lips as he nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, trust is essential among friends. Chapter 77, Vibranium Armor at the Break of Dawn. As the sun began its ascent, Zhao Wu Ji led them to trigger their next objective. After a night of rest, despite a few minor tensions between Long Xiaoyu and Tang San, they engaged in light-hearted banter the following day. As long as Zhao Wu remained unharmed, Tang San deemed it unnecessary to jeopardize the long-standing camaraderie between the two. The journey from the small town to the Star Doe forest spanned merely 100 miles. And soon, they could distinctly sense the refreshing air ahead. Upon reaching the forest's periphery, the number of passers-by dwindled, revealing an expansive, boundless forest that seemed to stretch infinitely. Even Long Xiaoyu was taken aback by the sight. One could only imagine how ecstatic a certain bald individual would be to witness the towering trees of the Star Doe forest. Their height was astonishing. The forest's density surpassed Long Xiaoyu's expectations. Standing beneath the colossal trees, gusts of frigid wind surged forth, whisking away their excess warmth. Stop! Zhao Wu Ji swiftly raised his hand, signaling Long Xiaoyu and the others behind him to halt. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Long Xiaoyu hastily set down Ning Rongrong to stretch his limbs. Although Ning Rongrong's acceleration was unnecessary, as a young lady, she could hardly traverse 100 miles unassisted, ultimately leaving Long Xiaoyu with no choice but to carry her. The reason being, who instructed him to mitigate Ning Rongrong's sentence? Now, he was left to bear the final burden. Observing how effortlessly she was released, Ning Rongrong felt a wave of indignation. Both Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu were eager to carry her, yet, with Long Xiaoyu, was she truly so inferior to Xiao Na? Just as she contemplated voicing her grievances, she noticed that Long Xiaoyu had thoroughly wrapped her from neck to wrist and down to her ankles. Ning Rongrong. Xiaoyu, why are you bundling yourself up so tightly? Her words seemed to constrict Long Xiaoyu's throat, causing cold sweat to bead on his brow. With a somewhat unsteady tone, he stammered, it's a bit chilly. Chilly? You appear to be sweating, Ning Rongrong asserted, pointing at the perspiration on his forehead. Sister, rather than pondering such trivial matters, why not assess whether any dangerous soul beasts lurk nearby? He brushed aside her hand, momentarily at a loss for words. Under her inquisitive gaze, he hastily shifted the subject. Shoo, why must a young lady be so gossipy? Instead of fretting, one should appreciate the scenery. Appreciate the scenery? Aside from trees, there are merely more trees. What is there to admire? After scrutinizing him for a while, and just as Long Xiaoyu was on the verge of losing his temper, a light bulb flickered in her mind, and with a mischievous expression, she continued, Oh, you mustn't be thinking. What? What have you conjured in your mind? Long Xiaoyu felt a pang of guilt. It was not the opportune moment for Ning Rongrong's intellect to shine. Ning Rongrong chuckled silently. But before Long Xiaoyu could utter another word, she suddenly exclaimed, Xiaoyu, there's a green caterpillar on your shoulder. Where? Where? Their exclamations were quite loud, attracting the attention of nearly everyone nearby. Long Xiaoyu appeared flustered, hastily searching himself. The onlookers exchanged glances, realizing that this fellow had more than one nemesis beyond Guyu. All right, let us proceed closely together and exercise caution. The Stardow Forest is no place for frivolity, Zhao Wu Ji cautioned, waving his hand to signal everyone to stay together. As they traversed the Stardow Forest at a slow pace, Long Xiaoyu grew increasingly vigilant. Though, according to the narrative, they should not encounter any formidable soul beasts before facing the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. The presence of this unpredictable element made him anxious that his own soul beast might emerge prematurely and catch him off guard. After a considerable time of walking, shaded by the canopy of trees, they could not gauge the passage of time by the sun's position, but it must be afternoon by now. Upon deciding to take a brief respite before continuing their journey, the group settled down and hastily retrieved their rations. As for Long Xiaoyu, clad in a suit of armor, dark and form-fitting, he referred to it as the vibranium battle armor. This armor was categorized under weapon spirits, as it was protective gear and thus counted as a type of weapon. He had intended to replicate it after his initial return from the Soul Beast Forest, initially contemplating a suit akin to Iron Man's. However, upon reflection, he found Iron Man's design somewhat cumbersome. Ultimately, between the Emperor armor and the Black Panther's vibranium battle armor, he opted for the latter, renowned for being forged from the universe's hardest minerals. If he could successfully replicate it, even Tang San's Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus would struggle to breach its defenses, let alone any mere insect. Xiaoyu, the bug. Where? Where? Before Ning Rongrong could finish, Long Xiaoyu leapt up. Ha ha ha. And you still rely on your martial spirit for protection, yet fear a mere bug. Not only did Ning Rongrong burst into laughter, but Zhu Zhuqing also revealed a hint of a smile, albeit covering her mouth with her hand. Meanwhile, Tang San and Dai Mu Bai turned their heads away to spare their brother's dignity. Though they were curious about the armor Long Xiaoyu wore, they refrained from probing further, respecting the privacy that each individual possessed. How outrageous! Long Xiaoyu's complexion turned a deep shade of liver, not out of fear, but from the unsettling sensation of those creatures crawling upon him. Yet, how could this group of girls remain so composed? Truly astonishing. Just look at those bare thighs. Donning short skirts into the forest, their exposure was rather appealing, pale, and fair. But alas, this is not the time for fantasies. Are they truly unbothered by the thought of insects slipping through the seams? Attention! Something is approaching. After a brief respite, Zhao Wujing suddenly rose, gazing ahead with a tone devoid of jest and laced with caution. This forest was no ordinary place. A moment's negligence could cost even a soul sage's life, especially with so many children in tow. As the sound grew nearer, the tension among the group escalated. With a hiss, a slender figure emerged, gradually revealing itself. Although not entirely clear yet, it was easily recognizable to someone as experienced as Zhao Wujing. Adorned with a blood-red crown and measuring 6 to 7 meters in length, it was the 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Tang San was the first to exclaim in surprise, while Long Xiaoyu, having only half listened to the master's teachings, was not as perceptive as Tang San. Phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake Xiao Ao, your martial spirit has found its target. Everyone, let us go, Zhao Wujing declared, his excitement palpable as he unleashed the might of his golden giant bear martial spirit, awaiting the perfect moment to strike. 7 treasures, second, speed. Ning Rongrong seized the moment to bestow a speed enhancement upon the group. Having grown accustomed to the sudden surge of velocity during their journey, they remained steady. poised to ensnare the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. 3, 2, 1, go. With a thunderous roar from Zhao Wu Ji, everyone sprang into action. Gravity intensified. Entanglement. White tiger transformation. Phoenix fire line. Ghostly claws. Waist skill. Leopard claw. The last command belonged to Long Xiaoyu, who followed up with an assist. Eager to test the power of his vibranium armor. To his astonishment, the damage he inflicted, bolstered by his first soul skill, surpassed even Zhu Zhuqing's ghostly claws, leaving the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake a bloody mess. With a pained hiss, the massive serpent collapsed, writhing on the ground. Suffering under the torment of malevolent flames and the constriction of its heart, unable to rise, Zhao Wu Ji approached, his concern evident as he gripped the creature's blood crown. With a flick of his wrist, the snake's body went limp, seemingly unconscious. The strength of a soul sage was beyond its endurance. Haha, what an auspicious start. Truly fortuitous. Xiao Ao, prepare to strike. His words brought joy to the gathered crowd, though Long Xiaoyu feigned indifference, casting a glance at Xiao Wu, who was the only one visibly disheartened. Can humans and soul beasts truly coexist harmoniously? The power of soul beasts is overwhelming, even when unintentional. Their presence can lead to conflict. This planet is not vast enough to avoid such tensions forever. Humans merely seek their own survival. Oh, it invokes a sense of despair akin to the notion of why must one exist alongside another. Xiao Ao, to avoid any nightmares, take action swiftly. Zhao Wu Ji casually produced a dagger from his waist and handed it to Oscar. The blade glimmered ominously, sharp and intimidating. Yes, Oscar accepted the dagger, unable to mask his elation. He was on the verge of obtaining his third soul skill after a millennium. But just as he was about to strike, a hoarse voice echoed from afar. Stop. The voice carried a weight of authority and displeasure. Zhao Wu Ji was the first to look up, his brows furrowed tightly. Damn it. Not now, during such a critical moment for my student's ascension to Soul Master. The newcomers, an elderly figure and a young girl, captured Long Xiaoyu's attention. Particularly the girl, whose physique was quite developed, her face strikingly beautiful, complemented by her agile attire that exuded a sense of grace. In the original tale, Meng Yiran was not only an adept in hidden weaponry, but also demonstrated remarkable intelligence, having discovered her own techniques. Long Xiaoyu felt a measure of admiration. Were it not for Tang San, she might have been the foremost master of concealed weapons in Douluo continent. What brings you here? As they arrived, their soul rings became evident. With 7 rings against 6, Zhao Wu Ji felt no need to feign humility, his tone turning somewhat aggressive. Yet, while wary of the soul sage, she was not one to shy away. Greetings, esteemed soul sage. I am Xiang. We have been pursuing this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. If you doubt my word, please inspect its abdomen for 3 distinct wounds inflicted by me. I implore you to show me some consideration and yield. Her demeanor was unwavering. Upon hearing her name and observing her calmness, Zhao Wu Ji was taken aback, pondering deeply. Xiang, could she be the legendary serpent matriarch of the dragon and serpent? Before long, Zhao Wu Ji exclaimed in astonishment. What a formidable opponent to encounter here. He became vigilant, aware that the dragon and serpent couple were rarely apart, fearing an ambush from the other. Merely stating his name had allowed her to deduce his identity. It appeared their reputation in the Soul Master community had not waned. Xiang smiled slightly, clearly pleased, and continued, I appreciate the regard shown by my fellow Soul Masters. May I inquire your esteemed name? I am Zhao Wu Ji. Zhao Wu Ji's expression soured slightly. Oh, so you are the infamous, unmoving Ming Wang. Upon hearing Zhao Wu Ji's name, Xiang's expression shifted as she contemplated, realizing why they perceived his title with caution, yet not fear. Infamous. Perhaps it is merely my notoriety. Haha, I am unworthy of such praise. Since you are the serpent matriarch, it would be reasonable to allow the younger generation to partake. My students also require this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Zhao Wu Ji managed a sheepish smile, his previous arrogance dissipated. Oh, you have students who have reached level 30? Xiang was taken aback, incredulity filling her voice. These children appeared no older than her granddaughter, yet they had all achieved level 30? Her gaze landed on Dai Mu Bai, the oldest among them. Indeed, it was Long Xiaoyu, Oscar, and Mu Bai. Following Zhao Wu Ji's call, the trio promptly understood and released their soul rings. Xiang was at a loss for words. She had considered her granddaughter's talent remarkable, yet here were 3 children surpassing her. How could they have attained soul master status at such a young age? Especially the purple ring on Dai Mu Bai, which was impossible to ignore. Zhao Wu Ji observed Ko Xiangxiang's astonishment with delight, then turned to Long Xiaoyu and Oscar. Before looking back at Ko Xiangxiang, smiling, one phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake may not suffice for our needs, so, esteemed elder? Though taken aback, Ko Xiangxiang had no intention of conceding easily. No matter how great their talent, one could not ascertain its authenticity. Embracing this mindset, Ko Xiangxiang felt considerably more at ease. She remarked, Vajra, you have your difficulties, and I have my own needs. It is impossible for me to concede empty-handed. How about allowing your students who require soul rings to spar with my granddaughter? Let the younger generation decide for themselves. Spar? Zhao Wu Ji, apart from Long Xiaoyu, noticed the peculiar expressions on the faces of the others. Exchanging glances before turning to Meng Iran, their eyes filled with pity. The only ones needing soul rings were Oscar and Long Xiaoyu. Oscar would certainly decline. And as for Long Xiaoyu, are you certain? For the first time, Zhao Wujia and his students shared a unanimous thought. Are you sure? Speak decisively. Ko Xiangxiang paid no heed to their thoughts. In her view, her pride would not falter against others. Very well, Xiaoyu, be cautious. The uncompromising tone of the opponent prompted Zhao Wujia to sigh. If you refuse to give them an opportunity to win, then do not blame me. He directly pushed Long Xiaoyu forward. Despite often finding her bothersome, as a teacher, he still held great fondness for this student. Stay calm, be strong. Rest assured, she cannot harm me. Who cares about you? Just don't hurt the girl. Oscar prepared his sausage with a hint of annoyance. Zhao Wujia retorted, perplexed that he was worried about Long Xiaoyu in a match of the same rank. Thank you for the generous donation, Key Immortal. As for the group, please check today's subscriptions. It's too few. When I created the group, only a handful joined, which feels quite awkward. Chapter 79. Am I the one at a disadvantage here? Alright then. So arrogant. Upon hearing Zhao Wujia's words, Meng Iran became displeased, her charming face displaying a hint of indignation as she struck the ground fiercely with her serpent staff, seemingly venting her frustration. Why does this sound so familiar? It seems that Tian Heng said something similar before, but he had the confidence of being at level 10. Sister, where does your confidence stem from? Long Xiaoyu felt somewhat at a loss for words as she approached. Before she could utter a single syllable, Meng Iran spoke again, inquiring, What are you? Meng Iran was perplexed. Her intention was not to insult. However, Long Xiaoyu was clad in her shimmering golden battle armor, rendering her visage obscured from view. Even the serpent matron regarded Long Xiaoyu with a peculiar gaze. Upon hearing this question, Long Xiaoyu's face twitched beneath the armor, and suppressing the urge to retaliate. She reluctantly removed her helmet, revealing her melancholic expression as she gazed at Meng Iran. I am a person, she replied. This is my martial spirit, the magic cube. My name is Long Xiaoyu, a level 32 ring battle spirit master. Long Xiaoyu introduced herself directly. Upon closer inspection, Meng Iran's budding charm stirred his heart with a spring-like fervor. Alas, Guyu would require several more years to unveil her true allure. While there are merits to youth, the desire for novelty often lingers, and he found himself eagerly anticipating Guyu's maturation. Meng Iran, with her martial soul, the serpent staff, stood as a 30-level second ring battle soul master. Upon recognizing her opponent, Meng Iran felt a surge of curiosity. It was remarkable to encounter a martial soul that could possess a host-like armor. After announcing her name, she wasted no time and launched a fierce offensive, dismissing the peculiarity of her opponent's martial soul with a resolute confidence. No matter how unusual, it would prove ineffective against her prowess. In a flash, she charged towards Long Xiaoyu, her serpent staff aimed unhesitatingly at the opponent's abdomen. The forceful aura surrounding her was imbued with an indomitable spirit. Just as onlookers anticipated Long Xiaoyu's evasion, including Meng Iran herself, the staff suddenly altered its trajectory from a thrust to a crushing blow. The proximity of their confrontation astonished the crowd. Had she predicted Long Xiaoyu's evasion? Indeed, in such circumstances, failing to leap aside would result in a genuine hit. However, just before the strike could land, Meng Iran swiftly distanced herself, a cold smirk gracing her features as she regarded her opponent. She understood that if Long Xiaoyu could not evade, she would inevitably resort to a soul skill for defense or trade injuries. Thus, it was prudent to create distance and ascertain whether her opponent leaned towards a defensive or offensive strategy before determining her own approach. how splendidly she executed her plan. The serpent mistress nodded in approval, a smile illuminating her face as she commended Meng Yiran's performance. With such awareness, it was likely that no one of her rank could harm her. Meanwhile, beneath the Jinjin armor, Long Xiaoyu was bewildered. What about the snake? Is this how it was depicted in the original work? No, let me test this armor's defense. What have you done? Just fight already. In confusion, she turned to glance at Zhao Wu Ji and the others. Aside from Ma Hongjun, who was equally perplexed, the rest wore expressions of contemplation. Xiaoyu, that girl is quite formidable, Zhao Wu Ji stated solemnly, and the others nodded in agreement. Long Xiaoyu. All right, Xiaoyu, please be cautious. Ma Hongjun seemed to recall something and quickly added. Long Xiaoyu. Why does Ma Hongjun understand everything? Humph. Are you startled by my predictions? Meng Yiran let out a cold laugh, making no move. Hee hee. I never expected you to be such a novice. Huh. Long Xiaoyu still couldn't comprehend, scratching her armored nape with a paw. Bewildered as if she were the only one left beneath the perplexed tree, Meng Yiran launched another attack, this time without the need for caution. Dealing with a novice required a swift and decisive strike. First soul skill, Serpent Blade, as she silently chanted in her heart. The front end of her serpent staff suddenly morphed into two small snakes, flicking their tongues as they swiftly approached Long Xiaoyu. If bitten by these creatures, without timely treatment, one could quickly succumb to the venom. However, just to be safe, she drew closer to the serpent staff, striking down to form a three-pronged assault with the two small snakes. Let us see if you can escape this. Bang! Long Xiaoyu remained unyielding, allowing the serpent staff to strike her without flinching. Meng Yiran was taken aback, astonished that her opponent could still stand. Long Xiaoyu herself was astonished. The damage inflicted was surprisingly minimal. Was the damage output of Soul Masters so feeble now? It was as if she felt nothing at all. Suddenly, a loud clap echoed. What? Release me. How is this possible? You're unharmed, Meng Yiran exclaimed, struggling to free her serpent staff, which had been firmly grasped. The two small snakes she had previously unleashed now coiled around Long Xiaoyu's neck like a scarf, unable to bite down, their fangs nearly chipping against her skin. It was absurd. If the first soul skill could be so easily countered, the golden leopard would truly be lacking in prowess. Although she was uncertain why they held such a high opinion of her, Long Xiaoyu could not deny the truth of their words. Gripping the serpent staff with determination, she spoke, To paraphrase the renowned esports champion Faker, you play as poorly as an amateur. Upon hearing Long Xiaoyu's words, he suddenly yanked, preparing another fist to deliver a paternal blow to his opponent, aiming to conclude the battle. However, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the distressed countenance of the snake woman. How could he have forgotten about her? Just as he hesitated, Meng Yiran stumbled over, exclaiming in alarm, Oh no, I'm going to collide with her. With no time to react, the inevitable occurred. Thud. Oh dear, Yiran. The snake woman gasped in astonishment. The atmosphere fell into a hush, or rather, it was rendered speechless by the scene before them. Long Xiaoyu, feeling a bit embarrassed, leaned closer and said, Are you all right? The crowd collectively responded. Do you still have the audacity to ask? Indeed, just as Long Xiaoyu was about to refrain from taking action, the prospect of such an inviting embrace lingered in his mind. After a tumultuous internal struggle, he ultimately decided to take 2 steps back, allowing Meng Yiran to fall unceremoniously to the ground, lying there in serene repose. Though he felt as if he had missed out on a fortune, he could not disregard Guyu. Ning Rongrong found herself in a predicament, yet she bore no resentment for the situation, whereas Meng Yiran was someone he had actively beckoned. Accepting this would only invite the scorn of others. However, upon glancing back at Tang San and the others, he noticed the men giving him a thumbs up while the women were playfully signaling with their pinkies. A steadfast man. To witness a girl lying on the ground and remain unshaken, Long Xiaoyu, is indeed impressive. Sighing softly, Ning Rongrong pondered why someone like Xiaoyu could attract affection while she struggled in vain. Zhu Zhuqing regarded Dai Mu Bai with newfound warmth, and Xiao Wu mused that indeed Sangu was the better choice. Alas, the disdain persisted. Long Xiaoyu felt as though he had run in circles endlessly, overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions. He could guarantee that if he were to embrace these 3 women, their gazes towards him would remain unchanged. Scoundrels and oblivious men are indeed the taboos of women. Ahem! What are you doing, you rascal? Meng Yiran, rising from the ground, appeared to have fallen hard, her face smeared with dirt, evoking a sense of sympathy. Yet, her eyes were filled with a fierce intent as she looked at Long Xiaoyu. Have I wronged you in some way? How could you let me fall flat on my face? In Chapter 80, titled I Am Merely a Soul Master Driven by Curiosity, Meng Yiran wielded her serpent staff once more, channeling her fury into a powerful blow that struck Long Xiaoyu squarely in the kidney. A muted thud echoed softly. Her attack had undeniably landed. And then, there was nothing further, as the two stared at each other in silence. Meng Yiran exclaimed, "Why don't you cry out in pain? Long Xiaoyu. Are you putting in effort? The disparity in strength is rather significant." It feels somewhat awkward to merely stare in silence. Long Xiaoyu couldn't help but remark. It seems that my vibranium armor is perhaps a bit too powerful. Or could it be that Meng Yiran is the type who struggles to even open a bottle cap? Long Xiaoyu had no control over her volume, and essentially everyone could hear her. It was audacious, yet no one dared to refute her. Indeed, she possessed the capital to be so bold. You, is the disparity in strength so vast? Do you look down upon me? No one has ever been able to humiliate her in such a manner. Meng Yiran was seething with rage, activating her second soul skill, serpent form, her entire being transformed into a supple state, her legs merging into a slender serpent tail that coiled tightly around Long Xiaoyu. With this strength, I cannot believe I won't be able to strangle you. You are quite enthusiastic, Long Xiaoyu remarked shyly, as the beautiful woman was now less than 20 centimeters away from her, with that lovely visage so close. You can still remain so relaxed. Meng Yiran was momentarily choked with anger. It was impossible. Though her serpent form appeared alluring, it was backed by a soul ring nearly a millennium old. The force was not to be underestimated. In a similar rank, few could maintain their composure against such pressure. Those with weaker defenses would likely have their bones shattered under the strain. This person is definitely putting on an act. Meng Yiran's body constricted slightly once more. Even Long Xiaoyu felt the pressure and could hear the sound of her opponent swallowing beneath the black mask. She is indeed nervous and guilty. Long Xiaoyu, Pink Skull. Pink Skull, I silently muse. My heart belongs to Guyu. However, at that moment, what is that? As Meng Yiran continued to curl up, she felt an odd sensation. Oh, it's nothing at all. Long Xiaoyu fidgeted, her cheeks gradually turning crimson. The replica of the vibranium battle armor was indeed not perfect. How could it be so sensitive in that area? Meng Yiran was taken aback. She was no longer a child and was aware of certain matters. Upon reflection, her delicate face, under Long Xiaoyu's gaze, also began to flush. How indecent! Scoundrel! Despicable! Meng Yiran swiftly dismounted from Long Xiaoyu, feeling that her serpentine form was utterly ineffective. It seemed that her previous reactions, including swallowing her saliva, rendered her speechless. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if she had suffered a grave injustice. Indeed, it was true. Even her most powerful soul technique could not inflict the slightest harm upon him. And she had ultimately been taken advantage of. Who could bear such a blow? Her grandmother had always declared her a little genius. How could this be? The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt. Long Xiaoyu found herself at a loss for words, feeling somewhat speechless. Was it not you who brought this upon yourself? Was it not your disobedience that led to this predicament? Now, having taken advantage of me, you resort to insults. Fortunately, I am a gentleman who does not hold grudges against a lady. The tension between the two lingered, with Meng Yiran unable to breach his defenses, merely gazing at him with a hint of melancholy. Meanwhile, Long Xiaoyu felt a twinge of guilt, knowing that this beautiful girl had been brought low by his actions. To strike now would only solidify the image of a scoundrel and a boorish man. Enough, Yiran, let us depart. Chao Tianxiang finally shattered the stalemate. Though reluctant to accept it, she was compelled to confront the reality before her. However, Meng Yiran was growing anxious. She refused to concede defeat so soon, unable to accept the announcement of her retreat after such a brief encounter. Chao Tianxiang approached her side and gently patted her shoulder, offering comfort. His martial soul advantage is insurmountable, and you cannot breach his defenses. How can you hope to contend with him? Today has simply been unfortunate, as you have encountered a purely defensive soul master. After saying this, she cast a sidelong glance at Long Xiaoyu, her eyes filled with an unusual intensity. She could not accept that her granddaughter had lost in such a manner. What good is all that defense if, in the end, one fights alone? This consolation lifted Meng Yiran's spirits considerably. She shot a fierce glare at Long Xiaoyu, affirming, "Indeed, my grandmother is right. I merely had an off day. Even if I cannot best you, your pure defense hardly seems capable of overcoming me." Throughout the encounter, Long Xiaoyu had not once launched an attack against her, and Ming Iran was certain that his strength was nowhere near hers. "Oomph, just stay cooped up in your shell," she exclaimed, making a silly face in an attempt to annoy Long Xiaoyu. Yet, one could not deny that the playful expressions of a beautiful girl often exuded a certain charm. What she considered a silly face merely appeared to Long Xiaoyu as an endearing display of affection. Long Xiaoyu remarked, "My dear, I do love you. However, to speak candidly, mocking oneself in such a manner is akin to self-deprecation. He cannot simply feign ignorance." With a chuckle, he continued, "Oh, that remark is rather unpalatable to me. I have yet to launch an attack, so how can you presume I intend to do so?" He paused mid-sentence, approaching a tree large enough for a single person to embrace. Not strong enough. With that proclamation, Long Xiaoyu's leopard claw suddenly lunged towards the tree, a resounding tearing sound echoing through the air. For profound claw marks were etched into the trunk, with even a patch of bark entirely missing. Meng Iran's expression shifted dramatically. This assault was no jest. If it were to strike her, she dared not contemplate further, instinctively taking a small step back. The impending threat loomed high, a palpable tension in the air. Long Xiaoyu could not help but give a thumbs up to her own masterpiece. Although the appearance of her opponent seemed rather contemptible, she was more concerned about the potential harm to her granddaughter. In a sigh of resignation, Ko Xiangxiang conceded defeat, asking, "Which family do you belong to?" Upon hearing this, Long Xiaoyu removed her battle armor, revealing a radiant smile, devoid of mockery. It was a pure and sunny expression that momentarily left Meng Iran in a daze. "Me? I am merely a soul master pursuing my interests." Chapter 81. The Titan Giant Ape, take care, she said, waving goodbye as laughter sent the two off. Oscar, satisfied, absorbed the 1,000-year soul ring. As dusk approached, the transformation of the forest became increasingly apparent. The remaining light quickly faded, plunging the surroundings into darkness. The forest gradually succumbed to slumber, its silence heightening the vigilance of Long Xiaoyu and her companions, for such stillness seldom bodes well. "Haha, I am finally a soul Zune." A sudden jubilant voice shattered the silence, startling everyone. They turned to see Oscar, his joy unmistakable, accentuated by the striking purple soul ring beneath his feet. Ning Rongrong and the others could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Could they achieve such a rank at this age? Doubts crept in. "Stop making a fuss. You'll attract soul beasts, and you'll be the first to be fed to them." Zhao Wu Ji, unfazed by the disruption of Oscar's excitement, approached and playfully flicked his forehead, reminiscent of their earlier interactions with the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. "No, Teacher Zhao, I was wrong." Amid their playful banter, Tang Sen awoke, stretching his limbs and smiling gently at Oscar. "Congratulations, little Ao. I too have just ascended to Soul Zune." I know. Wait, little San, you've become a Soul Zune too." The initial statement was inconsequential, but the realization struck Oscar hard, confirming it was indeed Tang Sen speaking, not Long Xiaoyu. His earlier elation evaporated in an instant. "Didn't I just mention it?" Tang San replied, somewhat exasperated. The awkward silence was soon interrupted by a gruff voice. "Little Ao, what is your third soul skill?" Zhao Wuji approached, reminding them of their priorities amidst the playfulness. The director had emphasized the importance of acquiring a skill akin to the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, and they were curious about what abilities it might bestow. "Flight. I can soar at the speed of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake for 1 minute." After being overshadowed by Long Xiaoyu and Tang San, Oscar felt a pang of dissatisfaction regarding his achievement. The comparison is truly discouraging. Despite Oscar's reservations, the others were far from indifferent. The prospect of flying at such incredible speed was extraordinary. They eagerly began discussing when they might witness Oscar's third soul skill in action, realizing that such an ability was a rarity, something many might never achieve in their lifetime. At merely 12 or 14 years of age, they still harbored dreams of soaring freely like birds, a yearning that resonated deeply within them. Even Zhao Wujia, typically gruff, could not conceal his delight upon learning about Oscar's soul skill. He clapped Oscar on the shoulder, exuberantly praising, "Congratulations. It seems fortune smiles upon us this year. Not only have we acquired a rare martial soul, but both Xiaoyu and San have leveled up. All right, Teacher Zhao, it's getting dark. It would be unwise to proceed further. Let us rest here tonight and seek suitable soul beasts for Xiaoyu and San tomorrow," suggested Dai Mu Bai. The others nodded in agreement, particularly the girls, who, while unafraid of insects, were wary of other dangers lurking in the night. "Yes, that sounds good. Wait, Zhao Wujia, who had just agreed with a smile, suddenly turned serious, scanning the darkness ahead. The sun's light had completely vanished, leaving the moon to reign over the night, though the trees obscured even its feeble glow. As Zhao Wu Ji's expression darkened, he urged, "Everyone, abandon everything and retreat. Do not look back." His command sent ripples of unease through the group. If Zhao Wu Ji, usually so composed, was urging them to flee, what manner of threat were they facing? Even Long Xiaoyu, typically unflappable, appeared shaken. 100,000-year Titan giant ape. My goodness. Although I knew it would appear in the story, facing it now causes a surge of anxiety. After all, I did abduct the Silver Dragon King. Surely the Titan giant ape won't be able to detect the scent of Guyuna on me? Damn. This is the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. How could we encounter such a monster? Zhao Wu Ji's face was now a mask of grim determination. Teacher, what is happening? Dai Mu Bai asked urgently, as their feeble soul power failed to sense the Titan giant ape's approach. Before Zhao Wu Ji could respond, the ground trembled violently, leaving them with a dreadful realization they were about to encounter something formidable. Quickly, Oscar, prepare the flying sausages. No matter what happens, stay put. If things go awry, retreat without hesitation and do not worry about me. We must escape the Stardow Forest. Anyone who dares to look back will face dire consequences. In that moment, Zhao Wu Ji had never seemed more serious. His tone left no room for debate. As his words faded, a terrifying roar erupted from the shadowy forest, shaking them to their core. They could not even glimpse the source of the sound, but the sheer force threatened to rupture their eardrums. What kind of monster is this? The group clasped their ears, trembling uncontrollably at the horrifying sound. If a mere roar could elicit such terror, could they truly withstand a direct confrontation? Would even someone as powerful as Teacher Zhao have a chance of survival? Boom. As the figure finally materialized before them, apart from Xiao Wu, who remained composed, the others were left in stunned silence. I regret not creating a Diga transformation device. Long Xiaoyu gasped, astonished by the colossal figure before them. In her previous life, she had overlooked many details while engrossed in novels, aware only that the Titan giant ape was formidable and massive. Yet, witnessing its true size evoked a primal fear within her, a fear she had never experienced, even in her past life. Is this creature truly so powerful that Tian Heng could contend with it? Its strength is beyond comprehension. Until one reaches that level, one can never fathom its true might. Chapter 82. The Emergence of Tion, the King of the Forest, the Titan Giant Ape. How have we encountered this beast? According to the teachings of the Master, one can easily recognize a soul beast like Tang San, who possesses such distinctive characteristics. However, this very recognition, coupled with the awareness of the formidable nature of the opponent, instills a deeper sense of concern within him than in others. Esteemed King of the Forest, if we have inadvertently offended you, we shall withdraw at once. We humbly seek your forgiveness. Zhao Wu Ji's belief in the intelligence of a century-old soul beast, which is comparable to that of humans, reassured him that his words would be comprehensible. His demeanor was exceedingly modest, even in the face of the relentless pursuit by the Spirit Hall. He did not exhibit the fear that he displayed now. Yet, the Forest King chose to disregard him, taking a step forward that sent a wave of anxiety through all present. In contrast, the gaze of Xiao Wu was filled with urgency. Long Xiaoyu understood that her eagerness was not to flee, but rather to urge the Titan Great Ape to depart swiftly. Long Xiaoyu took a step back, hoping that events would unfold as scripted. I will block him. You all must flee quickly. Anyone who dares to look back, I shall slay. Facing a soul beast of 100,000 years, could he truly survive this ordeal? Zhao Wu Ji's words, which he himself deemed absurd, echoed in his mind. To think that a soul sage could stand against a 100,000-year soul beast, if this were to spread, everyone would surely consider him mad. Yet, for the sake of his beloved students, he had to embrace this madness. The 7 soul rings on his body shimmered into existence, illuminating his figure with an imposing grandeur. In the face of the 100,000-year soul beast, he had no choice but to fight with all his might. Xiaoyu, I entrust everyone to you. I will cover Teacher Zhao while you make your escape, Dai Mu Bai declared, manifesting his 3 soul rings. The white tiger avatar surged forth, charging directly at the king of the forest. Could he truly protect their retreat against a 100,000-year soul beast? Surely, it was a jest. Even with the system augmenting him, he was not invincible. He could only feign strength while awaiting the moment when Xiao Wu would be captured. No, I will stay to help as well. I will stay, Long Xiaoyu proclaimed, and the others echoed his sentiments. In such a critical moment, how could they abandon one another in the face of disaster? To be honest, had Long Xiaoyu been unaware of the script, he might have indeed fled for his life. Courage is commendable, yet reality is often unforgiving. As these thoughts raced through Long Xiaoyu's mind, the Titan giant ape unleashed a sonic wave, sending all their attacks spiraling away as if they were mere paper. No. Release Zhao Wu, Tang Xin shouted in fury, the first time Long Xiaoyu had witnessed him so enraged. Like an unrestrained torrent, the hidden weapons surged towards the Titan. Yet all that filled Tang San's heart was the resolve to save Zhao Wu. However, the Titan giant ape's defense was formidable. Even Zhao Wu Ji found it challenging to breach. Let alone Tang San's projectiles. Long Xiaoyu felt a flicker of joy within. As Zhao Wu had been captured, everything was unfolding according to the script. His figure gradually receded from the Titan giant ape. Brother giant ape, hurry along and take Zhao Wu back to play. However, the immense visage of the Titan giant ape, upon seizing Zhao Wu, twitched slightly at the nose, as if it had caught a whiff of something. That once ferocious countenance suddenly transformed, its gaze fixating directly upon Long Xiaoyu. A sudden pang of dread struck Long Xiaoyu. He had lost the gamble. Retreat. Just moments ago, he had the chance to escape, yet now it seemed utterly impossible. The Titan great ape took a giant stride, positioning itself directly before him, and with a swift motion, seized him with its other hand. Goodness! Even with the vibranium armor for protection, the sheer force of the Titan great ape left him gasping for breath. My word! Are you trying to crush me to death? Xiaoyu! Xiao! Zhao Wu Ji, in a fit of rage, felt the weight of his responsibilities as a teacher. 2 of his students were captured, leaving him feeling utterly remiss. Martial soul manifestation. Great strength diamond bear. With a thunderous roar from Zhao Wu Ji, his physique began to swell. Brown fur enveloped his form, amplifying his size multiple times over. Though he could not match the Titan great ape, his transformation was nonetheless awe-inspiring. The sudden change in Zhao Wu Ji captured the Titan great ape's attention. With both hands occupied, it had no inclination to confront him head-on. Having achieved its objective, it swiftly turned and retreated. At the speed of the Titan great ape, there was simply no way Zhao Wu Ji could catch up. A single leap placed it hundreds of meters away, a velocity that even Oscar's flying sausage could not rival. The distance rendered the others invisible, causing Long Xiaoyu to grow increasingly anxious. System, regardless of who it may be, grant me an escape from this place. Ding! The effect of wish fulfillment activated. Hearing this prompt filled Long Xiaoyu with elation. Ever since the system upgrade, the effect seemed to trigger with remarkable ease. Damn, had I known. I would have wished earlier not to be captured, thus avoiding this intense anxiety. But was everything truly as simple as he envisioned? Once beyond the gaze of the crowd, the Titan great ape placed Zhao Wu upon its shoulder, while Long Xiaoyu remained firmly in its grip. All right, let's halt here, Zhao Wu proposed, glancing at Long Xiaoyu, whose expression of bewilderment piqued her curiosity. She could comprehend the capture of Gu Yuna, but why Long Xiaoyu? Given the bond between Xiaona and Long Xiaoyu, he should have been aware that Xiaona was a spirit beast, and she must have conveyed her identity to him. Sister Zhao Wu, I genuinely wanted to speak with you, but circumstances have shifted. After you left, many events transpired in the Stardow Forest, and now there are significant figures wishing to meet you. The Titan great ape did not adhere to the script and continued running at full speed, seemingly in a quandary. Significant figures? Both Zhao Wu and Long Xiaoyu expressed astonishment. Significant figures? Is that what this creature refers to? Have they brought someone back? A cold voice suddenly penetrated Long Xiaoyu's ears, reverberating throughout the Stardow Forest. There was no distinct source of the sound, as if it emanated from all directions. Lord Dishiang, Zhao Wu, I have returned, and additionally, I have brought back a human imbued with my royal aura. The Titan great ape abruptly halted, bowing its head towards the shadowy forest, preparing to kneel. Yet for some unknown reason, it paused. Lord Dishiang. Hiss. Zhao Wu gasped in disbelief. She had not anticipated that the reclusive Dishiang would wish to see her. Long Xiaoyu inhaled sharply, a torrent of frustration coursing through his mind. Why had Emperor Tian emerged? Hadn't he, the heavenly dream ice silkworm, provided enough for him to absorb? This was supposed to be a battle narrative, and it seemed that his entrance was rather premature. Faced with the unfolding of an unforeseen plot, he felt genuine trepidation. Everything was beyond his expectations. The aura of my king? Finally, there is news. The characterization of Emperor Tian appears to stem from the author's imagination. Ha ha ha. There are significant discrepancies in personality, so please do not take offense. Chapter 83. Inquiry. The voice seemed quite agitated, and with a tremor that shook the very earth, the figure of the azure sky bull python emerged first, followed by several smaller figures that swiftly darted out from the pitch-black forest, pausing mid-air to gaze intently at Long Xiaoyu. Behind them loomed numerous soul beasts, each as colossal as Godzilla. Long Xiaoyu stood transfixed, confronted by what appeared to be a formidable army of beasts. These were merely the spirit beasts of the Stardow Forest. If all the spirit beasts of the Douluo continent were to unite, could the Spirit Hall truly withstand such a force? Perhaps her allegiance should lie with humanity. Lord Dishiang, Zhao Wu hastily contemplated kneeling before him. Her mother had told her that, apart from the true king of spirit beasts who lay in slumber, it was this powerful Dishiang who maintained the tranquility of the entire Stardow Forest. Although Zhao Wu had encountered Dishiang once in her youth, she could still distinctly sense the formidable spirit power emanating from him, an energy far beyond that possessed by an ordinary 100,000-year spirit beast. No need for that. Spirit beasts do not require the convoluted formalities of humankind. How have you fared in the human realm, Zhao Wu? Dishiang inquired, extending his arm. And with a wave of his dark golden robes, he effortlessly lifted Zhao Wu into the air. Their bond was sincere among spirit beasts. There existed no treachery for the sake of power and profit. Dishiang, adorned in a flowing dark golden robe, possessed a well-proportioned physique, though his features suggested maturity. He remained strikingly handsome, exuding an air of solemnity and gravity. Yet, upon seeing Zhao Wu, his expression softened with affection, though she was merely a 100,000-year spirit beast. In his eyes, she was still but a child. I am well, Zhao Wu replied, taken aback by such tenderness. To her, the king of spirit beasts should embody an imposing presence, one not to be trifled with. Dishiang nodded and then turned his gaze towards Long Xiaoyu, who was being grasped by the Titan great ape, his eyes reflecting curiosity. Long Xiaoyu, in that moment, exhibited signs of fear, an entirely human reaction. Faced with such overwhelming power, even Bibi Dong would likely display a similar expression of trepidation in the presence of so many spirit beasts. Is it him? Dishiang inquired. Indeed. Though my sister Zhao Wu possesses it as well, the intensity is not as strong as his. The Titan great ape roughly tossed Long Xiaoyu before Dishiang, confident that a fragile human, surrounded by 100,000-year spirit beasts, would not dare to retaliate. The abruptness of the toss caused Long Xiaoyu to stumble before being caught by a peculiar force, steadying herself as she stood before Dishiang. Standing less than 5 meters away from him, she observed the man before her, his gaze profoundly deep. He exuded kindness toward Zhao Wu, yet directed a regal intensity towards humanity. Humph, does a human dare to meet the gaze of the king of spirit beasts? Scoffed another man nearby, his eyes filled with malice. An overwhelming pressure surged toward Long Xiaoyu. Ugh. Long Xiaoyu once contemplated that if this man forced him to kneel before the Emperor Tian, he would eventually kill him. Under the enhancement of the vibranium armor, Long Xiaoyu exerted all his soul power to counter this formidable pressure. The evil emperor was momentarily taken aback, and the gazes of the other soul beasts towards Long Xiaoyu shifted as well. The tyrant Evil Eye ruled over the evil emperor. Who was he? An existence on par with the Emperor Tian. This mere human dares to withstand the evil emperor's pressure? Humph. Arrogance. The pressure intensified again. He had initially feared that excessive release of pressure would crush the opponent, but he never expected that this human would dare to rise against him. Unforgivable. The evil emperor had had enough. This human was linked to my king's clues and must not be damaged by you. With another wave of his hand, Emperor Tian dissipated the pressure, not criticizing the evil emperor for his actions. As a soul beast of hundreds of thousands of years, it was difficult for him to harbor any fondness for humans. Very well. With Emperor Tian intervening, when it came to the king, the evil emperor's expression subtly changed, and he chose to remain silent after a brief acknowledgement. After soothing the evil emperor, when Emperor Tian turned back to face Long Xiaoyu, he seemed to regard him with newfound respect. In our presence, such veiling is unnecessary. Today, with a wave of his hand, the astonishing armor on Long Xiaoyu shattered, transforming back into a cube and returning to him, revealing his shocked and pale expression. A single strike had torn apart the vibranium. Long Xiaoyu's heart of resistance had not existed. He had never harbored the spirit of rebellion from the very beginning. A child? Emperor Tian was somewhat astonished. Although he had not seen humans for a long while, he could still recognize the young and old. From Long Xiaoyu's youthful visage, he could discern that this human had been in this world for no more than 15 years. To withstand the evil emperor's casual pressure at such a young age, are humans truly this powerful now? Indeed, there was a presence of my king. Have you ever encountered anyone who could shatter Long Xiaoyu's armor? The scent grew stronger. Just as Emperor Tian was about to inquire, he hesitated. He did not know how to describe it. It was said to be the Silver Dragon King, but according to the Qing Tian Yo Mang, the king seemed to have departed in human form. However, with so many humans around, did this youth truly know whom he was speaking of? Oh, right. Zhao Wu. You also bear the scent of the king. Have you ever met him? Emperor Tian's mind raced, and he quickly turned to ask Zhao Wu. Powerful soul beasts possess a form of sensing. Today, Zhao Wu exuded that fragrance, so she surely knew something. The king? Lord Emperor Tian. Are you referring to the Silver Dragon King who has been in slumber? Zhao Wu exclaimed in surprise. She was aware of the legends surrounding the Silver Dragon King. After all, the beast god was said to be sleeping in the Star Forest, a matter of great significance that she could not possibly be ignorant of. Yes, precisely. 6 years ago, the king suddenly awakened and transformed into human form, departing unexpectedly. Only De Ming and Ming, who were guarding the lake, were aware. We few went to the human realm to search but found nothing. Alas, it was our oversight. Emperor Tian wore a rather helpless expression and shook his head. Even he had never seen the Silver Dragon King, nor did he know how to describe him or understand his character. Zhao Wu hesitated. She was uncertain whether Guyu Na was the Silver Dragon King, as she had only encountered one soul beast during this time that instilled fear in her. She did not know how to articulate her thoughts, but when she looked at Long Xiaoyu, the pleading in his gaze caused her heart to waver. Chapter 84. The System's Method of Salvation Bang. His Xiaoyu. Just as Long Xiaoyu's wish came true. Guyu Na at Shrek Academy was feeling bored and engaged in her daily training when she suddenly broke through. The third memory awakened. The moonlight bathed her in a silvery glow, as if draping her in a layer of silver sand. The silver mask gradually peeled away, and the earthy yellow cloak, along with her other garments, began to disintegrate. Her graceful form was illuminated by the holy light, enveloping her in a sphere of radiance. With a roar akin to a dragon's, the light expanded, growing larger. It gradually covered the entire Shrek Academy. The majestic form began to materialize. With silver wings capable of obliterating anything and claws potent enough to crush all. Entirely radiant silver, the pressure from the massive wings flapped, causing the entire Shrek Academy to be thrown into chaos. This was reminiscent of her memory. However, upon closer inspection, something felt imperfect. With wings spread, she soared towards the Star Forest, unnoticed by anyone, as a small sphere of light descended where Guyu Na had previously rested. I apologize, Xiaoyu. Lord Emperor Tian. I am uncertain if my guess is correct. 6 years ago, when I first integrated into the human world, I happened to encounter a shape-shifting soul beast similar to myself. The power she possessed instilled fear in me, and I am aware of her current location. Moreover, she is his sister. Zhao Wu first apologized to Long Xiaoyu, then turned to Emperor Tian. Setting aside whether or not this esteemed being could be deceived, if Xiaoyu chose not to disclose it, neither would she. She might be safe, but having encountered so many soul beasts over 100,000 years, would Lord Emperor Tian simply let him go? Clearly, that was impossible. Crushing a mere human was as inconsequential as squashing an ant to a soul beast of 100,000 years. Zhao Wu's words left all the soul beasts astounded. The notion that a shape-shifting soul beast could be the sister of a tiny human was utterly illogical. Oh? Emperor Tian raised an eyebrow. And as he looked back at Long Xiaoyu, his expression shifted once more. A shape-shifting soul beast capable of instilling fear in Zhao Wu held significant potential. And the fact that such a powerful soul beast would willingly be the sister of a human led him to share the same thoughts as others. Do you have anything to say, human? Emperor Tian inquired. Esteemed sir, if I say my sister is not the king you speak of, would I still be able to return alive? Long Xiaoyu forced a smile. Indeed, you guessed correctly. Zhao Wu likely said that to protect you, so what do you mean? Emperor Tian openly stated, his gaze towards Long Xiaoyu filled with anticipation. Sensing something, Emperor Tian suddenly raised his head to gaze into the distance. His expression transforming from initial puzzlement to eventual delight. Long Xiaoyu seemed to sense something amiss. Her complexion changed dramatically as she abruptly turned to look behind her. Is this truly your solution? She exclaimed to the system. No. Please, do not come any closer. Ding. Whoever the host speaks of. Faced with the system's unfeeling response, Long Xiaoyu found herself devoid of any inclination to critique it further. The solution proposed by the system, while lacking in empathy, was not without its rationale. Among those whom Long Xiaoyu knew, it was likely only Guyu Na who had reason to come to her rescue. And only she possessed the capability to extricate her from the clutches of the numerous soul beasts. Damn it, I would rather make some sacrifices to save myself. Look. What is that in the sky? Ning Rongrong shouted. The Silver Dragon King moved with extraordinary speed, descending just as it approached its destination, even in the darkness of night. Its silvery form radiated brilliance. At that moment, they mirrored the script, racing through the skies on Oscar's flying sausage, hoping to rely on their own strength to rescue Zhao Wu from the grasp of the 10,000-year soul beasts. Incredible! Zhao Wu Ji's response came as the imposing figure in the sky left his lips parched. He had never anticipated encountering two such formidable soul beasts in a single day. And given the current situation, it appeared that the place where the other was landing was in the direction they intended to advance, causing him to waver with trepidation. It was not merely his own life he feared for, but also that of his students. Sometimes, sacrificing one is preferable to losing them all. Listen, everyone. If we do not spot Zhao Wu within the next incense stick's worth of time, we must retreat, Zhao Wu Ji declared, making a difficult decision as they were compelled to confront reality. No, you all retreat. I must find Zhao Wu. You fool, going will only lead to your demise. That is a 10,000-year soul beast. Do you wish for Zhao Wu's sacrifice to be in vain? Do you think she would want to see you perish? Zhao Wu Ji scolded vehemently, proving that youth often leads one to be blinded by emotion. Even if I die, I must find her. Think of your family, Tang San. Do not be so obstinate. Zhao Wu Ji's words cast a heavy silence over everyone. Even Ma Hongjun, who had no family, was unwilling to throw his life away for naught. Tang San too fell into silence. The image of Tang Hao lingered in his mind, yet that of Zhao Wu was equally impossible to relinquish. Haha. It is the image of my king. She has returned. Tian had never felt so exhilarated until this day. The pressure emanating from his bloodline sending shivers through his heart, which had remained unshaken for hundreds of thousands of years. Yu, do not approach. Ugh. As the figure became increasingly apparent, the massive dragon emanated silver light that captivated everyone. Although he had never witnessed the transformation of the Silver Dragon King, he felt a profound familiarity emanating from her. However, before he could complete his thought, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him, pinning him to the ground, rendering him immobile. The only sounds were his labored breaths and the tightly clenched fist of Long Xiaoyu, indicating her struggle. Humph! You dare offend my king? The evil emperor struck. With their king's return, there was no longer any need to spare this individual. Evil emperor, do not act hastily. This man is the king's brother. If you strike now. Tian cautioned. Based on Long Xiaoyu's recent attitude, it appeared she shared a close bond with the king. To confront the king's brother before her felt like an impending disaster. Humph! How could the king fight for humans against us soul beasts? The evil emperor's loathing for humanity far surpassed Tian's. For hundreds of thousands of years, he had never regarded humans with respect. Not only were their lives fragile and fleeting, but they also sought to hasten their end while slaughtering soul beasts to enhance their power. What a grave sin. I hope my concerns are unfounded. Boom. Chapter 85. I am bald. I have even deployed an atomic bomb. As Tian finished speaking, the Silver Dragon King transformed into a black-haired maiden, coldly gazing this way. She glanced at Long Xiaoyu, who was struggling on the ground, then turned her gaze to the evil emperor, her eyes ablaze with fury. Without uttering a word, she swiftly approached the evil emperor and struck him with a single palm, sending him hurtling into the dark forest. Gyu had not only broken the third layer of her seal but also unleashed all her powers. In that moment, she was no longer merely a soul sovereign but approached the strength of a limit Douluo. Had she not expended a portion of her power, she might have even neared the level of a deity. Nonetheless, the evil emperor found himself unable to withstand her sudden assault. You dare tread upon me? His tone was frigid, imbued with the essence of a monarch. Guyu's imposing presence instilled fear in all present. She was no longer the docile little sister but had transformed into the true Silver Dragon King. No one dared to challenge her actions. Though she still appeared to be 12 years old, clad in a radiant blue and white gown that made her seem ethereal. It had been ages since anyone had seen Guyuna's true form, unobscured by voluminous garments. With cascading black hair, an aura of dignified aloofness, and a visage reminiscent of frost, Guyuna seemed to embody the legendary Dragon King. Freed from the constraints of pressure, Long Xiaoyu quickly rose to her feet, warmth blossoming in her chest at Guyu's sudden intervention. However, this was not the moment for such sentiments. Ahem, Guyu, you. Before Long Xiaoyu could finish, Guyu interjected, I am now the Silver Dragon King, not Guyuna. Humans, please show respect. Her tone was frigid, devoid of any warmth, as she did not even glance back, offering only her silhouette. Yet, the gaze cast upon her was filled with melancholy and struggle. Upon hearing those words, Long Xiaoyu momentarily froze, then bitterly smiled. Respect? Ha! What a farce. His tone shifted from resignation to anger. Who was he resentful towards? The system's inept solutions? Guyuna's indifference? Or perhaps his own helplessness? That he could only acknowledge himself. You human. Tian finally spoke. How could he simply overlook his king being insulted? His eyes brimmed with displeasure, Were it not for the presence of the king, he might have unleashed pressure like the evil emperor. Biting her lip? Yu faced Long Xiaoyu's unreasonable outburst with understanding rather than anger, yet the internal struggle within her intensified. This was the first time her brother had scolded her. She wished he would scold her a little more, but it seemed there would be no further opportunities. Your brother will always be your brother. If you push it, he may just become your husband. Even in the face of the Soul Beast army, Long Xiaoyu felt compelled to voice his innermost thoughts. He had vowed upon first meeting Gu Yuna that, come what may, against the whole world, against the entire Douluo continent, against the divine realm, he would love Gu Yuna unrepentantly for all his days. The crowd, oh no, the beasts were astonished. Was that a confession? After all, she was the Silver Dragon King. How could this human be so audacious? Zhao Wu covered her mouth, although she understood that the relationship between Gu Yuna and Long Xiaoyu had deepened. She had not anticipated him to express it so directly. Do you remember what you once asked me? If one day someone sought to harm me, but you were unable to defeat them, what would you do? I had said, please believe me, such a thing will never happen. Long Xiaoyu spoke as he took out the Rubik's Cube once more, which swiftly transformed into a large military green truck, laden with a formidable missile. When he initially uttered those words, he had already begun to conceive the birth of this creation. An atomic bomb. One of the most potent thermal weapons of the 21st century. He had originally pondered whether its power would be influenced by his own strength. However, he ultimately realized that technological creations seemingly remain unaffected by spiritual energy. This implies that even if he were a Grand Soul Master, the atomic bomb he crafted would possess enough destructive force to annihilate beings of tidal Douluo caliber. At this revelation, Tian's expression drastically altered as he gazed at the peculiar object in Long Xiaoyu's possession, his heart brimming with trepidation. After all, should Long Xiaoyu detonate this atomic bomb at close range, the ensuing devastation would be beyond the capacity of even the most ancient soul beasts to withstand. Even if they managed to survive, they would be grievously injured, rendered vulnerable, and at the mercy of their adversaries. Even Gu Yuna couldn't help but turn her head. Her eyes filled with vigilance as she observed the object beside Long Xiaoyu. I offer you a choice. Either allow me and Gu Yu to depart, or we shall all perish together. Do not attempt to eliminate me first. Even if you succeed in killing me, the atomic bomb will still detonate. In that moment, the gravity of his words was laced with a hint of deception. In such a critical juncture, who could fathom if he might suddenly resort to falsehood? Long Xiaoyu did not wish to perish, nor did he desire to take Gu Yuna with him into oblivion. However, displaying a semblance of menace was still a viable option. Do you know whom you were threatening? A human. Tian's ire was palpable. For hundreds of thousands of years, no one had dared to threaten him, yet here he stood, intimidated by a mere human capable of being obliterated with a mere flick of the wrist. Gu Yu had come to understand the nature of Xiaoyu's affections, yet she found herself unable to accept it. Enough, Xiaoyu, you will not detonate anything. It is all in the past. I am the Silver Dragon King, bound to my mission. And you, dear brother, should return to the human realm. After 6 years of companionship, she knew Xiaoyu's character well. He cherished his life above all. Gu Yu shook her head, asserting, my presence here is not solely to rescue you. I must also fulfill my own purpose. Gu Yu, she unhesitatingly exposed his deceit, leaving Long Xiaoyu momentarily at a loss. Yet, upon witnessing the comforting expression in her eyes, he clenched his fist once more and exhaled, continuing, give me 10 years. When I return, no creature, not even a deity, shall impede my triumphant welcome of you. At this moment, Long Xiaoyu's tone was imbued with unwavering determination and confidence. The sound of a bell rang, signifying that his heartfelt wish had been activated. Tian sensed the sincerity in the boy's words, devoid of any jest. Could even a god accomplish this? This human might indeed possess such formidable potential. Amusingly, he found himself somewhat swayed by the boy's declaration. Had he lived so long that he had grown somewhat befuddled, or was this human truly capable of such terrifying feats? Very well, 10 years. Even if the future soul beast rise to upend the continent, I shall ensure a place for you. Her tone remained indifferent, having severed her once fervent feelings for Long Xiaoyu. Gu Yu believed in his potential, yet she wished to spare him any anguish or suffering. Chapter 86. A title eludes me. Perhaps this was the true role of the king's protector of beauty. Inner thoughts consumed Zhao Wu as she gazed at Xiaoyu's silhouette. Uncertain of what to say. Third brother, would you act this way for yourself? In the face of love, even against overwhelming numbers of soul beasts, they showed no fear. All right, you must return now. Zhao Wu contemplated her next move. Tian began to consider sending them away. This individual was not to be killed. Yet he could not be allowed to remain. Nearly 2 sentences had garnered a 10-year extension from their king. How could they let this potential trouble linger while striving for unity among the soul beasts? I will return as well. I need to cultivate further in the human realm. Zhao Wu hesitated momentarily. Recalling Tang San, she ultimately resolved to return first, knowing her third brother must be concerned for her safety. Meanwhile, Tang San, dissuaded by Zhao Wu Ji, and the others had advanced a short distance before halting. To err is human, they mused. Grappling with the uncertainty surrounding Zhao Wu's fate against the 10,000-year soul beasts, they were reluctant to perish, fearing the day they might find Zhao Wu's lifeless body, leading to their collective demise. Yet, only Tang San pressed onward, clinging to the slender thread of hope. Albeit a mere 0.1 chance. However, the moment of tranquility was short-lived, as the narrative unfolded and he became ensnared by the spider of faces. Teacher Zhao. Dai Mu Bai struggled, questioning whether they would abandon Zhao Wu and Long Xiaoyu. He could not fathom how to face Gu Na after witnessing her defy the academy's leader for her brother. Such memories haunted him. Zhao Wujing clenched his fists, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. The very creature that had taken his students lay just ahead, yet he lacked the courage to pursue. Enough, Mu Bai. You will lead them back. I shall pursue alone. You are merely a burden here. Zhao Wujing spoke without hesitation, unwilling to capitulate but equally reluctant to risk further loss of students. A steely resolve emerged within him, compelling him to take command. These words cast a heavy silence over the group. Indeed, a single roar from the Titan giant ape had shattered their combined efforts. They would only add to Zhao's troubles. The battle between the 10,000-year soul beasts and the soul saints was beyond their capacity to intervene. Yes, Teacher Zhao, please be careful, Oscar cautioned, handing over 3 types of sausages to Zhao Wujing. This was the extent of their assistance. Dai, quickly issue the order. Among the students, Dai Mu Bai was the eldest, with Oscar being the only one remaining. Now, facing uncertainty, he felt compelled to step forward. Oscar's demeanor shifted, no longer under the influence of Long Xiaoyu, transforming into a responsible senior at a critical juncture. Ning Rorong and the others regarded Oscar with newfound respect. This boy was indeed quite trustworthy. All right, retreat. Returning to Long Xiaoyu's side, Erming, see them off. Zhao Wu, take care in the human realm, Di Tian instructed. Wait. Let us obtain a 1,000-year soul ring from a low-level soul beast for him. Gu was now surrounded by soul beasts, though her voice was soft. It was sufficient for all to hear. Yes, Erming will handle it. Hold on. Allow me to take care of this. Consider it an apology to the king's brother. The evil emperor had already emerged from the forest. Despite Gu Yu's sudden attack, he bore no signs of distress, his countenance devoid of anger. His tone was inscrutable. After a moment of consideration, Di Tian chose not to dwell on it and acquiesced. He trusted that the evil emperor would not directly kill the king's brother. Having just experienced the sting of defeat, he would surely behave more cautiously. Very well, go ahead. As contemporaries, neither one could command the other, and Di Tian's tone remained as casual as usual. Long Xiaoyu silently recited a phrase, gazing at the figure before him, his fists slightly clenched. The evil emperor was a being akin to the emperor of heaven, although he found himself at a disadvantage for the time being. He vowed that when the day came for him to ascend to divinity, he would certainly deal with this old rascal, as long as Gu Yu did not interfere. Humans, let us depart. The tone of the evil emperor carried a hint of playful charm as he leaped onto the shoulder of the Titan great ape and looked down at Long Xiaoyu, saying, Ming, extend your hand. This human cannot possibly leap this high. Even without resorting to violence, the strong invariably find ways to bully the weak. Alas, he has chosen the wrong person to torment. Humph. Fried cat eagle. Long Xiaoyu let out a cold snort as the magic cube transformed into a pair of silver wings, lifting him into the air. Why fly when one can leap? Landing beside Zhao Wu, he taunted her, secure in the knowledge that with Gu Yu's connection, he had no reason to fear that this cur would dare confront him directly. He was clearly one who preferred softer approaches. Humph. The evil emperor's expression darkened. Time would tell. My lord, please hold on tight. At that moment, the Titan great ape, the king of the forest, felt an immense pressure. Not only did he have Zhao Wu perched on his shoulder, but he also bore the formidable presence of the evil emperor and the soul beast king, his brother. Should he inadvertently drop any of them, he would surely face dire consequences. Just proceed as you wish, but should we encounter any ruthless Millennium soul beast along the way, be sure to engage them fiercely, the evil emperor remarked, causing the others present to break into a cold sweat. Was the intent to kill so blatantly evident? Zhao Wu found herself at a loss, unable to voice her concerns when faced with the chilling demeanor of the evil emperor. Silently, she sat upon the back of the Titan great ape, beginning to concentrate on forming her third soul ring. Indeed, Millennium soul beasts were plentiful. Yet despite Long Xiaoyu's repeated searches, he had yet to find one that would satisfy the evil emperor. Perhaps I should venture westward into the Douluo forest. The evil emperor mused, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Was he truly intent on aiding Long Xiaoyu in finding a powerful soul ring? Such a notion was ludicrous. What he sought was a millennium soul ring that would overwhelm Long Xiaoyu, leading to his demise. In that case, should the adversary perish, he could not be held accountable. Only the inadequacy of the latter's strength could be blamed. As Long Xiaoyu beheld the sinister smile of the evil emperor, a chill coursed through his heart, prompting him to hastily make a wish to the system. This creature had existed for several 100,000 years, yet here it was. Akin to a child, attempting to bully him. Human, perceiving your fragile mental prowess, I shall generously bestow upon you a soul ring that enhances your spiritual capabilities. The evil emperor remarked with a grin. Enhance the spirit. Long Xiaoyu's gaze turned quizzical as he regarded him. Could it be that this fellow genuinely wished to assist him? If there was one aspect he currently lacked, it was indeed his mental strength. Replicating an object placed a significant demand on his mind. This being was, without a doubt, providing him with a timely boon. Thank you. I did not expect you to be so benevolent. Long Xiaoyu responded earnestly. Were it not for the relentless movement of the Titan giant ape, he might have risen to offer a profound bow in gratitude. The evil emperor, taken aback, thought, what are you babbling about? If memory served him right. Spiritual enhancement was typically coveted by control-type or support-type soul masters among humans. Yet, the creature before him was evidently a powerful assault-type soul master. Never mind. Whether you accept or not, I shall extract it from you, for today I am determined to overpower you. After a brief advance, the Titan giant ape arrived at a tranquil forest encircled by a lake, noticeably quieter than the previous surroundings. The evil emperor rose, hovering above the forest, closing his eyes for a moment to sense his surroundings. With a casual gesture, a colossal, one-eyed creature resembling a giant octopus emerged from the depths of the forest. Upon learning of the beast goddess awakening, and wishing to receive news promptly while ensuring his kin were not harmed by humans in his absence, the evil emperor had brought some of his kin from the evil demon forest to the Douluo forest. The tyrant was a rare soul beast, possessing formidable spiritual attack capabilities. Should a human procure a soul ring from the tyrant, they would undoubtedly pay a hefty price. Yet now, bestowing it upon Long Xiaoyu filled him with great delight, prepared to be overwhelmed. At that moment, the nearly 10,000-year-old tyrant in the evil emperor's grasp exhibited a flicker of consciousness, casting a respectful glance at the tyrant and lowering its body slightly. Little one, release your soul ring, the evil emperor said amiably to his kin. Soul beasts need not wait until death to release their soul rings. They can voluntarily unveil them, as Zhao Wu had done when obtaining hers. The tyrant softly acknowledged, and then a soul ring emerged from its crown. A faint purple hue intermingled with streaks of black. Long Xiaoyu, having learned from the master, recognized immediately that this creature was allowing him to absorb a soul ring nearing 10,000 years in age, causing his expression to shift. Human. Our tyrant tribe's soul rings are exceedingly rare, especially of such high quality. Hurry and absorb it. Do not disappoint the king's expectations. The evil emperor's smile broadened, relishing the sight of Long Xiaoyu's reaction. Evil emperor, the power emanating from this soul ring is truly terrifying. Zhao Wu's countenance paled. She attempted to speak further but was silenced by a single glare from the evil emperor, whose meaning was unmistakably clear. Do not utter what should remain unspoken. Ding. Effective nonsense triggered. Additional ability granted. Nirvana. Impact on the world's causality. For 110. Although Long Xiaoyu's countenance was unappealing, the evil emperor had previously laid bare his intentions upon his face. Amidst his solemn reflections, the system finally responded. Upon hearing the notification sound and gazing at the soul ring before him, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. However, this nonsensical trigger and the additional ability seemed to transcend the realm of martial spirits, which explained why it bore the label of affecting the world's causality. Human, are you ready? Absorb it quickly. I await your explosion. I am eager to return to my slumber. The evil emperor began to urge. For if this fellow were to abandon the absorption of the soul ring, he would be left with no means to eliminate him, merely able to mock him as a coward. All right. As you wish, Long Xiaoyu replied, exasperated. This fellow truly seemed to wish for his demise. Gazing at the soul ring, he felt a twinge of nervousness. This sudden additional ability from the system, Nirvana? Did it imply he would have to die once? Oh. This was quite unfortunate. Xiaoyu, this soul ring is beyond your capacity to bear. After a brief struggle, upon hearing Long Xiaoyu's response, Zhao Wu grew anxious, disregarding the evil emperor's warnings as she implored him. So much had transpired today. Long Xiaoyu had just forged a 10-year pact with Gu Yu, and now he might perish before even leaving the forest. Could Gu Yu truly accept such a blow? Fear not. Everything will be fine. Long Xiaoyu assured her with a reassuring glance, then turned his attention to the displeased evil emperor. Oh, by the way, uncle, how about we make a wager? Long Xiaoyu suddenly conceived a playful idea and addressed the evil emperor. What wager? Do you believe you possess the qualifications? Or do you have any capital that could satisfy this emperor? The evil emperor scoffed at Long Xiaoyu's words, questioning the relevance of such talk from one on the brink of death. I certainly possess capital, my life. If I can absorb this soul ring and continue to live, you must agree to 3 requests of mine. If I perish, then so be it. I will ensure Gu Yu does not hold you accountable. What do you say? Long Xiaoyu smiled as he spoke. Do you truly believe you can withstand a soul ring nearing 10,000 years? The evil emperor's expression remained largely unchanged despite having had his plans revealed, for the power of this soul ring was evident even to a fool. It was clearly not something an ordinary person could absorb. Long Xiaoyu did not respond to the other's question. Instead, she shook her head and continued. You need not concern yourself with whether I can absorb it. Just tell me, do you dare to gamble? You. Why would I not dare? This bold challenge ignited the wrath of the evil emperor. Even the mighty Emperor Tian had never spoken to him in such a manner. How audacious this mere human was. The sudden surge of his imposing presence caused the titan ape beneath Long Xiaoyu's feet to retreat in alarm. However, he refrained from taking action, for all his efforts were directed towards compelling Long Xiaoyu to take her own life. To strike now would render all his plans futile. Swear it. Swear to the beast god. Swear to the thunder tribulation. Provoked repeatedly by the opponent, the evil emperor's desire to eliminate her intensified. This individual could not possibly survive. In the span of hundreds of thousands of years, he had never heard of any human capable of absorbing a soul ring with nearly 10,000 years of power. Alas, one wonders if oaths hold any weight in this world. Although he had compelled her to swear, seeking some solace for his own mind, Long Xiaoyu felt an emptiness within. After all, oaths could be broken, and who had ever witnessed such promises being fulfilled? Fear not. For I am not so base as to tarnish my character over a mere human, nor would I jest with my own life, he scoffed, sensing her apprehension. Swearing by the beast god may bear little consequence, but an oath to the thunder sister is indeed significant. Every 100,000 years, soul beasts must endure a thunder tribulation, and each trial is fraught with peril. Failure could lead to death. Should he violate his oath, he would likely find himself tormented for the ensuing decades. Chapter 88. The Phoenix's Rebirth from Flames. Under their watchful gaze, Long Xiaoyu raised her hand, the cube in her grasp shimmering brilliantly under the moonlight. The soul ring gradually drifted from the brow of the one-eyed tyrant to the cube held by Long Xiaoyu. Explode. The evil emperor had never longed for anyone's demise as fervently as he did now, his excitement palpable as the ring descended upon the cube. Oh wait. Long Xiaoyu suddenly recalled something and pushed the soul ring back onto the head of the one-eyed tyrant with her soul power. Are you reconsidering, boy? The evil emperor's tone was devoid of kindness, his murderous intent unmistakable. Shall we seal a pact? The evil emperor. As the opponent's hand was raised, Long Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat. He truly feared that this individual might, in a fit of rage, strike him down right there. Well, if you do not wish to, so be it. Truth be told, even with the system's assurance, the sight of this dark purple soul ring filled him with trepidation. However, judging by the evil emperor's demeanor, it seemed he could not delay any longer. Gritting his teeth, he returned the soul ring to the cube. An immense surge of soul power flooded into his body. Time passed. He could not ascertain how long it had been. His body reached a saturation point, yet the soul ring showed no signs of yielding, relentlessly forcing power into him. An overwhelming influx of energy surged within him. That day, he finally understood the meaning of overindulgence. Soon, blood erupted from his mouth, while crimson trickled from the corners of his eyes and ears, rendering him a gruesome sight. Xiaoyu. Zhao Wu cried out, her fist clenched, unable to suppress her anxiety for Long Xiaoyu. Please do not let anything happen. How could I face Shana otherwise? How foolishly brave. The evil emperor sneered, confident that everything lay within his control. The human before him was weakening to the brink of death, teetering on the edge of oblivion, as fragile as a withered straw. Boy, the sooner you perish, the sooner you may be reborn. May you not return as a filthy human in your next life. Humans kill soul beasts without hesitation. He would show no mercy to them either. At this moment, Long Xiaoyu was engulfed in excruciating agony, his mind a blank slate. Blood began to seep from his pores, staining his garments crimson. System, I implore you to lend me your strength and allow me to survive. I shall forbear the matter of Gu Yu's arrival, he thought. Moments later, a sudden sound erupted. Long Xiaoyu coughed up blood once more, and his body trembled before collapsing to the ground. His heart, which had raced as if under the influence of a stimulant, abruptly ceased its beating. Xiaoyu. At that moment, Xiaoyu disregarded the malevolent expression of the evil emperor beside her, rushing to embrace Long Xiaoyu, whose lifeless body felt cold against her warm blood, causing tears to cascade down her cheeks uncontrollably. This was all her fault, had it not been for her. The Titan Great Ape would not have ventured to the outskirts of the Douluo forest, had it not been for her. Xiaoyu would not have been discovered, and none of this calamity would have unfolded. Enough, Xiaowu. It is time to cast aside this human corpse. You must return to the realm of humanity. Gazing at the deceased Long Xiaoyu and witnessing Xiaowu's relentless tears, the evil emperor exhibited no change in countenance, neither elated nor sorrowful. He could hardly feel sorrow for humans, nor could he rejoice. To kill a human would only subject him to the king's reproach. Very well. It is all in the past. His actions were merely to ensure the king's peace in unifying the entire Douluo continent. He had done nothing wrong. Evil emperor, please allow me to take Long Xiaoyu's body back to the human realm, for that is where he rightfully belongs after death. Without lifting her head, Xiaowu addressed the evil emperor. He remained silent for a long while. Xiaowu, do not forget who you are. And do not forget your mother, your Aunt Lan. The evil emperor and Emperor Tian were well aware of every 100,000-year soul beast in the Douluo forest. The patrol of 200,000-year soul beasts within less than a century was a significant blow, especially for Emperor Tian, who had only recently arrived. Yet, upon hearing this news, a sense of sorrow and indignation welled up within him. Mother, Aunt Lan, the evil emperor's words struck at Xiaowu's most vulnerable core. Nevertheless, she could not let go of Tang San. His image lingered in her mind, along with the companions who had journeyed alongside her. Torn between familial bonds and friendships, must she make a choice? Cough. One matter is one matter. Brother, do not confuse the two. At that moment, Long Xiaoyu's faint voice echoed once more. Though he appeared to have lost all breath, he suddenly spoke. Even the evil emperor, a being who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, was taken aback by this spectacle. How is this possible? How can he still be alive? He was clearly devoid of life. He could not be mistaken. You rascal. Ding. The sound of the system's notification reverberated, pulling his soul back from the afterlife and granting him a second chance at life. Suddenly, a flame erupted from Long Xiaoyu's body, startling Xiaowu, who held him, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. However, he quickly pushed her aside to prevent the rebirth flames from consuming her. The temperature of the flames was no mere decoration. Long Xiaoyu felt the searing pain against his skin. It hurt immensely, and he gritted his teeth. Phoenix Nirvana, reborn through the flames. To be reborn, one must endure the agony of fire. One must traverse the journey from death to life to truly appreciate the value of existence. If one cannot withstand the trial by fire, a fortuitously gained rebirth would merely result in utter annihilation. He knew the system would not be so benevolent as to grant him the ability to resurrect without a price. The Nirvana flames began to envelop his entire being. And even the evil emperor could not help but take a step back, feeling an instinctual fear from the uncontained fire emanating from this human. This flame was perilous. Roar. The Titan Great Ape bellowed, sensing a dangerously potent aura emerging from its shoulder, instilling fear within it, compelling the beast to instinctively shake off the ominous presence. Quiet, Erming. The evil emperor said, his expression darkening as he extended his hand to control the spread of the flames. Fortunately, although the flames evoked a sense of danger, he was still able to manage them. Enveloping Long Xiaoyu in a fiery sphere provided them some relief, yet it was torturous for Long Xiaoyu. Originally, the Nirvana flames would have spread outwards, alleviating some of the burden on Long Xiaoyu. But being contained in this manner made him feel as though he were on the brink of death once more. Evil Emperor, just wait until I advance to title Douluo. The ninth spirit ring will surely be yours. In the flames, Long Xiaoyu's garments had already turned to ash. Although curious about the changes taking place, Xiaowu, being a girl, understood the need for modesty and had turned her head away. As the Nirvana flames consumed his clothes, they soon began to scorch his fur. As the fur vanished, the skin followed suit, turning from a fiery red to a charred black. Long Xiaoyu's cries of agony echoed from his throat, though the words were becoming indistinguishable. What is he saying? The evil emperor wondered, intrigued by the method of such terrifying power being unleashed. Leaning slightly closer to Long Xiaoyu, He strained to hear his words. Qi. Hong. San. Author. Oops. My apologies. Wrong script. Gu Yu, I will survive. He proclaimed defiantly, though his voice was but a whisper. Yet the evil emperor heard it clearly. Humph. Can you not even save yourself while still thinking of your king? The evil emperor dismissed the latter half of the statement. Unwilling to lend it his attention, his gaze toward the human grew more contemptuous. Observing Long Xiaoyu's current state, it appeared he would soon reduce to ashes. Sparing him the trouble of disposing of a corpse, though the process was peculiar, the outcome was certainly favorable. However, just as he entertained such thoughts, the charred skin of Long Xiaoyu began to shed. What emerged was not mere flesh, but rather new, tender skin. His hair also began to regrow amidst the flames. Dark and lustrous. This was nothing short of a medical miracle. Long Xiaoyu persevered, enduring the trials of searing flames and anguishing tribulations, ultimately achieving rebirth and transcending in the process. This was his path to nirvana. At this moment, he began to reorient himself, and the magic cube reappeared in his hands, while the darkened purple soul ring once again infused its power into Long Xiaoyu's being. As the flames extinguished, the soul ring finally surrendered, imprinting itself upon the outer circle of Long Xiaoyu's second soul ring. With a deep exhalation, he released a murky black mist from his mouth. When he opened his eyes once more, he had never experienced such clarity, nor had his spirit ever felt so invigorated. You must be a monster. The evil emperor gasped in astonishment. How can you open your eyes after all this? Have you gone too far? No, I am the protagonist, Long Xiaoyu replied. Ah, Xiaoyu. You're alive. Upon hearing a familiar voice, Zhao Wu instinctively turned her head. Confirming that Long Xiaoyu had indeed returned, she quickly blushed and averted her gaze. Of course. Gu Yu is still waiting for me. How could I possibly die? Feeling a bit embarrassed as Zhao Wu openly scrutinized him, Long Xiaoyu lamented the loss of his virginity. However, he decided to let it go, as it was not done with malice, and thus he would not hold a grudge. Swiftly manifesting his golden battle armor, he observed that it now glimmered more brilliantly than before, the black accents imparting an urgent aura. This was the passive soul skill of his third soul ring, enhancing the integrity of the items he replicated. If he were to replicate a martial soul from the Douluo continent, this skill would be rather trivial. However, should he replicate divine weapons from mythologies, the results would be extraordinary. For instance, his current golden battle armor possessed defensive capabilities that could rival those found within the Marvel Universe. Human, what method did you employ to achieve immortality? Are you even capable of absorbing soul rings? The evil emperor felt a sense of disbelief. Anyone witnessing such a phenomenon would likely share this sentiment, especially among the ranks of soul beasts. The prospect of a human possessing an undying form was indeed a terrifying notion. If you inquire, I shall tell you. Would that not be a loss of face for me? Or do you take me for a fool? Long Xiaoyu regarded him with disdain. Before the evil emperor could respond, Long Xiaoyu continued, You surely haven't forgotten our previous wager. I am about to state the 3 conditions. You little rascal. The evil emperor's expression darkened as he unleashed his formidable aura, nearly causing the titan great ape beneath Long Xiaoyu to kneel in fear. Wow, is this your unreasonable stance? How can you accuse me of deceiving you? It was you who proposed the wager. Moreover, as a soul beast capable of transformation, you must be over 100,000 years old, yet you allowed yourself to be deceived by a mere 12-year-old human. Have you wasted over 100,000 years of your existence? Long Xiaoyu's words dripped with contempt. The evil emperor's retorts were not without merit. Yet his countenance grew increasingly grim, and he remained hesitant to act. Should he engage, he would face the wrath of the divine tribulation. Yet to refrain from action would mean succumbing to this human. Damn it, am I truly going to fall into the hands of this human today? While it is not impossible for me to yield, I must uncover the secrets you harbor, the secret to resurrection. The evil emperor ground his teeth, his unwillingness evident. This was his final line. If he could achieve resurrection, what would the tribulations matter? Ascending to become a beast god would merely be a matter of time. Such a possibility is non-existent. Do not even entertain the thought. Long Xiaoyu replied without a moment's hesitation. This is no joke. The abilities bestowed upon me by the system are not something I can share with others. I have already made concessions. The evil emperor retorted in fury. It is not that I refuse to share. These skills were innate from my very birth. Furthermore, as a soul beast and I, a human, even if there were a method, it could only be granted to another human, Long Xiaoyu explained, presenting an array of reasons that even the evil emperor could not conclusively verify. Long Xiaoyu's words momentarily halted him, and the anger on his face gradually faded, replaced by a calm demeanor. How long had it been? How long had he not been governed by his emotions? He had not anticipated such a lapse this time. If Tian and the others were to witness this, they would surely find it amusing. Speak, human. Present your 3 conditions, but do not overreach. I assure you, within my capabilities, I will not breach my promise, the evil emperor said coldly, embodying the true essence of a monarch in his demeanor. Huh. Oh. The sudden shift in the other party left Long Xiaoyu momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend. This fellow certainly changed his countenance with astonishing rapidity. Just a second ago, he was resolutely defiant, and now humph, an intriguing man. First, as the moment to propose conditions arrived, Xiao Wu quickly turned her head. Noticing that Long Xiaoyu had donned his attire and no longer had his eyes closed. With her large eyes blinking curiously, she observed him. Even the normally indifferent Titan giant ape perked up its ears, eager to hear the conditions from someone capable of subduing the evil emperor. In his perspective, the evil emperor was not malevolent. To him, humans appeared as mere insects might to humanity. If he were to consider matters from the evil emperor's viewpoint, how would he react to disrespect from the weak? Reflecting on Boss Xiao and the events that transpired in the spirit hall, he realized that in certain aspects, they bore a striking resemblance. They were both ruthless towards the weak. Moreover, he truly yearned for a powerful protector. The system could not fulfill his whims every time, and the strength of a formidable ally was undeniably reliable. According to the narrative, he was soon to face a title Douluo, and a twinge of anxiety stirred within him. I require someone to safeguard me intimately until I reach the status of a title Douluo. Such a prospect seemed implausible. He dared not even entertain the thought. As soon as Long Xiaoyu finished articulating his first request, the evil emperor promptly retorted, mirroring Long Xiaoyu's earlier words with a cold, unyielding response. He was seething with a desire to eliminate the other, yet now he was expected to protect him? How could that be possible? No. Do not be so hasty in your rejection. Upon reflection, my request is rather straightforward. A human's lifespan is but a century, and given my innate talent, I am already 12 years old, a sole master of level 30. How many years would it take for me to reach title Douluo with my potential? Consider what I previously promised to Gu Yu, the evil emperor mused, his brow furrowing slightly in contemplation. Long Xiaoyu secretly chuckled to himself, not allowing the other party an opportunity to respond, and continued his verbal sparring. Within a decade, if I fail to attain the rank of title Douluo, I shall not be worthy of meeting her. Therefore, what truly constrains you may not even be a matter of 10 years. Moreover, have you not always been curious about the secrets I harbor? By remaining at my side, with your wisdom as the evil emperor, are you not capable of uncovering my mysteries? However, if you are genuinely disinterested in my secrets and find no desire to engage with me further, you may seek another who can protect me in this world in your stead. This was fortunate, as his previous life had rendered him a mere cog in the corporate machine, adept at conversing with all manners of beings. With frequent encounters and lessons learned, he had honed his tongue to such proficiency. If he were merely an ordinary recluse, would he possess the eloquence to utter such words in the presence of such an entity? Even now, his legs trembled. Feeling as though he were ensnared by the narratives of his past life, he was further intrigued by Tang San, who, despite merely stealing knowledge, could still engage so many in conversation. To find another like him? Such a notion was preposterous. At their level of existence, dignity prevailed. Who would willingly follow a human to safeguard them? And the secrets, indeed, he too yearned to uncover them. The longer one lives, the more precious life becomes. Though he could extend his lifespan through the usurpation of his descendants, the tribulations of thunder would not grant him such a reprieve. Hence, even if it required trading his soul rings for a genuine second life, he would readily comply. However, to accompany this individual, kid, I could protect you. But first, I will only do so for a decade. If within that time you fail to reach title Douluo, that would be your inadequacy. Second, I am not invincible. Should I encounter the apex of your kind, I shall prioritize my own life, potentially abandoning you without a second thought. Before the evil emperor could articulate his thoughts, Long Xiaoyu interjected, casting a resentful glance at him. Wait a moment, am I the one proposing conditions or are you? I've stated one, and you counter with 3? That is not quite the way to draw analogies, is it? The evil emperor felt somewhat awkward, acknowledging the truth in Long Xiaoyu's words. Yet he was merely advocating for his own interests. Let me finish, all right? As he spoke, Long Xiaoyu instinctively gestured an okay sign towards him. Is this the contemporary human way of greeting? Although the evil emperor did not comprehend, he reciprocated with an okay gesture. This action momentarily stunned Long Xiaoyu, eliciting a laugh from him. It was quite amusing to see a creature of such formidable power attempting to appear endearing. What are you laughing at? Oh, it's nothing. I just recalled something amusing. Ugh. This is not the time for jesting. Secondly, Long Xiaoyu spoke halfway through, suddenly realizing something was amiss, and swiftly changed the subject. Even if I encounter something I cannot defeat, you must take me with you. You cannot abandon me. You cannot abandon me. You cannot abandon me. It's crucial. So I shall repeat it thrice. Long Xiaoyu declared earnestly, believing it prudent to voice her concerns. Humph. How long have you lived? And yet you are so fearful for your life? Moreover, do you not possess the ability to resurrect? The evil emperor retorted with a mocking tone, his gaze brimming with disdain. Afraid to dance on the edge of a blade, yet you aspire to achieve greatness? What a foolish notion. Well, if I were to resurrect right under the eyes of others, I would surely be seized for dissection and study. Long Xiaoyu rolled her eyes in exasperation, responding with incredulity. Humph, enough of this. Let us move on to the third point. Long Xiaoyu, upon noticing the glimmer of expectation in the other's eyes, felt his lips curl into a slight smile. Do you wish to die early for a swift rebirth? He teased. And for the third wish, let us add 3 more. The evil emperor raised an eyebrow in confusion. With a hand capable of annihilating even a titled Douluo, he extended it above Long Xiaoyu's head. Poised to bestow a buff upon him, his gaze resembling that of a predator sizing up its prey. The third wish must not harbor any intent to kill me. Long Xiaoyu hastily retreated, nearly losing his balance atop the Titan great ape before finally halting. How unreasonable, ready to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Devoid of any sense of humor. If only he could exchange the emperor for someone else. Humph, boy, it would be wise for you to know your place. I shall do my utmost to protect you. The initiative seemed to have shifted back to the evil emperor, who forcibly pulled Long Xiaoyu closer, threateningly. All right, I understand. Long Xiaoyu exclaimed, laughter erupting from Zhao Wu as she witnessed his embarrassment, reminiscent of their joyful past. Their playful banter along the way evoked happy memories, bringing tears to her eyes as she longed for the days of yore. Yet, Guyu's stern presence instilled a sense of dread within her, despite being a beast god. She wished for Long Xiaoyu to rescue the entity from its current predicament, for the status of a beast god was not what Guyu aspired to at present. Meanwhile, Tang San, bereft of the protection of the dragon beard needle, had resorted to using the concealed Juga crossbow, yet still emerged with a Pyrrhic victory in his battle against the human-faced spider. The subsequent task of absorbing the soul rings would undoubtedly prove arduous. And at that moment, is that Zhao Wu Ji and his companions? An aged feminine voice echoed before Tang San. The Dragon Palace's snake lady and her kin had arrived. Undeterred even after Guyu soared above them, daring to confront the human-faced spider. Chapter 91, the 99th level semi-divine mental power. Tang San, at the end of his proverbial rope, gazed at the 3 before him, pallor washing over his features. He had never felt so cursed. Why did they have to appear just as he sought Zhao Wu? Even if a dead end lay ahead, he would dare to face it. Heaven, do you wish to witness my regrets lead me to demise? He lamented. Ah, yet another of Zhao Wu Ji's students. Let us see how he explains this. Chao Tianxiang, seething with frustration, slammed her serpent staff into the ground, the reverberation causing Tang San's expression to darken further. It seemed yet again they had stolen his prey. Calm down. My dear, a hand rested reassuringly on Chao Tianxiang's shoulder. Long Gong Mingshu appeared significantly more composed. He glanced at the visibly weakened Tang San, then shifted his gaze to the deceased face spider, revealing a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Did you single-handedly slay this face spider? His tone was devoid of emotion, as if he were merely inquiring for directions, yet the intensity of his gaze conveyed an unmistakable demand for honesty. Indeed, Junior acknowledges this was your quarry. In order to preserve my own life, I must express my apologies, Tang San admitted without denial. The 8 soul rings adorning Long Gong instilled a glimmer of hope within him. If a harmonious dialogue could be established, perhaps he could solicit the other's assistance in rescuing Zhao Wu, even if the likelihood was minuscule. Humph. Have you perhaps lost your way from Zhao Wu Ji? Regardless, you are left with but 2 choices today. The first being that we consider ourselves unfortunate. The second, do you think we are easy prey? Long Gong's voice was laced with fury as he unleashed his soul power, adopting a condescending posture that loomed over Tang San, unwittingly exerting pressure upon him. However, this seemingly casual act was misplaced. In the deeper regions of the Star Doe forest, they were nearing the outskirts, where the Titan giant ape could no longer reveal itself. Meanwhile, the pace of Long Xiaoyu and Zhao Wu appeared sluggish in the eyes of the evil emperor, who had never conformed to anyone but himself. Ah, to the west? Huh. I am curious to see which reckless youth dares to unleash their soul power in my presence. Suddenly, the evil emperor's gaze darted to the left, his brow furrowing momentarily before relaxing, casting a flirtatious glance towards Long Gong. Frustrated by the provocations of the vile Long Xiaoyu, he finally seized an opportunity to vent his anger. The speed of his flight surged dramatically, heedless of the fact that Long Xiaoyu and Xiao Wu were being dragged along by his own soul power. Long Xiaoyu, old man, I have my sights set on your soul ring. Just wait. One day I will. Oh, my back. Xiao Wu, faint from motion sickness. All right. I can join your family. But I wish for your assistance in slaying a soul beast. Everything is unfolding according to the plot, but they have already been captured by a more vicious hunter, unaware that danger is looming. Hunt a soul beast? What kind of soul beast? Long Gong, though puzzled, dismissed the thought. It was merely a soul beast, after all. How formidable could one be at the outskirts of the Stardow forest? The king of the forest, the Titan giant ape. It has just captured my sister. I hope you can help me rescue her, Tang San implored earnestly, wishing fervently for the two before him to agree. What? The Titan giant ape has emerged. This time, even Long Gong lost his composure, his face reflecting shock. Upon recalling the enormous flying soul beast he had just seen, he could feel the oppressive aura. It was at least over 100,000 years old, utterly terrifying. Two soul beasts over 100,000 years old appeared at the outskirts of the Stardow forest. No need for further discussion. Let us depart. You can contemplate joining our family later. For now, survival is paramount. Without hesitation, Long Gong reached out, intending to forcibly take Tang San with him. But at that moment, he suddenly turned, his 8 soul rings glowing instantaneously, shielding Meng Yiran and Kao Xiangxiang. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated, startling everyone. Tang San was also hurled away by the overwhelming shockwave. As the smoke cleared, the spot where Long Gong and Sheepa stood was now devoid of any presence, save for a pool of blood and a severed arm. Heh, you think you can escape? Let us see if you can withstand this strike, you ants. It was none other than the evil emperor, who had casually struck, yet remarkably failed to eliminate these two insignificant creatures. Why two, you ask? Because Meng Yiran and Tang San were scarcely worthy of even that title. The effects of mental-type damage could yield some intriguing results. Just as the junior brother finished speaking, his strikingly beautiful left eye, partially exposed, flickered with a crimson light directed at the distance. Cough. Damn it. How could I encounter such a figure? Long Gong, now accompanied by Shipu and Meng Yiran, dared not halt his steps, focusing solely on fleeing. The farther away, the better. Old man, what is wrong? Has a tidal Douluo arrived? Shipu exclaimed in shock, never having anticipated that her elder would be so gravely injured by a single blow. She gazed at the blood seeping from Long Gong's severed arm, hastily sealing the wound with her soul power, her eyes filled with concern. Grandfather, Meng Yiran wore a worried expression, yet she dared not inquire further. Even if she asked, the likelihood of receiving an answer from someone capable of inflicting such harm on her grandfather was slim. If it were merely a tidal Douluo, that would be acceptable. Long Gong sighed, uncertain of the opponent's true level. Could it be a limit Douluo? Yet it felt different. But if not a limit Douluo, then what could it be? Who would have imagined that besides Qian Daolu and Tang Chen, there existed a third entity? Before the remaining two could process their astonishment, Long Gong's expression changed drastically as he hastily pushed Shi Pu and Meng Yiran away, turning to confront the threat head-on. No. Having shared countless years of affection with Long Gong, Shi Pu understood the implications of his sudden act. Boom. The evil emperor's physical assault might not rival that of a limit Douluo, but his mastery of mental attacks was nearly at the level of a 99th level demigod. Aside from the beast god, he could claim to be the strongest mental-type soul beast on the Douluo continent. As the vast mental onslaught penetrated Long Gong's mind, in less than a second, his eyes began to lose their focus, and the hand that had once resisted the attack fell limply. He was beyond saving. Yet, the assault did not cease. The evil emperor had mentioned two insignificant creatures. It was clear he intended to eliminate both. The intangible attack swiftly redirected toward the still-dazed Shipa. Brother, what are you in that moment? He felt an icy chill travel down his spine. The man before him emanating an inexplicable terror, undoubtedly the most frightening aura he had encountered in this world. Just to crush two insignificant creatures. Is there a problem? The evil emperor regarded him coldly, offering Long Xiaoyu no favorable glances. Alas, the Long family was truly unfortunate. The torment of Meng Yiran would only intensify as the narrative continued. Chapter 80. I am merely a soul master driven by curiosity. This chapter is finally unsealed. Those who missed the spectacle may wish to observe. Chapter 92. Bringing back a formidable ally. How is Dai Mu faring? Where is the evil emperor? Has he caused any trouble for that human? After the Titan giant ape returned to report, Tian inquired, for the prolonged absence of the evil emperor raised suspicions. Not only Tian, but Guyu beside him also shared this curiosity, her expression betraying a hint of concern despite her silence. The Titan giant ape hesitated, feeling anxious in the presence of many older soul beasts. After much internal conflict, it ultimately recited the lines taught by the evil emperor. The evil emperor did not trouble that human, but he mentioned he had urgent matters to attend to outside for several years and would return within a decade. Oh, out of town. Just as the beast god returned, he chooses to leave. This explanation clearly failed to convince Tian. Tian, never mind. The evil emperor may genuinely have pressing matters. At least his kin remain within the Stardow forest, suggested the Emerald Swan, Bai Ji, who had been standing beside Tian. The evil emperor was infamous for protecting his kin. If he had indeed committed any wrongdoing, he would undoubtedly prioritize relocating his clan. Tian initially resisted this line of thought, casting a sidelong glance at Guyu, whose countenance revealed neither urgency nor concern, allowing him to relax and concede. Very well. He likely does not wish to incur the wrath of the king. Now, Guyu's sensitivity to Long Xiaoyu's aura had intensified. She sensed that Long Xiaoyu was not dead, but seemingly had grown stronger. Back to Long Xiaoyu's side. How could that be? Zhao Wu, have you found San? Hurry up. He was unfamiliar with Long Gong and Shipa, yet Mengyiran was truly pitiful, having her soul beast snatched away twice. She now lost a family member amidst such misfortune. Mengyiran's beautiful face was likely marred by tears. Though he felt sympathy, it was a situation beyond his control. Shaking his head to dismiss Mengyiran's plight, he glanced at the fallen Tang San and hurriedly patted the nauseated Zhao Wu. San? Brother San, where are you? Upon hearing news of Tang San, Zhao Wu disregarded her dizziness, her eyes wide open with urgency. Look, following Long Xiaoyu's gaze, she spotted the familiar figure, albeit in a rather disheveled state on the ground. Brother San. Zhao Wu struggled momentarily, freeing herself from the evil emperor's grasp, and rushed to Tang San, embracing him tightly, allowing his sweat and blood to stain her exquisite attire. Though the evil emperor remained silent, his demeanor clearly reflected dissatisfaction with Zhao Wu's actions. How could a soul beast show such concern for a human? Such disorderly conduct. Dear evil emperor, you cannot simply condemn an entire group with a single stroke. Both humans and soul beasts possess their own distinctions of right and wrong, good and evil. While some humans exhibit commendable traits, others are undeniably malevolent. Young one, do not measure my standards against the world's perceptions, and at this moment, you lack the authority to lecture me. Before Long Xiaoyu could finish speaking, the evil emperor interrupted, regaining his aloof demeanor after a moment of calm. Very well. Amidst the affectionate display between Zhao Wu and Tang San, Long Xiaoyu could not help but feel discomfort. His Guyu had just departed, and within the span of less than an hour, he was once again witnessing such displays of affection. Who could endure that? Just as he contemplated intervening, the evil emperor suddenly focused his gaze in another direction. Do these ants only dare to bully a few weaker soul beasts? Regardless of who approaches, the evil emperor raised his hand high. Though physical combat was not his forte, there was an inexplicable thrill in delivering a slap. Ants? Long Xiaoyu pondered, questioning who could possibly be considered ants in the presence of the evil emperor, aside from Long Gong and Shipa. His contemplation was abruptly interrupted as realization struck him. Dai? Long Xiaoyu exclaimed, recalling that Zhao Wu Ji should have made his entrance by now. Young one. Do you have objections? The evil emperor's single eye coldly scrutinized Long Xiaoyu, though he did not comprehend the meaning behind the words. It seemed he harbored some opinion regarding the actions to follow. Brother, shall we observe carefully before taking action? We must avoid friendly fire, Long Xiaoyu replied, feigning submission. It was rather crude to resort to violence over mere disagreements with humans. The evil emperor did not respond, but his hand lowered, granting Long Xiaoyu a measure of respect. As anticipated, Zhao Wu Ji emerged from the forest, immediately spotting Long Xiaoyu and his companions. Zhao Wu, are you unharmed? This is wonderful, Zhao Wu Ji exclaimed joyously, preparing to embrace Long Xiaoyu. However, Upon noticing the individual standing beside him, Zhao Wu Ji's expression stiffened. The aura emanating from this person suggested he was not to be trifled with. "Might I inquire who you are, sir?" Zhao Wu Ji approached, cupping his fists and slightly bowing. Another so rude. Another ant who dares to stand without kneeling, provoking the evil emperor's ire. Fortunately, Long Xiaoyu was observing the evil emperor closely, fearing any reckless actions. Just as the evil emperor contemplated striking, Long Xiaoyu placed a hand on his shoulder. "Teacher Zhao, this esteemed individual calls himself the evil emperor, and his strength is formidable. I could hardly discern the number of soul rings he possesses before he effortlessly sent Long Gong and Sheepa flying." Long Xiaoyu introduced the evil emperor, his eyes blinking rapidly to signal caution. The evil emperor, though unsure of the implications, seemed to sense a plea for restraint. "Humph. Young one, where is your dwelling? I shall await you there." Remaining near Long Xiaoyu, he felt an incessant sense of confinement. Must he tread carefully around a mere human? Humph. He found that unacceptable. In Soto City, that way, approximately 500 miles, Long Xiaoyu pointed in a direction, anxious that the individual might lose his way. He truly felt as though he had summoned a father figure. But if this individual could indeed assist him in transitioning to the later stages with divine prowess, what then? Humph, what of acknowledging a father? In the early stages, one might plead for a 5-star review, strive for achievements, or even solicit a mere like. He had witnessed the humbling nature of existence. Chapter 93, Divine Weapon, Divine Farmer's Ruler. The evil emperor did not shy away, soaring into the air before the crowd, heading towards the distant north. Is this truly a title Douluo? Zhao Wu Ji could not suppress a gulp. Today, it seemed everyone he encountered in the outskirts of the Star Doe forest was extraordinary. Take care on your journey. Long Xiaoyu awkwardly bid farewell, ultimately choosing to express his sentiments. "Xiaoyu, are you all right? How did you become involved with the title Douluo?" Zhao Wu Ji's expression was filled with questions. If this title Douluo had rescued Long Xiaoyu and Xiao Wu, it would make sense. However, why would he assist them? From their interactions, it appeared that Long Xiaoyu and this title Douluo were quite familiar. Zhao Wu Ji's confusion deepened. If this young one had connections with the title Douluo, how could he dare to confront him in the future? "I am fine. As for that title Douluo, he might be a good person." Zhao Wu Ji, a good person? He found it hard to believe. Title Douluos were not typically benevolent. But could it be that he merely intervened out of kindness? "Third brother, are you all right?" Xiao Wu's worried tone caught Zhao Wu Ji's attention. Gazing at Tang San, who lay in Xiao Wu's arms, Zhao Wu Ji's brow furrowed. Indeed, this was not the time to discuss the title Douluo. His student's well-being took precedence. "How is San?" Zhao Wu Ji hurried to Xiao Wu's side, his concern palpable. At that moment, Tang San's body was turning purple, his lips a dark hue, cold sweat pouring down as he gasped for breath. He appeared on the verge of succumbing to poison. Zhao Wu Ji was taken aback, hastily shoving Oscar's sausage into Tang San's mouth, hoping it was not too late. Yet, the sausage was not a miraculous item that could dissolve instantly. Placed in Tang San's mouth, he lacked the strength to bite down, let alone swallow. "San, eat quickly. Third brother, please, do not fall asleep." Zhao Wu Ji's urgings and Xiao Wu's pleas echoed incessantly in Tang San's ears. Long Xiaoyu stood silently to the side, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. He had not anticipated that Tang San would succumb to poison so swiftly. It appeared that the strike from the evil emperor had inadvertently led him to the venomous claws of the man-faced spider. "You are the destined child, aren't you? Can you not falter even more?" He remained still, gazing at Tang San as he gradually approached the brink of death. His fists clenched tightly, seemingly in turmoil. If Tang San were to perish like this, it would effortlessly eliminate an obstacle in his path. However, the memories of 6 years spent together flooded his mind. "Xiaoyu, are you all right?" This was Tang San's initial concern. "Xiaoyu, stop. You are going too far." This was the first time Tang San had intervened against his aggression. "Xiao San, this belt is for you. Xiaoyu, this heart-nurturing pendant is for you, as a gift to celebrate your advancement to Soul Master." It was then that he first felt a pang of unwillingness. If you do not kill me, I shall return the favor by eliminating all who obstruct me, even if they are from the same sect. All of them. The teacher advised you to refrain from arrogance and impetuosity. I will put a stop to your recklessness." This was the first time he had revealed his innermost thoughts. "Teacher, please step aside. I have a way to dispel the poison." When Long Xiaoyu lifted his head once more, his eyes were filled with unwavering determination. "Tang San, you should not die in such a constricted manner. Even if it must come to a conclusion, I shall confront you with honor and strength. The Rubik's Cube in Long Xiaoyu's possession reemerged, swiftly transforming into a weapon of a vibrant emerald hue, reminiscent of a blade. This weapon evokes cherished memories of childhood. Any devoted fan of the past would likely recognize the divine artifact in Long Xiaoyu's grasp, the Shinong ruler, according to the legends recounted by the divine soldier. During the ancient mythological era, the great Shinong tasted countless herbs and stones to test their medicinal or toxic properties, resulting in near-fatal poisonings on numerous occasions. Eventually, he acquired a piece of Nine Earth's mysterious jade, which he infused with a myriad of toxins and remedies, creating a transcendent weapon capable of both healing grave ailments and delivering lethal poison. Zhao Wu Ji was somewhat astonished. In his eyes, Long Xiaoyu was merely a rather lewd battle spirit master, entirely disconnected from the realm of healing. Nonetheless, observing the confidence radiating from his counterpart, he found himself at a loss. Do not worry, there are no other alternatives now. Trust me. After Zhao Wu Ji's formidable form retreated to clear a space, Long Xiaoyu stepped forward, gently resting the Shinong ruler against Tang San's chest. Originally, the Shinong ruler was merely a semi-finished product, but now, enhanced by the third soul skill, it had nearly reached perfection, closely resembling the one from the original tale. This must be how it was meant to be. Long Xiaoyu was uncertain, as he rarely sustained injuries, or rather, he almost never did, and the same could be said for Guyu. Thus, the Shinong ruler he had painstakingly replicated during the period of insurance had remained utterly useless. Just as Long Xiaoyu pondered whether there existed any incantations, the Shinong ruler, which was pressed against Tang San's chest, began to emanate a warm emerald glow. This radiance was soothing and engendered an immediate sense of affinity. Despite its color being akin to that of his venomous arrowheads, the Shinong ruler appeared to embody true healing, in stark contrast to the former's deceptive nature. As the Shinong ruler activated, Tang San's complexion began to improve. Within the span of a mere incense stick, he had regained a healthy hue, completely dispelling the previous pallor of impending demise. What is happening? Xiao Wu, am I hallucinating? Are you truly alive? Although the Shinong ruler possessed the miraculous ability to mend flesh and bone, it could not restore physical strength. After the arduous journey and a fierce battle against a multitude of adversaries, merely managing to open his eyes signified a significant recovery for Tang San. However, upon beholding Xiao Wu's familiar visage, he yearned to open his eyes wide and scrutinize her carefully, fearful that he might be ensnared in an illusion. Yes, third brother, I am here. It is so wonderful that you are all right. From profound sorrow to overwhelming joy. This was the first time Xiao Wu had experienced such excitement since her transformation, tears streaming uncontrollably as she grasped Tang San's hand tightly, terrified that he might vanish from her grasp. The reunion and renewed laughter between Xiao Wu and Tang San stirred a tumult of emotions within Long Xiaoyu, elation at their reunion and the deepening of their bond, yet sorrowful knowing that he and Guyu could never share such a connection in their fleeting time together. All right, we must leave at once. The Stardow forest has become perilously dangerous. We must retreat swiftly, Zhao Wu Ji interjected, sensing that the two had lingered too long. Although he had not felt such trepidation while on the outskirts of the Stardow forest, now, gazing at the dimly lit woods, an inexplicable dread enveloped him. Fearing the emergence of a creature over 100,000 years old. The benevolence of spirit masters was not guaranteed, yet the threat of 100,000-year soul beast loomed large. Chapter 94. Love and being loved indeed. Teacher Zhao is correct. I will carry Tang San. Let us hasten our departure. Long Xiaoyu concurred. Aware that the outskirts of the Stardow forest were unlikely to harbor any soul beasts aged over 10,000 years. Yet, he felt an urgent need to return and confirm something. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, what just transpired? Li Yusong wondered, feeling an inexplicable force emanate from the direction of his room. Surveying the disarray of the academy, confusion filled his mind as he glanced skyward, finding nothing amiss. Just moments ago, he had sensed an overwhelming pressure, as if a divine presence had graced Shrek Academy. Oh wait, suddenly recalling something, Li Yusong dashed towards a specific direction. The dean was still at his shop in Sotoa City. It would be unwise to report anything now without first verifying the situation. At that moment, the girls' dormitory lay in ruins. Upon arriving, Li Yusong's expression turned tense at the sight before him. Guyuna, where are you? Are you all right? Zhao Wujia had taken the remaining 8 students to the Stardow forest, leaving only this one behind. After confirming that no significant harm had occurred, Li Yusong hurried over to check on the student's condition. A striking figure emerged from the girls' dormitory, her mask absent, clad in a light green skirt. This was Ning Rongrong's attire. Supporting herself against the door, she lifted her silvery hair with her fingertips, her violet eyes gazing at Li Yusong, her complexion pale and weary. Shaking her head as she spoke, "Teacher, I am fine. Oh, did you see or feel anything unusual just now?" Such a breathtaking visage. Though Li Yusong had never glimpsed Gu Yuna's true appearance, her silvery hair and unique violet eyes left no room for doubt. "No, I was deeply immersed in my cultivation and noticed nothing," Xiao Na replied, her demeanor slightly flustered, her head bowed in a whisper. "Very well, rest assured. I must report this to the dean. The academy has suffered immense damage, and we must ensure that person pays dearly." Li Yusong chuckled wryly, dismissing any suspicions. As long as the students were unharmed, everything else could be left to Flinder. Meanwhile, Dai Mu Bai and his companions had retreated to the previous town where they had stayed. If Zhao Wu Ji and the others intended to return to the academy, they would undoubtedly pass this way. Ning Rongrong attempted to contact her family to see if they could dispatch a titled Douluo or others for support. Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mu Bai hurried back to Suatawa City to report the situation to the dean. Oscar did not return to Shrek Academy, as everything proceeded at a rapid pace. Nearing exhaustion, he managed to prepare all the flying sausages and deliver them to Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing, which was the extent of his assistance. Ma Hongjun had returned to his room early to cultivate, being the only one among them who had not yet broken through to level 30. Had he reached level 30, perhaps he could have increased their odds of survival, turning a 1 in 1,000 chance into a 2 in 1,001. "Oscar, do you think Xiao Na will accept it?" At the tea table, laughter that once resonated among 8 individuals now only remained between Oscar and Ning Rongrong, who sat in silence. The latter broke the stillness first. Oscar did not respond to the question, shaking his head, his meaning clear. "We are well aware of the relationship between Long Xiaoyu and Xiao Na. I have no idea how Dai and the others will explain it to her. Is it true that Long Xiaoyu and Xiao Na's feelings do not allow for another to intrude?" Ning Rongrong's words caused a flicker of struggle in her expression, her tone tinged with reluctance. She gazed at Oscar, hoping he would provide her with a satisfactory answer. Who does not admire a powerful individual? And as for someone as devoted and responsible as Long Xiaoyu, she admired him too. The uncertainty surrounding his fate filled her with unease. His image occupied her mind, predominantly filled with moments of self-sacrifice, yet those memories were suffused with beauty. "Rongrong, is your heart solely for Long Xiaoyu?" The implication of Ning Rongrong's words struck Oscar with clarity, yet he was unwilling to accept it. This is not a matter of whether there is room for interference. Long Xiaoyu and Xiao Na are genuinely in love. Rongrong, I cannot bear to see you get hurt emotionally. No, that's not the answer I desire. Ning Rongrong cradled her head, her heart in turmoil. Rongrong. Oscar firmly grasped her face, his grip tight yet cautious, maintaining a respectful distance as their eyes met. This marked his first instance of such assertiveness, likely the culmination of all his courage. "Please, just look at me, all right? Although I may not be a powerful soul master like Long Xiaoyu, I like you. My affection for you in the academy surpasses that of anyone else. I hope you will grant me the opportunity to prove myself, all right? Allow me the chance to change for you." Oscar uttered words that would forever linger in his memory, gasping for breath as he fixed his gaze upon the startled Ning Rongrong. He felt an urgency to express his innermost feelings, fearing that if he remained silent, she would drift further away in her pursuit of Long Xiaoyu, leaving him with no chance of ever winning her heart. Oscar's almond-shaped eyes, reminiscent of an enchanting sprite, sparkled with a mix of charm and turmoil as the familiar boy before her suddenly appeared foreign. His commanding presence left her feeling unable to retort. "It is impossible. We cannot be." Yet, reason swiftly pulled her back to reality, prompting her to turn away and say, "Rongrong, please do not reject me so swiftly. Should I lack strength? I shall strive to become stronger for you. If our statuses are disparate, I will do everything in my power to attain honor and wealth for you." In his inaugural declaration of love, he was unwilling to concede defeat, and the thought of rejection gnawed at him. "Xiao, thank you. But there truly is no future for us," Ning Rongrong replied hastily, retreating to her room. This affection was one she dared not accept, at least for the time being. In her heart, there existed only Long Xiaoyu, leaving no room for another. The brilliance of Long Xiaoyu shone so brightly that it rendered the achievements of others mundane in comparison. This parting made Ning Rongrong's feelings clearer than ever. Should Long Xiaoyu return, she was uncertain how she would confront him, or how she would face Xiao Na. As for Ning Rongrong's feelings for Long Xiaoyu, I invite everyone to immerse themselves in her character and reflect. I believe her psychological portrayal is quite sound. Chapter 95. An unexpected embrace. Stop. None of you can leave. You shall all perish here today. A familiar girl's voice echoed from the side as they attempted to depart. As Long Xiaoyu and her companions turned around, they immediately caught sight of Meng Yiran, her body drenched in blood, with a tear-streaked face and swollen eyes. The murderous intent in her gaze was unmistakable as her eyes scanned Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhao Wu Ji, and Long Xiaoyu in turn. Seeing her in such a state, Long Xiaoyu couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, the evil emperor had departed early. Otherwise, Meng Yiran would likely have met a grim fate. Is there something the matter, Miss Meng? Zhao Wu Ji inquired, perplexed, clasping his fists in respect. Despite the evident malice emanating from her, he paid it little heed, reasoning that a mere child, no matter how fierce, could hardly pose a real threat to him. He remained vigilant of his surroundings, wary of any potential ambush from the Dragon King and the Snake Lady. What is there to question? Not only did you steal 2 soul beasts, but now you've also plotted against my grandfather. Even so, we are willing to compromise once more, yet you still seek to eliminate my grandparents? Are you intent on eradicating us entirely? Come on, do you truly believe I fear you? At this moment, Meng Yiran's emotions spiraled into madness. Her serpent staff pointed menacingly at Zhao Wu Ji. Her expression twisted in rage, as if she had resigned herself to her fate. Zhao Wu Ji was taken aback, while Long Xiaoyu sighed inwardly. Tang San and Xiao Wu lowered their heads. Meng Yiran, do not be so agitated. We are not responsible for your family's demise. We have only recently arrived. Consider this. Who among us possesses the strength to contend with your grandparents? At this juncture, only Long Xiaoyu seemed capable of stepping forward. For Xiao Wu was clearly unwilling to explain, and Zhao Wu Ji was still in a state of bewilderment. Whatever you say now is futile. Come with me to meet my grandparents. Meng Yiran suddenly burst into laughter, her mirth both liberating and haunting. With her parents long deceased, and now her grandparents gone as well, what was there left for her to cherish in this world? Although the details of what had transpired remained unclear, the apparent demise of the Dragon King and Snake Lady instilled a newfound courage within Zhao Wu Ji. He boldly declared, "Though I know not the circumstances, little girl, you surely overestimate your importance. Do you truly believe a mere great soul master can compel us to perish alongside you?" As Zhao Wu Ji's soul sage aura radiated forth, the overwhelming power momentarily took Meng Yiran aback, yet she did not yield. Instead, her laughter grew louder. This startled not only Zhao Wu Ji but also Long Xiaoyu. In the original narrative, this character of Meng Yiran had been but a minor role, scarcely elaborated upon. Yet her perilous nature was now all too evident. Although the Dragon Lord and the Serpent Matriarch have perished, they were nonetheless prominent figures within the realm of Soul Masters. It is inconceivable that their cherished offspring would lack a decisive advantage. Dragon Xiaoyu dared not be complacent. However, after several breaths, nothing seemed to transpire. Could it be that her apprehensions were unfounded? Just then, the first sound of a serpent flicking its tongue pierced the air, followed by a second, a third. And soon an overwhelming chorus of serpents echoed from all directions, accompanied by the fluttering wings of bats above, transforming the forest into a lively cacophony. "What have you done?" Zhao Wu Ji exclaimed in alarm, and Dragon Xiaoyu's expression grew tense, as everything unfolded beyond their expectations. Did you truly believe that toxins are so easily acquired? Finding both the phoenix-tailed chicken snake and the human-faced spider all at once? Prepare to perish. The blood fragrance was a potent hallucinogen meticulously crafted by the Dragon Lord and Serpent Matriarch, capable of summoning all poisonous creatures within a 10-mile radius with just a pinch of its intense aroma. Yet Meng Yiran had scattered an entire box around them. This was an act even the Dragon Lord and Serpent Matriarch would have dared not attempt. With that, Meng Yiran swung her serpent staff directly at Dragon Xiaoyu. Zhao Wu Ji would surely have no chance to approach, but Dragon Xiaoyu was different, without the protective golden battle armor on her head. This strike would undoubtedly differ from the previous encounters. Enough. Cease this madness. Life is precious. Were the Dragon Lord and Serpent Matriarch alive to witness your reckless pursuit of death, they would be driven to madness. At that moment, bolstered by her third soul ring, Dragon Xiaoyu perceived Meng Yiran's assault as if it were unfolding in slow motion. Without the need for the golden fortress to bolster her defense, she effortlessly caught the strike. Swiftly, she slapped the space between Meng Yiran's wrists, causing a surge of pain that compelled her to release the serpent staff. In that instant, Dragon Xiaoyu seized the staff, thrusting it sharply towards Meng Yiran's back while simultaneously pulling her close. The anticipated collision did not occur. Instead, she unexpectedly felt the firmness of a human chest, which offered an unexpected comfort. Just as Ming Iran was taken aback, a piercing scream of a serpent echoed from behind, snapping her thoughts back to reality. Was this individual protecting herself? Ah, now is the moment for me to truly shine. As Long Xiaoyu spoke, the black bomb armor enveloping him vanished in an instant, transforming back into a sealed scroll adorned with fragments of silver patterns. Even the third soul skill could not allow this entity to fully manifest in this realm. He could not help but lament, unsure whether he was sighing over his own frailty or the formidable nature of this artifact. Suddenly, Meng ran beside him forcefully pushed him away, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, turning her head to avoid his gaze. With her departure, he felt a sudden chill envelop him, and a jolt of realization struck his heart. He had forgotten that his clothes had been burned away. Even Zhao Wu Ji looked at him with a peculiar expression. One ought to know when to be playful. This is hardly the time for such frivolity. We must act as I say if we wish to escape. At this moment, Long Xiaoyu could no longer afford to feel shy. With a swift motion, he unfurled the scroll he held. Originally, it was a paradise crafted for himself and Guyu, but now it had to serve as a sanctuary from disaster. The scroll unfurled rapidly, measuring 3 meters in length and half a meter in width, floating in midair. It was etched with magnificent landscapes, mountains, rivers, birds, flowing streams, and even figures, imbuing it with a poetic charm. Regrettably, the few silver glimmers stood out starkly, slightly diminishing the overall beauty of the scene. Xiaoyu, what is this? Upon hearing that it could save everyone, Zhao Wu Ji no longer hesitated to inquire. Even he, faced with such a multitude of soul beasts, understood the peril they were in. Moreover, there were 4 children to protect, including Meng Yuran. Chapter 96. The Map of Mountains and Rivers. This illustration is known as the Map of Mountains and Rivers. It is one of the 10 spiritual treasures, a cartographic representation of the primordial world, chronicling the flows of its mountains and rivers. Within it lies a vast universe of mountains, rivers, bizarre phenomena, celestial bodies, flora and fauna, and the very essence of life and death in an encapsulated small world of societal structure. Although the version he possessed was not as formidable as the original, it could still create its own realm. Quick, come into the bowl. No, into the painting. Long Xiaoyu urged, anxious and without time to explain. He was devoid of his protective armor, feeling exposed amidst the throng of soul beasts. Are you joking, Xiaoyu? No matter how powerful, can you really conjure a small world? Zhao Wuji questioned, disbelief etched across his face. Who could believe such a feat? Even titled Douluos had never accomplished anything of the sort. Honestly, I can't waste time explaining. Just hurry inside. His urgency escalated as he noticed the others hesitating, which only heightened his anxiety. I'm completely defenseless here. Do you not trust me? He beckoned Meng Yuran first. Let go. You should put on some clothes first. Meng Yuran exclaimed in shock, her eyes widening as she caught sight of a blur, her mind racing to escape from his unsettling grasp. Behave. I could have made you responsible for this. Long Xiaoyu retorted, irritation seeping into his tone. Now, he was genuinely a soul master, and his strength was not something Meng Yuran could resist. With one arm around her waist and the other lifting her legs, he executed a princess carry, leaving her to instinctively cling to him. Was her first experience of being carried really by a naked man? Taken aback, Meng Yuran's initial anger faltered as she beheld his stern expression, causing her heart to race. Let's go. Without regard for her thoughts, he tossed her into the map of mountains and rivers. Upon contact with the scroll, it rippled like water, and she was engulfed in astonishment as she fell into it. With the first experiment successfully executed, the remaining 3, albeit doubtful, were less apprehensive than before. Observing the increasing number of soul beasts around them, Tang San resolved not to hesitate any longer. Trust was essential among friends. Xiaoyu, let us enter, he urged, rising with the support of Xiao Wu and discarding his outer garment to provide her with some modesty. All right. Following Tang San's lead, Zhao Wuji too cast aside his doubts. If the children could muster the courage to trust, how could he, as their mentor, falter? With no other viable options at hand, he followed suit. Inside the map of mountains and rivers. Where am I? Meng Yuran suddenly materialized midair, landing on a patch of grass, rubbing her sore behind. She opened her eyes to a breathtaking vista. Blue skies, fluffy clouds, floating islands in the distance, and birds joyously soaring overhead. Around her lay verdant meadows, babbling brooks, and majestic mountains, igniting her imagination. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying the scent of fresh grass. Meng Yuran's large eyes widened in shock, overwhelmed by the beauty surrounding her. This must be a dream, she exclaimed. Ah, With a thud, she safely descended as four distinct voices echoed around her. Turning her head, her mood shifted back to anger upon seeing Long Xiaoyu and the others approaching. However, a hint of panic flickered in her gaze as she caught sight of him. The trio, witnessing the enchanting scenery, mirrored her earlier disbelief, unable to fathom that Xiaoyu had indeed conjured a small world. Even Long Xiaoyu, as the host, was awestruck by the transformation. The last time he had visited, this place had been a mere shadow of its current glory. Are these all real? Zhao Wu Ji stood, surveying the surroundings, his throat dry as he observed a deer drinking from the nearby stream. Is my student truly capable of such miraculous feats? With a wave of his hand, Long Xiaoyu commanded the plants below to weave together a vibrant green garment, enveloping him in a lush attire. The others were taken aback. Before anyone could inquire, Long Xiaoyu gestured again, summoning nearby dandelions that swiftly converged, transforming into a delicate white ensemble. Satisfied, he nodded at the others, only to be met with their bewildered stares. Do you all want one too? Long Xiaoyu asked, feeling a bit embarrassed as he pointed at his own ethereal attire, uncertain. Seriously? Tian Heng exclaimed, his curiosity piqued by the unfathomable wonders of this world. Here lies the internal realm of the map of mountains and rivers, crafted by my martial spirit, a world unto itself. Yet, all is but an illusion. An intricate faade. It is imperative that I emphasize this thrice. Teacher Zhao, you must not unleash your powers upon this place. My martial spirit cannot withstand the assault of a soul sage. In this realm, he is akin to a deity. When faced with opponents of equal rank, none can inflict harm upon him. The more foes that come, the more he shall vanquish. Only if the adversary possesses strength surpassing his can they hope to escape, or if someone outside were to obliterate the map of mountains and rivers. Oh, what is the state of the outside world now? When shall we be liberated? At that moment, Zhao Wu Ji inquired, for he harbored no desire to return only to be declared deceased prematurely. For the time being, escape is not an option. And as for the outside hissing outside the map of mountains and rivers, the very ground where they once stood is now teeming with soul beasts. Creatures soaring through the skies, scuttling on the ground, and burrowing in the earth, all drawn by the scent, incessantly searching for prey. A few soul beasts even attempted to bite the faintly glowing scroll of the map, only to feel as though they had bitten stone, angrily discarding it and departing, entirely oblivious to its peculiarities. Upon hearing that they could not venture out, Tang San and the others exchanged glances with Meng Iran. For the entirety of this predicament rested upon her shoulders. The peculiar gazes surrounding her finally snapped Meng Iran from her stupor, restoring her expression to that of her initial encounter with Long Xiaoyu and the others. With a glare directed at Long Xiaoyu, her serpent staff manifested once more, pointing accusingly at her, proclaiming, "Why did you save me? I wish to slay you." "Because you are adorable," Long Xiaoyu replied candidly. In this era, where appearances reigned supreme, even if the evil emperor had slain her kin, she would remain indifferent if he bore the visage of a human tank. The crowd gasped. Do you find amusement in mocking me?" Clearly, Long Xiaoyu's response failed to convince Meng Iran. Was she truly spared merely for her beauty? Why had she not embraced her upon their first meeting? Doubt and anger swelled within her, and with a swift motion, she swung her serpent staff toward Long Xiaoyu, while preparing hidden weapons with her other hand. However, as fellow practitioners of concealed weapons, Tang San quickly discerned her intentions. A glimmer flashed from her concealed hand, and he exclaimed, "Xiaoyu, be cautious." In truth, Long Xiaoyu was already wary of Meng Iran's hidden weapons. She subtly raised her hand, and the grass, seemingly animated by the wind, swiftly ensnared Meng Iran, binding her from her ankles to her waist and slender wrists, leaving only her head free to bobble. She was utterly immobilized, unable to move an inch, even her hidden weapons rendered useless. Only by achieving this could Long Xiaoyu approach her, confident enough to leave her with the ability to nod her head. Duong. A sudden pain shot through Long Xiaoyu's nasal bridge, forcing her to retreat. Glancing at Meng Iran once more, she noted the expression of pain on her face, tears welling in her defiant eyes, stubbornly refusing to fall. Her lips pursed tightly as she glared at Long Xiaoyu. "Is it truly possible for you to inflict harm upon me? Your neck stretches far too long." Long Xiaoyu's response left Meng Iran somewhat astonished. She contemplated refuting it, yet found herself lacking any substantial grounds for opposition. Ultimately, only 3 words lingered on her lips. Impossible. Her tone was somewhat feeble, and doubt began to creep into her mind. Observing the shift in her demeanor, Long Xiaoyu seized the opportunity to persist in her persuasion. No, not persuasion, but rather, her efforts to dissuade. Yes, dissuade. How can it be impossible? After the demise of Long Gong and Shi Pe, leaving only you behind to frame our Shrek Academy, isn't that rather plausible? It was one thing to be outmatched in verbal sparring by Flinder, but to be bested by a mere girl was simply unacceptable. Though she felt there was some merit to the other's argument, at this juncture, she was reluctant to concede. Gritting her teeth, she continued to counter. This is merely your perspective. Then why not present an alternative? As the exchange progressed, Meng Yiran found herself at a loss for words, her teeth clenched, her gaze lowered. Lost in thought, was she truly in the wrong? She was unwilling to accept it, having come with the resolve to perish alongside her foe. Why had it culminated in this manner? Reflecting on the circumstances surrounding the deaths of Long Gong and Shi Pe, her heart wavered further. It was an extraordinary feat to vanquish a soul sage and a soul emperor from a distance, especially in such swift succession. Surely, the imposing figure beside her could not have accomplished this. If they possessed such power, they would not have initially lowered themselves before her grandmother, Shi Pe. Was it truly a frame-up? Long Xiaoyu had no intention of granting her opponent much opportunity for contemplation. This young girl was at the very least a genius, and her ability to create her own hidden weapons meant that Long Xiaoyu could not afford to underestimate her intellect. She pressed on with her offensive. Well then, before you formulate a rebuttal, let us adhere to my perspective, shall we? That won't do. I need to ponder this further. Ultimately, rationality prevailed, allowing Meng Yiran to maintain her clarity of mind. She shook her head, firmly rejecting the notion. According to the other party's explanation, it would be tantamount to disarming herself and admitting fault. That was simply unacceptable. She could not bring herself to acknowledge any wrongdoing to someone who might harbor animosity due to familial grievances. Chapter 98. For parts pitiful, 6 parts adorable. As long as one is willing to reflect, the world remains a beautiful place, and life still holds great significance. Although she uttered these words, Long Xiaoyu's heart did not share the same sentiment. She cast a fleeting glance downward, observing that the grievous sins of her opponent seemed to belong to the archetype of beauty accompanied by a lack of intellect. How peculiar! Had it been Zhao Wu, she would have likely capitulated long ago, yet this young lady exuded an air of cunning and cleverness. The words of Long Xiaoyu resonated deeply with Meng Yiran's heart. With a bitter smile, she remarked, "Is it truly beautiful? If beauty exists, it should not have taken away his grandparents. If beauty exists, it ought to provide her with a complete family. Naturally, one cannot help but envision the splendid landscapes they might encounter, the beloved person they might meet, falling in love, and eventually having a child, perhaps a boy or a girl. Imagining playful banter with her husband over naming the child, and then watching the lively offspring grow up, ultimately witnessing them marry another boy or a beautiful girl, and subsequently, the arrival of her grandchildren." Long Xiaoyu spoke for quite some time, painting a vivid picture of the blissful future he envisioned with Gu Yuna. Even Tang San and Zhao Wu, who were merely bystanders, found their perspectives on Long Xiaoyu shifting at that moment. They exchanged glances, their faces flushed with a rosy hue. Truth be told, as he described it, Tang San and the others felt an increased yearning for the unknown tomorrow. Upon observing Meng Yiran's expression, she appeared lost in thought, captivated by his words. Long Xiaoyu chuckled lightly and seized the moment to continue. "What do you think? Are you being brainwashed? The world is indeed beautiful, isn't it? Once you perish, everything will be lost. At merely 15 years of age, are you truly content to become prey for a soul beast or to perish at the hands of that peculiar old man?" He gestured towards Zhao Wu Ji, who stood nearby. Meng Yiran had completely fallen into Long Xiaoyu's trap, yet a lingering obstacle remained in her heart. But my grandparents, despite the pressure from Zhao Wu Ji and Long Xiaoyu, Meng Yiran displayed remarkable resilience, managing to maintain her composure and clarity of purpose. Recognizing that the moment was ripe, Long Xiaoyu prepared to resolve her final emotional conflict. "What they desire is your vengeance. But first, you must survive. With your talent and a bit of diligence, you can cultivate to the rank of title Douluo. Then, you can confront that despicable murderer and stand before him to say, 'Do you regret not killing me back then? Today, I shall avenge my grandparents.'" With a tone shifting from earnest persuasion to confident praise, Long Xiaoyu mimed a throat-cutting gesture before her. To slay the enemy. What a thrill! With that final proclamation, the most rational barrier in Meng Yiran's heart crumbled. Zhao Wu, unable to contain herself, swallowed hard and instinctively leaned closer to Tang San. She resolved that even if it meant clashing with Long Xiaoyu, she would no longer engage in endless debate. It was simply too daunting. Had she not known the truth, she might have genuinely believed his words. However, she mused, but Long Xiaoyu, if the evil emperor discovers this. Achoo! Is that brat Emperor Tian cursing me? The evil emperor suddenly sneezed, his attire becoming more streamlined, revealing his muscular physique. His crimson hair and singular eye exuded an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Sighing deeply, a melancholic expression graced his cold visage, as if lamenting his own fate. All right, enough of this, human. The water is getting too hot. The evil emperor forcefully swatted away the individual responsible for filling the bath, sending them flying. He then submerged himself, leaving only his head afloat. Ah, this is delightful. Humans have no redeeming qualities, yet I suppose I can tolerate them for a while. Despite his grumbling, he appeared to revel in the experience, reminiscent of something else entirely. Returning to Long Xiaoyu, he stated, there is no need for tears. Who in their youth has teared? He extended his hand to wipe away Meng Yiran's non-existent tears. Meng Yiran replied, am I crying? Initially, she had not shed a tear, but upon Long Xiaoyu's gesture and words, she found herself unable to hold back. And the first drop blurred her vision. Overwhelmed, she finally succumbed to her emotions, exclaiming, Wu, I will definitely avenge you, grandparents. As Long Xiaoyu observed her successful strategy, she triumphantly waved her hand, releasing Meng Yiran from her constraints, her gaze shifting towards Zhao Wu. However, the latter appeared as if confronted by a formidable adversary, instinctively retreating further behind Tang San. Zhao Wu, perhaps you could offer some comfort to Meng Yiran? I find myself at a loss when it comes to consoling a weeping girl. Although the specifics of the situation eluded her, it was clear that it was time for Zhao Wu to step in. The two young women shared an unbarred rapport, and under Zhao Wu's soothing words, Meng Yiran gradually lowered her defenses. Long Xiaoyu merely retreated to the side, sitting and admiring the distant scenery, without any particular joy. If his words could persuade everyone, Guy would not be in such a predicament. Why do you wish to save her? Zhao Wu Ji approached and inquired as he settled beside Long Xiaoyu. The earlier remarks made by Long Xiaoyu were indeed surprising, entirely unlike the words of a mere 12-year-old child. Did I not say it? She is quite adorable. With that, he reclined on the lawn, letting the gentle breeze caress his body. He earnestly wished for the wind to sweep away his current troubles. Meng Yiran's misfortune and helplessness, if it were merely that, would hardly warrant his intervention, be it in this life or the previous one. Long Xiaoyu never considered himself a saint, so if he were to articulate his reasons, it would likely be a matter of 4 parts pity and 6 parts affection, with her talents and gifts adding to the equation. After Long Xiaoyu's words turned foes into friends, Meng Yiran, albeit feeling somewhat awkward, still offered an apology to Long Xiaoyu and the others. Zhao Wu Ji grunted in acceptance, and Tang San nodded, yet Long Xiaoyu and Zhao Wu appeared unyielding, leaving Meng Yiran in a state of confusion. Although they had not committed the act nor indirectly caused it, the adversaries involved were, at the very least, acquaintances, friends, perhaps. In any case, they felt too embarrassed to accept the apology. All right, we should take our leave. Following a moment of collective relief, Long Xiaoyu clapped his hands to gather everyone's attention. Leave? Everyone was bewildered. Were there not soul beasts outside? Have you forgotten? This world is a manifestation of my martial spirit. Although I am within it, I can still exert control. The seasoned driver has taken the wheel. Please fasten your seatbelts. Everyone? Chapter 99. The seasoned driver takes the wheel at this moment. Dai Mu Bai and the others were galloping swiftly on horseback. Where is Xiaoyu? We are almost out. Do not speak. Long Xiaoyu closed his eyes and stated. The external situation was that the map of mountains and rivers had been affixed to the ground, weaving through the soul beast in the process. After a strenuous effort of half an hour, the map of mountains and rivers finally managed to breach the blockade of 3,000-year soul beasts, advancing a mere 10 meters. Phew. Who would have thought this task required such skill? The map of mountains and rivers cannot consume anything, yet it must gnaw and tussle, coming and going repeatedly. Having overcome the first hurdle, Long Xiaoyu wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling as though a heavy burden had been lifted. While he no longer had the strength to concern himself with the countless soul beasts ahead. Just moments earlier, Long Xiaoyu had appeared confident when he proclaimed his intention to take the wheel. He was suddenly snatched by a soul beast, due to the rapid pace. The curious little soul beast became intrigued by this swift, peculiar object, leading to what was perhaps the greatest humiliation the map of mountains and rivers had ever endured. The soul beast treated it as a toy, tugging and pulling at it, leaving it covered in an unknown assortment of saliva. After some discussion, it was confirmed that they had advanced only 10 meters. Zhao Wu Ji could no longer maintain his composure. Xiaoyu, at this speed. Before he could finish, Long Xiaoyu raised a hand to halt him. Teacher Zhao, I am equally helpless. My stomach is growling, and I have not rested in ages. My soul power must sustain the existence of the martial spirit, leaving me with no extra energy to burst forth. Had it not been for the fortuitous acquisition of a robust soul ring from the evil emperor, he might have truly succumbed to this challenge. Merely maintaining the existence of the map of mountains and rivers felt exceedingly tenuous. Zhao Wu Ji understood his explanation and sighed. Alas, how long must we remain trapped here? This was not the time for blame. A dignified soul saint now required protection from his students, a source of considerable embarrassment that rendered him speechless. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence. The sin of blood typically dissipated within a day, yet Meng Yiran shattered the stillness. A day? That is rather fortunate. Tang San exclaimed joyfully. Her words reignited hope in the eyes of those present, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. However, Meng Yiran's statement was not yet complete. But the amount I used is sufficient to last a week. Everyone, old Meng, how much do you despise us? Long Xiaoyu was at a loss for words. For him to abstain from food and drink while continuously using soul power was a feat beyond his capabilities, even with the system enhancing him. He could only endure for 3 days before facing soul exhaustion, leading to the collapse of the map of mountains and rivers. Nevertheless, Xiaolong Xiaoyu, can you discern the direction outside? Head west and search for the remains of my grandparents. Without denying his words, Meng Yiran hesitated for a moment before uttering their full names. Long Xiaoyu hesitated. At this moment, they were all struggling to ensure their own safety, leaving little room for thoughts of searching for her grandparents. Given the relentless advance of the soul beasts, could her grandparents possibly be unscathed? To put it bluntly, they might well have met a gruesome fate, and if there were any remnants left, it would merely be a stroke of luck. Sensing the turmoil in her heart, Meng Yiran continued, listen to me. There is indeed a personal motive behind this. However, my grandparents possess a unique powder specifically designed to repel soul beasts. Unlike blood fragrance, this powder causes soul beasts to retreat unless confronted with a millennia-old soul beast, which coincidentally is also unaffected by blood fragrance. Oh, are you suggesting we rely on the blood-repelling powder to escape? Upon hearing this, Long Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with hope. This was indeed a glimmer of salvation. Meng Yiran nodded. Knowing that everything began with her and should conclude with her as well, she had been thoroughly persuaded by Long Xiaoyu's remarkably persuasive rhetoric and had become an ally. All right then, to the west. The design of the map of mountains and rivers ensures that this world remains aligned with the cardinal directions based on the external orientation. Suspended within this scroll, in an unfamiliar place, a lack of direction often breeds unease. This isn't mere hearsay. It is a truth expressed by Mr. Liu. In any case, this navigation-impaired individual felt distinctly anxious. They were now in close proximity to the remains, thanks to the swift actions of the evil emperor. Had he delayed even slightly, it would have been a fanciful notion for Long Xiaoyu and the others to swiftly locate the remains of Long Gong and Shipo. Wait. If it had taken any longer, wouldn't they have already retreated using Oscar's flying sausage? Cursing under his breath, he closed his eyes to sense the conditions of the outside world. After a prolonged wait, as the night deepened, temperatures plummeted to the lowest point of the day. The soul beasts, though still present, had begun to dwindle, with many returning to what they deemed safe havens to rest. It was nearly time. Everything hinged on this one decisive moment. All right, the skilled driver is about to take the wheel. Please fasten your seatbelts, dear passengers. As he uttered these words, the map of mountains and rivers began to emit a silvery glow once more, resembling stars that had fallen into this earthly realm, shimmering brightly and appearing incongruous amidst the surrounding darkness. Before the soul beast could respond, Long Xiaoyu activated the map to its maximum capacity and swiftly soared westward. Hiss. Roar. Hiss. Meow. What peculiar entities have infiltrated? The radiant flickering of the map of mountains and rivers was so intense that virtually no soul beast in the vicinity remained asleep. Their gazes were drawn to the moving points of starlight. They stirred, and with one action, the entire assembly was set in motion. Those already asleep became alarmingly alert, their eyes snapping open at the slightest sound, initially fearing a dire situation. However, what greeted them was a throng of soul beasts chasing after the stars. That star moved with the agility of an intelligent being, weaving between the soul beasts and evading any attempts to touch it, inciting the soul beasts to unleash their skills in pursuit. The ensuing cacophony roused everything that flew in the sky, clung to the trees, or scurried along the ground. It was destined to be a sleepless night. Dodge left, leap, burrow through, Z-shaped maneuvers. Meanwhile, on Long Xiaoyu's side, aided by her swift movements, the map of mountains and rivers deftly evaded numerous attacks, appearing sophisticated yet precariously close to disaster. Stop, stop, stop. What are these soul beasts doing here? No. We are about to collide with a tree. Break. Wait. You lot behind, slow down. I can't handle this. Inside the map of mountains and rivers. Zhao Wu Ji and the others covered their ears, refraining from looking at Long Xiaoyu, who was flustered to the point of spitting words in a frenzy. On this day, they remained oblivious as to whether martial spirits operated through vocal commands or soul energy. In any case, the scene was too breathtaking to bear. Chapter 100, A Bloodbath. Chapter 100, A Bloodbath. What on earth? Why are there so many? At the outset, Long Xiaoyu navigated with the fervor akin to a high-speed motorcycle, careening through the chaos. Yet the scene before him left him momentarily bewildered. Gazing through the map of mountains and rivers, despite the night, the soul beast's emerald green eyes shone brightly, stretching endlessly before him. How on earth was he to manage this? Long Xiaoyu's complexion appeared somewhat grim. What troubles you, Xiaoyu? Zhao Wu Ji inquired. Alas, we have ultimately been encircled by the spirit beasts. Long Xiaoyu sighed. At present, he could only hope that the system would provide him with additional support. Otherwise, he would indeed have to abandon his companions and escape alone. Although the outside was largely besieged by soul beasts, he still possessed the confidence that he could certainly flee on his own. Zhao Wu Ji furrowed his brow, pondering for a brief moment before inquiring again. Oh, how far is it to our destination? Is it still distant? It should be. It shouldn't be far now, for heaven's sake. Long Xiaoyu was unable to provide a definitive answer, as this merely pertained to the operation of his martial soul and lacked any standard for measuring speed. Furthermore, he could not ascertain the true velocity of the Dragon Lord and the Serpent Matron. More critically, his sense of direction was poor, although they were heading west. Locating the remains of the Dragon Lord and the Serpent Matron within the forest and under the cover of night was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Initially believing the crisis had passed, he soon realized this was merely the beginning. The atmosphere once again descended into silence. Shall we venture out and take a chance? Meng Ran suddenly proposed, her voice clear and unobstructed by any surrounding noise, ensuring that everyone present heard her distinctly. Take a chance? Zhao Wu Ji was the first to express skepticism, still harboring some distrust towards Meng Ran. The entire predicament stemmed from her. If they ventured out now, they might unwittingly fall into the enemy's trap, which would spell disaster for them. He was not only concerned for himself but also for his 3 students. Nightmare paid little heed, nodding in agreement as he remarked, indeed, the blood fragrance cannot attract a 10,000-year soul beast, thus it cannot be leveraged against Zhao. Regarding the issue of address, should he refer to Zhao as teacher? That seemed impossible, as the latter had not imparted any knowledge to him. Calling him Zhao Wu Ji seemed to disrupt the hierarchy. Meng Ran paused and looked at him. Calling you Uncle Zhao will suffice. Zhao Wu Ji swiftly provided a response. Meng Ran acknowledged this and proceeded to lay out her comprehensive plan. While we cannot pose a threat to Uncle Zhao, I believe that if you exert your full strength, you could carve out a shortcut for us. Additionally, I can detect the stimulating scent of the blood toxin powder, which can guide us in the right direction. Once we reach the location of the blood toxin powder, we can utilize it to escape this place. This plan rendered everyone speechless, as the blood toxin powder was merely the enemy's assertion, lacking any evidence of its existence or efficacy. Could they truly place their trust in it? To gamble their lives for a chance at survival? Very well, it is settled. There are no other options left. I trust you. Long Xiaoyu responded. Never one to remain silent for too long. The onslaught from all directions was beginning to overwhelm him. Regardless of the truth behind it, he thought. As long as he donned the golden battle armor, the soul beast would pose no threat to him. When the moment came, he could always employ other means to escape. He was certain he would survive. Thank you. The words of Long Xiaoyu brought a measure of warmth to Meng Ran's heart. At that moment, she found herself utterly alone, devoid of any family or support, desperately in need of someone who could believe in her. All right, I will count to 3, 2, 1. And then I will retract my martial soul. Teacher Zhao, make way immediately. Without further ado, Long Xiaoyu commenced the execution of the plan. Excellent. With the main family backing Long Xiaoyu, Zhao Wu Ji felt compelled to remain silent, unable to conceive of a superior strategy. The 7 soul rings on his body suddenly materialized, ever ready to unleash chaos. Tang San and Xiao Wu were also by Meng Ran's side, poised to provide cover at a moment's notice. 3. Hiss. Boom. Long Xiaoyu began the countdown, and the soul beasts outside the map of mountains and rivers went into a frenzy. After a prolonged period of fruitless pursuit of the little star, their frustration grew, prompting them to unleash their full firepower and bombard the map of mountains and rivers with relentless artillery. 2. The map of mountains and rivers sprang into action, darting between the branches as the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake and the human-faced spider launched their attacks from the treetops. their murderous intent ignited. 1. Boom. As the final countdown concluded, the map of mountains and rivers unfurled instantaneously, 5 figures swiftly emerging from it, while sister painting transformed into silver specks of light, reattaching to Long Xiaoyu. Martial soul true form. Mighty golden bear. Zhao Wu Ji commenced with a spectacular display, his body rapidly expanding in midair, the colossal bear form crashing down to the ground, obliterating a multitude of soul beasts in its wake. The surrounding lower-ranked soul beasts retreated in fear, while the 1,000-year-old soul beasts, though they too took a few steps back, remained watchful and poised, their eyes fixated on Zhao Wu Ji. The once playful little star had transformed in their eyes from a mere toy to an object of obsession. The potent aroma of blood manifested, igniting the primal instincts of the soul beast to their peak. Lao Ming, can you smell it? At this moment, Long Xiaoyu scooped Meng Yiran into a princess carry once again, for her pace was far too slow. Clearly, his vibranium battle armor would offer her better protection. The scent was somewhat muddled. Let us venture further west. The ferocious roars of the soul beasts echoed amidst the tangled grass, instilling fear in Meng Yiran. A girl by nature, causing her to instinctively clutch Long Xiaoyu tighter, closing her eyes and lifting her head to sniff the surroundings. All right, Teacher Zhao, let's continue westward. Long Xiaoyu shouted aloud, maintaining a certain distance to prevent Zhao Wu Ji from inadvertently harming them. With a roar, the formidable golden bear momentarily paused upon hearing the call, then surged westward, scattering or crushing the majority of the surrounding soul beasts with an overwhelming force. Faced with the titan great ape, Zhao Wu Ji dared to resist. Thus, he regarded this group of millennium soul beasts with utter disdain. Tang San and Xiao Wu adeptly shielded Long Xiaoyu, eliminating any lurking soul beast from the jungle. Yet, amidst this frenzied slaughter, the number of soul beasts showed no signs of diminishing. Rather, they seemed to multiply, drawn by the scent of blood. Among them were 1 or 2 exceptionally large figures slithering closer, their fierce visages betraying a hint of curiosity. The awakening of spiritual intelligence. The commotion caused by Zhao Wu Ji and his companions was too significant to be overlooked. Meanwhile, Dai Mu Bai and his companions were still on horseback, hastening their pace. The cacophony of explosions, corrosive sounds, and gnawing noises reverberated around them, preventing Long Xiaoyu and the others from relaxing their tense demeanor. Zhao Wu Ji was beginning to tire. The continuous exertion of his martial soul in full force rapidly depleting his soul power. However, the onslaught of soul beasts showed no signs of abating. They surged forth like a relentless tide. Even more concerning was the fact that the number of millennium soul beasts remained unchanged. They were cunning, employing weaker ones as fodder to harass their foes. Old Ming, are we there yet? Long Xiaoyu felt a waning sense of assurance. As the surrounding atmosphere was enveloped by the overpowering scent of blood, his nostrils were filled solely with the metallic stench, leaving no room for any other aroma. Meanwhile, Meng Yiran remained with her eyes closed, her delicate brows furrowed slightly in concentration, silent amidst the chaos. After a few more breaths, she suddenly opened her eyes. Over there. In the moment when Long Xiaoyu was on the brink of despair, Meng Yiran's words reignited a flicker of hope within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he shouted towards Zhao Wu Ji, Teacher Zhao, to the right. In his awakened martial spirit form, Zhao Wu Ji's presence loomed large, drawing the full brunt of the soul beast assault. Blood and venom nearly consumed his entire being. Upon hearing the call, Zhao Wu Ji turned his gaze first to the left, then to the right, his eyes reflecting confusion, fatigue, and pain, the toll of slaughter blurring his sense of direction. Shaking his head to clear the fog, he regained focus and charged rightward, carving a path forward with his formidable physique. Fortunately, Meng Yiran's instincts proved accurate. They had not advanced far before the number of soul beasts before them appeared to diminish significantly. As they pressed onward, it became evident that this was no mere illusion. The soul beasts truly were fewer in number. The burden on Zhao Wu Ji lightened considerably. No one present understood the situation better than he did. Seizing this glimmer of hope like a lifeline, the massive bear surged forward with renewed vigor, accelerating their advance. With a resounding crash, another obstacle collapsed, revealing 2 serene figures lying peacefully on the ground ahead. Though still some distance away, their forms were illuminated by the radiant glow emanating from Zhao Wu Ji, making them discernible. Grandfather, grandmother, we've found them. Let us hurry, Meng Yiran exclaimed, pointing ahead. She had never anticipated that she would once again lay eyes upon Long Gong and Shipur. The excitement in her gaze, coupled with tears, flowed freely as she beheld her relatives once more. Even in the face of death, she had not shed a tear, yet now, confronted with the sight of her family, emotions overwhelmed her. Long Xiaoyu let out a sigh, saying little more, and quickly beckoned Zhao Wu Ji to continue onward. The enormous figure, unhindered by any soul beasts, made its way to the open space with a few mighty strides. In stark contrast to the previous clamor, this place felt like a veritable paradise. The distant soul beasts seemed to be wary of something, halting their pursuit halfway and refraining from approaching any closer, save for the impotent rage that paced back and forth. Minion had not deceived them. This blood toxin powder truly repelled the soul beasts. Upon confirming that there were no enemies in sight, Zhao Wu Ji immediately collapsed to the ground to rest, gasping for breath as his body returned to its original size. However, the wounds and toxins remained, leaving his complexion somewhat pale. This calamity had reached a temporary conclusion. Before Zhao Wu Ji could utter a word, Long Xiaoyu swiftly shed her Xinjin battle armor, transforming it into the Shenong ruler. Modestly draping a coat given to her by Tang San around her body to shield her modesty and avoid any discomfort for the two girls. Xiao San, you all come over here, she called while standing beside Zhao Wu Ji, noting that apart from Meng Yiran and him, everyone else bore some semblance of injury. Xiaoyu, but your soul power, Tang San interjected, observing Long Xiaoyu's unsteady demeanor, which did not bode well. Rest assured, healing the three of you is still within my capabilities, she replied, patting her head with a forced smile. The third soul ring from the evil emperor had indeed been a tremendous aid. Otherwise, she would have likely collapsed by now. After tending to Tang San and the others' injuries, Long Xiaoyu nearly stumbled as her soul power ran perilously low. She was utterly exhausted. However, Xiao San, come here for a moment. Oh. Approaching the few young century-old soul beasts that were still barking, their youthful exuberance was evident. Under Long Xiaoyu's watchful gaze, they continued their noisy antics. Xiao San, restrain them. Huh? Although Tang San was puzzled, he did not question further, for he could not believe that she would divert her attention to vent her frustrations on the soul beasts. Blue silver grass. Second soul skill, Ghost Vine. Blue tendrils swiftly extended from his hands, ensnaring the low-intelligence soul beasts that could barely comprehend what was happening. Before they could react, the 11th bullet, the soul power devourer, surged into their bodies. Long Xiaoyu gazed coldly at the scene before him. Come forth, mighty soul energy, and flow into my being once more. His thirst had long since become unbearable. The crimson soul energy swiftly converged upon him from several soul beasts. Yet this red hue bore an eerily enchanting quality. Roar. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as Long Xiaoyu's complexion gradually improved. In stark contrast, the trapped soul beasts, initially thrashing violently, soon succumbed to despair and fell silent. The 11th strike merely served to drain their soul energy without inflicting fatal harm. However, this did not imply that other soul beasts were similarly restrained. As soon as Tang San loosened his grip, the incapacitated beasts were swiftly dispatched by their more cowardly companions, who seized them by the throat. Xiaoyu, has your soul energy returned? Tang San inquired, astonished. Though he had witnessed this phenomenon before, he had always believed it to be a means of enhancing soul energy, never imagining it could also serve to replenish it. This was truly astonishing. Not enough. Far too little. I require more, Long Xiaoyu replied, shaking his head. For some inexplicable reason, the soul energy he absorbed from the soul beasts, which should have been more potent than that of humans of the same rank, barely equated to what he had previously gathered from the group at Songhui Academy. Having absorbed a few more soul beasts, it became apparent that the beasts were not devoid of instinct, witnessing their kind perish in such an inexplicable manner. Even the lowly century-old soul beasts instinctively retreated into the depths of their brethren, seemingly seeking protection from the 1,000-year beasts. Xiaoyu, is that enough? If you press on, we will enter the heart of the soul beast pack. I fear the potency of the blood poison powder. Tang San expressed his concern, casting a wary glance at the predatory 1,000-year soul beasts. What is there to fear? They are merely 1,000-year soul beasts. If they dare to approach us, let them send forth their 10,000-year counterparts. Long Xiaoyu retorted, his tone laced with aggression and impatience. Unbeknownst to him, he had nearly absorbed sufficient energy, yet the sensation was inexplicably exhilarating, igniting an insatiable desire for more. Do not inquire why he lacked the spatial ring bestowed by Su Yuntao. It had been incinerated. Chapter 102. The 10,000-year soul beast has truly arrived. Ding. The effect of wish fulfillment has been activated. Long Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, but her expression quickly morphed into one of alarm as she exclaimed, Gonlin, is this truly happening? How could Zhao Wu Ji possibly contend with a 10,000-year soul beast? Damn it. Had I known, I would have preferred to let the evil emperor remain behind. He would have surely returned to his bed for a peaceful slumber by now. However, the system's pronouncement could not be resolved by mere complaints. With a rustling sound echoing from the beast horde, the 1,000-year soul beast began to retreat, scattering in all directions, for to them, the 10,000-year soul beast was akin to a paternal figure. "Damn it, withdraw." Zhao Wu Ji, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them upon hearing the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. Before he could inquire further, an instinct compelled him to turn and gaze behind them. What is that? Though they remained at a considerable distance, the presence of the other was palpable. Zhao Wu Ji's complexion turned pale. This truly was adding insult to injury. Given the commotion they had stirred, he could surmise that it might attract the attention of a 10,000-year soul beast. After all, even 100,000-year soul beasts have begun to appear in the outskirts of Stardow Forest, so encountering a 10,000-year beast seemed merely a matter of course. Yet, he had dared not entertain such thoughts. Long Xiaoyu, what is wrong? The disturbance naturally drew the attention of the two women. And in response to Ming Yiran's inquiry, Long Xiaoyu could only utter 4 words, 10,000-year soul beast. Hiss. Merely those 4 words plunged the atmosphere into a chilling silence. Ming Yiran's expression darkened. This was indeed the consequence of her own actions. A 10,000-year soul beast, she had relinquished all hope of survival. Xiaoyu, you must lead everyone away using the blood poison powder while I try to hold this creature off. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Wu Ji spoke. First and foremost, he was a teacher. Secondly, he was the fearless king of Unmoved. Initially, he had thought it fortunate to save Tang San, but now, the possibility of saving 4 individuals, 3 of whom were his students, filled him with a sense of profound satisfaction. 1 life exchanged for 4, he felt his life had been worthwhile. Well, I believe we might not be without a chance. Under ordinary circumstances, he would indeed choose to flee. Yet now, despite the terror posed by the 10,000-year soul beast, he perceived a certain delectable allure in it. The essence of the soul beast captivated him. He had not experienced such sensations when absorbing Xiao Wu's soul power. But to his astonishment, even these lower-level soul beasts seemed to exude a similar appeal. The soul power of this 10,000-year beast appeared even more enticing. Bloodthirst and slaughter. Such frenzied sensations ignited a desire within him to confront this formidable opponent that had presented itself. A chance? Zhao Wu Ji exclaimed in astonishment. Is there truly a chance? He looked at Long Xiaoyu with a gaze akin to that reserved for a monster. This young lady had surprised him time and again. Indeed, my plan, Xiaoyu, is it reliable? Zhao Wu Ji was the first to voice his doubts. Long Xiaoyu laid out her entire strategy, and while the others were initially shocked, disbelief soon followed. How could her plan possibly involve annihilating a 10,000-year soul beast and seizing its soul power? It seemed utterly preposterous. Perhaps it is indeed feasible. Teacher Zhao, do you recall that old turtle from the town? The one Long Xiaoyu dispatched with a single blow? This remark came from Tang San, who, after a moment of contemplation, spoke up. The 10,000-year soul beast would not wait for them to deliberate their plan. Long Xiaoyu's plan was precisely what Tang San had envisioned. Similar to dealing with the old tortoise, this time, however, it was the power of soul beast that it absorbed. Furthermore, the weapon to confront this creature, the Deaththorn Spear, was likely now in its complete form. Very well. Zhao Wujing dared not hesitate too long. The more he pondered, the more anxious he became. Moreover, that ancient soul beast seemed to be approaching. They needed to make a decision swiftly. As its figure drew near, the sound of 3 pairs of iron feet echoed on the ground, accompanied by the clanking of armor, creating a cacophony reminiscent of steel colliding. It appeared to be a soul beast primarily focused on defense. However, a loud crack resounded from behind him as a massive tail, imbued with immense force, struck the ground, sending tremors that even reached Long Xiaoyu's side. Hiss! Was this ancient soul beast truly so formidable? The giant insect's deep green eyes were fixated on Long Xiaoyu, exuding a hint of playful arrogance. It showed no urgency to launch an attack in its eyes. Long Xiaoyu and the others were merely insignificant insects to be crushed at will. The giant armored insect king. Zhao Wujing's expression changed abruptly. If one were to liken this soul beast to a human, the first name that sprang to his mind was Long Xiaoyu. Those unfamiliar with it might easily be deceived by its appearance. Its flesh was robust, and its attack power was extraordinarily high. Did they truly stand a chance against this creature? Even in his prime, encountering it would likely compel him to retreat. Regardless of whether it was George or Peiqi, today, they had no choice left. Long Xiaoyu did not hesitate. The cube transformed into Kiki Di, continuing, Xiao San, Xiao Wu, Lao Meng. Let us seek the soul beast from another direction to absorb energy. Zhao Shi, Drag it out for as long as you can, but do not confront it head-on. Hiss. While they were still deliberating, the giant armored beetle king could no longer contain itself, unleashing a deafening roar that signaled the commencement of battle. Dilly King Kong Bear? At this juncture, Zhao Wu Ji had no choice but to brace himself and charge forward, hoping for a favorable outcome. The giant armored beetle king was taken aback by Zhao Wu Ji's audacity, followed by several piercing roars, seemingly a display of defiance. The Dilly King Kong Bear had indeed instilled a modicum of intimidation. However, it was merely a facade. At this moment, Zhao Wu Ji's strength had only recovered to 40%. A mere paper tiger, it would surely falter in a genuine confrontation. Meanwhile, on Long Xiaoyu's side, crack, faced with the multitude of soul beasts, Long Xiaoyu raised the thunder god hammer high. Though he could not summon the lightning of heaven and earth, the enhancement from the dark purple third soul ring was no less potent than that experienced in the Soto Great Spirit Arena. To prove the name of the thunder god, boom, a blue-white lightning beam rapidly radiated outward like a spider's web. On Long Xiaoyu's side, the soul beasts collapsed, their bodies convulsing, with several thousand-year soul beasts also succumbing. While the remaining ones hastily retreated. 3 of you, guard me and fend off these creatures. With Kiki D firmly in hand, he swiftly pulled the trigger, striking down all visible soul beasts. The familiar power surged back into Long Xiaoyu's body, an exhilarating sensation. More. He craved more. No one noticed that Long Xiaoyu's state had undergone a significant transformation, nor did anyone observe another pair of eyes in the darkness, watching Long Xiaoyu with great interest. Chapter 103. The Dark Blade Demon Reigns Again. Roar. The cries of the soul beasts were neither filled with rage nor intimidation. In the presence of this human, they could only wail in despair. Long Xiaoyu patiently awaited as soul beasts fell one by one, remaining motionless. A smile adorned his face. Although each bestowed only a modest amount of soul power, the cumulative effect could not be underestimated, particularly those nearby thousand-year soul beasts. With only physical resistance and devoid of magical defense, were unable to withstand the onslaught of lightning and lay submissively on the ground. Even after Long Xiaoyu had swapped out for a new batch of soul beasts, they remained prostrated. They continued to struggle weakly as Long Xiaoyu voraciously absorbed their energies. Xiaoyu, are you ready? Tang San inquired, as their soul power began to wane, though they merely sought to restrain a few unruly soul beasts nearby. Those thousand-year beasts were not easily subdued. It took the combined efforts of the 3 to repel them, which further drained their soul power. Not yet. There is still much to be done. He felt like an insatiable abyss, endlessly consuming, shaking his head as this sensation compelled him to continue. Roar. Xiaoyu, be careful. At that moment, a phoenix-tailed coiled serpent suddenly breached their defenses, lunging directly at Long Xiaoyu. Tang San and the others' expressions shifted dramatically. There was no time to intervene. However, with a resounding thud, the phoenix-tailed coiled serpent was sent flying, crashing into a nearby tree, incapacitated. His Tang San and the others gasped in astonishment. Be more cautious and ensure your own safety, Long Xiaoyu calmly advised, taking aim at the oblivious phoenix-tailed coiled serpent and unleashing a strike. A surge of red soul power erupted from the creature's body. Previously, he had merely stirred his soul power slightly. Perhaps he struck the serpent's vital point. Or perhaps his current soul power was overwhelmingly vast, as he effortlessly toppled the beast with a single punch. Oh. The trio was left in shock by the spectacle before them, hope blossoming in their hearts at the thought of defeating a 10,000-year soul beast. Meng Yuran's expression was equally complex as she observed the scene, recalling her initial predictions of dominance. She felt fortunate. In the face of absolute power and defense, all was rendered futile. Thankfully, the opponent did not hold a grudge against her. Hiss yet. Just as one wave subsided, another arose. What sound is that? The distinct hissing of a serpent echoed among the multitude of soul beasts. Those who heard it retreated in alarm, while the humans, including Tang San, felt a sudden chill in their hearts. They did not have to wait long. From the treetops, a massive figure spiraled down swiftly toward them. Compared to the earlier phoenix-tailed coiled serpent, this creature's crimson crest glowed like a sinister sunset, radiating an aura of malevolence, its form extending endlessly into the night. With those 2 characteristics alone, Tang San's heart sank. A 10,000-year soul beast, the king of the phoenix-tailed coiled serpents. Long Xiaoyu's expression changed dramatically. Although he had heard the system's notification, who could have known there was another one? This is the outer perimeter of the forest, for heaven's sake. System, are you truly intent on leading me to my demise this time? The queries posed by Long Xiaoyu remained unanswered. while the rooster-crowned Serpent King showed no intention of granting her an opportunity for a response. From the moment of its arrival, it had keenly observed the changes among the humans, yet she remained oblivious to the unfolding events and their true intentions. However, the instant Long Xiaoyu nearly struck down one of her kin with a single blow, it dawned on her that the situation might indeed be dire. The force of that punch was sufficient to raise her caution. Strike preemptively. Hiss. Damn it. Retreat swiftly. In the midst of this chaos, Long Xiaoyu's absorption of energy was abruptly interrupted. Her soul power collection halted, and the magical cube materialized instantaneously. Boom. She had caught up. The rooster-crowned Serpent King paid no heed to the other humans, launching directly towards Long Xiaoyu. Fortunately, the others lacked the ability to defend against this formidable foe. A massive, crimson sword, marred with hints of silver, appeared before her. This time, the silver damage was significantly less than before. The magical sword stood resolutely between Long Xiaoyu and the Serpent King, preventing any advance that might threaten her, leaving only the menacing blade to confront. Time was no longer on her side to channel soul power into the deadly thorn spear, and facing a millennia-old soul beast. She harbored genuine concerns for the resilience of her vibranium battle armor. More so, an inexplicable desire for battle surged within her, a thirst for carnage. In this moment of conflict, her most suitable weapon for slaughter was none other than Aatrox. Crimson soul energy swirled around her, enveloping her form, which seemed to swell with ferocity. With a menacing glare fixed upon the audacious Serpent King before her, she coldly declared, Greetings. I am Aatrox, an extraordinary celestial being. What is your esteemed name? The tone of the darkened sword demon was laced with derision. Even deities could be challenged, so why fear a mere serpent? Preposterous. Behind her, wings formed from the crimson soul energy materialized, giving the impression of a demon god descending, although she sensed something was still amiss. Hiss. The rooster-crowned Serpent King had no intention of engaging in fruitless banter. It launched another ferocious assault, sensing that this human had become even more perilous. At that moment, in the recesses of Long Xiaoyu's consciousness, she beheld the unfolding events outside, yet her body seemed beyond her control. She watched as her form wielded the colossal sword, clashing fiercely with the serpent, though she was clearly at a disadvantage. Her body persisted in relentlessly charging forward. Damn, this time, I possess awareness but lack dominion over my own body. Wait. Why on earth am I engaging this creature in a head-on confrontation? It seemed that ever since absorbing soul power, her temperament had shifted. Could it truly be the influence of the soul beast's energy? It felt as though it could lead to her demise. The disparity in levels was insurmountable. The sword demon was evidently no match for the beast and had no intention of retreating. Meanwhile, Zhao Wu Ji was also under siege, and it was merely a matter of time before they were overwhelmed. How on earth could this transpire? We cannot face total annihilation. System, assist me. Grant me a buff. Summon aid. Long Xiaoyu continued to pray, glancing outside. Tang San and the others had retreated to a safe distance, unwilling to approach the celestial conflict. The sight of Long Xiaoyu, resembling a vengeful deity, instilled fear within them. Could Long Xiaoyu have lost his sanity? Meng Yiran pondered, bewildered by her concern for his safety. He wanted to falter. I believe in him. Though Tang San spoke with conviction, his fists clenched tighter. The aura emanating from Xiaoyu was no longer familiar, and he felt a looming sense of dread, as if they were on the brink of falling into the serpent's maw. I must destroy hope along with everything else. The only tranquility I seek is in death. As long as life persists and time retains its significance, I shall not relent. Those who regarded me as an adversary shall be met without reservation. At this juncture, Dai Mu Bai and his companions pressed on. Zhuqing, are you all right? Dai Mu Bai gasped. Though weary, his exhaustion paled in comparison to Zhuqing, still a great soul master. They advanced through the night without respite, having exhausted the sausages Oscar provided, relying solely on their own soul power while conserving some to guard against ambush. The dark hours stretched into the early dawn, and Zhuqing finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground, feeling utterly drained. Dai Mu Bai swiftly supported her, concern etched on his face. Zhuqing, wishing to struggle free, found herself too weak to resist, retorting, "Don't be so familiar, we aren't that close." However, Dai Mu Bai was not the type to hesitate. Without another word, he hoisted Zhuqing onto his back. "Let us take a breather. Once you recover, feel free to scold or hit me." His commanding presence left Zhuqing momentarily speechless. With a slight adjustment, he ensured she was securely positioned, then surged forward once more. The sudden motion nearly caused Zhu Zhuqing to lose her balance, instinctively wrapping her arms around Dai Mu Bai. Their bodies pressed together. Each could hear the other's breath, and Dai Mu Bai felt it was worth it. Zhu Zhuqing blushed deeply, quickly rising. Unfazed by her reaction, Dai Mu Bai accelerated his pace, moving faster than before. This guy. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at his retreating figure, wanting to chastise him, but instead feeling the comforting breadth of his back, a solid presence that calmed her. She ceased her protests, resting quietly against him. For now, this will suffice. I am truly exhausted. My attitude toward this guy remains unchanged. Meanwhile, on another front, Long Xiaoyu faced a daunting adversary. With a resounding crash, Zhao Wu Ji was once again sent flying, his form shrinking until he reverted to his original state, bloodied and gasping for breath. He could no longer maintain his martial spirit. Having truly reached his limit, Zhao Wu Ji's despondent gaze fell upon the monstrous creature before him, devoid of any will to resist. Xiaoyu and the others must have escaped by now. From the outset, Zhao Wu Ji had braced himself for the worst. Relying on a soul emperor to vanquish a 10,000-year soul beast was indeed absurd. The giant armored insect king, a soul sage, had ultimately overpowered him. Yet Zhao Wu Ji had inflicted considerable damage, tearing through its iron armor and breaking its attacking tail. The creature, seething with rage, vowed not to let Zhao Wu Ji go unpunished. In another skirmish, Aatrox clashed fiercely with the rooster crown snake king, neither side yielding despite sustaining significant injuries. The dark blade demon, though bloodied, pressed on with unwavering vigor, utilizing the tempestuous soul power within Long Xiaoyu to gain momentum. Each time he was struck down, he rose again. His vampiric traits were not in vain. Conversely, the rooster crown snake king, battered yet relentless, found itself exasperated by the resilience of this human who seemed unscathed despite numerous assaults. Have you no sense of dignity as a human? Is this how you treat a creature of my stature? Amidst its fury, the rooster crown snake king maintained a semblance of reason. As the battle waned, the creature contemplated surrender, yet it could not relent. True strength bows only to greater strength. A glimmer of insight flashed in its emerald eyes, prompting it to charge once more at the dark blade demon. You foolish creature, I shall cleave your filthy body apart. The dark blade demon, unperturbed by the threats, continued his assault with unyielding ferocity. The blade carved a deep gash into the rooster crown snake king, yet it pressed on, coiling around the dark blade demon. Foolish. Before the dark blade demon could counter, sharp fangs pierced into his shoulder, injecting venom that coursed rapidly into Long Xiaoyu's body. Buff! My lord! Buff! My lord! Just as Long Xiaoyu prayed, a sudden pain in his shoulder startled him. Normally, the battles of the dark blade demon had little impact on him, but this time, the sensation was undeniable. His shoulder felt as though it had been pierced. Upon looking outward through his body's perspective, he beheld a colossal serpent head gazing at him with a beguiling gaze. Touching his shoulder, he recoiled at the sight of dark blood. He had been poisoned. The wound could heal, but the venom was something the current dark blade demon could not endure. Long Xiaoyu hastily attempted to reclaim control of his body. At that moment, a chime echoed. The effect of his desires had activated. Long Xiaoyu, is this the time to arrive? Are you jesting? I am on the brink of death, and you choose now to show up. Such dramatics for the grand finale are unnecessary. To be frank, what matters most to Long Xiaoyu at this moment is to cling to life. Even if there is the possibility of rebirth like a phoenix, attempting to do so under someone else's watchful gaze would surely be courting death. Yet, no matter how urgent his plight, the abyssal sword demon outside remains unfazed, once again swinging his cursed sword towards the rooster serpent king, causing the latter to hastily retreat. The rooster serpent king, now frightened, thought to itself, is this human truly that formidable? On the verge of succumbing to poison, they still possess the will to resist. Do you believe you can slay me? My will has long transcended death. Come, engage me in battle. As Aatrox's words fell, he seemed to grow even more powerful. A deeper shade of red clouded his crimson gaze, and his blood-red wings unfurled magnificently. His entire form expanded significantly, sharp edges beginning to manifest upon his head, shoulders, waist, and legs, all transforming into a vibrant crimson, with armor woven into his flesh, adorning him splendidly. The essence of Azura is not boundless slaughter, but rather fearless carnage. Unafraid of death, nothing can threaten him, not even death itself. The silver radiance of the cursed sword began to dissipate. As the abyssal sword demon was transforming into his most complete form, a barely noticeable trickle of blood-colored essence floated from his gaze, soaring swiftly into the sky, leaving no one aware of its destination. What is this? In the divine realm, The Azura god, in a meditative state, felt a stirring within his heart. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a wisp of his Azura will manifest before him, extending his hand in confusion. He pondered, how could the will I just cast forth to safeguard my chosen successor return so soon? Could it be that the assessment criteria have already been met? The Azura god rejoiced at this thought and hastily waved his hand to gaze down upon the mortal realm. This. The Azura god found himself at a loss for words, his expression slightly twitching. He then rubbed his eyes, looking once more at the abyssal sword demon, who remained unchanged. How could you have comprehended the Azura essence at such a young age? The Azura god was bewildered. He had spent countless ages in the divine realm, witnessing all manner of phenomena, yet this was truly a first. Who would believe such a tale if it were to be told? To grasp the Azura essence signifies that one need not undergo his trials. Once their strength is sufficient, they will naturally attain divinity. This individual has transcended the status of a mere candidate, evolving into the de facto heir apparent. Should another suitable candidate arise, they would have no chance unless the designated heir perished or renounced their claim to divinity. The former might be considered, but the latter? Ridiculous. Divinity is fiercely contested. Otherwise, why would he establish any trials? Astonished though he was, the Azura god's countenance, which had remained unchanged for millennia, once again radiated joy. His successor was soon to arrive. Meanwhile, those who had reached the center of the Douluo Great Forest, including Tian and others, suddenly turned in unison, their eyes betraying a hint of shock. Tian, my lord beast god, please recuperate here. I shall investigate, one offered. I shall accompany you. Biji chimed in, her expression clearly displaying concern for Tian. Why is there a divine presence near the Douluo Great Forest? Even if it was but a fleeting sensation. Very well. After a moment's hesitation, Tian acquiesced. Knowing well Biji's nature, she could not be dissuaded. The commotion caused by Aatrox momentarily stunned the giant armored insect king, who had been poised to torment Zhao Wu Ji. Hovering in midair, it turned its gaze towards the distant flicker of crimson light. The time has come. The harbinger of the world's end has arrived. Good heavens! Is Aatrox attempting to seize my body? Through its eyes, the giant armored insect king perceived a change within itself, and the blood mist surrounding it thickened, instilling a sense of dread. Aatrox, however, had no time to respond. He had never felt so invigorated. His body began to crack, unable to contain the eruption of his power. Damn it, this vessel is so fragile. Spitting forth a mouthful of blood, his expression remained unperturbed. The Rooster Serpent King, initially ready to counterattack, found itself frozen in place upon locking eyes with Aatrox. Instinct urged it to retreat. This monster wasn't worth the fight. Wanna flee? Coward. With a slight tremor of his blood-red wings, Aatrox swung his massive sword towards the mechanized Serpent King with fierce intent. Yet, the mechanized Serpent King was no slouch. It was not so easily struck. Splat. Did I not evade? The excruciating pain rendered the Rooster Serpent King momentarily disoriented, only to discover the massive sword embedded deep within its flesh, before erupting. Its entire serpentine form was cleaved in two. Hiss. The essence of Azura cannot be evaded so easily. The Rooster Serpent King finally realized it had kicked a steel plate, and no longer hesitated, opting to withdraw. The further it ran, the better. However, Aatrox was now consumed by a bloodlust. How could he let it escape? Coward. Come, engage me in battle. As he spoke, another mouthful of blood was expelled, and Long Xiaoyu's body was becoming increasingly strained. Aatrox, undeterred, maintained an expression of calm resolve, even in vanishing. He would take one to the depths of hell with him. The massive sword swung down, but did not strike the Rooster Serpent King, as it had already fled too far to be reached. However, once the sword was drawn, it was destined to kill. The essence of Azura swiftly surged forth from the massive sword, aiming directly for the Rooster Serpent King. Splat. In the distance, accompanied by the Rooster Serpent King's anguished wail, its body plummeted from the heavens. Survive. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated, a woman's voice, sweet yet authoritative, echoing insistently from all directions. Upon turning to look, the Rooster Serpent King found itself enveloped in a radiant emerald light, its wounds visibly healing at an astonishing rate, while other soul beasts on the ground bowed in reverence. Tian and Biji had arrived. Biji's face reflected a hint of surprise as she glanced at the Rooster Serpent King, then at Long Xiaoyu, now transformed into a sword demon, her heart racing with tumultuous emotions. Tian shared her sentiments, thinking, this individual is terrifyingly powerful. When they first met, he was merely a great soul master. How could he now be capable of pursuing a 10,000-year soul beast with such ferocity? Tian, look. Biji, tasked with healing the rooster serpent king, suddenly felt a stirring within her heart. She summoned the creature closer, pointing at the two ghastly wounds on its body. The minor injuries had healed, yet these two grievous wounds resisted even her formidable healing powers. The crimson essence of those wounds clashed with Biji's healing energy, appearing to be evenly matched. This is an essence. This young man. My heavens! Tian gazed in disbelief at the vibrant crimson aura, realizing why the rooster serpent king had fled in terror. To comprehend such essence signifies that one has essentially set foot upon the threshold of divinity. How old could this human be? Suddenly recalling the words spoken the previous night, he pondered. Perhaps he was not jesting about the decade-long time frame. Tian found himself at a loss regarding how to regard the other party. Given humanity's remarkable achievements, he should have had no hesitation in obliterating his opponent. However, the fact that this individual was the brother of the king made such an action rather inappropriate. Meanwhile, on Long Xiaoyu's side, after the conclusion of the second strike, Aatrox did not witness the rooster-crowned serpent king being revived again. He subsequently returned to the demon sword, allowing the abnormal changes in his body to revert back to normal, while Long Xiaoyu's consciousness regained control. The moment she took over her body, she promptly transformed the demon sword back into a magical cube, only to subsequently spew forth a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough. The darkened sword demon Aatrox. This being should preferably be avoided in situations where control is uncertain, as he appears to be continuously evolving. Perhaps next time, if her body is sufficiently powerful, he might attempt to possess her outright. Chapter 106. Finally exiting the starry forest, Long Xiaoyu shook his head. The various pains coursing through his body, the loss of blood, and the overwhelming weakness filling him with trepidation. Even the soul power he had painstakingly accumulated was now completely depleted. Tian approached Long Xiaoyu, gazing at the bloodstains covering him, and after a lengthy silence, he spoke. Bai Ji, administer healing to him as well. Understood. Bai Ji would not question Tian's decision. A verdant light emanated from Long Xiaoyu, and soon, the toxins that had spread to his heart began to dissipate. All that remained were scabs on his skin, with no other injuries in sight. Thank you. Although his complexion remained somewhat pale, Long Xiaoyu felt a marked improvement. Bai Ji's healing could mend his wounds, but could not restore the blood he had lost. The magic cube transformed into clothing as Long Xiaoyu slowly rose to his feet, bowing slightly in gratitude to Tian. In the presence of this individual, he could no longer entertain thoughts of escape. However, there was no need to flee, as Tian did not seem to be the type who sought to harm him like the evil emperor. Tian shook his head, his expression devoid of emotion, and remarked, "No matter, just repay me well in the future. By the way, where is the evil emperor? Shouldn't he have escorted you out by now? Why is he absent? Evil emperor? Alas, that fellow is probably still fast asleep somewhere." Long Xiaoyu sighed upon hearing the mention of the evil emperor. Could he not have lingered just a little longer? Just moments ago, he had proclaimed his intent to protect me, and now, when I was on the brink of death, he was nowhere to be found. Is this what it means to protect someone? Sleeping soundly? Forget it. As long as you are unharmed, I shall escort you out. It appears that something here has attracted an unusual number of soul beasts, Tian stated, having sensed that the gathering of soul beasts was decidedly abnormal upon their arrival. If Long Xiaoyu and the others stayed much longer, they would likely meet a dire fate. Thank you, esteemed one. This declaration felt like a gentle spring rain, nearly bringing Long Xiaoyu to tears. He truly had no strength left to battle another 10,000-year soul beast. Another 10,000-year soul beast? Teacher Zhao. Ignoring the bewildered expressions of those around him, Long Xiaoyu hurried towards Zhao Wu Ji, who had already knelt on the ground, the giant armored insect king beside him. Zhao Wu Ji lay there, exuding a sense of helplessness. Teacher Zhao. Zhao Wu Ji struggled to open his eyes, looking at Long Xiaoyu's bloodied face. With a bitter smile, he remarked, Xiaoyu? You two have perished, huh? Alas, it seems Mangyuran is indeed unreliable. Sigh, in the end, I couldn't save anyone, could I? Flanders will surely berate me for this. Perish? Get up. We are still alive. Long Xiaoyu scolded directly. What do you mean dead? Everything is far from over. Xiao Wu and the others rushed over, while Tang San and Long Xiaoyu called out to Zhao Wu Ji, urging him not to succumb to unconsciousness. Xiao Wu, in a moment of panic, approached Tian, hesitated for a brief moment, and ultimately chose to kneel. However, before she could fully lower herself, Tian grasped her arm, a hint of displeasure on his face. Xiao Wu, this is the last time I will say this. There is no need for the elaborate human etiquette among soul beasts. Rest assured, I shall tend to that human, but this is solely due to you and Long Xiaoyu. Beasts and humans can never coexist peacefully. Bai Ji declared, extending her hand, a surge of verdant soul power soaring towards Zhao Wu Ji. Though she harbored no deep-seated hatred for humans, her disdain was evident. As a maternal soul beast, she had lost her own kin, and she did not wish for Xiao Wu to follow the same tragic path. Understood, Xiao Wu uttered, as though the weight of her words drained her of all strength. The eternal conflict between beasts and humans. Was the fate of Gu Yu and Xiao Yu destined to mirror her own and Tang San's? She was unwilling to accept this notion. But even the beast god must bow to fate. What could she do? After healing his wounds, Bai Ji also tended to the giant armored insect king, leaving Zhao Wujin puzzled, yet he dared not inquire further. From these two individuals, he sensed a power akin to that of the enigmatic figure who had accompanied Long Xiaoyu earlier. Moreover, these two appeared indifferent to him, which deterred him from asking further questions. As long as he remained alive, that was enough. As Tian escorted them, the passing soul beasts knelt in reverence. Their display of respect was quite formidable. As the sun began to rise, casting its golden rays upon the group emerging from the Star Dough forest, Zhao Wujin, disregarding his dignity, knelt on the ground, arms outstretched, seemingly yearning to embrace the sun. He had never felt the warmth of the morning sun to be so exquisite. I, Zhao Wujin, have returned to life. No one objected. Tang San and the others exchanged knowing smiles. Their hearts lightened. This day would be unforgettable. The five returned, not reborn but transformed, as the experience of life and death had profoundly altered their perspectives. Meanwhile, Dai Mu Bai was still on the run, with Zhu Zhuqing, unbeknownst to her, having fallen asleep on his back, her chin resting against his shoulder, her head nestled closely to him, hands tightly gripping him to prevent herself from falling. In that moment, she resembled a docile little kitten, the rhythmic sound of her breathing igniting a surge of potential within Dai Mu Bai. In contrast, Oscar and the others gathered around a table. Ning Rongrong and Oscar bowed their heads, lost in thought, creating an atmosphere that weighed heavily upon the air, leaving Ma Hongjun feeling somewhat awkward. What was with these two today? Hey, you two, there's no point in dwelling on Teacher Zhao's situation. Being so despondent isn't good for our cultivation, Ma Hongjun chided. Yet, silence was the only response he received. Fine, you two stay here. I'm going back to my room to eat. He slammed the table, turning to leave, but added, it's only been one night. Can't you at least hope they all made it back alive? We should approach everything with optimism. That's what Zhao Wujin taught me. He may not fully comprehend the strength of the Titan Giant Ape, but he knew that Teacher Zhao was formidable. Truly formidable. There was no way he could lose. He would surely bring Long Xiaoyu and the others back. Ma Hongjuan's words caused Oscar to lift his head, and at that moment, Ma Hongjun appeared remarkably radiant. In contrast, he felt, he was supposed to embody the reliable senior figure, yet here he was being encouraged by Ma Hongjun. How could he still hope for Rongrong's affection under these circumstances? Just as Oscar was about to rise and apologize to the chubby boy, the door suddenly burst open. They have finally returned. Little two, bring out the finest food and wine you have. A hearty laugh resonated from outside, accompanied by the familiar boisterous voice. Teacher Zhao, wait. Let's clean up first. We're covered in blood, and we might scare the poor people. Long Xiaoyu was at a loss for words. They were truly drenched in fragrant sweat. Having toiled through the night, with perspiration solidifying, flowing, and then solidifying again, mixed with blood, this scent was beyond ordinary. Ugh, watch it off. Waiter, fill that table for me. Chapter 107. Dai Mu Bai has finally completed the run. Bang, bang, bang. The first to arrive was Ma Hongjun, who, in his excitement, lost his footing and tumbled down. Hey, little fatty, are you all right? Zhao Wuji exclaimed, startled by the sight of him convulsing on the ground. Ma Hongjun had no time to respond. Teacher Zhao, Xiaoyu, Tang San. Xiao Wu, and this beauty, aren't you that girl from the street? Well, Teacher Zhao, I missed you so much. You all really made it back alive. And even managed to bring me a wife. Thank you so much. Everyone else was taken aback. Meng Yuran retorted, get lost. Who said I brought her back for you? You can't even handle her. Zhao Wujie, though visibly disgusted as he pushed the tearful and sniffling Ma Hongjun aside, felt a surge of joy in his heart. After wandering through the gates of hell, he was delighted to see his students safe and sound. Xiaoyu, are you all right? At that moment, Oscar and Ning Rongrong also dashed down. Despite Long Xiaoyu and her companions being in a disheveled state, their faces smeared with blood, they could still recognize them. Of course, with me around, there won't be any accidents. Long Xiaoyu chuckled, patting her chest, but perhaps unable to control her strength, she ended up coughing violently. Long Xiaoyu, are you okay? Meng Ran, who had been standing beside her, rushed over with concern as soon as she sensed something was amiss. She was unsure of her own feelings, perhaps it was gratitude. Oscar quickly pulled out sausages and handed them to the five. Noticing Meng Ran's concern for Long Xiaoyu, he unconsciously glanced at Ning Rongrong, then sighed and turned to inquire about Tang San. Currently, Rongrong was not receptive to his advice. And having just faced rejection the previous night, he was uncertain how to approach her. Meng Ran's actions did not go unnoticed by Ning Rongrong, who furrowed her brows. She recalled how the two had clashed before their departure and hoped that her suspicions were unfounded. It was already difficult enough to navigate the complicated feelings between Xiaona and Xiaoyu, and now another contender had emerged. Xiaoyu, let me help you back to rest. Ning Rongrong said as she moved closer, grasping Long Xiaoyu's arm and gently pulling her towards the stairs. All right. After everyone had washed up, they gathered around the dining table once more, chatting and laughing. However, they did not discuss the beast horde that Meng Ran had inadvertently led them into, nor the escape plan she mentioned. Oscar and the others now regarded Meng Ran with much kinder eyes. All right, everyone dig in. Those who are slow can only have vegetables, Long Xiaoyu declared, starting to pile meat into her bowl. After briefly introducing Meng Ran, it was clear that Long Xiaoyu played a significant role in their survival. Although she said little, Zhao Wu Ji could sense her extraordinary nature. The intricate connections between her and several formidable figures left him feeling apprehensive even now. Long Xiaoyu's extraordinary abilities are no longer surprising. It seems he has a powerful patron backing him. However, isn't he from the Holy Soul village alongside Tang, San, and Guyu? This calls for a report to Flanders. At the dining table, some are blissfully indulging in their meals, while others are preoccupied with their thoughts. Aside from Long Xiaoyu and Ma Hongjun, who are still eating heartily, the rest are mostly distracted. Surviving comes with its own set of troubles. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, Principal, after a night of relentless travel, Dai Mu Bai is utterly exhausted. Gasping for breath, Zhu Zhuqing has already awakened and is supporting the nearly depleted Dai Mu Bai, a hint of color gracing her cheeks. Humph. I knew you were trying to show off. If you had woken me up sooner, you wouldn't be this worn out. Zhu Zhuqing silently chastises him, though her fondness for Dai Mu Bai has notably increased. Mu Bai, you're back so soon? Flanders had rushed over after being informed by Li Yusong of the Academy's destruction, and his complexion has yet to recover. This is a financial disaster. Who is responsible for this calamity? Accompanying him is the master, who curiously observes Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing. Yet Long Xiaoyu and Tang San are conspicuously absent. They had mentioned they were hunting soul rings in the Stardow Forest yesterday. How could they return so soon? No. We encountered a 100,000-year Titan great ape. As Dai Mu Bai begins to explain, a sudden blow to his abdomen catches him off guard. He turns to Zhu Zhuqing in confusion, who merely gives him a knowing look, prompting him to turn his gaze elsewhere. Silver hair, an immaculate visage, she is stunning. Previously, they assumed Gu Yu was hiding scars, but it appears her beauty is what she concealed. Undoubtedly, this is the work of Long Xiaoyu. Only Xiao Wu and Xiao Yu have seen Gu Yu's true appearance at Shrek Academy. So even the remnants of Xiao Na cannot reveal much given the differences in their features. When did Gu Yu come? After marveling at Xiao Na's beauty, Dai Mu Bai quickly silences himself. The mention of the 100,000-year Titan great ape elicits gasps from Flanders and the master. How could they have encountered such a creature? You explain to the principal. I shall catch up with Xiao Na, Zhu Zhuqing declares with a smile, leading Xiao Na away amidst a flurry of compliments. Once Xiao Na is at a distance, Flanders speaks up. Mu Bai, please don't tell me it was just the two of you who escaped. His body sways slightly as he supports his forehead. Asking this question drains him of strength. After the inexplicable destruction of Shrek Academy and the loss of 6 geniuses, including a vice principal, he finds it hard to believe. No, that cannot be. Though we encountered the Titan great ape, it should not have resulted in such devastation. Mu Bai, please continue. Compared to Flanders, the master remains somewhat composed, sensing Dai Mu Bai has more to say and nurturing a glimmer of hope. Yes, Oscar Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong are safe. Dai Mu Bai nods, which relieves Flanders somewhat, but the absence of Zhao Wu Ji raises concerns. However, saving 5 individuals from the Titan great ape is no small feat, and the girl from the 7 treasure glazed tile school is unharmed. Old Zhao, Rest assured. I shall ensure your funeral is grand. What about Xiao Yu, Xiao San, and Xiao Wu? The master presses urgently. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wu were taken by the Titan Great Ape. Xiao San pursued them, and teacher Zhao went after Xiao San. Their fates remain uncertain. As Dai Mu Bai finishes speaking, the master is momentarily stunned before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. He came all this way only to bid farewell to two of his students? Chapter 108. I won't take the blame for the forceful kiss. While the master is left in shock, Long Xiaoyu remains blissfully unaware, perhaps even amused by the situation. The master may not hold him in high regard, but why should he reciprocate? As night falls, Long Xiaoyu stretches and gazes at the moonlit sky. Gu Yu. Are you well? Did you sleep soundly? They say one learns to cherish what is lost, and even before losing Gu Yu Na, he is treasured each day. Yet now that they are apart, he finds it hard to let go. Am I suffering from a serious case of wife obsession? He muses. Meanwhile, outside his door, two pairs of beautiful eyes meet in surprise. Ning Rongrong and Ming Yiran stand at Long Xiaoyu's door, both momentarily bewildered. Are they both seeking him? Are you looking for him? Are you looking for him? They ask in unison, their cheeks flushing. How about you go first? No, you go first, they stammer again, the atmosphere growing increasingly awkward. On one side stands Ning Rongrong, seemingly close to Long Xiaoyu, while on the other is Ming Yiran, who has shared trials with him and helped save everyone. Their reunion feels strange. What do you need him for? Ning Rongrong asks first, having noticed her apparent closeness to Long Xiaoyu during the day. Wondering if it could be more than friendship. Nothing important, just wanted to say goodbye. Ming Yiran shakes her head, her perceptive nature quickly discerning Ning Rongrong's apprehension. Oh. Then you go ahead. I have some issues to sort out. Ning Rongrong replies, feeling relieved and slightly embarrassed as she turns her head aside. Determined to confront Long Xiaoyu regardless of his response. How troublesome. Very troublesome, Xiaoyu. What are you doing here? Before she can finish, she realizes something is amiss as she turns to find Long Xiaoyu looking at her with mischief, causing her to instinctively take a few steps back. Your voices are rather loud, especially yours, Rongrong. His heightened senses, sharpened by the third soul ring's evil-eye tyrant, alert him to the chatter from the two girls outside his quiet room. Me? I have a loud voice. Is that how you speak to a girl? Caught off guard, Ning Rongrong can no longer hide her embarrassment after being called out by Long Xiaoyu. Listen, can't you hear it yourself? Long Xiaoyu covers his ears, casting a disdainful glance at her. How could I notice it? Ning Rongrong feels a pang in her heart, her voice filled with grievance. Is my voice truly that loud? Don't believe me? Let me demonstrate. With that, he inhales deeply and leans toward Ning Rongrong, causing her heart to race. Is he serious? Knowing that some scoundrels use various excuses to get close to girls for their own gain, she wonders if Long Xiaoyu is one of them. Closing her eyes, she is unsure of what she anticipates. Your voice is quite loud. Haha. Long Xiaoyu suddenly shouts into her ear, bursting into laughter. This is too amusing. You. Ning Rongrong feels defeated. She hasn't even begun and already feels like tearing him to pieces. Did I take it too far? Long Xiaoyu scratches his head awkwardly, contemplating whether to chase after her to apologize. Usually, his playful banter only earns him a good beating. Why is she crying today? The one involved is often oblivious while the observer is clear-headed. Ming Yiran cannot help but marvel at how straightforward Long Xiaoyu truly is. However, upon witnessing Ning Rongrong flee in anger, she felt an inexplicable joy within her. Now, it was just her and Long Xiaoyu remaining. Thump, thump, your heart raced. Long Xiaoyu sighed, paying little heed to Ning Rongrong's situation. He presumed that she might simply be in a foul mood, coincidentally triggered by his words. After all, he could only shoulder half the blame. Having convinced himself, he turned his attention to Ming Yiran. What brings you here? I came to bid farewell tonight. Her response jolted her back to reality, and she quickly answered. Oh, are you returning home? To your family? As she spoke, she walked further inside and took a seat, gesturing for her to join her in conversation. Yes, I am still a student at the Beast Academy, and I must inform my family about my grandparents' tragic demise. She refrained from mentioning her own perilous journey, knowing that with the death of Long Gong and Shipa, she had lost every support. She feared that those who had previously resented her within her family and academy would not let her off easily. After a moment of silence, Long Xiaoyu continued, Well, I wish you a safe journey. Although he was oblivious to the intricacies of her family matters, her demeanor suggested that returning home would not yield any favorable outcomes. Yet, what could he do? The silence lingered until Ming Yiran spoke first. If I return, will you accept me? Her eyes sparkled with yearning. Since her grandparents' demise, Long Xiaoyu was the first to offer her warmth. After a pause, his silence cast her heart into despair. It seemed that her transgressions would indeed go unforgiven. Just as she contemplated leaving, Long Xiaoyu's voice pierced through once more. If you encounter any misfortunes upon your return, you can come to Shrek Academy. I've got your back, like friends do. Don't misconstrue that. His words resonated deeply within her, striking at her most vulnerable core. Despite being an oblivious lad, he inadvertently tugged at her heartstrings. You rascal! In an impulsive moment, Ming Yuran pressed her lips against Long Xiaoyu's, the kiss lasting about 3 seconds, leaving him utterly bewildered. It's not that I like you. It's merely a thank you. Afterward, without uttering another word, she turned and walked away, leaving him no chance to respond. At that moment, her mind was also a blank canvas, questioning her own actions, attributing it all to a fleeting impulse. It took a while for Long Xiaoyu to regain his composure. Guyu, I swear I am innocent. Do you believe me? Although Guyu Na was no longer by his side, he instinctively began to defend himself. Heavens bear witness, the sun and moon can attest. I merely cherish talents. Ming Yuran's gift, her intellect, her charm, if properly trained, she could ascend to godhood. She could even become my future strategist. He had no ulterior motives. What? You think I intentionally flirted with her? That I have feelings for her? Nonsense. Which of your eyes has seen such a thing? The following day, Ming Yuran quietly departed. After bidding farewell to Long Xiaoyu the night before, she chose not to inform anyone else. Zhao Wu Ji and the others paid little attention, unaware that the one who cared the most was actually Ma Hongjun. Initially thinking he had finally encountered a single lady, he lamented her sudden departure after only a few words. Is the heavens truly envious of my beauty? Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, despite hurling insults at Long Xiaoyu throughout their journey, unhesitatingly requested him to carry her when fatigue set in, claiming it was revenge for his remarks about her loud voice the previous night. Oscar, too, cast him a resentful glance, which made him feel quite awkward. Little Ao, it's not that I don't want to help you, but Ning Rongrong clings to me. How could I just push her away? As noon approached, they encountered Dai Mu Bai and his reinforcements on the road. Flanders, Dai Mu Bai, and the Platinum Bishop, Salus. Upon receiving the news, Flanders immediately contacted the Spirit Hall to report that a Titan giant ape, a soul beast of 10,000 years, had been spotted on the outskirts of the Stardow forest, hoping to leverage their assistance for Zhao Wu Ji's group. However, upon hearing Long Xiaoyu's name on the list of victims, the mere mention of those 3 syllables nearly brought the attendant to his knees, hastily submitting Flanders' intelligence letter. In less than a short while, Salus appeared. Good heavens, this newcomer from our golden generation has already been swallowed by a soul beast. Is this some sort of joke? If the higher-ups find out, they will surely annihilate him. Thus, even if there is but a sliver of hope, I must come and investigate. Old Dai, Guyu must be at Shrek Academy. Just as Dai Mu Bai and the others arrived, Long Xiaoyu hurriedly inquired, eager to confirm his suspicions. Huh? Yes, I haven't informed Xiao Na about your situation. Had I known there was nothing to worry about, I wouldn't have hidden it. Dai Mu Bai slapped his forehead in exasperation, regretting the need to dodge Xiao Na upon returning, fearing she might inquire about Guyu. Upon hearing the response, Long Xiaoyu's heart soared with joy. Indeed, upon seeing the black-haired Guyu transformed from the Silver Dragon King, he suspected that Guyu Na had split into 2. Given that the true Guyu Na sported silver hair, the resemblance was uncanny to the Guyu in the Dragon King legend, rather than Guyu Na herself. After a moment of elation, a sudden chill ran down his spine as he instinctively scanned the surroundings, quickly catching sight of a scrutinizing gaze filled with ill intent. Darn it! How could I forget Salus? As my direct superior, I failed to greet him first. No wonder he looks displeased. Long Xiaoyu's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Although he now had a more formidable backing, Salus was nonetheless his stepping stone into the Spirit Hall's golden generation and should not be trifled with. Ah, my lord. You were here too, he exclaimed with forced cheerfulness. Yet, the response he received was a swift thud. Ouch. A sharp slap landed on Long Xiaoyu's crown, and the pain was excruciating. Why are you still laughing? Is everything fine? Salus glared at him, his eyes scanning Long Xiaoyu from head to toe as he inquired. Of course, nothing is amiss, Long Xiaoyu casually remarked, cradling his head, yet inwardly mused about the vicissitudes of fortune. This account, I, Long, shall remember. Come back to headquarters with me. No way, Long Xiaoyu swiftly rejected Saras's suggestion. Without allowing any further inquiries, Long Xiaoyu promptly pulled Saras aside, aware that it was prudent not to reveal too much about his connection with the Spirit Hall. My lord, we agreed that as long as my strength does not wane, I could remain here. As he spoke, he revealed his soul rings, although he was uncertain about the extent to which his soul power had increased because of them. The deep purple and black soul rings certainly spoke volumes. Saras was astonished by the exceptional effect. Anyone who beheld this would be astounded. The third soul ring was nearly 10,000 years old. How is this possible? Saras rubbed his eyes and bent down for another look, confirming that indeed. The soul ring was close to 10,000 years old. After stunning his companion, Long Xiaoyu was quite pleased. He retracted the soul rings and said, "What a blessing in disguise. I feel particularly fortunate here." He deftly cut off any further inquiries from Saras about the origin of his soul rings. Saras grinned broadly. Long Xiaoyu had brought him an abundance of surprises. "Haha, you little rascal, you Haven Tea disappointed me. But are you certain you want tea go to the spirit hall? You managed to evade it this time, but what about next? Who has to say? With your talent, even the Pope might regard you as a treasure." He glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping and leaned in closer to whisper, "The Pope has a daughter, about your age, stunningly beautiful, with a truly delightful figure." My lord, this line of persuasion is ineffective with me. I'm not inclined that way," Long Xiaoyu replied, somewhat exasperated. He was preoccupied with thoughts of when he could return to see the newly born Xiao Na. When his strength was sufficient, he would bring Guyu to his side. And then it would be a delightful three-way companionship. However, he genuinely wished to meet Qian Renxue. After all, she was a beauty. The two engaged in a back-and-forth conversation, and Long Xiaoyu was nearing his limit, wondering who would willingly engage in heartfelt discussions with an old man. Fortunately, as Saras departed, he presented him with a token, elevating him to the position of Grand Steward of the Spirit Hall. While the title was not particularly grand, it did come with a monthly stipend of 1,000 gold soul coins. He also mentioned the long-unseen Tao Gu, seeking Saras's assistance in promoting him. Without hesitation, Saras agreed, asserting that promoting a minor official, especially from a small town like Notting, was trivial. He could promote him to the head of a branch hall, which was the highest rank available there. Promoting a minor official would leave this young man indebted to him, a worthwhile transaction. Yet, Saras couldn't help but wonder if this fellow would turn out to be an ingrate. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhao Wu Ji was confiding in Flander about the truth of the matter. Long Xiaoyu had the protection of several titled Douluo-level figures and was closely associated with the Platinum Pope, though the nature of this connection remained unclear. "Old Zhao, keep this under wraps. I will investigate," Flander replied coldly, not harboring any ulterior motives. He simply wished to understand the true nature of his pupil. Upon arriving at the entrance of Shrek Academy, Long Xiaoyu dashed inside. "Little sister, I'm back, headmaster. Have you finally decided to renovate the academy?" Mid-sentence, he abruptly shifted his tone. There was no way he could refrain from commenting on the dilapidated state of the academy. "Renovate? Where would the funds come from? Who knows who blew it up before? Just wait until I find them." Flander shot him a glare, feeling a pang in his heart at the sight of the academy's ruin. I have things to attend to, so I'll be off." Long Xiaoyu recalled that night when Guyu transformed into the majestic Silver Dragon King. He wondered if she had transformed within the academy. Without dwelling on it further, he hurried inside, prioritizing his concern for Xiao Na. Yet, he had barely taken a few steps when a voice filled with excitement called out, "Xiaoyu, you've returned." The voice of a middle-aged man made Long Xiaoyu freeze. He harbored little fondness for the master, and being interrupted at this moment was unwelcome. The master rushed over, eager to inquire about something, but Long Xiaoyu immediately retreated. "The master?" When he attempted to approach again, Tang San was left bewildered, while Long Xiaoyu hid behind him. "Haha, teacher, it's been a while. If you have questions, you can ask Xiao San first. I'll see you later." Without giving the master a chance to respond, he dashed away, leaving everyone in a state of confusion. "Master, he no longer requires that support. The transitional phase is over, and the tool should step aside." As for the saying, "Once a teacher, always a father," if we were to apply that logic, I could assemble a formidable battalion with just the teachers I've had in my previous life. "Xiao Na, have something to eat?" "It's all right. I'm not hungry yet." Zhu Zhuqing observed Xiao Na, noticing how much she seemed to have changed since her return. Her clothes were different, she spoke less, and she appeared to have become more petite. Though she had only met Guyu a couple of days prior, she remembered that they were of similar height. Yet now Xiao Na seemed to be half a head shorter. Perhaps it was just her eyes playing tricks on her. Suddenly, Xiao Na's eyes widened, and she jumped up, wordlessly dashing outside. Upon opening the door, a familiar figure stood before her. That boy, that girl, their gazes met. confirming the presence of the person each held in their hearts. With a rush, they embraced tightly, words unnecessary. Their feelings transcended language. Gu had left behind her most sincere emotions beside Long Xiaoyu, signifying that even in her absence, she would not allow him to feel lonely. After Long Xiaoyu arrived, the second person to come over was Zhao Wu. When she inquired about the news of Douluo, Gu Yuna, she was puzzled. Wasn't Shauna supposed to have returned to the Stardow Forest? However, now, as she looked before her, everything was laid out clearly, no matter what. Shauna had not left Xiaoyu. Their bond left Xiao feeling once again lost, especially after she had made a difficult decision. All right, Master. I have something I wish to ask you, she said. The Master began to chatter incessantly to Tang San, and Flinder couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. No wonder Long Xiaoyu seemed to be avoiding him. If it were him, he would do the same. Well, Xiao San, you should go rest for now. We can talk later, the Master said. Tang San listened to the Master's theories with great enthusiasm, even after half an hour. He showed no signs of annoyance until Flinder interrupted. Flinder, what's the matter? Need to borrow money? The Master inquired, puzzled. After calling the Master over, Flinder fell silent for a moment, glancing in the direction where Long Xiaoyu had previously run off to, and said, this isn't a suitable place for conversation. Once they reached a private room and closed the windows, the Master grew even more confused. What could they possibly need to discuss? Flinder wasted no time. After motioning for the Master to sit, he went straight to the point. Master, according to your theories, what is the maximum age limit for the third spirit ring that a person can absorb? Is it possible for it to be 9,000 years? And in 9,000 years? Impossible. That is absolutely out of the question. Even a 5,000-year-old spirit ring could cause a person to burst, let alone 9,000. After the initial shock, the Master categorically denied it. He was certain he would not be mistaken in matters concerning spirit rings. Yet Long Xiaoyu has done it, Flinder continued. This is what Zhao Wu Ji said, and Xiao San is also your student. He has witnessed Long Xiaoyu's third spirit ring, which is dark purple. It seems to be just a step away from 10,000 years. Flinder sought the Master to understand more about Long Xiaoyu. This is impossible. This is merely hearsay. You have not seen it with your own eyes. I do not believe it. The Master's heart wavered slightly, yet years of conviction had firmly rooted his beliefs.